The Major has 3 phases. The qualifications phase, which includes both the RMR qualifiers and the RMRs, a playoff phase consisting of challengers and legends, and a finals phase called champions. The RMRs take place in April and are played offline in each respective region. The European and Americas RMRs are a Swiss format, with the Asian RMR played in a double elimination format. Initial matches are best of 1, while all elimination and qualification matches are best of 3. The Asian RMR is an 8-team tournament with 2 teams advancing to challengers. The American RMR is a 16-team tournament with 4 teams advancing to challengers and 1 team advancing to legends. The European RMR is split into 2 16-team tournaments, European RMR A and European RMR B. From A, 4 teams advance to challengers and 4 teams advance to legends. From B, 5 teams advance to challengers and 3 teams advance to legends. 1 further team advances to the challengers stage from a last chance playoff. Stay tuned to see who will advance from the RMRs to the playoffs phase in Paris. Find the full format explainer, along with schedules, team info, articles, and the best live viewing experience of the Blast TV Paris Major on blast.tv/major.
Welcome back to the Blast TV Major RMRs for Europe. We're heading into Group B, the second week of Counter-Strike action. My name is Dinko, joined by Lucy and Hawker for this one. And last week was kind of crazy, so I'm really excited about this one. Yeah, some upsets, some excitement, drama, everything that you expect and want for an RMR for the very last CSGO Major, and I expect this week to deliver as well. Looking at Group A, we did have some crazy stories coming through. FaZe not making it through immediately. They're down to the last chance qualifiers. So here are the qualified teams. Na'Vi obviously expected, but into the breach, making it through as legends. Yeah, man, a lot of fun teams making it through. You know, we start off Na'Vi, Fnatic. These are teams you expect to see, and then boom, we get a couple of upsets in there. And honestly, all teams that really impressed us with their individual ability. OG also making it through. Definitely good to see from them. Wasn't sure what to expect from them, but all in all, really nice to see some of those teams making it. Yeah, Mouse made it 2 there as well. Here's the eliminated sides. VP, Sprout, 1 win, Saw, Viperio. Goodbye to all those. I think VP was the biggest upset there, coming through as an eliminated side. Yeah, that one sort of caught everyone off guard, coming in as a bit of a favorite. And yeah, I think Viperio, you know, it's like the 2 scales of UK CS. We had one incredible victory and one sad little elimination in Viperio. Yeah, dead last, unfortunately, for them. But that's Group A. The action at Group B might just be as mental, because I think people were coming into this saying that we're expecting some upsets coming through. Absolutely. Listen, it just seems like RMRs always cause this, right? The pressure that's on everybody. And you also see the emotions of a lot of the teams. Like for some of the eliminated teams, man, they were crushed, absolutely crushed. Everyone's putting their all into this. And that just makes it so that you've got to be able to deal with that pressure, man. Well, Group B has a whole new set of teams to look at. So we'll take a look at the teams you've got here. Heroic coming in, probably as favorites. Cloud9 been looking really good too. Final Pro League, qualified for some big events, Lucy.
Yeah, I think, you know, the conversation has always been that RMRB looks a lot more stacked. And I mean, considering the upsets we had in the first RMR, this one's going to be pretty crazy because, you know, we haven't even mentioned teams like Vitality, one of the few French teams that can make it to the major, or, you know, French actual organizations. G2, obviously a massive name. Astralis on an upward trajectory. There's a lot of excitement in this group.
Yeah, and a lot of opportunity to slip up as well, but Heroic and Cloud9 definitely two teams we'll be looking at as close as possible. Here's the opening games in the 0-0 column. 500 taking on Heroic, coming in with a good seed. Cloud9 versus FORZE, that's going to be interesting. Is there any match that really jumps off the page to you, Hawka?
Ooh, that's a good question. I mean, name value-wise, you look at Astralis Vitality and think that's going to be a good game. But honestly, a game like Cloud9 FORZE, there's definitely upset potential there. Same with 9 versus G2. FORZE and 9 are the sorts of teams I think could be the real surprises like we saw in the other group.
Well, here's the schedule for both streams. We are running an A and B stream today, and we are on the A stream currently. Heroic versus 500 will be our opening game. We'll round out the first set of matches with Eternal Fire versus Nip on this A stream. So plenty to look forward to. You can see all of the times correlating on the left side of the screen. A little bit of a delay getting things started today, but we have got ourselves Heroic versus 500 to focus in on, Lucy. I mean, we talk about Heroic as a team that definitely should be going through this pretty cleanly, ideally 3-0, but 500, the Bulgarians, they always have a little bit of flair to them, don't they?
Yeah, it's an interesting matchup. Obviously, it's the #1 seed versus the 16 seed, so it's probably the most disparaging in terms of like the difference between the two with these matchups that we have this morning, but it's best of ones, right? We saw it in week 1, just how they can deliver. I think that's what makes the first day always the most exciting, because it just feels like you got all these matches and you got to sift through all the chaos to see who comes out ahead.
Absolutely, yeah, and obviously for Heroic, these guys realistically are so solid as a team that I almost always expect them to make it through these groups. I think they have the highest floor out of any team in CS right now. Even when they're playing at their lower levels, they're still so good.
Yeah, and that's something actually Katie was criticizing the team for back at Rio. And if we watched the documentary after the major, he was saying, sometimes I don't think our lowest level is good enough, but they start to raise that over the last few events, and we've seen them get to the finals, but they're always the team that never break through. Starting this major circuit, they'd love to get themselves into the final again, but this time pick it up.
Yeah, I mean, they're a consistent playoffs team, right? That's one of the good things about Heroic. They always seem to just make it through, and I think, you know, 3-0 is a reasonable expectation for them, but they have to get through teams like 500 who come in with everything to gain. Yeah,
for years, the Bulgarians have been the crazy upset team, the best of ones. You never really want to go up against these guys, so they're back again, looking to try and push through to the major. Now, that would be incredible, and if you're a #1 seed and you're playing into this best of one against the Bulgarian side, it's not as easy of a matchup as you think it is, Alex.
Yeah, I would say 500 haven't been in the best form recently in their online games. You probably see that with some of the ratings. But at the same time, these guys definitely do have firepower. I think Rainraker on the AWP is solid. Ship's definitely an explosive player. They do have someone like Nikki in here, though, who can bring a bit of structure to the team. So it's not just all going to be down to the firepower, which is kind of what it felt like it used to be for these guys.
Well, the highest rated player for a while has been Rainraker over the last 3 months at 1.11 rating. Seen him floating around a bunch of different Bulgarian teams recently, Lucy. We've seen him and Ships just kind of going all over the place. But he has always been a consistent feature of those teams.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about this team. I mean, some of the makeup might be new, but the actual players and all these pieces have been around in the scene for a long time. There's plenty of experience here, even if we don't see a team like 500 at these big events often.
Yeah, well, we did get to see Ships back at this event. I got to talk with him this morning ahead of their opening game. Obviously, you guys are very scary when it comes to the best of ones. The Bulgarians always have a chance to upset. How are you guys feeling coming into the event?
I feel confident. Best of one, it's always good for the underdog, so I think we can make it happen.
Now, we've seen you around for a long time, coming into the opening game versus Heroic. It's a tough match to get going first, but we always see you guys through history. You're always able to pull the best of ones through. What do you think your biggest strength is?
I think if everyone is rolling and they have a good day, we can beat anyone, so that's our biggest strength.
I was speaking with Katie this morning, and I asked him that question about you guys, and he said it was you. So, feeling confident with those words?
Yeah, I mean, we know each other, so it's going to be a fun game.
Now, if we see Inferno, I don't know if that's coming through, but we see the Mag 7 Ships come out on the half wall.
I mean, they know about it, so it's going to be tough, but maybe I will try it. We will see.
Always great to hear from Ships. Always great to see him back at an event, and that has to be his brand, is the fact that he's able to get those Mag 7 kills. But they are going up against a very difficult opponent, as we've spoken about. Kadian has some good words for Ships, but this team, well, everyone can frag.
I think the numbers speak for themselves, right? It's one of the most consistent teams in terms of those performers. Everyone always is able to shine, and as Hawker mentioned, that ceiling is just so high, the floor, sorry, is so high for this team.
Absolutely. And look at Yabi in the middle, top rated for the team now. A lot of people were questioning that move, saying he wasn't fitting in that well. Well, he's certainly fitting in nicely now.
Well, Heroic didn't have far to travel. I got to talk to Kadian this morning. Coming into Group B of the RMR, any surprises from Group A for you?
Let's not get started, right? Plenty. But I think that can also be, there's a lot of negative things to be said about the group drawings and the seedings, but at least when you're in Group B, you know that it's going to be fucking tough, You are not going to underestimate anyone. It's a tough draw, so you better be ready for every game.
Now, how are you feeling about this opening? Because we've seen teams that drop the ball straight away in the best of ones. The road becomes a lot more tough. How are you feeling about these Bulgarians? Because they're sometimes very scary in the BO1s.
Yeah, I mean, they have like a little bit similar sometimes to like the Eastern European like CAS team mentality, where they just do their things and they don't really care about it, And some of the things is also breaking some of the protocols that like at least Tier 1 teams is playing by. So that's something we really need to look out for. Ships is a guy I've competed against for many years, so glad to see him back. But it's going to be a tough game. But like you said, getting the good start is important. I think looking at the veto, we have many good directions to go. So yeah, I'm feeling good.
What do you think the biggest strength of this side you're going up against is?
That's a good question. I think like Ships has proven before that he can win maps single-handedly. And then they have some of the like Nikiwan and Denislaw as well, who at times can kind of be a little bit careless, and that's healthy for like a best of one format at least. But yeah, I think Ships, I like this guy a lot.
Good to see you guys here. Good luck in your opening game.
Thank you.
Of course, the Bulgarians breaking some of the protocols that the Tier 1 teams go with. We'll take a look at the veto. Kadian said he felt confident in terms of where they could take this one, Lucy.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to feel comfortable and confident wherever this one goes. I think based on what we've seen so far, it's expected to see maybe a map like Inferno coming through. It's probably one of their best maps anyway. It's a map that everyone wants to play. So yeah, exactly what comes through.
Yeah, straight in with the Inferno. I think Heroic are pretty happy about that. I will say on the 500 side, it is a good point that I think the best of ones is the best chance for these guys, right? They definitely have players that can take over in a BO1 format. They'll be looking to get off to that good start, and they might need it here in this tough RMR.
Yeah, I think the thing about this Bulgarian side is, they always find a way to win a round. If they have a low buy, Ships has always been very good at getting them back into it. He's willing to use the shotguns. They're really good on the deagles. And, when you are a little bit careless and you take a few more risks, that can work. And at least Inferno, I think, plays into the comfort of Heroic a little bit more. I feel like it's not a map where you can really get away with individual plays as much as you would, say, on a Mirage, for example. There isn't enough space, really, to catch them off guard.
Yeah, and I think that's why Kadian is so confident coming into Inferno, right? It feels like it plays straight into their playbook. You can see they're getting pretty hyped up here. They know exactly, just having watched that first group, what can happen. I mean, you saw Kadian's interview. He knows that teams like 500 can upset, so he's not going to be giving anything in this best of one. Yeah,
well, it's time for some predictions on this one. I'm having to go with Heroic. We take a look at what we've predicted throughout the day. These are the Unicorn predictions. I feel like everyone's kind of on a similar page, apart from the Heroic Aurora. I feel like that's the most scary upset moment.
Yeah, I mean, listen, honestly, NIP should probably be favorites against Eternal Fire, but I don't think anyone has faith in NIP right now. I think Aurora Spirit could be a close one too, because Spirit have not been in the best form themselves lately.
Well, it is going to be the Bulgarians taking on Heroic in the opening game here of Group B. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, the first game will be underway. Well, it's about time to get into the action here. Heroic taking on 500 in the opening of EU Group B. And we have got ourselves the unicorn odds at the bottom of the screen, favoring Heroic heavily. I think we've set up all the reasons why, Alex. I don't think you can go against Heroic in this opening game.
No, not really. This is probably one of the safest games you're going to get. Yes, 500 have players capable of winning BO1s, but if that's the one thing we're pointing to on the 500 side, it kind of shows you that their options, in theory, should be limited in this one.
I think that those odds, I mean, they're actually not that wild. Like, we saw some crazier ones back in last week, and that kind of speaks volumes to how close and competitive that this entire group is going to be. So even this one here with the number 1 seed versus the number 16, could go the other way.
Well, Heroic's path to Paris now begins. They take their first steps versus 500. It's kicking off on Inferno. The previous runners-up at the Rio Major are back, fighting for their chance to head to Paris. They've seen some of their competitors drop to the wayside in the other group, and now they are feeling good. The team that actually took them down in that grand final are already out of the competition. So that's kind of crazy. We'll see how Heroic gets started here on the CT side. Cadian crossing across middle. Sees a few players going towards Banana.
Continuing to jump peek in the apartments as well, getting a bit more information. Some players all the way back in second mid. Stound's got a very wide position here. Flashbang likely to be set up. That's coming through, and he was just out in the open.
Ships on the half wall, man. That's how we're going to kick things off. His favorite position. This time on the T side, boosted over the top of it. Yabi looking to hold. The Joboret is laying down the law. Gunslinging his way to a kill. Shush able to help him out, and Heroic are holding the site for the time being. Yabi just mauling them to pieces until Dennis Law and Rainwaker fight back. So suddenly a 2 versus 2, and the bomb goes down.
Ballsy position to push through that smoke, but they went for it. And now this crossfire on the site seems pretty solid. No utility to flush them out here.
They know they're both on site, though. They couldn't have escaped just with that time. Rainwaker's gonna stick one out, trying to peek. Tessus has Dennis Law locked on in. Spots the shoulder. Headshot comes on through. Has to be Rainwaker looking for the fight. Spots both. The time is ticking. No kit, but they swing it once. Cadian takes him down, and Heroic take the pistol.
Yeah, good pistol. Cadian getting fired up right away. They know how important the start of these competitions are. You can't drop the ball in the best of ones. You want a pistol. I think a lot of teams were saying, you know, you can win 6 rounds off the back of a pistol in a best of one. So pistol's a lot more important in this situation.
Yeah, it was interesting there from 500. They got that clean pick on Banana, but I feel like they wanted to create chaos in this round. So you see this push into the CT smoke just really did not work on this occasion. Heroic's rotate arrived at a nice time. And it's unfortunate because I think 500 had the right idea of trying to cause that bit of chaos by pushing the CT smoke. But you wonder, when you're up in a clean 5v4, do you need to take that risk? You can probably just take the site control instead.
Well, they got the bomb plant, Lucy, which means they've got a really solid buy here. AKs and Galil's out already.
Yeah, it's actually not that bad, right? Ships is going a little wanting. He's decided to get the utility for the team, which, that's fine. And the HG, well, the investment was worth it.
Yeah, Ships doesn't mind playing on the lower tier weapons. He still feels very confident, even with just the Deeg. And Yabi clears a bit of Banana on his own, but it is the attack of 500 coming up towards middle. Maybe Cadian will be under pressure here first, Alex.
Not easy when you don't have the AWP right in this position, especially when you're against an AK on the other side. Seems like 500 will have to take a little longer on this approach. I do like this angle Cadian's holding. I think it's a little awkward to clear because he's holding a bit further back. Now he's positioned himself out into the open, and that allows the AK to get the fight.
He moved over because the rotation came from Stound to be able to set up. He could be a bit of a bait and switch setup, but, well, it's all bait, no switch. Tessus is getting a little bit pushed down. He doesn't spot it.
No.
He's out in the open. Ships takes him down.
Oh, Tessus making the move at the wrong time, and he commits himself to death. Not a single kill for Heroic yet, and now the Bulgarians, they're attacking B. They're trying to rotate over here in time, Heroic, but they're nowhere near the action. Stound is the closest player to them.
Has to find something. Spotted one on the cross, and he's actually given the fight, but can't quite connect with the head. The bomb's going to go down. You've got 3 players here, but I mean, this is an expensive retake if it goes awry. Still going to flash on through, but Stound's not being given anything here. Abby has spotted out that player again, but yeah, nothing facing.
Yeah, if you commit to this and lose this round, you're basically giving up that good start. If you save these 3 weapons, you still have a decent buy in the next round, and you can still bite back. Heroic make that decision. They lose to the force buy. Some great shots coming in from 500, and also a little bit of a reposition problem there from Tessa's Holka.
Yeah, decided to take the risk, and it kind of happens because Cadian falls towards long. Feels like maybe he has to take some initiative. I thought Heroic were doing a solid job at not giving away those opening fights, but Cadian repositions with that double stack on long. That means TeSS decides he thinks he has to make the info play, and it's a good example of how sharp some of these 500 players can be. They were so quick on those kills.
You're good to see Ships getting on early with that deagle. He was the one that didn't really have anything, and it still was enough. So Heroic now working with not the best fight. Cadian and TeSS going to go wanting with those 5-7, but hey, you know what they can do.
A lot of damage.
Ooh,
and
one
that is
HP.
exactly what has come in onto Ships. He is so lucky to be alive. And they just go back from 500. They clear out the sandbags. They double nade the common standing position from Heroic. But they've gone for this boost, and we have seen this become so popular this year. First used around Katowice and the blast groups at the start of the year. Well, it's so strong, and for good reason. Yabby's going to hold it.
It's so hard to remove the player on bottom. Smoke gets dropped, Yabby gets the kill for free. Easy as you like it for Heroic. That set up exactly what they were looking for.
Yeah, you can use that to devastating effect, and it's a great round to pull it out into when you have the weaker guns, but you don't have a really strong buy across the board. A little gimmick can get you that opening kill.
Classic Heroic, just immediately rotating a fourth player over as well. They
exactly.
love a big rotate like that.
But you can see how quick they can re-rotate that player back to fill the A gap. So active.
Difficult here for 500 to figure out how to come back into this round. A little bit of utility remaining, but it needs to be a very clean site take.
This B setup's so good.
It is so strong right now, and the limp forward from 500 might be met with devastating force. Yabby, ooh, can't Yabby do anything, and he goes down. Patrick and Rainwaker into the site. Oh, they shred open the B defense. That looked perfect, Lucy.
Well, it doesn't matter how good it is if you just clear every angle. Ready for the boost in round 2 after you've just been boosted on, plus catching the player through the smoke. Nothing went right. Okay, that was cool from Cadian. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
The HE to get the FAMAS.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate it's a FAMAS, right?
Yeah,
it's
not the worst
not the
thing.
one he really wants there, but Heroic, yeah, they had the perfect setup. It looks so good. They get the opening kill as well, so they're up a player.
And there's 1 HP on Ships. He's still alive, by the way. He's just waiting to try and catch someone off on the rotate.
And that's the strength of 500. They can win those kind of rounds, Holka. And they might actually get rid of Stound's M4 here. This might be a big problem. Stound luckily collects 2, so should be able to hang on to it.
A nice position from Stound, just enough of an off angle that made it hard for his opponents to deal with him. He even gets another at the end. That is really good damage, but it's not the ideal start for Heroic. It's just such a clean initial fight from Rainwaker. I think that's what makes the difference there. The way he's able to jiggle into position and just win that first fight, it completely takes away the double stack that Heroic thought they had. And if you can win that first fight unexpectedly, it instantly makes the crossfire so much less deadly.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there was a miscommunication there or what, because I feel like TeSS should have been immediately there on the trade or even taking the first contact rack, because he had the 5-7. But doesn't get involved. I like this push though. Down, getting aggressive, but he's not able to hit the shot. Gets a headshot, but not anything else. And Patrick, well, he makes short work of Cadian.
This is really scary, man. These shots from 500 are incredible. It's just instant headshots every time. If you wanted an upset, this is the start that you would want to see for it.
And we heard Ships in the interview before this. He said their biggest strength was the fact that if everybody is having a good day, they're having a great start to the game, they can beat anyone in his opinion.
Well, this would be a statement victory to open it up. Taking down the top seed, coming in as the bottom.
Maybe that's where they do their best work. 1 minute left.
Heroic full stack the B site.
Look at that. Those like some Mario levels of jumping around.
Ships doesn't mind getting active. Just going to hear a bit of spam back and just get a kill while running through the smoke.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's ridiculous. Ships just MP9 jumping through the CT smoke. Yabby has to give away his boosted position to take that kill, but it's a reply towards A. Not a single player here. Yabby is sprinting back, but he's not going to be able to get there and do anything in time. They've got the apartments control. They've got the site control. Heroic have to just concede this. And 500 go up 3-1.
Ships out here playing MM while everyone else is in the RMR. Where he goes some of these kills, jumping around, running through smokes. I mean, that's the sort of chaos you need to cause to get these sort of upsets. I mean, Heroic are a very structured team, but you cause a little bit of absolute unruly behavior, it can upset any team.
That's what Cadian was saying. They kind of break the laws of Tier 1 Counter-Strike. And maybe that's perfect. Maybe that chaos is exactly what's needed to cook up a win here on Inferno.
I mean, it's a common thing, right? These T1 teams are always playing against each other. They kind of know what to expect against, you know, the teams they're always playing. But you're not always playing a team like 500. And, you know, those sort of play styles in the Tier 2 space and even below that can be pretty different.
Exactly. All the protocols that you practice are designed to deal with what Tier 1 teams throw at you, right? And reactions based on the moves you're used to seeing. Whereas everything they've practiced, if there's a different move or a different protocol taken by the opponents, then it kind of throws you off a little bit, and you have to sort of delve back into their madness and play their game, Holka.
Yeah, and I feel like in RMR Group A, there were probably a lot of players that picked up a lot of new fans. Cypher, Thomas, the UK boys, B&E definitely showing what they can do. I feel like Ships could be the player in this group that gets a lot of new fans from this event, because yes, he's been around for a while, but he's not always been able to play at the top level, and he's a lot of fun to watch. He does some crazy things. It is that timeout now for Heroic. I think it's good to take these really early timeouts in the BO1. Make sure that you have everything on point heading into your first gun round. And we should be able to get into that gun round shortly. Oh, no, not even yet. Yeah, they went for the force in the previous, didn't they?
Yeah, that's really scary if you're Heroic. Suddenly you could be in a position where you're looking at a 1-4 scoreline.
You're letting 500 build up a really good foundation right now. I think they're going to be feeling good about the start of this T side, considering Heroic also won the pistol. So it's all been 500 since then. Up top middle they go. Full pack moving through.
There's a big stack here. 4 players on the side itself. Yabi might even get a kill for free here. He's able to find the one. The spray doesn't connect onto the second, but now the players on site are getting activated. Tessus has found one with the P250. Nikki is very low.
This is a classic Heroic round where you hit the site. There's just so many players waiting for you. It works out well for the start of the round, but now Cadian from the pit has to recover from the damage they have received, and Stown has thrust himself into the 1 versus 1. He's got the health advantage, the AK-47 in hand, and Nikki is worried about where he can plant. He starts to think that Stallin's maybe wrapping around short, but Stown has just backed off. He's playing towards Archway instead. There's a whole lot of time still left in this round.
Clearing this out might allow the default plant if he wanted it, but does Nikki have something else in mind here? Going back to B would be crazy, but I think he might just do it.
With this much time in the clock, why wouldn't you? You've caused chaos. So many players have gone down. I mean, you've got such low HP. You need to get yourself into a position where you can catch him off guard. And if he makes the gamble correctly, that no one is rotated to B, Stown is still over at A, that he can get this bomb down. He's got a smoke and a flash. He can reposition. And I mean, Stown's only just clicked that it's there, and he has no kit.
Yeah, has no kit, no armor right now. It is just that molly and picked up AK-47.
I love the deep CT smoke as well.
A molly to new box will ruin the round for
because he'll just die immediately, right?
Yeah, single tick should do it.
Oh, Stown, does he do it? Oh, he's chosen dark as the position to throw the Molotov from, and that now gives info to Nikki where exactly Stown is coming from. He'll get onto the side, he'll tap, no peek from Nikki yet. He is just patiently waiting, realizing that Stown, it is unlikely he has a kit, and the timing has just worked out perfectly for him in that position. He'll even stop that AK from going into the next round. What a different world it would have been if Stown threw the Molotov towards the back of the site.
It's crazy, that decision. I mean, you can't blame him. I mean, Dark almost feels like the better position, right? Because it's common to throw the Molotov towards new box. But, I mean, Heroic did a good job of almost stealing this one away. 500 forced their way into the side and almost lost everybody in the process. Good decision-making from Nikki, and yeah, unfortunately, I mean, just not peeking from new box. I like that. You know that there wasn't much invested into that, so a kit's unlikely.
Now well worked by the in-game leader, getting his first kill on the board. Big brain plays. Now the buy is out for Heroic. Looks like we might get that aggressive play down mid. The boost has come in. It's Yabi elsewhere to get the opening kill, and Stown's not ready for them to sneak in. Cadian is, though.
That's a better start for Heroic. Opening kill on each side of the map. Yabi got aggressive and Banana to find that one down the bottom towards top T ramp. And then gets a little messy in mid. They're able to come out ahead. Happy to concede this control, knowing that you've got the man advantage. You can keep every angle on lockdown. Key here for Heroic, if they are going to take this round, which they feel comfortable doing, is keeping it as clean as possible because they have not had a good opportunity to build up that bank early. You do not want to get reset if you win this round.
It's just sitting passively now, Heroic. They realize they've got the round in the bag at the moment. Unless some huge individual play comes through from 500 and a mistake from Heroic that allows that. So they're just staying disciplined. 35 seconds left, and that bomb is still trying to make its way towards this A site. They're going to try and wrap in the defense that is here. And I think the setup is perfect for Heroic for this kind of play, right? You got players tucked away, you got players in the pit, a graveyard, and the site. It's going to be so hard to get through.
They got a molly.
They do have a molly to force KD. Now it's down, it's just been picked off. Rainwaker got a double. Now it's Shush inside of the pit, and he's delivering a lot. He will put them all to sleep from the pit itself. Great haul from Shush.
Yeah, having the 3 players inside is good, but you got Kaden in like the worst possible position with the AWP, right? Because he can't really easily face, and as soon as he gets spotted, I mean, what can he do? Almost falls apart, but Shush, one of the best anchor players, if not the best anchor player in the 2-1 space, and always good for a multi. The fact he gets 3 here keeps Heroic in this. Could have been very scary. If he goes down, I mean, even then, it's not good for them.
Scary thing about playing so passively there, you get to see, is that the mollies can be really brutal for you if you're not careful. Only the one molly that time, and look at 500, upping the pace.
Yeah, this is what they love to do, get fast, get in your face, and oh, down. Luckily covered off by Shush. Just about stays up. Shush overwhelmed eventually once he attracts the attention, and Rainwaker 17 out on the balcony, looking to just dive into the site. Stown gets another one. That's impressive considering his low HP. Now the rotation's coming back for Heroic. They're looking to fight right away. Tesses nips at the heels and pulls the player advantage into Heroic's favor.
Surprised that Denny's Law spams the smoke like that. Didn't realize the risk of Arch was going to come through so quickly, and that makes this so much more doable for Heroic in the retake. They've still got incendiaries and the smoke to work with.
That resmoke is kind of brutal though when you got 2 players wanting to come in from outside library. Tilde going to come over. Rainwaker going to be taking the first contact here as Yabby comes on through. This angle is difficult to clear. He's going to be looking around the corner. Rainwaker not given the opportunity yet, and as he does, the rest of the CTs swing on through. Just enough time on the clock.
Yeah, just making sure you get the long players taking some initial contact. That ends up being all important there on the retake. And Heroic able to wait it out. I like the call from 500 though. You saw the CTs getting caught off guard in towards top mid. But Denny's Law getting caught in the 3-on-3 seemed like the deciding moment there. I don't know if he needed to fight in that position. I don't know if he needed to hang around.
I think that was a good example of Heroic's responsiveness. The fact that Stown, he's been dinked down, he's on like 10 HP. He manages to get onto the site, get up onto the box, and able to find another kill. If he doesn't do that fast reposition, the whole round is probably called off.
Well, this looks more standard for 500. No fast play this time. Although Ships is always going to be a nuisance.
Yeah, he just jumps over the car smoke. And now we might actually get something done here. Yabby re-aggresses Grave Flash. It was the perfect response for Heroic to deal with that. Ships caught off, completely blinded, severed off from his teammates as well. Yabby hanging around, definitely keeping himself in the danger zone right now. Oh, Yabby holds. Dennis Law set up to take that peek. Yabby unaffected by the flashbang, and it's a second easy kill for Heroic. 1 minute left on the clock, another 5 versus 3.
I like they weren't deterred to go for the 3B setup early, even after the last round, where they almost got overwhelmed on A, knowing that 500 is unlikely to pull the same strat out twice in a row. So now they feel pretty comfortable here, the boost up. And it's 2 players coming up towards B. They've got to lurk out A. What's the play here?
That's a great question. I'm trying to come up with a play that could win them the round.
It feels like is this a save? It must be. He's calling out off his lurk. Yeah.
Well, I don't think anybody found the play that they were looking for that. So they're going to back off. They're going to save their weapons. And you can see why, because the money would be gone. The percentage chance of winning this round, even if you went for it, is very low. So just saving their weapons, at least having a shot at winning the next round. But that does mean the scoreline is now evened up at 4-4 at the start of Inferno. We do have another stream that isn't as close right now. Cloud9 taking on FORZE. It looked like the scoreline was 6-0 over there, and Jerry showing a lot of frustration.
Surprised to see that one. I thought that would be the closer game, just given those 2 teams, their histories. what FORZE have shown us in recent form, but, well, Cloud9 coming in looking pretty hot.
I think this Inferno game we're currently watching could also turn into a one-sided affair now. I think it has the potential right now for Heroic just to, sure, have a little bit of a shaky start after losing the FORZE buy, but ever since they got the guns back, it's been pretty one-sided. So this is what this game could certainly delve into.
Yeah, and it's worth pointing out just the strength of Heroic's T sides as well. I think they're masters of pulling the rotations and picking and prodding on Inferno in particular. So got that to look forward to. 500. A good start on this side. If they can, pinch a few more rounds here and then get off to a similar good start on the CT side, then definitely got a chance to steal this best of one away. But Heroic now 4-4 up, and it's not going to be the best buy for 500. So Heroic in a good position this round, but they've shown what they can do. Ships with the Deagle already proven his point, and Patrick with the Mac-10 might go fast.
Ooh. A little too easy for Cadian this time. Still looks like 500 are focused on that A site, though.
Alright, keeping them back for now, and they're pushing down Banana too. Looks down. Look how deep he is.
Yeah, it's full control established. There's not really any easy way for 500 to take the control back either. Their utility is very lacking. So once the smoke fades, they might be interested in poking on in. But you can see Tess is ready to redeploy the smoke, so that entire entrance is denied.
Wow, they're just suffocated right now. They have no map control. They've just got mid, and now they have to just send themselves forward and fight. That's the only way they could get Banana back. And a 1-for-1, they'll take it.
Yeah, speed is really the only answer here. Well, that speedy double kill from Tess is 2 headshots, 1 through the smoke, and Cadian misses his chance, but Rainwaker now in a 1 versus 3, and they know where he is. He's playing with this player in towards Library, spots him out, can't quite connect the shot. It's actually the only player over on A. The issue is the bomb is, well, that's over on B, and it's under the control of Heroic, and Shush has Rainwaker under his control.
Shush is just so solid.
He doesn't make mistakes, really, does he?
Yeah, that's what you got to love about him. I'd say it's him and JKS who I look at as some of the better supportive players in the world right now. I don't know how JKS puts up his numbers, though. It's crazy. But Shush, so reliable. And I always talk about how it's so important for Heroic's playstyle. When you see them make those occasional big rotates, you've got to have a very reliable player on the other side. Shush is definitely that. And I think you're right, Dinko. I feel like early on, maybe Heroic weren't fully ready for 1 or 2 of those fast grouped plays from 500. But I get the feeling now they're in the game, they're going to start to get a feel for how 500 are playing. I don't know if 500 will get away with those early plays, especially not with those nades.
Yeah, you can see it's already delving into just desperation from the side of 500. You're sending ships up half wall a couple of rounds now. Heroic completely read that. Then just a swing out balcony, hoping you can get a trade kill back. Heroic ready for absolutely everything 500 are throwing at them.
I mean, it's the same sort of play, right? So I think it's just how 500 want to go for these rounds. It's just, if you only have that one gear, it's a little easy to counter you once Heroic start to get a feel for it.
Well, FORZE have just won their first round over on the other stream. Let's see if 500 can turn this one back. Cadian from the pillar, no issue connecting that shot with the AWP. And even if they do get into the site or misses a shot here, he's got the rifle support. Oh, Yabby up on second oranges. So Cadian does fall to the Deeg. Tessis is now rotated over, and he's setting up distraction. They don't have a smoke to cross over CT, so it should just be a shooting gallery for Tessis. And even if he went down, Yabby was at the ready. So good round for Heroic yet again.
Yeah, I mean, that one goes to script right. It was just the pistols, only a couple of Deagles in the mix, and we got to see a nice shot coming through on Acadian. That one goes as expected. Now 500 will get all their rifles back out, and this is where we'll be interested to see if they have any sort of different change-ups they might want to go for. We've seen the speed, a bit of aggression just going for these fights towards the half wall. That pacey round up A, that was their best success so far on a gun round, so we'll see if they can replicate something like that. Then a slow with the AWP out as well on that T side.
Oh, those nades again doing damage onto 500. In-game leader Nikki will lead the way to try and fight for this control. Some nade damage going back here onto the Heroic side. See Heroic on fire now. They've won the last 5 in a row. Really taking over in recent rounds, so something has to change for 500. Heroic have previously been sticky on Banana, but in this round, looks like they're pretty happy to play from the bomb site.
You almost sort of entice them into coming here because you've got the extra player, and okay, the aggression is coming through. HE's set up, flashbang over, and well, blind spray does connect. Cadian was on the angle though, and he was not expected.
Oh, Cadian couldn't get back, somehow does. His teammate sure has to be killed, but Cadian better make up for it. Blinded, stuck at the fountain. Oh, they're gonna drown him out, no issue.
That's not a nice spot to be stuck with the AWP. Nowhere to fall back from. They just force their way through.
Yeah, it's really just awkward positioning from Cadian that costs this round, because it forces TeSeS to feel like he has to swing from CT. He just hears his teammate getting peppered. I'm sure Cadian was panicking. TeSeS feels like he needs to come in. He swings, he goes down. So 500 find a way in. I don't know if Heroic will continue to make those mistakes. We'll see. There's actually a player in spawn here, so Rainwaker should have something in the backside. Oh, I don't know if he'll activate in time, actually. This is decent damage.
Oh, Dennis Law, no op. That's a big kill to find the way out for Heroic.
That's the second time where Heroic have been in a position where they've lost the round, but they've still done an exceptional amount of damage. You can see how frustrating that is. Like, you'd won the round cleanly. You had 4 players alive, and suddenly you just have 1 saving over.
That could really affect this next round massively, right? This could be a bounce back from Heroic, considering they saved a few weapons. You got the frustration evident right now. They're not happy about losing that.
It's weird because Rainwaker made it all the way to spawn. So I thought he was going to help his teammates find a safe exit path. But instead, he kind of just lets the CTs get those exit kills onto Banana. All it takes is 1 round loss for Heroic to take a timeout. Yabi's been having a really good start to this game. He's already got 5 opening kills. And has been involved in some part in every single round. Either kill, assist, survive, or trade.
You can kind of see the run-on effects of all that damage they've done. I mean, look what there's Galil's in the mix here for 500. Heroic have a very comfortable buy. They've got an AWP for free they didn't need to invest in. You can see how much money they still have left over. Heroic win this one, then, you know, the half is looking very good for them.
That can sometimes be the difference. The lack of discipline from some of these lower level teams at times, whereas Heroic know just how important all those exit kills can be. Boost down mid, not effective initially. Cadian will have to drop off that.
Yabi takes the initial damage from utility in this round. He's down to 64 health. Ships clears out top Banana with the assistance of 1 flashbang, and oh, he is not going to stop. He is still moving forward here, Ships. The further he goes, he eventually will run into some contact. Smoke goes down towards CT, but he's so deep already, and Ships does not make the most of it. TeSeS takes him out from first oranges. He's got so much support inside of the site too. Flash comes up, it's so solid. They have to tuck their heads down in the pool, and Stown runs in. Only manages 1 from that play. So Yabi feels like he has to do a little more, and he is being peppered through the smoke. They've cleared out the site. Once again, 500 do a great job against the odds.
Yeah, I felt like Yabi got a little bit lost in it all there. He had a potential to completely end the round, but instead just gets spammed out through. Cadian now holding the utility for the plant, but it's not on default, so that's not going to do anything. And okay, well that HE does, and that puts this retake back into contention.
Rainwaker has a really strong position though, out towards Banana, and Cadian is not moving forward. He's just waiting for a peek to come in. Shush can eventually make his play forward. Trying to clear out the site with a util. Yeah, Dark is not a position they're playing these post plants from. It's new box still, and they're leaving themselves with such little time here. Shush doesn't win the fight. Cadian has to save the AWP now. He's trying to pick someone off before he falls away, but 500 have battled their way through this B site quite a few times already.
Nice shot from Cadian. He'll slip away. Yeah, you are right. It seems like this B site is the way that 500 are finding their success.
It's so weird though, because that Heroic setup was really good. You could see they were kind of just all ready for the signal, right? The signal was that smoke going to CT. Immediately, the incendiary goes down, the spam through the smoke. This first player gets absolutely destroyed in Ships, but then they just get a little flustered here. TeSeS can't quite connect the second kill, and he's stuck in first origins, so he can't go anywhere anyway. And the big issue there is Yabi's not able to get involved. He needed to be supporting TeSeS, knowing he's out on the island.
Still okay for Heroic, but They don't have the same luxury they once had. No money in the bank. And now 500 start to go contact towards A instead. And this could be a great time for it. If they go quick enough here, there's only 2 CTs and they're not really watching the apartments right now.
Oh, here they go, popping into the site. Shush, just been incredible so far when tested on this A site, and they've decided they don't want to commit.
Yeah, even there, the timing is so good from him to smoke the apartments like that. Just realizes if they've taken Banana, he can just put nades down, make sure no one on the 500 side can quickly get into the site. And now you've got Cadian established on this Banana angle.
Unless there's a very good flash, Cadian gets 1 kill here. And then he can drop back behind the cover of the half wall.
Even if he doesn't, Yabi's in a very fast rotation position. You can see immediately they move on the minimap as soon as any action comes through. Cadian drops the flames, they burn up a couple. Now he falls back onto this powerful angle, another good spot that's usually good for one. And immediately, 2 more players come to support him. Lack of further contact means they're still in motion.
Cadian likes to drop the smoke and play from the back of the site instead of actually committing to that first kill. And Yabi crosses in front of the smoke. Ships will easily collect that through the smoke somehow. And Cadian, oh, he's doing so much, using the distraction pulled by his teammate from CT to dish out 2 kills of the AWP. Tessus even gets away with one that Cadian had damaged up. Finally, the AWP are removed from the back of the site, but Tessus is still here. And he's not an easy player to take out. Denislaw's low, so the spam through the coffins could be enough, but Tessus walks right around the corner, and Rainwaker puts one between the eyes. I don't know how they've done this, but 500 once again in a competitive post plant on this B site.
The smoke towards Banana, that could just ruin the round, though. Denislaw will be able to line up and has to spam perfectly. They have to take time clearing. Okay, it's just going to be the front side smoke that actually makes it a little bit easier for 500.
The one with the kit, too, and he's still towards CT. Tap. Down has a kit now recovered, and it's going to be the headshot for Shush on the first. Second player is Denislaw towards Banana. They've cleared out the site. They don't know where he's playing from. He's just drawing that time down, trying to deny. He was a little bit too far right on the crosshair, and Shush will hit the headshot. Picked up.
No.
Time, though. It's not enough. Heroic didn't leave enough time for themselves to get the defuse, and it will be 500 pulling it off.
Damn, I thought they had time for that.
I thought they had time as well.
I think he got off it. I feel like he accidentally got off it. They did so much work on the site too, Tessus and Cadian. The fact that they're able to hold on for so long there, we should see this. Okay.
It looked like they had so much time.
I swear they had time.
I
At
don't
least
know.
a second or so.
I didn't even think there was a world in which they didn't have time, but 10-1, they're starting to run out of time over there forwards to get into that game. But 7-6, ooh, I'm not sure what happened there for Heroic.
That's a lovely idea. Slightly deeper angle you get because you're further forward. 500 lose a player early. There is still this terrible buy from Heroic. So it could still go against them, but at least they've got a trick to get them off to a good start.
That's what you need. You need to pull out the tricks when you got these sort of buys. Try and get an unfair advantage early.
Oh, this timing. Okay, he spots them. That's all they needed.
Cadian drifting back over on the rotation. Oh, he's leaving just at the time they're coming through long now. He'll be called back with that utility being thrown up into the sky. Oh, information play will cost him his life. Patrick spams through the thin walls of the library. Shush inside of pit. Needs to use the distraction of Stown to step up with the rifle, and Stown has done more than distract. He's taken a kill. Shush will get another, so the bomb is loose, and suddenly it is just Ships in the 1 versus 2. Heroic with the battered buy are somehow competitive. 35 seconds as Ships enters the clutch. He's ready for the swing around, but he's not able to deal with it. Yabi right away in the 5-7. Heroic bite back.
Ooh, another one of these rounds where it just feels like it comes down to just a single moment to keep them in there. Stown getting a critical kill there as they were hitting on. The fact that Shush finds one there as well when he swings out and there's 2 players in front of him is also pretty incredible. So Heroic just about getting that one over the line. Got a little bit scary there when Cadian gets peeked in library. He's just trying to get the information, and well, he gets a little bit more than that for his troubles.
Competitive first half here. Heading into the last round, it is 500 who are weak on cash. Do they go for anything quick? They've only got 1 AK in play. A lot of players grouped up towards A early here on the 500 side, and Shush is willing to fight them in the apartments. Or maybe just play for info. I think that is the better bet here.
Well, he's got that. And also scares them off from going from a quick apartments pop out of the balcony, right? Once they see someone aggressive in the apartments, you wonder, is there a setup in there? you don't really want to commit to that heavy aggressive play through apps through the balcony. So slowing the play down right away here at 500.
And Heroic are a team that just respond to information so quickly. You can see, look at this rotation already over. 4 players here to reinforce. Nothing in Banana at all affords them this luxury. This contact's about to come through. The spam this time going the way of Heroic. Gabby gets through, two through the smoke, looking like maybe even a third if he keeps clicking that trigger.
Oh, he's so close to it, Lucy.
100%. There it is.
And Tessa's helps out, so just Rainwaker doesn't get anywhere here for 500 in the last round of the first half. Just a matter of time before Rainwaker is found towards Boiler. Heroic will leave the half ahead. Nate goes in, confirms his position. Now they come to swing. Rainwaker will fall. Good start here from Heroic. A close half as the Bulgarians keep it competitive. It's time for a short break, but we return with the second half.
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in the Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against Navi. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Astralis just before in semi-final. Like just, I said that a lot, like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day when the French team stopped at some point, and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Extase we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory though.
Cloud9 taking on FORZE and Inferno at their opening game here at the RMR, and it's looking very good for Cloud9. About to end this first half 11-4. It seems like a very dominant T side throughout that game, or rather 12-3, but it's starting to go back the other way. That looks like a quick couple of kills there from Shalfie. 11-4 about to come through. Turns out I was right the first time, Lucy, mid a prediction. Looks good right now.
Yeah, that's not a half maybe I was expecting there. I felt like FORZE came in here. I was expecting that to be a very close affair, much like the one that we've got here between Heroic and 500, but Cloud9 looking pretty good, even if they are going to lose this round, most likely, unless Hobbit pulls off a masterful clutch. But
yeah, definitely was expecting more rounds out of Heroic in this half, but I think they took a little while to warm up, losing the 4 spy as well. So Dennis Law aggressive down mid here on the CT start. Ooh, he's looking to catch down, and he will do exactly that. Cadian trades, but Shift is also there, and coming through is Rainwaker and Nikki. Cadian having to do with the most that he can here for Heroic, but they're still behind a player.
I love this. Oh, more fighting going on, but this is exactly what 500 needs to do. Something a bit crazy in the pistol. You get both pistols, get the conversions, and I mean, that's your secret into beating a team like Heroic. Rainwaker repositioning, getting the angle, but can't quite connect the headshot.
Oh no, Nikki struggling in the back of the heads, can't find any of them. And so this 2v2 leaves Heroic with options open.
Yeah, they're split up as well in this 2v2, so they're one on each site. So Heroic gathering after the apartments. This could be the perfect play for them, or it could work out really poorly.
The thing is, Cadian's like a single shot from death. So, okay, well.
So is Rainwaker.
If Rainwaker had hit that shot, I think the round is won, but this now becomes very difficult for Patrick.
Here he comes. St. Patrick on his way back into the site. And no one peeking him, no one giving him a chance.
Wallbang it with the USP. Come on, do it.
Oh, sound made, and immediately Shush had a great pistol round there. Unbelievable shots coming in from him. As you said, you know, if just even one player goes down on the balcony, that's the round done. So Shush really need to step up there.
It's so risky going for the apps pop as well, just because that's normally a position where the player coming out first always dies, right? Because you could see he was ready for it in the pit as well. But Shush also ready.
Yeah, what a crazy recovery for Heroic. That's a 2v4. They turn around. Pretty nice.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
That's Danish for really good guys.
Exactly, yeah.
Language lessons.
You'd never
here.
say a bad word, guys.
Nope.
They're all really
You know,
nice.
Heroic have never sworn in their life.
No, never.
Wow, this looks as easy as they come.
No force in 500, despite it getting close there, which can tempt you into it, right? We definitely see a lot of teams force the second round CT side if they manage to take down a lot of T players, but this round's going to go very, very simply because they're going towards B, where, as you can see, if you look at that mini-map in the top left corner, everybody, there is nobody on the B site, which means Heroic can just walk on through, and that fountain is going to get absolutely demolished.
Yeah, you're gambling against the master gamblers, and basically they've become the house, and the house always wins, Halka.
I mean, you don't know that. What if I've just only ever done one spin in my life and just win it, you know?
Well, eventually.
Think about that?
Yeah, but then they win on everybody else.
What if I'm
Not
the only
you.
one that's ever gone?
But then that's a very bad casino then, isn't
You
it?
never know, man. You never know, man. I hate this night.
Schrodinger's cat, Hawker's Casino.
Yeah.
The two philosophical conundrums plaguing us here today.
Who's got the ugliest knife in CS? And why is it Tessus?
What's he rocking?
He's got a nice...
It's like a gut knife.
It's green though, right? It's like the Doppler.
Yeah.
nice.
I think it's kind of cool.
It's just too gritty. I don't like it.
Anybody who has the rusty shadow daggers,
Ah, yes.
They
Everyone's
suck.
favorite.
Does any pro rock the shadow daggers?
Yes.
I don't know.
I've seen
skins.
Cadian use them before.
Yeah.
They'll be coming back into vogue in CS2. They no longer do the jumpy thing.
yeah, they don't do the
I
little
bought a
shaky
pair 'cause
crosshair.
They do that.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I think the Deagle does now, though, in CS2. It does have the little shaky thing that the Shadow Daggers used to do.
The old
So
shit.
it's a trade-off. There has to be a little bit of shake somewhere. Give and shake. Anyway, Heroic looking very good in the first couple of rounds of this second half. And this is where things will start to get a little bit more frustrating for 500 if they drop the ball in this gun round. Rifles picked up.
The bomb has been left in spawn for Heroic.
It has.
But we'll ignore that fact.
can
I hope
kill
they're not
everyone.
trying to fast play here.
It's a new feature here for Heroic.
Yeah, I think Stoun's realized. He'll go back.
Let's
for
hold
it.
on, guys. Don't leave the bomb in spawn.
There's
Just
always
bring it out of the
someone
hallway,
there,
plant
right?
it. Yeah, we've had a few conversations about this. You know, everyone leaves it. in
Not even
spawn
leaving
zone.
nades in spawn, juggling them forward for
Yeah,
Cadian.
sounds like
Cadian's
fine.
just standing there and he's like, bring me the smoke.
He's like,
The
Stown,
nade.
go fetch me all the nades, the bomb.
I mean, while this has been happening, 500 have just taken banana control. So they'll be happy with that. They've used a lot of utility in the process, though.
No, it's
Could be a
500
real
saying
issue
they're
here.
like, this is a super passive. They must be planning something. Nope, Heroic just left everything in spawn, and now finally
Oh,
they start to try and take banana. It's worked out so well for them. Barbecue
Beautiful.
ships.
It looked like that molly cleared a hell of a lot. And Ships is someone who likes to go aggressive like that, so I wonder if that's Heroic doing their homework, clearing out that corner wisely. And now up in the 5v4, they'll move back towards A.
Single molly gets all of that control back. That's crazy. There is a third player here now, and they're actually going to stack it. They're going for the heroic strategy, bringing everybody over, and Rainwaker's about to be under a lot of pressure, but has the support from Library. Smoke comes through, Rainwaker gets two, unbelievable, and Nikki with the spam, another. Cadian desperately trying to cling something back here. Yabi out through the apps as well.
19 seconds.
Ooh.
Not a lot of time here for Cadian. He's not going to be able to win this round, unfortunately. So he's running forward. Doesn't want to die after the time. He does have residual cash left over at 3K. But they're just baiting him back further into a CT spawn, where he will take the kill on Rainwaker and have an avenue to save. So no one's near him. Cadian will survive with the AK-47, but Heroic, yeah, not the greatest round though. They've run out of time, and a timeout being taken here for 500. I see a little T hand signal right there.
That was a good risk taken by 500 to rotate this third player towards A. Rainwaker just able to line up two, spam through the smoke, helping. Heroic will be a little disappointed they weren't able to trade that.
Considering they got the opening kill for free, right? But it did cost them a lot of time, and I guess that forced their hand a little there.
Well, 500 take the timeout after their round win. Oh, interesting.
What's he planning?
Let him cook. Let him cook.
Very sinister, wasn't it?
Little hand rub.
It's almost as bad as if he was doing like the finger one, like the Mr.
Yeah,
Burns
exactly.
style, and it was just one step away from that. Expect him to swivel around, and there's like a little cat on his lap that he's patting.
Yeah, exactly.
Cadian's too nice of a guy, though, to be the villain. I don't know.
Wrong. He can be a villain.
Oh, look at this again. Aggression down mid.
Oh, Cadian. Oh, he's just been destroyed. Rainwaker keeps going. Down was not ready. And the aggression down middle working out here for 500. We've seen BNE do this against FaZe a lot. It can really disrupt the favorite side on the T side. And they've got themselves the advantage off of that maneuver.
I actually really like that 500 don't stick around and try and get Rainwaker out of there. They say, you know what, he's got 2 kills. He's basically dead. We don't need to hold second mid here. We've got the advantage from his initial play. And now they're confident they can hold back in their standard setup.
Used to be a good day for Rainwaker when it was pouring rain this morning. Massive double kill. Anti-flash being held here by Nikki, ready to pop up. He has a bit of utility. I don't know what point he's going to dispense that, but he's going to hold on to it. Okay, there comes the Incendiary. Slow things down. Now he can reposition. He has the smoke to deploy as well. And they're just going to be contacting through here. Patrick up on the boost, not given the opportunity first. His teammates fallen.
3 versus 3. Patrick up on top. Just one from the MP9, but he'll be happy with that because that one kill puts them in the player advantage for the retake. They've got one player coming up banana as quickly as they possibly can, and Yavi has seized the gap, seized the opportunity to get in behind them through CT spawn, and he is starting to wrap through, just relying on Shush to stay alive. And we talked about Shush. He's so good at just not making mistakes and just staying alive long enough for Yavi to activate around the back side. And finally they take him out, but he stays up just long enough for Yavi to double up. And Denislaw, the last remaining player, sprinting on the site, making no secret where he is coming from. And Yabi is just patient. He has no need to peek him until the tap of that defuse. And now he will start to strike. He's missing the shots. Knife out, and the kill comes through. 11 rounds for Heroic. Yabi with a wonder play.
Lovely from Yavi. You saw the CT having to fumble around to get that kit to try and stick it in the smoke. And Yavi lands a couple of shots and says, all right, I'll get the knife out. I'll confirm it with that. This was just set up beautifully, though. Spade transfer was so easy for him. And then a little left click to seal the deal.
Well recovered from Heroic. Again, one of these rounds where they're in a position where it feels like it's all up against the wall. Losing 2 players early, yes, they get one back, but walking into that side looked a little bit tricky with that boost up there, but player on the side just not able to get anything done. Really needed to come out good for a single kill, and that could have enabled the boost player to maybe get activated, but doesn't quite work out that way. And then that fantastic push from Yabi to secure the round.
That's a really heads-up play. For all he knew, there could have been a player rotating in from CT, but he just takes the risk, figured he needed to do something in that scenario. Great to see Yabi taking initiative like that now on this team, looking so much more comfortable than when he initially joined the lineup. He's become a star on this squad now. And look at what it does to 500. They go for a force, but it looks so dodgy for them.
Scary time to be taking a force. Might be giving Heroic a lead that you can't bring back. But Rainwaker, oh, is looking to try and catch something in the apartments. All he catches is strays from Yabi's gun.
Catching strays, poor Rainwaker. Now they're walking up Banana on the Heroic side of things. Just holding for the time being. If they keep walking, they'll walk into quite the nasty stack over here on B.
The old classic stackaroonie. Both these teams love a stack.
They do.
Stacks
they really
on stacks.
I feel like it's just Inferno these days.
Yeah, make a gamble because retakes are so difficult. So,
especially in this sort of scenario where you don't even have any money in the bank.
Well, it might work out for them. Yeah, in this economy, you definitely want to go for some gambles. They're actually going back. They feel like no presence has been spotted towards A. That's where we get the first kill. They've got some utility still on this B side, so clearly we'll just focus in on this A plate. And Heroic are about to walk into an empty A bomb site. So it's 12 rounds going to be picked up here for Heroic.
Yeah, and Tessus can then go on a bit of an adventure. He's got that Mach 10. Why not go exploring? Map the uncharted territories of the B side of the map.
I love seeing Shush top of the server. Doesn't always get that opportunity on Heroic.
I feel like when you see him top of the server, it kind of speaks volumes to the type of game that's being played when he's the one that's being tested constantly. I think it's really shows how this is going for Heroic when you don't have a play like Stown at the top.
Yeah, Stown has been pretty mediocre so far. 11 for 12, KD. Or 11 for 11, sorry.
11-11.
11-11.
Believe you have to make a wish in that number, I think. Don't know why.
I think he has to make the wish.
Yeah.
I ain't making the wish for him.
You can't tell him, and you can't tell us what his wish is, though.
I learned of another time on the clock that's memorable.
Okay.
That's 10 to 10.
10 to 10.
It's cowboy time.
Cowboy time. All right, what do you do then?
I don't know what you do then. It's just cowboy time.
All right, pistols at dawn. Pistols at dawn.
That's it. Yeah.
Damn.
13-5 in that FORZE game versus Cloud9. So definitely remaining one-sided for Cloud9. A great start to their RMR run.
That's crazy.
14-5, in fact. 2 away from closing that out, and it looks like they're about to hit 15. There's no real investment for FORZE in that. So we'll focus back in on this matchup. 12-8. Heroic might be able to end this map pretty convincingly as well.
Yeah, favorites starting strong here. Heroic have really recovered well in this one, despite 500's best efforts. See that banana control coming in. Solid utility, a couple of nades go into Nikki. He'll be feeling that one.
You just don't want to stand somewhere default against Heroic, because you just know that they've always got a nade stack that's going to go somewhere, particularly over this B site. It's a fake flash through. A real flash coming now, and, well, actually a lot of damage on the jumping MP9, but no kill found, and the HE goes a little wanting.
That's a lot of damage. That's as close as you can get to not killing someone.
That's exactly what you want to do in Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike passive offensive.
Actually love the idea from Ships. The jumping MP9 is actually really accurate, so if they are blind and just shooting at headshot height, maybe you can jump in and get a kill or two. Came so close to it, but look at this rotate. 500 moving into the right position here.
Look how deep that long smoke is as well. So they just walk right through it and play the mid crossfire. They know that Heroic aren't coming up through mid. It's all through the balcony. Denislaw has a chance for the 5-7. They jump on by, they cause some pressure, and Tessus on the double.
Yeah, MP9's are pretty good. Oh, Stown has to be careful. He's in charge of saving this AWP, and now the game for Rainwaker becomes, can I get this AWP? No is the answer to that. Cadian wants to have that into the next round, isn't going to let him pick it up.
Unfortunately for 500, my prediction as to what was going to happen has come through right now. Heroic, sure, they have that competitive first few rounds. They drop the ball, they lose to the FORZE spy, and it's competitive for a bit. But once Heroic get into the game, it just becomes unstoppable. The only round they lost here is when they left the bomb and spawn and ran out of time.
Yeah, they've just got such a compelling T-side, Heroic. It's always really nice to watch on Inferno. I think Overpass is another map they really excel at on the T-side in particular. It's, yeah, really, really great just to see the way. I mean, even when they walk into a stack like that, just the sort of spacing they have and the way that they enter sites, the bits of utility they use. You had 2 players there in a crossfire. They should have been good for a kill, but they don't get a single one.
What do you made of this showing so far, Alex?
Yeah, pretty good. Good adjustment from Heroic, just kind of starting to handle this 500 play style. which we've seen, you know, some teams struggle with at times. I think that's also why I like the veto. Inferno, not only just a good map for Heroic, but one where you can control things a little more easily with your utility. Let's see if Denny's Law's AWP can change anything. Run boost not really too effective. Nades coming in. Decent bit of damage. Again, 500 really dumping util for this banana control, but they're not really finding it. That has been a bit of an issue, I think, for 500. They're just using so many nades early on banana here. I don't know if it's really proving worthwhile. That looked like a double molly into sandbags.
Yeah, speaking of a lot of nades, I mean, Heroic have dispensed everything to take this control back, so pendulum swings both ways. And they've only really got enough for one execute here. 3 smokes and a Molotov. Not a single flashbang to work with here. This is going to actually be quite difficult for Heroic.
Oh, maybe they do have
actually, maybe they've got a few flashbangs.
Who knows?
All right, keep them. Okay, they've actually got lots of flashbangs. Yeah, I was tricking you. They actually have a lot of utility.
Yep, they were tricking you. In fact, you know, they've just hit it back and spawned a little secret case of utility. 45 seconds left. Heroic still have plenty of time, but they're going to burst out into this A site, and the setup isn't really designed to hold this right now. Dennis Law, if the balcony player falls, he is pretty much dead. So Patrick, it's got to be you, Patrick. Got to be the Patrick star to his SpongeBob on this site. 29 seconds. He's going to drop down.
They're just going to jump on through, though. And Patrick, well, he is being a star, but can't quite get the second. Yabi is there for the trade, and Dennis Law fell without finding a single frag. So now it's very difficult, and yeah, with the smoke at library, can't even give it a look in.
Oof.
What'd you make of that one, Hawker?
Well, that was a shame, wasn't it?
Yep. Worst episode of SpongeBob ever, but...
Yeah. Have you seen the AI SpongeBob?
Oh, that's a bit scary, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit interesting.
Well, bikini bottom for 500 right now.
Getting to that point. And they can't swim.
And they aren't a squirrel with a breathing suit.
Yeah. Is it even a breathing suit or just a...
Just a spacesuit, really, isn't it?
Spacesuit.
Giant bowl on the head.
Don't try and logic it.
You try and do it, Hawk. We'll attach a fish bowl to your head. We'll duct tape it around your neck, and we can go swimming in the sea or something. We try it. Don't try that at home, of course, please. They've hunted down the save, and they get 1 from it. Heroic now heading into top gear. Just a pretty smooth sailing second half here from them. And 500. We know they are very capable of being one of those teams that can cause a few problems for the best teams in the world at times. You know, we've seen it throughout the years, but this is not the sort of showing that is going to do that. It's difficult to rattle the cage of Heroic. I think they're one of the best teams in group stages and in early matches at just getting the job done.
Yeah, they're never really in doubt. Although I would have said similar things about other teams. This is the last stand, 500, and well, there's no more standing for Rain Wake Up. Then it's with a P250. Gonna be swinging on out, try and find something, but they are just running into the guns of Heroic. 15 assured. Ships needs to hold on to this M4 so that their final, well, the 15th round will have something to work with. So they have kept enough cash for the buy.
Oh,
if they get rid of the rifle here, this is going to be so rough.
Oh, man. It's just so well coordinated.
You didn't need to be there. Like, what are you going to achieve if you're ships, right? Like, run me through the scenario, because the best he can hope for is, like, a couple of kills. What does that mean? It's not going to give him anything extra. There was just no need to be there, unless he was just having a casual read through the books on the shelf, but
maybe
I don't think he learned anything.
Searching for the knowledge to figure out how to come back into this.
Where is it?
We'll see if he's discovered that one way they can come back in. Just looking so clean now for Heroic. Just smooth sailing past the ships.
Yes. Yeah, I really think if you gave me a list of all the teams, if I had to pick the one that I would be most certain is going
let's
through.
go!
Oh,
The double P90 setup.
They love it.
Yeah, Shush running around the corner. P90 working out with the molly. And this is a statement of how this game has gone. P90 sprinting through CT spawn. Ships hasn't seen anybody. Kitty is still a bottom banana with the bomb, but everybody's dying. And they're getting a boost for the P90.
The P90. Can you believe it? Oh, it's found a kill as well. How demoralizing, but how beautiful from Heroic. The P90 running on through. Dennis Law, last stand, but of course, it's the P90 that comes on through, and Heroic take the map.
What a way to start your RMR run. A quick, convincing victory versus 500, and a round that finishes with the double P90 setup. Heroic's path to Paris starts strong. The first step's looking great, Hawker.
Looking great for them, yeah. And I gotta say, I do love that Heroic throw the P90s in. You know, the P90, it's not even as bad as people make it out to be. You see that, a little run and gun, it works out okay. But for 500, some signs early in the game, but it's just tough when you're going against Heroic. The coordination, the nades, everything there, and honestly, everything we wanted to see from Heroic early on in this one.
Yeah, I think it's one of the toughest teams to come into and match up against. Obviously, the seeding, makes that obvious. But in terms of a team like 500, on that T side, it's always going to be the easier side in this sort of setup. But being able to play defensively against a team like Heroic on Inferno is always going to be an incredible struggle.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think coming into this whole RMR stage, I really would have said that I feel as though it is a scenario where Heroic, probably for me, are the team most likely to just make it through, because I don't see them getting upset that often. I really think against the lower teams, they're really good at always just staying on top and just kind of countering some of those aggressive plays.
Yeah, we talk a lot about the floor of this team being quite high, and I think that's reflected in the scoreboard, right? You can sort of see there's not really a weak link. There's definitely some players stepping out above. Shush, a surprising 26 for 9.
Yeah,
an incredible performance from him.
Yeah, and that is the nice thing about Heroic. It's a team that really isn't that reliant on individuals. Whereas maybe for some of the other squads, for a FaZe, for example, sometimes it seemed like the individuals weren't showing up and then suddenly it gets scary. Not really the case for Heroic. Even if someone has an off day, someone else will step up on this squad.
Yeah, we'll say from 500, that first half was really nice to see, right? They came out of the gate swinging. We saw some great moments from a few individuals. I mean, even on that CT pistol, right? I remember Rainwaker getting that double, pushing down, some nice ideas coming through. But yeah, just difficult against the team structure of Heroic.
Absolutely. I hope the 500 guys don't feel too down about themselves just based on this matchup, because this is one of the matchups that's going to be most difficult. You should definitely have the chance later on to play against a team where you can draw them into your style more. You can draw them into the chaos. And it's only the opening game here, so plenty of time for 500 still to show us what they can do. The thing is, I'm saying right now, okay, look, both favorites have won. We're off to a good start. I want to see the favorites at the major. But then in the other RMR, I was saying the same thing, and it didn't exactly work out that way. So you never know in the RMRs. But for now, all good on the front for the favorites.
Yeah, and it is nice to see those teams coming on through. We can take a look at the games that we've got coming up. Obviously, we just have 500 versus Heroic. Next up here on the A stream, it's Aurora versus Spirit. Ence versus Monte. I think that's a really interesting one. In fact, that and Eternal Fire NIP.
Yeah, sure. I think Ence are really interesting to see how they're going to come into this one, but we'll see.
Yeah, and we're now got an interview on the sidelines with Yabi.
Thanks for joining us for the interview, Yabi. Congratulations on the first win. First half, pretty close, couple of back and forths. You lost the force buy round, but the second half, you guys look super comfortable. What sort of clicked?
I mean, we sort of changed the pace on the T side. We're the ones that's setting the pace. So I mean, that just gives so much to our game, and we can just outplay them.
You guys left the bomb in spawn one round. Was that a big mistake or was it intentional? You left the bomb in spawn. Do you remember this round? And you had to go back and get it. You lost the round to time.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, you remember this round? Was this just a fumble round?
Yeah, I mean, we were trying to take Fs fast, and then we fumbled the bomb, and then we said we will get it later. But it was it happens. It happens.
Obviously, not the most difficult game in the opener, but the P90s at the end. Who called that one?
You guess. Who do you think?
We'll go Cadian. We'll go Cadian coming into that one. Yeah. Well, absolutely. Looking forward to seeing you guys moving forward in the competition. Thoughts on that matchup?
I mean, just to be as focused as we were this game. I mean, it's best of one again, so we have to be there from the start, and yeah, that's basically it.
It's funny that the one where they left the bomb was around. You mentioned that they might be going for the fast A.
Yeah, that's a funny one. Listen, it happens. I think they're okay with it. In general, we're not going to see those sorts of mistakes from them.
No, I wouldn't expect so. Well, everyone, we're going to take a very short break. When we come back, we'll be jumping into the second map of the day, so don't go anywhere.
Our first time, Royal Arena. playing in 2017. We want to win the first time on Danish home soil. Device is sick. We have to play with Dennis as a stand-in. I don't sleep 1 second the whole night. I didn't even understand. I remember me 5 in the morning, going outside, going for a run. I was like, what is going on? Why can't I sleep? And then I go back, I try to sleep. My heart is pumping. I was like, why did I do that? Why did I even go for a run? We go to the venue the next day, and I see the makeup artist, and I'm like, you gotta help me. I didn't sleep the whole night. We somehow managed to get to the grand final. Everyone is really happy, and we're 9-0 up on third map. And somehow we managed to lose that. We were 9-0 up on T-side catch. I'm never going to watch that game back. Never? Ever in my life.
Well, the first 2 games already out of the way, 2 convincing wins for 2 of the favorites coming through. Now we get into more of a competitive game on paper. This one's going to be hard to call. Spirit versus Aurora, coming from the same region. It's going to be interesting to see how this one pans out. It's tough to call, but we have got a 16-8 victory from Heroic at the start of the day. We move on to game 2. How are you feeling about this straight off the bat, Lucy?
I think it's a really exciting game, right? 2 teams that I think are going to match up pretty well on paper, teams from a similar region, and I think it's going to be a lot of excitement. It could be a pretty scrappy one.
Yeah, when I was asking Aurora coming into this tournament, I just want to try and lighten them up a little bit, ask some real easy low ball questions, and just see what they were going to come up with. I was asking who they thought had the best aim in their team. We'll get to hear a little bit later on about who they thought that was, but this is Norvi coming in, looking strong with good rating over the last 3 months. Aurora have been on a bit of a tear. I heard they're doing great things in practice too. Not always easy to read into that, but they have got the coolest tracksuits in all of esports.
Yeah, man, I love it. I love it. I love seeing something different, you know, tracksuits on. It seems like they've all got the same shoes as well. They are fully going for the same outfit.
Yeah, the more synchronized, you know, the better you're going to perform on the server. It just checks out.
Yeah, absolutely. We have got an interview with Aurora right now. We can hear their thoughts coming into the matchup at the head of the day.
Coming into this matchup, you guys are going up against Spirit, best of 1. How are you feeling about that matchup?
We're feeling pretty confident. All of the Spirit guys are our friends, and we're just looking forward for the win.
Now, I've heard really good things about you guys in practice. I've heard you guys are tearing it up out there. Coming into this game, you think because it's the best of 1, you got a great shot at taking Spirit down?
I think we have like a great chance. Best of 1, win 2 pistols, already 6 rounds, so yeah.
Good way of thinking about it. You know, a lot of people may not be familiar with your team coming into this event. What is the biggest strength people should look out for?
Our aim, for sure.
Who's got the best aim on your team?
I guess Kenzie, and he is the most aggressive one.
I'm looking forward to it. There's the aggression from the CIS region. What maps do you think we're going to get here?
I think something like Nuke or Mirage, probably like this.
Well, looking forward to seeing if those maps come through. Aurora giving a good interview from Selter. Great to hear him on LAN. Kenzie, the most aggressive and the best aim on the team. Hawker, looking forward to seeing him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Headband on, love it.
Oh, hell yeah. Damn, man. These guys are out here ready to game. I love to see it. Yeah, I think this team could sneakily be one of the ones that make some damage happen, especially because Spirit themselves have really not been in that good form as of late.
Yeah, looking at the top-rated play, it's wonderful, and we've seen him hit far higher ratings than this. Look, this is a very average performance from Spirit over the last few months.
Yeah, I think the key thing if you're comparing these team stats is going to be that the tier of opponent they're playing against, right? Spirit are playing against a much higher level more consistently, and I do think on paper when we compare the two, Wonderful comes out ahead as the better author of the lot, and I think he's going to be the difference maker here, particularly depending what map it ends up on.
Well, they have had some time offs, right? So that is the one thing for Spirit that hopefully will make them feel more confident and prepared coming into this event. I'm going to talk with Magix about exactly that before this game.
Hey, with the boot trip, Boris, how are you feeling coming into your opening game?
Well, it's been a long time of preparation, and we are back again for the major cycle, and I wish that we can manage to show our best game here again.
Now, we've seen you guys at a CCT LAN back in Malta, and that feels like one of the last times you actually got to see you in action with Pro League as well. The results are a little shaky at times. You feeling like you've had a little bit of a break now? You feeling like you guys are going to come in stronger?
Well, actually, it's been a plan to lower the expectations so we can play better majors once again.
Yeah, so coming in with the lower expectations, take the pressure off. Well, you guys are in the best of one environment. We know when you lose a best of one, it can be really difficult in this format. You know, looking at Aurora, do you feel confident against that team?
Well, based on the map pool that we expect, I think they're a pretty comfort enemy to play with. And we took a look into their playstyle and we got some plans, and we will see how it's gonna work.
So during the break, what did you guys do? Did you guys boot camp, or what have you been up to?
Yeah, we went for a boot camp like 2 weeks before this tournament. We had a couple of days off after the Pro League, and after that we went to the boot camp. We spent a lot of time there, and I think we can get a good performance peak at this tournament.
Great to hear from Magix coming into this event, saying they've had some time off, some time to boot camp, get ready for this one. It has been a disappointing last few months for Spirit. Magix towards the end of last year was looking really good with Wonderful, seemed to really start clicking for them, but this team always do pretty well at majors, Lucy, so yeah, maybe lowering those expectations, maybe that's going to help.
We heard the strategy, right? Saving the expectations for the major, I guess, but well, we'll get to see it here first in this matchup, right? This is going to be the real show of whether they have been putting those hours in.
Well, so far they haven't shown up, Holka. Yeah. Hopefully we see them show up on the server.
Maybe the huddle's going on right now. That's what we've got to hope. I've got the veto coming up. But yeah, I think for Spirit, it does feel like this team is full of like big game players, big tournament players, what we've seen in the past.
This video's hilarious because when we listen to Aurora, they're saying, yeah, probably Nuke or Mirage. Nope, it's Ancient.
Unlucky. And I think now we go to Ancient. This is really good for the side of Spirit. It's a map they like to play in the BO1s at multiple competitions throughout the last year. I've got to favor them here.
Yeah, I mean, yes. I probably do. Aurora's recent run of form kind of gets you excited though, right? I feel like they come in as the upset team. I'd say put them above like 500 in that respect. So yeah, pretty excited to see what they can show us.
I think they're one of the most dangerous upset teams at the event.
I'd say so. I'd say so, especially because they might actually get a bit underestimated by some teams. Like, there's definitely other teams at this event that you would say are more of a name value for upsets. So I don't mind the Aurora guys. I think they could cause 1 or 2 upsets here.
Look at the Unicorn odds as well, favoring the side of Spirit very marginally.
That's very marginal. That's got to be one of the closest matchups we've had. And I think if you were looking at this on paper, if you asked most people, they would be putting Spirit as the clear favorite. But that's very close between the two.
The thing is, if this was a few months ago or last year, I would have said Spirit win this really convincingly, but now Spirit have looked so weak that I think they are, based on what we've seen from them this year, it is an even game.
I'd say so. I really think so. I mean, it is kind of the question on the Aurora side as to how ready they can be for LAN, for example. Does that affect them at all? I think there's a very real question that comes there. We saw someone like Deco on 1 win, maybe not translate as well to LAN as we would want to see. So hoping for their sake that they are able to come through on the Aurora side. But yeah, I really think this could be a surprisingly close matchup. Let's see if Spirit can step up heading into this RMR. I want to see Spirit step up, though, because I feel like they were so fun at the majors when they were causing those upsets, when they were just coming in with no fear, playing their game against top teams in the world, doing it on big stages. This is a team that's very capable.
Aurora versus Spirit starting now on Ancient. Spirit's run to the major begins. And Aurora looking to try and give them a little bit of a hurdle to try and jump over right away.
Look at this start from Spirit. They've got no one at A. It's a triple red house setup, but the hit is coming over towards B. Wonderful gets the information, falls on back, but they are not slowing down. Magix has to come up good here. His teammate on site's going to get overwhelmed, and here comes the bullets. Magix does get one back, but has to fall off.
Yeah, Seltzer and Magix going 1 for 1, blow for blow. And the gathering of players coming around the side of the pillar, and it's going to be 1 for Siren, and the other picked up for Seltzer, and he will stick around. He gets another kill. The intensity of this round for Aurora, you can feel it. And Chopper and Patsy having to reclaim the site in a 2 versus 3. And there's a quick shot out from Chopper, but there's still so many players you got to find in the site. They've got strong spots at the pillar and the cave. And Kenzie, the player with the best aim on the side, peeks out with a headshot, and Latic able to help him. Solid hold, and a great pistol picked up for Aurora.
Quick reaction from them as well, keeping the mood up instantly. I think they realize they have to come into this early. They have to get off to that strong start and make sure they make Spirit uncomfortable. And it could well happen because Spirit have been in poor form recently.
Yeah, and you heard Seltzer in an interview, right? Win both pistols, that's 6 rounds easy. So we'll see if they can make that happen, but they've come in with a clear strategy out the gate. Well hit onto the B bomb site, despite the quick rotations because of that mid setup.
Well, Spirit do commit to the force bite. Top mid smoke a little delayed this time round. Looking likely for a split into this A side of the map. Patsy putting down the smoke, but he's been flashed. He decides to re-aggress. He's surely a dead man here. Nothing he can do. And Siren could be in real trouble. I can't believe we've got an MP5 on the T side.
Loving it. That's a tag coming through, and ooh, finishes the job off Patsy. A lot of damage being done with the scout, and this smoke is keeping them at bay. You've still got the player boosted up there.
Yeah, Siren still has a really strong spot. Chopper swings out. Siren does make that boost work, and a second kill from the Deagle. And now we're looking at a 2 versus 2. A minute left in the clock. Wonderful and Magix both inside of the temple. You see the aim on this wonderful guy. Well, he's found himself the headshot. Mr. Wonderful strikes, and just Kenzie left in the 1 versus 2. The A site is open for the plant at least. Now he needs to fixate himself upon the clutch.
Getting the bomb down here is huge, though. He can fall back in towards Donut. I mean, look at what they're working with. A scout. Wonderful doesn't even have armor here.
They've got to move quickly as well. No kit on their backs right now. There's so many positions he could have fallen back to. A man, he could be a Donut. Spirit don't have the util to clear it out, but now they have a smoke. Magix picks it up, and he's got an AK. They can smoke off the bomb, they can smoke off the Donut, and they can get onto it, but they have to do it now. There's no kit, so a full 10-second defuse needed. Kenzie goes out. 1 pick on the Magix, 5 seconds left on that defuse, holding through, and Kenzie will clutch it out. Close, but it will be Aurora's.
I like that little detail at the end, though, from Spirit, where they actually left a gap intentionally on the side of the smoke so they could fight out Kenzie as he was spamming onto the bomb diffuser, but Kenzie was a step ahead and well handled. Considering it was the force bite, got a little scary there for Aurora.
Yeah, good to see Kenzie coming through in the clutch, though. Definitely delivering for his team, even under pressure. And I think for Aurora, that did get a little dicey, and it's especially because they still commit into that A site after they get delayed so long. The players in Donut were alone fighting while the main players were smoked off. See if mid-round calls in the future can be improved upon. For now, though, Aurora going straight into this B-bomb site.
Yeah, here they come, charging in towards Chopper. Oh, he's chopped down 2 with a 5-7. Damage deals out on the 3rd kill, and he wants the rifle. I don't know how Chopper's got away alive here, and he nearly gets a 3rd. Luckily, Kenzie stops Chopper from getting more, but is it that lucky? Because the bomb is safely in the hands of Spirit, and they've just left it.
This force buy looked incredibly risky, but, well, it works if you just try and run through a smoke into Chopper. He's ready for you with that 5-7, a massive double kill, almost the third. And how do you recover this bomb? I think it relies on someone getting active elsewhere. Lucky could be that man if he decides to push through Red House. Now, obviously, that is being held. With the Galil, he has the opportunity to find something here.
Yeah, this could work nicely. Needs to cause some chaos to make sure they can get that bomb back, but he's being watched for right now. Oh, and Magix wins the fight elsewhere. This has gone horribly wrong for Aurora.
Yeah, the Butcher has sharpened his cleaver, and Siren cuts off the only player that could have done anything about it. Chop, chop, round done.
I mean, listen, Aurora said, just win both pistols, get those 3 rounds. Nope, not in this one. Spirit stacked the right site. And I really feel like Aurora in these couple of rounds have committed way too early against these lower buys. You've got to be aware that there could be these stacks in play. You've got to be able to play for info, try and play between the sites more. Otherwise, you run the risk of that happening to you.
And you knew you were either against pistols or against a force buy, right? That was the only outcome there. There wasn't going to be full rifles in here in play. So, yeah, that one trying to force an issue, and they're the ones that crumble.
Here it is, the start of the round. The reason why I went Spirits White. Just frustrating that the bomb is at the front of the attack. Once that goes down, impossible to get it back unless you keep committing upwards. So round picked up for Spirit right away here in the CT side, and that has put Aurora in an uncomfortable position here.
Mate, I mean, you don't even have many nades.
Did you need it? I suppose you've saved over the AK. You kind of feel like you have to force around it.
That's probably the reason. And they've already lost the first man here. Chopper playing that all-important Jaguar position. Picks up the initial opener. At least some mid-control from Aurora. But it looks like Spirit are pretty comfortable giving this up. Just playing from the sites instead. Oh, that could be false information from Patsy. They snuck into Donut already here.
Ooh, well, that's a little bit more information. That's that AK known as well. They can start to move the pieces around. That control in towards Jaguar does alleviate some pressure so they can bring over Wonderful. He's getting closer to Red, and Patsy's taking contact with the M4, finds a kill.
Oh, a Siren. Just sitting back in Temple. Here he comes running out. Patsy's come to support him. That bomb is going down, though, for Aurora. Got the bomb plant. They got that extra cash confirmed, and now they just dip back into the post plant. Seltzer cannot retreat. Patsy doesn't give him that mercy. And now Chopper coming down through middle. Should be able to get behind these Donut players. Oh, a great shot from Latik. We're getting to see a bit of the skill on display here for Aurora. They said their biggest strength was their aim. Chopper around the back of Donut, though. Should be confirming this round to go Spirit's way. Defuse being stuck by Wonderful. And Patsy will push through to cut Kenzie out of play. So Spirit tie things up. Patsy enjoys that one. And Aurora, they do get a bomb plant, so I'm intrigued to see what economic decision they go with here.
I don't think the money will be good enough, even with the plant, but
Is that
probably
an egg
some
on
pistols.
He's got an egg on his desk.
Did he have an
But it's
egg?
like a gray egg.
I didn't see
Like a
it.
stress ball egg.
Oh, okay.
That's cool.
I thought you just meant an actual egg.
No, that would be Jackie.
Yeah, Jackie just carries eggs around.
He does just
I
carry
do not
eggs
know
around.
what that's about.
I just see him taking pictures of eggs.
He has them in his pockets.
Oh, it is just the pistols for Aurora. Again, they're really not going for much utility into this.
It's the right call. You have to find the next round. You can maybe catch them off guard, but Patsy, he's not going to get caught off guard here. He's the one that's hunting, and oh, lines them up in the smoke. Easy for Patsy. Nice triple kill. Does go down, but that's the round secured.
Mamma mia.
I did sound like Mario there.
Yeah, you really did.
Oh,
Yeah.
I went to see the Mario movie yesterday. It's inspired me. Some creative genius from that film, of course. So
Absolutely. Well, we will finally have that gun round. And I would like to see more of an ability for Aurora to play across the map. Now that they're going to have lots of utility, lots of opportunities to put pressure on positions. Let's see if that's what they go for here. I thought Latik might have been saving for the AWP, but not quite. An AK picked up. This mid-control looking good early. It's only Lackey here. Look at the counter flash. Really well worked there by Siren.
We talk about sharp aim on Aurora. Well, it applies to Spirit as well. Magic.
Oh, wow.
That'd be pressure. They're running through again. This time around, he can't find the frag, but Chopper, again, always capable for one.
Chopper's having a great start to this game right now. He has been locking this B site down. But Magic's going down without a fight because of the good flash. Allows that space for Aurora to commit to the bomb plant. Oh, they walk right into Chopper, though. And the rest of the rotation has arrived. There's no flanks coming in. It's all from the same side. And that might favor the side of Aurora here. But Wonderful trades out his in-game leader. Just Selter left alone. And he has got himself on the top of the ramp. Smoke! Okay! Patsy and Siren both fall foul, and it's just Wonderful left. The AWP switch to the AK. He's got a smoke he can throw in the bomb. Try and pull Seltzer into the fight, and he's so close to winning it, but Wonderful will pull through.
Wow, I wasn't sure if Wonderful would get out of that smoke in time, but he just about manages to find a way to do it, despite Selter trying his best, sneaking through the smoke, catching the first couple of players off guard. It's not enough for Aurora, but we're certainly seeing promising signs from some of their players.
Yeah, it was wonderful from Selter to be able to pull that back. You can see Spirit were just convinced it had to be a cave player just because of the smoke's position. And that smoke, I mean, Aurora, sure, they're going to run through that smoke every time.
Didn't even look like he was outside of the smoke there.
I know.
That's crazy. Wouldn't happen in CS2.
Definitely can feel the hype from both teams. Honestly, every team is really going for it. You can tell at this sort of tournament.
Yeah, I think Jerry was saying in his interview earlier today that players, you get like an extra 35% out of them. Now, obviously, this is a stat coming from his mind, but, you know, I can get behind it. But 35% more, we'll say, out of these players. It just gives them that extra hunger when you're playing at the RMR, when you want to be immortalized in the game.
Yeah, I feel like it's a mix of the preparation ahead of this tournament and then certain players just step it up in these big moments. And Spirit have been some of those players in the past. Definitely delivering right now. 4-2 up, A site under pressure.
Oh, it's very quick here from Aurora. Siren tries to dish out the utility to slow this down. He will be under quite a bit of pressure himself, but he's found the perfect gap. And now he can look out to the left side. Siren! Oh, he sounds the alarm, and Kenzie's pushed behind. Temple is his domain as he flanks on Magic's. He's still looking for Siren that has been such a thorn in their side, but he's dropped back into Donut behind the smoke, plays on the phase of it, and Siren so close to all five, but finally put in the ground. And Lackey, he can win this one. He's got it down into the 1v1. Wonderful yet again, having to step up for the clutch.
Oh, how long does Wonderful hold that?
How has Lackey done this? How has he pulled it back? And now he has the angle! Wonderful falls and Lackey pulls back the round.
What a game we're getting for ourselves here. So back and forth in these rounds. It looked for sure like it was going to go one way, then it swings the other. So hard to predict.
Siren was just dancing around here, having them play to his tune, but it didn't seem to matter. He finds 4 kills, almost gets the 5th, and somehow Lackey recovers. What a clutch.
Siren sitting there right now wondering what more can he do? What more is needed to win a round?
Yeah, definitely, man. He was playing so well around the bomb site. Rotate had arrived. It's not enough. And you can see just how explosive the start to this game has been and how much emotion is being put into it because it's already a second timeout for Aurora. You can't blame them because it's been so chaotic. And now that they might have the edge in the economy, I think they want to take the chaos out of the game. It is still a bye for Spirit, though. So pretty big round here.
It's actually not a bad buy for Spirit either.
Maybe missing some of those early mollies, which you do see thrown on Ancient.
No head armor. This Mach 10 on Lucky could actually do a lot of work. Looking like he might be going fast as well once this initial utility barrage is dispersed. He's ready to be the point man. Seeing if Patsy's going to be getting up into any of those tricks in towards mid, but not this time around.
Really looks like Aurora are very happy to go for this heavily grouped up style of play early or in the mid round. I do wonder whether Spirit will decide to make any info plays as this game goes on.
That timing, that is so painful. Ladix got back onto the angle, but Wonderful shouldn't repeat this. He knows now there is pressure here, and he can focus on Donut. A missed shot, though. Information gain. They are under pressure, but Siren is stepping up again. The bomb drops. Wonderful takes another. Lucky might have gotten up and close and found one more. Wonderful has him locked in here, but has to swap, and the USP works out. Chopper comes on through, and Spirit hold.
How good has Siren been? This is nuts from him on the A side. They just they're probably going to stop going egg at this point. There's the egg. You see it? You see what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's just been so good at just getting multi-kills on the site. It's a really solid start from Siren coming into this RMR.
Yeah, absolutely. He's normally the lowest fragging player on this team. Generally, Chopper even outfrags him as the in-game leader of the squad. But here, as this A anchor, he's been very, very reliable.
That's the first time out for Team Spirit as well. So Halley will have his say.
Also very cool seeing Starix on the Aurora side.
Yeah, he's back. He's back, and he's on the coach in chair, I guess. He's right behind them. Starix returns. Definitely a great mind to have standing behind you.
Yeah, man. I mean, he was, in theory, going to be IGLing for Na'Vi before that coach rule change happened so long ago.
Yeah, I believe he's coming with this team to kind of build it up, right, as like all the sort of newer stars. And, well, we're seeing some of those stars shine here individually.
It's kind of funny. We are definitely not getting the old school Na'Vi style out of Aurora, though.
Oh, it's been like the polar opposite, right?
Yeah.
It's just been rush everywhere. I think at a certain point they got to change it up though, because it's not working.
Yeah, I think you have to.
It's almost working.
It's almost working,
and that kind of makes you want to keep doing it.
Yeah, true. It's like if we just do it one more time, maybe we can get it. Yeah. Unfortunately, it hasn't been too convincing though, and they're going to throw away a lot of their T side if they keep it up. Spirit right now looking for 6 already. A UMP in the hands of Chopper. Doesn't mind going to an SMG, and Patsy through the smoke does a hell of a lot of damage to Lackey.
Everyone knows that lineup these days. You gotta know it.
What's with IGLs and UMPs? It's just such a thing. What do they know that I don't?
That it's cheap, and they can get a gun into one of these players' hands, like Patsy, who just destroys everyone. Towards red, they try and challenge him early on. Doesn't work out. They're all separated, entirely different positions for the 3 remaining players here. And Patsy's gonna cut one of those 3 remaining players out of contention. It's just Norway and Latik.
I mean, that's the way you play these rounds, right? You spread everyone out. If someone gets a surprise pick with one of these pistols, it's going to send Spirit a little bit scrambling, and that's where the other pistols can maybe catch a timing, catch someone off guard, suddenly you get a few weapons, it all goes a bit crazy, but not in this reality. In this world we're living in is choppers.
My theory for the UMP is that, so the MP9 is definitely better, in my opinion. But I feel like the UMP is a little easier to control. So maybe if you're not feeling so good on the MP9, maybe if you're not meant to be the star of the team, I feel like it's much easier to spray control the UMP.
You get some better long-range engagements, even though the MP9 is ridiculously good at range.
Yeah.
It feels like, that's the question, right? Because the MP9 is just so darn good.
Yeah, it can also be good for the UMP into the gun round. You get good armor pen.
True.
And I think that does help in those sort of more medium range fights. So we'll see. He's playing in and around that cave anyway as Chopper, so definitely viable. So use an SMG there. Or maybe he'll just ruin it all and upgrade.
Well, update from the other stream, currently 5-4 lead for Big. Could go the other way and tie up, though, on Anubis versus iNation.
First AWP for Latik. Do we see them slow down? Let him work his magic with that AWP. See, Chopper is using that UMP into this Jaguar position. And it does look like a slightly slower round from Aurora.
Wonderful. Flash off the angle, but sounds his AWP off, so now they know that's in play. Matic might even get boosted up onto the box to give it a look in. Chopper's under pressure here, but has support. Nades going both ways. This setup's so deadly. The SMG doesn't stick out as far, so you can just tuck into this corner. Magix takes the contact, and Chopper can easily collect a frag or 2.
I feel like Magix is fully just making noise and baiting them in right now to look at that corner. That's what it feels like. But they won't come his way yet. Look at this passive setup from Spirit. A is being left very open as well as mid. So Celta could cause a bit of chaos here if he can activate at the right time.
He'll throw a bit of utility out, and that's going to be Celta's go signal. But Chopper has the same signal, and he's taken down by Kenzie. Now Magic in the same position, cleared as well. They talked about his aim, and he's putting it on display here. Oh, they're coming on back. Celta fell.
Oh, they thought Celta was about to open up the A site, but luckily Siren has just left that gap open. He goes back to watch the red room, and that is given a chance just to walk through Donut.
Yeah, he thought that was the lurk that he'd just taken out. Instead, the A site is wide open for the bomb plant.
And he's calling now. You can hear him just, or you can see him rather, communicating that over to his team. 10 seconds. They start to commit to the plant now. So lock that through. A 3 versus 3 retake here for Spirit.
Siren leading the charge. They have a player that's considering pushing through red room for that donut flank as well. Flashbang to set up Siren, picking on out. Now everyone is set up on site or donut. They're grouping up all together now. Patsy, what a shot onto Norway. Oh, the second as well. Laddick falls. Kenzie on side, taken down. Patsy drops all 3.
Oh, that is so sick from Patsy. That is so clean. The donut setup just gets absolutely wrecked. And then the third kill is even better, all in one mag as well. That's how quick he is, how accurate he is at getting these picks.
He beats out the AWP, deep donut. That's a fight that the rifler should never win.
He uses one mag of the M4A1S.
This is what we've been waiting for from Patsy as well. I feel like he has had a much rougher run of form recently. He's below a 1 rating in the last 3 months, which seems ridiculous when you know how talented he is. But if he's peaking at the right time here at the RMRs, I'm not even mad. He's looking great in that round.
Yeah, I think at Katowice, the big storyline was about him making himself one of the best entry players of the year, right? And it was just really disappointing from him over the start of this year. But maybe if he can start to come to form in the major circuit, we get to see Spirit get back to the heights we've seen them hit last year. But Chopper close towards, oh, Jaguar, good boost kill coming in for Kenzie, and now they're going to accelerate.
Yeah, Kenzie's finding everything over here in Jaguar. It's his home. He's the tiger in wait, or Jaguar, I guess.
Yeah.
Double setup. Oh, wonderful force on off. Magic's position known as well as he drops the smoke. They've reinforced the third player as well. Patsy makes his way over. Oh, that spam does not quite connect. And again, this early presence towards B from Aurora has caused so many rotations. If they go for the same play back towards A, I mean, Donut's free. The A site very passively held.
This is what I was waiting for Spirit. Mid-round aggression, because Aurora are grouping up quite early in these rounds. I don't think the info comes in time, though.
If Siren gets a kill from this, I would be so impressed, but he doesn't. He does get overrun. That was the most expected result, given the fact he peeked for the utility in his hand and got caught on the timing. Spirit can't win this round. It's got to be a save. And Aurora found the gap.
It's the same round as before. And it just works this time.
Yeah, this time Siren just doesn't hold.
Yeah, that's the difference, right?
Well, that's something for Aurora to work with here.
Something for Spirit to adapt to. They've left it open twice now. This time it's worked.
I mean, just in general, I've been surprised by how passive Spirit are playing towards mid in a lot of these rounds. Maybe they're just doing it because it's been working. And that is awkward from Patsy. They want to do some damage on the exits. Great shot from Laddick. Just wonderful remaining. Would love to save this AWP. It looks like they will allow him to do so. Aurora also aware of their own economy.
Yeah, the mid question's an interesting one, right? Because obviously with the changes, it's a bit harder for the CTs to take that aggression early, but we did see them do it against the eco buy, right? Yeah. Just the pistols. So we definitely see if they do it again, right? Because Patsy was very potent in that position.
Yeah, it's just a big investment of utility you need. You probably need flashes from the players on the bomb sites as well to help you towards mid. And generally you want 2 CTs committing out into that position. Well then, second timeout taken. Spirit wanting to make sure everything is in order.
I mean, it has to be about leaving that A split gap open, right? They've done it a few times now, so...
There's the egg.
There it is. Full force confirmation it is. A squeezy egg.
Yeah, you could have got a real egg.
Not a real egg.
It'd be kind of sick if it was just a gray, dark, like boiled egg or something. You just crush it.
He just painted it gray. Yeah.
That would be pretty scary. I mean, you're going up against a player that's insane enough to break eggs in his hands, you know? Could be a next level mind game.
I wouldn't want to see that guy's keyboard, though.
That's true, but you do it as you're walking past them at some point, you know?
Just crushing eggs in their faces.
You just build up reputation for it. Exactly.
The egg smasher.
Yeah.
All right, it is going to be a similar setup from Spirit, although they are going more aggressive onto mid with Patsy. Flash has blinded him.
Oh, Patsy, ooh, gets caught, Lackey. Oh, good trade through for Spirit. Siren needed to win that one. Looked like Lackey had a chance to take both mid players down right away, and that would have left that A site completely open.
They know that Lackey, Siren was tagged there, right, by Lackey, so that's going to give them a little bit of information about this A site being weaker. Siren can't afford a more forward position, has to play pretty passive. But again, Kenzie going to work his magic over towards Jaguar, where he's found so much success before, and Spirit are forced to hold more passive, especially losing Patsy early.
based on the information you know about doing damage to the donut player, killing the mid player, you've got to know that this B site can't be strong, right? There's going to be one player has to rotate off at some point. So Aurora sticking to the guns and heading towards B. Chopper realizes you just can't sit on the site and get executed upon. You have to go aggressive and try and pull some of those kills back. And he's damn close to taking 2. Just the one for Chopper, though.
That's a sick kill from Chopper, running through the flames. Wonderful, still has to find a shot here. So many players pushing him, and he can't quite hit onto Laddick. Crept behind the flames, gives them back the advantage. Now Norway is still low. Magix is here. He has to be the man to do it. The smoke in his face, flames at his back. Repositions, lining up for the spam on the plant. He's a little bit off the mark. That bomb is going to go down.
Oh, a lot of spam through the smoke. Magix takes out Laddick. No problems there. And now Spirit looking to accelerate on this retake. They're checking the flank, making sure they're not getting checked upon from behind. And now they'll double up and move in together.
Look at that HE from Siren. That's thrown to the right place, which it's not. It could have been deadly. No kit and 2 angles that they're not sure about. Both ramp and cave unaccounted for. These teams are doubled up, but they could have gone anywhere, and they have to force the issue. Running on down, Celta swings on out. Magic, just no time for this. Gets 1 kill, but that's all he's going to find.
Spirit just in general took way too much time there. Oh, wow. Celta really wanted that. He's dead, though. He is dead to the bomb. So that will be a bit of a shame.
But want to go out in style. It's just
yeah,
a little
I guess so. He was really feeling himself, really wanted it. Yeah, that's a retake that just took way too long from Spirit. Magix gave them the opportunity, but they didn't have the kit. They had to go quicker.
The big issue for me has been Wonderful on this B side. I feel like we've seen him a couple of times now, been in a position to fight ramp, and he's either been flashed off and then repositioned poorly, or he just gets taken down like he did there. He needed to find something, and he didn't need to be standing so aggressively there, right?
Well, now look at the buy from Spirit. It's just Magix on that one save rifle and everybody else on pistols and a Zeus in there. But they use that boost to great effect. Magic's rifle does take the first kill.
Aggression out through A.
Look at this fight.
Might work. Oh, Magix just wins a follow-up fight. Celta, awkward, uncomfortable, and this has gone all wrong.
How is this happening? How have they managed to do this? The rifle gets 2, and then they just push him in, catch the perfect timing, and overwhelm them.
This is exactly what you need to do in this sort of buy, though, and it's worked out perfectly. This is so difficult now for Aurora to recover. They have no space, completely lost all the control everywhere on the map.
And they've picked up another gun here for Spirit too, right? Patsy's on the AK. And a full minute left. Tough to see how they pull this one back.
This is the sort of aggression they need to be showing maybe some of their gun rounds as well, right? We've seen how well it works. We often see teams pushing out that aggressive nature, but first time they do it is here with the pistols. It's working well so far.
It's not impossible to recover this. 2 rifles, some aggression against you. They want this gun. Oh, you want that clean kill, though. Now it is going to be much more difficult because Magix is ready.
Magix.
Just set up the bait for him. Oh, he just swings instead.
He does swing and gives away his life, and now an opening into the site. Norby and Kenzie looking to pull it back, and they are starting to do it. Couple of kills already in. Damage player through the smoke, but Patsy on the flank, the AK-47, and he will even wallbang to deny Norby the bomb plant.
That's wonderful from Patsy, and I don't mean the play up. Good aggression, gets that opening kill, gets himself an AK, and then able to come through at the perfect time on the flank. What a round from Spirit.
Yeah, great round. Sets up Magix nice and early. It's the first kill of the round to really get the most out of this rifle. And then Patsy on the A aggression finds an AK, which comes through to close it. So an 8th round, they've won the half by at least 1 round here on the CT play.
Really rolled that R on the Harosh. Now that is out there in the internet, Dinko. You purring.
Yeah.
Got a regular jackpot here on the cast.
Yeah, man.
For free?
Well, this is where Aurora are going to have to recover because that's a brutal round loss.
It's completely like messed up their economy.
Yeah, it's really bad. Again, they're not able to get much utility into this round. I mean, they don't have any right now. We saw Patsy was able to get involved once he got the AK. We saw Magix was set up with the hero rifle in the previous. It's much more difficult to do that on the T side, though.
Yeah, this is where Wonderful can start to shine. These should be some easy kills for him. In the right place, the right angle. A fun boost. Oh, but he adjusts. Great shot from Wonderful. Now he knows another player's here, and it's his as well.
Love the snap from Wonderful. I thought the boost might actually catch him out, but he adjusted just at the right time. And now Chopper, well, he has been so good at holding these B ramp pushes. He's just patient, waiting for that smoke to fade away. Sees a shadow up against the wall. He knows exactly what to look out for. Latic caught out by it. Chopper gets a second, and they'll start to run away. Just Norvey left now. And Chopper decides to execute him. A 9th round for Spirit. And Aurora's T side started pretty well, but it started to fizzle out.
Yeah, I think we have seen Spirit really take control of this half, especially when you consider Aurora won the pistol, got off to a 2-0 lead. It's been very solid from Spirit in the gun rounds. Definitely good to see. Wonderful maybe hasn't been that involved for Spirit. And I think sometimes he can struggle a bit. He plays within the system, so you don't necessarily get that star AWP. Here is Aurora though, last gun round for them. Good molly, Patsy having to play anti-flash. This is so awkward. They're sneaking up on him, but he turns for 2.
They might get a 3rd here as well, but looks away at the wrong time. Focused on the ledge play, and Seltzer was given an opportunity to pull it back, and Siren gives them an opportunity to get right back into this round. The A-main push not needed, and that's it, evened up. Wonderful luckily saves their bacon with a flick up on towards Norvey in mid, but look at the position Latik has got now.
It's factor 4. Magix is definitely ready for this. To be favored in this fight, and that's a big kill. Celta now in a much more difficult position. 1v3, good read on where these players are, but no smoke for Donut. Wonderful can just sit here with the AWP.
Seltzer in a really difficult spot with 1 minute to play with. He'll flash that AWP away.
Well, that Stunners let him know where he is.
Does make this round more difficult. And peeks into Wonderful, who will confirm the 10th round for Team Spirit in this first half. A strong showing to open things up, led by Patsy.
And round 5, what do we get now?
Okay, so we got a leash, we're going leash again.
I'll just try Carrigan, because I think Carrigan is going to give me a lot of hints.
GKS. Justin Savage. Justin Kill Savage.
He's older than 24.
AK-47, more than 5 majors.
And it seems like he is not European.
It could be Nitro, but at the same time, I think he's been... I'm going to try Nitro. So that's exactly the same result.
Not so familiar with all the NA players, so it's maybe a bit tougher on me, this one. Okay, let's try... Nico. The team is not Liquid, so no one from Liquid could be it. Maybe Rush? We can try for Rush.
Twist, he's Canadian, so not that guy. Naf. But then again, it could be Naf, but at the same time, but maybe Canadian, I'm going to try Naf.
Hooksy. Wait, it's not Europe. Electronic. More than 8 majors, and it's not even close to the Russia or Europe.
Rush is not it, but I have the age, range pretty clear now. American teams, it's Liquid. Liquid? Only Liquid.
It's not OC. Stop thinking Liquid. I'm only thinking Liquid. Who else is playing in North America?
And he's played a lot of majors, it seems like, so it seems to be like an obvious name, to be honest.
Stewie 2K. He's from America. He's retired already. And he's younger than 27. Imagine. Maybe he's playing Valorant.
Which was the roster that Cloud9 won the Boston major? Was Stewie, Automatic, Rush, Skadoodle maybe? No, it's because the weapon is AK, so that wouldn't fit. Could it be Tarek? Let's try Tarek.
Let's go!
Why was that one? That one was really hot.
Yes, it's Tarek.
Spirit lead the way. Double figures hit in their first half showing here on Ancient. I thought we were going to get more of a competitive game out of Aurora versus Spirit, but it's definitely a positive sign to see them come through so strong.
Yeah, well, you know, their strategy out the gate didn't work, right? You win the pistol, you get the first 6 rounds, or whatever he was saying.
Yeah, first three, and then you win the second half.
Exactly.
Well, maybe it still has a chance to at least, maybe you can get 4 rounds off the back of a pistol win here, Lucy, and then the math will add up.
Yeah, we'll see. I think that round that they lost to the pistols with that single M4, that one kind of hurt them a lot. It reset them completely and then allowed Spirit to get those last 3 rounds.
Absolutely. And it's just so great to see Patsy playing to this level. 19 kills at the half. Really feels like Spirit have showed up at the right time for the RMRs. Let's see if they can keep it up on the T side. We've got plenty of nades for Chopper. There is somewhat of a stack here for Aurora into the cave, so Spirit needs to be a little careful, but utility at the ready.
Magic's charging at the front of the pack. Northeast trying his best to get a couple of shots to land through the smoke, but they won't. And it's the aggression from Aurora that could have cost them that first player. But Patsy sticks around, still looking for this. And Magic's comes through the other side. They've crunched on them in the Jaguar. And that's the bomb down. Chopper catches Norvi trying to pull a fast one and slip on by. But it's not too easy here for Aurora. They're getting absolutely destroyed. Lackey has pulled out the dual Berettas, finds a victim with them, taps and smokes the bomb to try and pull some fights and create that pressure, but now they realize no one's sticking it. Wonderful ends up knocking 2 down on the way out, and that is the pistol of the second half going Spirit's way.
That's just really well played from Spirit. I mean, it was a bit unfortunate the setup from Aurora meant that their 2 rotators were going to take so long to get there. They had a very forward A setup. But this is the winning play here was when the 2 players were spot out in Jaguar. Instead of just trying to take the fight, they crunched together from both angles.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was really well played. And the idea from Aurora is to just still have that cave control and just have that be a nuisance for the retake. But as soon as Spirit clear it out in such effective fashion, that's gone. That's the round done. And this round should be gone with it.
It was interesting hearing from the interview earlier today what maps they thought were going to be played, and I wonder how much that plays into the scoreline we're seeing now. Maybe they're just a little bit unprepared for the map that's come in today.
Oh, tease it.
Alrighty, power yourself up, Hockey. You're doing the Zeus sound effect this round.
Nah, he's not getting it, though.
Oh. Nothing more disappointing than seeing a Zeus in play that doesn't connect. Oh, look at me, jump scare.
All right, yeah, just around the back. That's what we're dealing with it. Okay. And again, okay,
Here
wonderful. Okay, they get it. No fighting in this round.
T-sided player, man, apparently. Got a 3K in the pistol, 2K here.
15 and 5. He's now reaching the same amount of kills as Chopper. Magic starting to get involved now too. Lovely 3K to close, 13 hit for him. Everyone from Team Spirit hitting their numbers.
Man, I almost feel bad for Siren. He had such a good start, and then I feel like he was just avoided.
Yeah,
he did so well.
He was almost his worst enemy.
Yeah, he doesn't get more kills because he was just destroying them.
An overachiever. Sometimes it's better to be mid and then peak at the end.
Damn.
Is that your advice? Is that CS or life?
Life, I guess.
Be
Just
mid.
Be mid all life. And then as soon as you are exceptional, people are like, damn, all right.
That's so true.
I mean, that's what Magic's is saying. Lower your expectations.
Ooh, mid-control heavily contested by Aurora. It does leave a slight gap towards that A-bomb site, but I think they can get back there in time. Bit of pressure out to B from Spirit, but it is definitely this A play.
Yeah, this A play, and will it be good enough here from Selter to hold? He's got his teammate coming out from Donut. Oh, nice little smoke deployed. He's going to try and play over the top of it, and he will do it to devastating effect.
Ooh.
Siren and Patsy can't do anything about it. And this attack from Spirit has completely fizzled out.
Sal got burned down to 3 health there, but he got back into the smoke in time. As you said, really creative way to help his teammate on the hold. And this is where Spirit needs some of those big moments from individuals.
Ooh.
Wow.
Okay, they gifted a kill there, and they've still got this flank.
Remember, Selter's low as well.
There's a real chance they can make this work. He has to scramble away.
I thought he went back through the fire for a second. That would have killed him, but he gets away. He gets behind the CT smoke. Now 4 versus 3. For some reason, it still feels like Spirit have a great shot here, but luckily, they do have Kenzie on the score for Aurora.
There are 3 players in Temple. This can be blocked off with this Molotov. The issue is they have to worry about this player in towards Donut. Wonderful. He's going to throw the flames in there, and that's going to give them a fair bit of space to work with.
It's getting the plants hard here because you're worried about getting beat for CT and Donut, and the fight does go the way of Kenzie. He's still low on health. Wonderful tries his best, but Aurora pick up that first round of the second half.
So the issue with that A hit there is if you allow the player that's playing behind the default boxes the time, not only to deploy the smoke, but then to get into this one-way position, it kind of just falls flat. It needs to be immediate off the execute. Otherwise, that player there can do so much damage, and we saw exactly how that takes place.
And he did eventually get blind. It was just a little late, the flash. So he was able to start that spray. He got the first kill before the flash even landed. So you could see that Spirit were at least somewhat trying to deal with that. Just not quite the right timing that time. Maybe they'll get the timing right this time because they're already out on A.
It's super fast here from Spirit, but Seltzer once again gets a double kill through the smoke. Simon and Patsy have no chance at breaking through him. Chopper has to make the difference here. Quick flank through Donut. Lackey not looking the right way, and finally Seltzer put in the ground. Chopper finds the headshot from behind, and they've pulled it back to a 3 versus 3. The rotation is already here. They've even got that mid flank they can come into the late round of this play.
There's nothing for Spirit to work with in the post plant. They just need to win out these aim duels. Chopper might have an opportunity here. He's spotted one. Wonderful clearing out, see if that flank's coming through, but knows that it isn't. Now he can play a little bit more passive. Magic's on the side. He's going to be the one that's a little bit thrown out into the wolves here, and oh my god, how does he get that kill? Unbelievable on the drop down. Noah steps up for his opportunity. Magix is able to, well, does go down to Kenzie. Chopper all on him.
Yeah, sitting in Donut, smoked off right now. They're both behind it. You're gonna start spamming onto that ball, but the time is just ticking too far now. They're sneaking it again around to the left side. You gotta kill them now. You gotta do it.
Whoa.
But Norby just sticks it. Kenzie covers them off, and that is a crazy round win coming in for Aurora.
That's 4 kills through smokes in that round. That is wild. Oh, and Wonderful was in A main, but he chose to wrap back round to Donut. This is Seltzer, though. I mean, it's crazy to commit to that with the M4A4 because you are spotted on those traces. I thought he was going to get spammed back, but it's so clean on these sprays through the smoke.
What a crazy round from Aurora, but it's picked up 12-7. Spirit's money now broken down, just the pistols. They'll have a buy in the next round, but the goal of this one is to just try and do as much damage as you can to that CT economy and get a bomb plant.
Yeah, there's nothing here. Ooh. Okay. Ooh,
Could be something.
Yep. Kenzie surely not going to get away with this. That HE does slow down Patsy and actually sets up Kenzie for the frag. He's scared them off.
They know he's low, so they just can keep
Siren
fighting
found
him.
the kill as well. There was a push down.
Look where the bomb is, though. They got to go back to the B doors, and it's currently...
Oh, that was in mid that he got that kill in Red House with the Eagle. That's huge.
So that pulls one of the players away. Seltzer has to leave that A site and come back and watch Red.
Yeah, they can just slow this down and reset right now. And the CTs want to take back control of mid, but Siren playing more passive. Oh, he had the right idea, but missed opportunity. And Seltzer will get to safety.
Oh, swinging out, Siren. Forced into the fight. Seltzer able to draw the numbers back in favor of Aurora. Now we're looking at 45 seconds still left in this round for Spirit.
There's an AWP. Oh, it's gone.
They have just crossed out at the perfect time.
Yeah, but Seltzer's still here, and we're seeing what he can do in the back of Donut.
Timing. Slipping by now, and he repeats into Chopper, who had a rifle, who actually had a chance at winning that, but doesn't pick up the fight, and that should be it now. Unless Magix just hits the D immediately. Oh. Okay, Seltzer not able to do it.
Okay, well, Magix wins that one out, and maybe it is a bit of magic needed. Fakes out the bomb plant. Matic, considering the peek on through, actually drops the nade. Oh, Magic's not hearing them, though, and the USB comes through. He could have had the opportunity. That was a free kill.
I think the nade must have just blocked the footsteps sprinting towards him. Magix goes to commit to the plant. Definitely would have had a 1 versus 1 fight there if he had just committed to that. I'm sure he would have.
I feel like if you're going to fake plant, you just keep your gun out for a bit. But now, well, 12-8 it is. Aurora will be able to get themselves back in contention here with a couple of round wins.
But a lot of good damage done in that last round as well for Spirit. Look at 3 players right now under the 1,000 mark for Aurora in leftover cash.
Oh, mid taken by Aurora. They've got a player up through mid into position, but Lackey handled early.
Difficult with the SMG there against the AKs. Wanted to get up close, and unfortunately does go down. Kenzie now. He feels like he has to take some initiative back. Peeking on through. Doesn't actually spot anything. Patsy definitely would have spotted him, though.
Kenzie's been playing a very dangerous game around Jaguar. I'm glad he came back.
To be fair, with the way he's been playing, why not play a dangerous game?
Yeah, they weren't lying when he said he had the best aim, right? Definitely the aggressive player for this side. Under the leadership of Jerry before with him and Norvi. Well, under a minute left. Spirit still with that player advantage to shift back over towards B. It's a decent enough setup over here towards this side of the map for Aurora.
Yeah, Spirit reset, but they don't really make much noise elsewhere. So Aurora stick with the setup. It's a little slow here from Spirit. Finally, they'll start to make their move up.
Kenzie in Jaguar, nice kill on Chopper. Holding that advanced position into the late round has reaped its reward. Now Spirit up towards the site. Commit to the bomb plant. They lock it in. Now into the post-plant situation we go. Aurora coming in with 3 players on the CT side.
A lot of damage being done here. Plenty of utility as well. Running on through. Kenzie going to spot out one and even finds the second player, but can't connect the shot. Celta has found that kill. 1 now has to come up good again. A 1 versus 2. He's about to get mollied off. We're going to step in front of him, but Latic with the orb strikes true.
That's a massive round to pick up coming in for Aurora. It looks so good for Spirit. Getting into this side, they have the numbers up. The post plant's really hard to force away, but they've come through Aurora, and that retake looked really solid.
Yeah, I actually liked the way Spirit delayed their push slightly. They waited for the spams through the smokes before they actually crossed to the site. It looked pretty nice for them to get that bomb down clean in the 4-on-4. But fair play to Aurora. It's always so important you win that first fight on the retake. They do exactly that, and they trade off each other really effectively.
Yeah, and I'd say the most important duel there is one between Kenzie and Chopper, right? Because that was the fight that basically allowed Kenzie to stay alive. He's able to then take full cave control. They never have to be worried about that threat. They know it can only be ramp. If Chopper finds that kill, it's a completely different round. Or if he just holds and doesn't go for the push and just plays patient, it's a different round.
Yeah.
They're starting to believe on the Aurora side. Oh, yeah. Whew. Okay.
Yeah, they're definitely fired up about picking that round up because they believe that round puts them back into the second half. Well, they're not going to be putting away Spirit's buys just yet, although this is very weak. It's still a good enough purchase to get something done here with the rifles on every player, and it's pretty quick. Look at this, charging quickly into the site. Kenzie and Norvi having to hold this, and Kenzie gets a double. Norvi peeks out, and it's all done. Spirit get nowhere on the B side. Aurora go on fire.
What a read from Aurora. Normally, Kenzie's been playing in and around Cave, in and around Jaguar. This round, he commits to the site early at the perfect time to deal with the execute. And maybe Aurora just realized Spirit would have some weaknesses. Spirit feel like they have to go for a fast execute. And Kenzie is the man for the job.
Yeah, what a read, just to not fight Jaguar at all. Reinforce the side as 3, considering that a fast play might be coming out the gate, and it's perfect from Kenzie.
I'm loving Kenzie, man. He loves the round wins. Oh, they're not going to love that, though.
And that's open up A. Look at this. They have to rotate the 2 players back from red as quickly as they can towards CT, and Latic has got the AWP over here at Donut. Hits the shot on Patsy. Now it might slow Spirit down because there was an opening towards A, but they now realize that adjustment's been made.
Patsy was so fast that the rest of the players just weren't in position to capitalize on that space, unfortunately. Now that was the rifle recovered as well. Everyone's just running with these Tech 9s now. Good thing about killing someone on the CT is it does make the defense a little bit weaker towards mid and A usually, so you can see that that's where Spirit want to try and take that space back again.
Yeah, even just the chance to get that rifle back in Donut will be nice. Chopper will get that in hand. No one watching Donut right now. Celta will arrive. Chopper might be holding this angle. Ooh, Celta forced back.
Oh, Latic does very well from Temple. Spirit, though, slipped into the site. They're going to put a bomb down with no issue. And I think that's the main part of the round ticked off. Now, if they get anything other than that, that's a huge bonus. They feel like they can win this, though.
Still 2 smokes for the retake, though. That's big for Aurora here. They're playing from the site instead.
They have to. They can fight this. They've got the M4. They have no utility. They know that they have to go for these fights. And Chopper, he wants to take 2, gets 1, and Wonderful's found 1 with the Tech 9. That's all it's going to be.
Yeah, it was always likely that Aurora were going to pull that retake off given the resources they had available, but Spirit do well again to just figure out how to get into the site, get the bomb down. That'll give them a really solid buy going into this next round.
Do we get ourselves a timeout for Team Spirit? I think they've called a couple already.
Latik's hitting some nice shots here too. Trying to get into it.
Spirit might need that stress egg soon.
There's a lot of intensity right now from Aurora on this comeback.
Listen, regional matchup. I think maybe that's partly playing into it, but really just the occasion. And it's Aurora who take the timeout. Starix wanting to impart some words on his team.
Yeah, this is one of the biggest strengths of Aurora is having Starix stand behind them. You can see all those prepared notes that they have logo Team Spirit at the top, and it's just sheet upon sheets of information, and you know that Starix has done that work.
Yeah, that's one of the really exciting things about Aurora, right? You've got all these young, explosive riflers, and then you've got all the experience behind the desk. And now they are in a position to even things up here against Spirit. Now, if they win this opening best of one, I mean, that's such a great start for Aurora in terms of the upset potential and getting further.
Absolutely. And for Spirit, if they get through this best of one, right, this is a sort of pressure off of their shoulders because Aurora, one of the scariest best of one teams to go up against, and you can see why now. Vote on Blast TV if you want to have your say in it, if Aurora going to pull this comeback. And they're going to be setting up for an A execute out of spawn here, Alex.
They're loving this A site. They're really going for it.
Laki's about to get a whole lot of info, though.
Yeah, this is a lot of info back. Does Celta put down that same smoke to try and defend?
He's been so good here, Lucy. He might do it again.
Yeah, the smoke comes down, no flames yet, and he's just sitting behind it. All right, the Molotov comes on over, and it's not extinguished. He's forced on back, so they have managed to find their way through to the site, although he's using that little gap there to his advantage. They can't take any further ground here, and the flames are actually going to lick the Spirit players. Bomb needs to go down here. He can't quite find the spot, and Donut is now under pressure. Smokes are fading. Celta's dropped one with the bomb.
Oh, it took a while there for Spirit to get to the site, and now it's really awkward because the bomb is loose.
They're in their post-plant positions, and the bomb's not down.
Now, where do you go from here? The plan didn't lead up to this point. Didn't include this issue. It's problem solving on the fly for Team Spirit here. Siren, 44 seconds. Hasn't caught Celta moving forward to that corner. He's aware of the possibility, but they're not going anywhere with this. It's just a stalemate at the moment, a ceasefire.
There's no utility, so, I mean, Aurora aren't going to budge. Spirit are just going to have to walk into some of these fights, and it's just going to be deadly.
It's going to be 12-12 looking at this. It's hard to see a world in which Spirit even get towards the bomb now. Siren realizes, well, we got to go. Nothing's been offered up. As soon as I cross Donut, though, the firing squad is ready. And it's Norby with the first pick. Lackey hasn't even been detected. Celta just peeks out from CT. And that's the round. 9 seconds, not enough time to win this round. Chopper will go around the backside with a headshot, but they would have to immediately plant, and they don't have the bomb anywhere near them. That is the round picked up for Aurora, tied up 12-12.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for Spirit. Obviously, I think Patsy got a little lost there when trying to plant the bomb and just couldn't get it. Felt like he had that fight under Celta, goes down, and the whole round goes in disarray. But I think the issue here isn't necessarily that. It's just how long Spirit took to respond. You can see they were just waiting for a fight to come to them, but Aurora's never going to give you a fight in that situation.
Yeah, and for Spirit, I do feel like their T side has been an issue for them at times in recent months. This is getting scary now. Aurora really starting to believe in this comeback. They've been on fire for a couple of rounds now. And Spirit just keep feeling like this A-site play should be working. Even in that round, they probably should have got the bomb down. So maybe they just go back to it again here.
Well, if it doesn't work once, or twice, or 3 times, what about a 4th time? Lucky here with the incendiary. He's going to be the one in charge. Tries to get ahead of it. The spray this time not going the way of the T's. Siren gets one through the smoke. Celta has the secondary AWP, and he's able to make that one work. But look at Chopper in the back lines. Gets one for free. And now he's going to be a massive thorn in their sides, but only for a moment. Hence he was able to catch him out. Oh! What is that from Celta? He's on a rampage here. And Wonderful now has 3 players to find. All of his teammates fallen. It's desperation.
Celta has just absolutely destroyed them again through the smokes. The awareness to turn back into middle. And they put Wonderful in a really tough spot. 40 seconds, discipline into the situation here in the late round. It's forced Wonderful just a shoulder peek for info, and Celta will confirm an incredible round. That is just unbelievable from the Donut.
Hey, Aurora getting away with a lot of these rounds now. We've had it before where they were spraying through the smoke with the rifle. That makes a little more sense, but the AWP shot.
That's stupid.
Unbelievable.
Perfectly placed. And And listen, it is hard to get that bomb down.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that is what I would say too.
Absolutely.
Oh, jeez. Man, this has turned so quickly. Spirit down to pistol, down around. They're coming out through mid. They're desperate here.
Tech9's with pace against double up could be good.
Resmoke towards red. Lackey's going to tuck himself in the corner.
Oh, it's a bait as well. Noah's going to fire some shots, fall back, and try and bait in this push from Patsy.
It is the one player that is likely to fall for this too. They would love to go aggressive around one of these corners. In the meantime, it is Spirit setting up outside of this B side. Patsy not able to get anything done from his individual position at top red. Now Spirit need to look to break down the doors at B. And it's looking like the doors are being reinforced. There's more and more players arriving here with every second that ticks on.
Yes, pure contact here. Kenzie's position is deadly. So many players to reinforce this. Kenzie's going to get flashed through. He's actually not going to spot anything. Laddick definitely does. Now look at the reinforcement. The Incendiary comes on through. Can't even commit off the back of that flash. Now Kenzie's got himself into the cubby. Smoke is going to cause some issues. He's a little bit isolated here, but more damage being done through. Lucky just charges on in, gets one. Norby's here as well, and everyone falls.
Spirit have disappeared. They've just absolutely disappeared in the second half. They're not winning any of the fights. They're just getting out-fragged by Aurora. The skill has shifted over to Aurora. The firepower is on the CT side right now.
Yeah, Spirit won the first 2 rounds off the pistol. They haven't won a round since. And for Aurora, honestly, it's been the 1-2 punch of Kenzie and Selter, delivering most of the impact, delivering most of the multi-kill moments that have made the difference here. Laddick has definitely had a couple of rounds of his own, but it's the final timeout taken for Spirit.
And it's great to see Selter. He's the perfect example of what we were talking about earlier when a player comes to play at the RMRs, when they're in this high-pressure environment of just getting that few extra % out of them. Ooh. This is a big step up for him. Big 15-11 versus iNation right now. iNation keeping it competitive versus Big on this map.
They only just conceded the 15th. That was off the back of 8 rounds in a row on the T side.
Yeah, man, T side Anubis, definitely doable in that one. Over in this one, we need to see if Spirit can change anything up. This is a sort of scenario where I would love for Wonderful to take control, take initiative as that AWPer. He's not normally that style of sniper. Spirit instead will try and slow things down.
It's also really hard to do that on the T side, right?
Yeah. On Ancient particularly, right, there's just not many opportunities that you get openers. It's really just towards ramp. Ooh, that spam goes both ways. A bit of a misleading dink noise, but still does a chunk of damage.
Pretty even amount of damage on each side. But Lackey, you could be set up for a play down the bottom of the ramp. Wonderful seems to be ready for this. And he will collect the first kill. That's one way to get an opener.
Yeah, it's just dry, no flashbang. That's a little risky, really. Unnecessarily throwing that away. You do get the information, though.
But now look at the gap for Patsy up towards red. If he pushes through and he keeps forcing the issue, which he might have to now that Magix has gone down. Selter, misses a shot. He's hit pretty much everything. But this time, Chopper will best him with the rifle.
Ooh, Patsy, did he mean to shoot then? That's kind of given away his position, and that's allowed Norve to take the space back.
Patsy's dropped back. Kenzie's up. On the ledge. Patsy not looking the right way. Good recovery from Kenzie. Now Spirit come barreling back through the doors at B, and they're looking to enter this B bomb site, but the rest of the hold is here. Laddick misses the shot. Couple of missed ones here for Aurora, but they're still recovering it, and that's the bomb dropped at the top of the ramp.
No time for this, is there? 15 seconds?
Nope, there's no time. You have to charge through the smoke, and even doing that, the round win is just so unlikely at this point. You would have to immediately start planting, and look at all the angles they've got. Oh, Spirit, they've lost control of this game a long time ago, but now it's just inevitable. They're going to lose this map.
We talked about Kenzie making home in Jaguar. Well, I think he's moved into the heads of Spirit. The amount of gaps he was finding there, that was a 4v5. He finds 2 kills back, and then he just ends the round like that. Kenzie is absolutely insane in this map.
It's weird to see Spirit fall off so much on this T side.
It's just been a complete collapse. I think Kenzie's one of those players who could well make a name for himself in this RMR. We were seeing his reactions after every round. He's loving it. Aurora winning so many rounds in a row here. I can barely keep count. I think it's 9 in a row right now.
That's
what
unbelievable.
can Spirit do? How can they come back?
This is the buy they've got to do it with as well. Everyone on a Galil.
What a gaggle. But there's no giggling going on here for Spirit.
Well, B is somewhat weak right now, but I think Aurora want to retake mid control once this smoke fades. And there's still enough utility to delay here from the Aurora players. Oh! Okay.
That is one way to get the round going for Spirit. This might be a way to put an end to the streak of rounds and keep themselves alive for a bit longer. 2 brilliant kills in mid. They should have gone the other way.
Kenzie's still alive. Kenzie is still alive.
Yep, but the rest of his team's quickly falling around him. They're going to start realizing there's presence towards B. Maybe we should just take this bomb over towards the A site. And that's the right call for Spirit. It's the safest call here.
Yeah, this one, they are going to get back. Comes off 2 kills that, I'd say, were kind of given to them in towards mid.
Of course, this huge streak of round wins ends as soon as they reach map point. It's always the way.
Classic, isn't it? Couldn't find a round at all. And, okay, well, this AWP's going to be bounced. So Magix gets that one. That's an upgrade for Wonderful. How many can Kenzie take to the grave? That's the question here. Taking bets right now. I reckon at least 2.
Oh, I'm going to say 1.
None. Wow, okay.
We're all wrong.
Well, you all lost. Unicorn win.
Unlucko.
Well, that's a great round to find for Spirit because it didn't look like it was going to go so well for them. But those 2 kills in mid offered up. Give him a huge foothold in the round. Maybe that's a little slap on the wrist for Aurora saying, okay, this isn't done yet. Let's stay composed. Let's get this final round.
To be honest, though, I did actually like the change up from Aurora that round. We haven't really seen that kind of double donut kind of aggression. And it was the right read, right? They had actual fights out towards ledge. They just didn't win them.
Oh, Patsy so often can get away with this aggressive play through elbow, but he's completely severed off by the utility. It's no trade potential, and he falls first.
Yeah, that's not good. After you fought so hard for those openers in the past, you give one away for free in this round.
Like the Kenzie dips back there after spotting the opponent quickly. Realizes the 5-on-4 feels good. No need to give away those fights like in the previous round. Spirit have been struggling to find solutions on this T side. What do they have here? Not much utility on the CT side. They might not need it though. Upper man.
Yeah, Spirit's just looking for something. They're very spread out at the moment, and Chopper might be the one to find it. And what he finds might be 2 CTs about to peek him as he's throwing utility, although second player up on the ledge gives some distraction, but not enough. Lucky finds both. 3 in the round, all ready for him. Leaves it now all onto Wonderful and Siren to keep Spirit in this.
Oh, a little gap chosen by Seltzer. He will not take the kill. And Wonderful and Siren continue to move into the site. Their last-ditch effort to keep Spirit alive here in the most unlikely of fashions. They're going to go through Donut, 27 seconds. Time has been an issue for Spirit. And they now realize they have to commit to this plant. Locking it in towards the default boxes. Siren ready to flash Wonderful in towards CT. Switches out to watch for Temple, and Wonderful turns around. Somehow they're pulling this one back. And it is just Seltzer in the 1 versus 2. Sends Wonderful down. And Siren could be sent packing as well. Sits at the back of the donut. A strong position for this post plant. Seltzer doesn't have the kit, does not have the utility, and Siren is just jumping across and across. Seltzer holds with a headshot and gets onto the 10-second defuse. Aurora off on their feet already because they know what they have just done, which is taking an upset victory in their opening game of the RMR over Team Spirit. Aurora are here to play. The rumors are to be believed.
What a round from Seltzer. Another incredible clutch coming on through. Demoralizing Spirit here. A fantastic game. What a CT side. What an upset.
We didn't have to wait long for our first upset of this RMR. And we said that Aurora could be one of those teams.
And given the reactions from Aurora after getting the win, it doesn't feel like it was an upset to them, right? It felt like they are very confident in their own ability coming into this event. There's been a lot of talk about how good they have been on the lead up to the RMR, and we know how shaky Spirit have been this year. So seeing them get a poor start here, this is scary for Team Spirit. You don't want to go into that 0-1 bracket right off the get-go.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that it ends up this way, considering how strong it looked for Spirit at the start. They steal away that extra round. They're winning the pistol and the second round into their T side, but then just falling apart.
Yeah, a lot of credit to Aurora for their mental strength on that comeback, but I mean, the scoreboard says it all. That's a collapse from Spirit. There's no other way of putting it. They found no way in. Even that one round they won just came off of the CTs aggressing onto them. Their rounds that they were trying to set up were not working.
I will say about Spirit, though, this half in their defense could have went another way if there isn't some ridiculous rounds happening on the A side, right? How many times did it look like they were in on the side, should have it locked in, and then some crazy individual moment happens from Aurora, in particular from Seltzer on the A hole time and time again. That just kind of cost them the economy game too, because they kept chasing it, and as they got into the A side quite a few times, just lost in the post-plant situation or on the lead up to it. So definitely could have been a different half for Team Spirit, but not the way the cookie crumbles today.
Yeah, it's interesting that conversation about players stepping up that extra, 25% when they're at the RMR just to get immortalized. I also feel like that can spin the other way, right? I feel like the pressure can be a lot, and that seemed to be the case here for Spirit. A few of those rounds, like I'm thinking particularly that one where they took the A side, Patsy goes down with the bomb, and then they just can't recover it.
Yeah, and I think coming into this, Spirit definitely a team that should be expecting to make it through this stage. That's an awkward start for them.
The scoreboard looks pretty good for them as well, right? Like, it's very even.
The first half was sick, and I mean, even the scoreboard looks good because of what I just said. They were getting in the A side, they were finding the entries, they were getting onto the site. They just weren't ever able to finish a round strongly, so it is definitely disappointing for Spirit, and I think they'll go away looking at this game as one that they let slip. But Kenzie will leave this feeling strong. 28 kills, looking really good. We've heard great things about him. His team have praised him. Kenzie was a beast.
There's been a lot of conversations about who came out ahead about some of these change-ups with teams like FORZE and Entropic. Well, it definitely feels like Aurora have come out pretty ahead with picking up Kenzie because he has been a menace, absolutely demoralizing them on both sides of the server.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely a player to watch throughout this RMR. I think you can also see he feels like the talisman of the team, sitting in the middle, getting loud every single time they win rounds. All in all, definitely a good performance from Aurora. I think for Spirit, I think you're right. It almost felt like because some of those rounds went against them on A, where they got spammed through the smoke, they felt like they just needed to keep going for it because they were like, well, that was unlucky. That won't happen again. Oh, that was unlucky.
Yeah, and surely the next one, they can't do that again, but it just keeps happening.
It did. It just kept happening. I mean, I hope that Spirit don't take that too much to heart because they've got another game to play today. I know they'll have a bit of time to recover, but for a team that has been in bad form in officials recently, that is a really rough way to start.
We do have an interview ready to listen in after their matchup and hear their thoughts on their first victory here at the RMRs.
Hey, brother, congratulations. Just talk me through the feelings.
Bro, I'm so nervous right now. The feelings are on the top. But we are amazing, very amazing, bro. What a game, what a comeback.
And of course, yeah, that's the big thing. You boys, it was looking rough. Spirit were in the lead, they were getting close to the end, and you came back. How did you make it happen?
We just didn't stop believing. We just we didn't stop telling ourselves that we can win, and that's all. Just mental, just mental.
And you individually, you popped off. You had a nice couple of shots, especially with the AWP. I gotta say, you're making it look very good. Talk me through your own individual performance.
You know, on the LAN, the bullets registration is better, and it's just easier to shoot. So, and because of the headphones, you hear less, and you are more focused. So, just this. That's it.
What does it mean to get the first win under your belt? Are you feeling? Are the nerves gone away now?
Yeah, of course. Now we are just going to go have some rest and enjoy the win.
Well, congratulations, man. Well done.
I'll just say hello to my mother, and I want to say that I love you and thanks for everything.
Shout out Selder's mom. But it's been great to see Aurora start so strongly in this game, and to come back, that's got to fire them up. That's got to fill them with confidence. 16-8 win for Heroic, followed by Aurora taking a 16-13 victory over Team Spirit. Ence versus Monte is coming up next. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, Ence take on Monte at the RMRs.
So I just immediately like...
We saw some recruits.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames. And
Oh, no way. Hey, I'm going to catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the Gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place.
It went really badly.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
It's now time for Dupree to show us how much grit he's got. Will he bring vitality to this challenge? Will his movement be good enough? Or will the new map take the spring right out of his step? It's time to start the gauntlet.
Ooh, interesting. All right, let's get this show on the road. Ah! So this is another long jump thing. Oh, I jumped too. No, that's very nice. Oh, surf. Oi, no. Oh, yeah, I made it. Oh. Easy Katka. Hello? Hello! It's bugged! Hello! I swear, you need to take at least 3 seconds off the time on that one. Ah! Ah! Oh my god, what did I just do? I'm literally too slow. Oh, that was close. No! Ah! Ah! I made it, don't worry about it. Oh! Oh! No! Yes! Woo! Can we call S-Attack and get him in here, please? Movement King, A-Core, maybe Alexi B, something like that. I'm pretty old, so movement is not my key thing, but I excelled in the shooting part, so I think that's fine. I think that was okay.
Dupree, everyone. Well done. I was watching from the sidelines. Let me shake your hand again. First one, the bravest to set a time on the Gauntlet Challenge. How did you feel about your try?
Started out decent, turned into horrendous, ended up fairly fair.
Like any good career, right?
Yeah. Pretty much, yes.
All right, let's make it official. Let's pull in the leaderboard. Assistants? Beautiful. Let's go ahead and reveal your time as the first official contestant of the Gauntlet. That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
Good morning, ladies and gents, boys and girls. It's the UK Massive on the desk. Cody and Neo joining you for our next best of one of the day. We're here for a second week, mate. Ready for it.
It's feeling good. I mean, the Group B is massive, right? We already know about how intense this group is going to be. We've got a lot of the big hitters kicking about. We've already seen them in the lobby, walking around, getting ready for all their games. You've already seen a couple as well. And those final two games are going to be an upset with Aurora coming through, but a lot of people who underestimate them, they are dark horses in towards the tournament, alongside a side like Nine as well. So keep an eye out for those two teams. But it's going to be interesting. We've got a great game coming through here. Ence taking on Monte, and arguably Monte are another team you should keep an eye on. They've got the experience of Sunday Young, a couple of good players with Boros, Waro, and the rest. I think this is a team that potentially could cause a few upsets.
Well, you've set the stage pretty well there, Nao. Let's have a look at some of the games that we do indeed have coming up. Of course, these are our opening BO1 games. Ence versus Monte, then Eternal Fire Nip. It is going to be ourselves for the Ence Monte game, and I believe it's going to be Anders and Nao jumping on in for that Eternal Fire Nip game, which should also be quite interesting. I believe I'm the only person to predict Nip, so I'll let you guys flame me off the back of that one. Let's have a quick look at Ence right now, though. Of course, some names that everyone should be familiar with, especially considering the type of run that they had through Pro League recently, ending 3rd to 4th, only being bested by FORZE, which was kind of an upset coming into that as well, and then Cloud9 towards the tail end as well.
Yeah, this is going to be, pretty cool, right? We're coming in towards this day, and I think both the A stream and the B stream have a lot of big hitters kicking about, and there's definitely room for upset, right? And this is the big thing. We saw over towards Group A, it was looking a little bit shaky from a couple of the big hitters, just like FaZe. The things could be on for an upset. We've got an interview with Snappy. I got to join him just a little bit earlier, so go and check it out. Snappy, brother, thank you very much for joining me into Group B of the RMR. A lot of big teams there. Give me your thoughts coming in towards the group itself.
Yeah, it's really open. I think there's essentially 14 teams that have a pretty good chance at qualifying, and we're going to see some heartbreak, and yeah, that's my thoughts.
And talk me through your opening game as well. It's not a kind of a familiar opponent for you guys. So what's the preparation been like?
We actually did play them in a qualifier like a month or two ago, and I think we won 2-1. So we know them, and they're a good team. I think they won 3 online tournaments, so well, I obviously hope they don't bring the same level to LAN, because then it's going to be easier for us, but they've been looking really strong.
And of course, Nerds has been with the team now for a little bit. He's starting to really adapt. As you, kind of the leader and the captain, how has he been adapting to your kind of calling and play style?
Great. He's just a great player. I think he's working hard and trying his best to adapt, and we are trying our best to adapt to him also. It goes two ways, right? So he's doing a great job, and I think so far we've been successful.
And for you as well, what would it mean to qualify to the final ever CSGO major? You know, it's a big thing. We now know it's the final one as well. So what would it mean to you?
I mean, not more than any other major. It's the same.
Well, not more than any other major. I think, you know, maybe slightly modest there. I mean, it's a big occasion, to say the least. But Nerds is the man we're going to focus our attention on towards today. The new boy on the block for Ence and the big hitter as well. He has been making a real difference. Us that are from the domestic UK scene know that at an endpoint, he was just, well, way too good for them. And it was about time that he got the call up to Tier 1, and finally he has. But over on the other side, Monte, they've got an ex-endpoint man himself in that of Boris, who in a similar fashion, arguably, a little bit too good for them. He is another one of those big hitters alongside Waro that are really going to keep an eye on coming in towards today's game.
The endpoint alumni are going to be facing off against each other, and yeah, going to be some interesting dynamics on the server between them. I mean, look at them. They seem calm, cool, collective coming into this one. They've been a pretty big team in that online scene for, God, the last few months, of course. Bombing out of the last RMR for Rio, certainly not what they would have liked to do, but there are names that people would be familiar with on this roster if you haven't been following them, like Someday Young.
Yeah, exactly that. You know, he is the experience. He's the level-headed man that we're going to look towards, over towards the side to make a difference. I got the chance to have a little chat with Krasnal prior to their opening game. Check it out. Krasnal, thank you very much for joining me. Of course, you're coming in towards Group B. Group B, there's a lot of big teams here, and you're starting off with a pretty tough game. Talk me through your thoughts coming in towards your opening game.
Ence, as opponent, is really strong. We know this, but we prepared good for them. I think we are comfortable here and confident.
And for Ence as well, is there anything specific in terms of your preparation? Have you been looking in towards, you know, anti-stratting them, or is it more kind of working on your own game?
We were working on our game, of course, as well. And we watch their games, obviously. They have a quick playstyle. We have as well a quick playstyle.
Do you think teams coming in towards this RMR are underestimating Monte? We know you guys play very good Counter-Strike. You've been winning a lot of the CCT tournaments as well. Do you think some of the bigger teams are maybe underestimating you?
I mean, we're good online. We will see how it will be online.
And for you, what would it mean to qualify for the final ever CSGO major? It's in Paris. It's a huge event. What would it mean to you?
I mean, it would mean a lot, obviously, for me and my team. We will do our best to get the spot, obviously.
And look, final questions. Any kind of fighting words to your opponents?
I wish them luck.
Well, wishing them luck coming into the game, and it's a map that we are all too familiar with in this best-of-1 format. Ancient. We are going to be seeing these two teams playing up against each other. I noticed that, yeah, both teams ban out Inferno, but they do like Overpass Ence. Yeah. However, they've banned it early doors. It feels a little bit like a respect ban from them.
I think it is, and I think actually Ancient's quite a good map to come through. It's a very puggy map in itself now, especially with the changes that have been made somewhat recently. You know, the T-sides moved forward in terms of the spawns. They get a lot of the early action coming through. I think it's a very good kind of veto to come through. Take a look at the Unicorn odds as well. They're in favor of Ence. It does make sense, to be perfectly honest. Monte, they are the underdogs coming towards this game. However, this map is pretty good. It's a map in which, on paper, Ence, 4 times they've played in the last 3 months, 100% win rate. So already you're thinking, okay, pretty damn good. But over towards Monte, they have played this map in the last 3 months 24 times. I mean, this is ridiculous. The numbers they've been putting up, while the win percentage isn't quite as good, just the experience they've been gaining is pretty monumental as well. And to mention that the kind of the caliber of opponents that Monte come against aren't too bad either. They've been making it very, very deep in a lot of these tier 2 tournaments, like the CCTs of the world, which they won just a couple of days ago. So this one is going to get really spicy. I think Ence, while it's a good map for them, they're going to be made to work for it.
This is not uncommon ground between these two teams. This was the final map that these two teams played up against in that best-of-3 qualifier for IAM Rio close quals. And yeah, I mean, Ence were able to take it 16-12, but that's not a comfortable scoreline, especially on a map like Ancient, which can sometimes be one-sided. I'm really interested to see if both of these guys on all teams are ready and waiting for this one. I mean, I am, Neo. Are you?
I'm ready. I'm waiting. We're about to get on the way in towards our best of 1. It's Ence taking on Monte. Ancient is our playground. And this one's about to get very damn spicy. Ence being the favorites, Monte the underdogs. But can they cause an upset, as they will be starting on the CT side. And normally, the CT side start used to be a huge bonus. But as we've seen with the somewhat recent changes to Ancient, it's not actually as big of a deal anymore.
No, not as much. It's certainly tempered the one-sidedness of this map. Demcute going to be boosted up on top of tree, waiting for the approach of Ence, who, here they come. Got to be jumping on through. They're kind of expecting him. He wins a couple of shots. It's only going to be good for one. Now the rotates come back on out from the rest of the squad from that B bomb side towards A. The tap from range. It's a little bit spicy from both sides with Waro, some Pious and Snappy all finding kills. But now when it's 3 versus 1, it's not looking great for Monte. Honestly, quite sloppy from both sides, but Ence come out on top.
That's one of those things, and I think, you know, we saw in the interview with Krasnov, he predicted exactly this. It's fast, aggressive, in-your-face Counter-Strike. That is the Ence way. That is how they like to play their Counter-Strike, and it works as well, because even when situations get dire, individuals can bail them out. We're looking at the likes of, you know, some Pies, especially when he gets the big green in play. Nerds as well to really make a difference. That very aggressive Counter-Strike can really overwhelm, especially some of these slightly more inexperienced sides. And Monte don't have a huge amount of experience on LAN. I mean, obviously something like Young does, but the rest of the team really, you know, quite small in terms of their online experience compared to their LAN experience. So it's going to be a big step up for them. They've got to deal with the externalities of the game being in the studio. So we'll see. Either way, back again over towards the A side. Smoke will come through. DemQQ playing up close and personal. Already the results starting to shift more in favor of Ence. Over towards Unicorn, and the smoke will keep them at bay. For DemQQ, it's very good. It's heads up Counter-Strike just to deny that push.
Yep. Smoke goes down. I'm on the other side, by the way, just spamming away. Push me if you dare. Looks like they are going to be resetting this push. This is what I'm coining, the Alexi B setup over towards this A-bomb site. I'm confident someone else did it before, and chat will almost certainly flame me, but who cares? Smokes go in. Let's see if Monte are going to be expecting this one. It's a pretty decent default. Waro on the scout. He doesn't miss those. Finds Madden. Tags up one more as well. Close angle there for Sundai Young to be able to pick up the pieces. For some Pious be able to finish off DemQ after being tagged up early on. Nerds just get a little bit bored of the waiting. Pushing on in. Finds himself 2. And oh dear lord, these pistols doing so much. And this is a perfect round for Monte to be able to level the playing field 1-1.
I'm really not too sure what the call there by Ence was. I don't know why they tried to kind of go out on the site in that sort of fashion. They're flying out, but one by one. So they're allowing the likes of Monte to isolate these fights. It was a very, very questionable play coming through. I think they really should have essentially just doubled back instantly. The second the smoke comes down over towards main, you've got to fall away, or you've got to then, you know, pop flash your way through. But we're seeing the likes of Ence dry peek through smokes over towards A. It's so questionable. And because Monte has stacked the site since they saw so much pressure, it's only going to go one way. The buy pretty minimal. The Tech-9 trying to start things off. Sundai Young, other ideas. Heads up Counter-Strike from him to get that mid control, get the information, and deny Ence getting that control.
Doesn't give up too much information as well. I mean, there's one player inside of Donut, whoop-de-doo, right? That's kind of bog standard, so a life lost for no real reason there, but one traded straight back as D-Hart from range is going to be able to tap down Boris. Krasnov holding on to the site. M4 in hand, looking to pick up some more frags here as he jumps between pillar and post, and is only good for a dink. Bomb is now going to go down to the hands of Snappy, with Waro looking to abuse this smoke as it's about to fade in a few moments' time. It does get re-smoked. Now we need to see this pretty big retake from Monte. Incredibly back and forth these last 2 rounds.
Yeah, barrel spotted. Waro will see him off and bias to 4. Bomb gets planted. Ence in a 2 versus 3 now. Only pistols to work with. It is planted for D-Hurt, ready, waiting, but now smoked. That leaves him with such little control. And if Snappy falls, I think it's one should be done, but D-Hurt, the ideas. We'll find one through the smoke. No one on the bomb just yet. They're going to go for a wide tap, and I don't think he's going to fail to find the heads. Bomb is being defused, and D-Hurt seen off, but it was mighty close indeed. Monte up to a 2-1 scoreline, but they were made to work for it.
Yeah, certainly not an easy one by the entire stretch of the imagination. D-Hurt. Good little taps there. But yeah, very long arms on that man, it would seem, to be able to defuse the bomb from that angle, but we don't question it. Getting buffs in the server from the long arms out. It's a bomb plant for Ence, so it's going to be a little bit of extra money in the bank, so it does allow that force buy up. Madden going to be playing that heavy support role with 4 pieces of util and a Tech 9 and head armor. Everyone else has some form of upgraded weaponry, but it's going to be DemQ close to be able to find some frags, but instead he just finds a little bit of damage and gets some traded back to him in the process. Molly goes down, forcing him all the way back, and yeah, this is just a bomb site that's been completely taken here, especially with Snappy finding that kill. Some die young to be able to find 2 more now as the bomb gets planted. The retake has done wonders, and Nertz is on this super long lurk, but who is waiting for him? It's DemQ. And he's going to be able to find that.
It's a mega round to take, I've got to say. I mean, that was really important. Yes, the bomb goes down. Silver lining's there, but the full investment coming through from Ence is put by the wayside pretty damn quickly. We saw the odds were very favourable over towards that of Ence, but on Bar CV, the people going with Monte. And you can sort of see why. They're 3-1 up right now, and things are starting to look pretty damn good for them. I think Ence, I wouldn't even mind a quick pause to come through. Just take attack, take a time for a conversation to come through. But because the counter-strike they're playing right now isn't very good. Monte, they've got a good read on them. They seem to be very well prepared into what are the defaults coming through. And it's working wonders. A 2-round lead built up. And of course, the bomb plant plus loss bonus gives Ence another buy back in. But Sampaius, just a Tech 9 for him. Playing anti, DemQQ will get space over towards Catwalk. But no one's showing face.
Yeah, a little bit worried here. A couple of taps from Nertz and Madden, respectively. From separate angles, some die young. Hey, here's the tag onto Nertz, and everyone's just pushing to be able to find frags here. 2 down, Sampaius, Dihar, and Madden all remaining. Look at this control that's been gained from the CT side. Ence are just a little bit cautious to even think about swinging out here. They do have the flashes on Sampaius to be able to go for an approach here, but they need to find 2 crisp kills. Boros on the close angle. And then Chris now on the long as well.
Yeah, resmoke coming through as well. This is very well played from Monte. It's just keeping them, at bay, making sure that they don't get a lot of control. And this has been a bit of a classic for Ence as well. They're going to try and set out the smoke the same way they did in towards their second round of the half when they got eco'd. And this could could be made pretty messy. Dia holding the smoke. He knows Boros is there. They could have even used the Molotov to dispel him out, but Boros will park up. If he swings, he could find a couple of kills.
Chris now on the swing. STY there as well to be able to find one. I mean, this is over and done with, right? It was quite an interesting one that they decided to continue going there, considering the amount of ground that was already gained. I mean, good call from the Monte lads, but yeah, Ence, I mean, they had plenty of time to be able to potentially rotate over towards A, see if they could find something there, and looks like they just kind of played the gamble game, and look, hopefully they're still not holding these long angles, but they were indeed. Monte, while a newer team to LAN, are no slouches when going up against LAN teams, in the sense of teams at the RMR. Yeah. Got 9, 1 win, SAW, FORZE, Apex, all squads that have made it to this RMR, all squads that they beat in Challenger League.
Yeah, and this is a big thing. I think Monte put up really respectable performances. The only thing that does worry us kind of from a broader perspective is just a lack of LAN experience.
Exactly.
These guys don't have a lot of experience on LAN, on a studio, in a different environment, with a lot of things here, there, and everywhere. It's completely different to be in the comfort of your home. So there was still question marks surrounding Monte. We know it's a team, they play great Counter-Strike online. It's different to being, a quote-unquote onliners to onliners. Right now, though, looking pretty damn comfortable. We'll find a couple of kills to kickstart things. Hence, it's just pistols for them. And they're being popped by the wayside so comfortably. Bomb dropped, and more or less the round 1 already.
These start still with Eagle in hand. Wants to find something here. Nertz is going to be able to pick up one. And Aurora as well. Goodbye, Aurora. Lines up some die young. Looks for DemQQ as well inside of mid. But these are pure consolation frags. But being able to... Oh, that's just rude, isn't it? Yeah, he's going to find a better angle to be able to throw that at the map. He knows it's not going to be possible to be able to save it. But as long as he can ensure that Monte don't save it as well, he's going to be pretty content with that one. I mean, 2 kills. If he can find a third as well, with Chris now being dropped pretty damn low, then every single chip, every single frag he can find, he is going to be pleased with. He does get swung from the long angle from Boros, though, and that is going to be another round on the board for Monte.
Yeah.
And people might be thinking, I mean, well, Monte are now they're 5 rounds up. Like, this is great from them. Like, the lack of experience on LAN doesn't seem to matter, but this is still only game 1. This is the first best of 1. We haven't seen everything. We're only 6 rounds deep. it could start to crumble. And this is something that we've been seeing from a lot of teams, especially in RMRA, where they have these good first starts. It happened in the Into the Breach Virtus Pro game, where they went up, I think it was 10-5 in the first half, and then the second half wrap round. And Virtus Pro were just like, well, no, we're going to actually come back. Sure, we know that the early rounds mean a lot because Into the Breach were able to win that one out. But these comebacks have just been happening time and time again. So I really don't want to count Ence out of this one as of yet.
I mean, I think it's too early to count them out, but I'm kind of leaning the other way. I really just don't think it's such a poor start from Ence that if Monte get up to 7-8 rounds in the first half, I think this game could already be done. I think if they can get, start pushing towards double digits in this first half, I really think this game could be over before we even get into the second half. The way they're playing right now is great, and you've got to remember that Monte are a side who are normally more proficient on their T side. They're a very aggressive team in their nature. The individual like Boros with AKs in his hand can make a difference. This is really damning Counter-Strike right now.
Jesus,
Molotov ticking. Sampayas needs to be careful. The ball to the flames. Sampayas trying to sit in the Molotov to find a kill, and it'll cost him his life. Sunday Young of the smoke. Here's the jump as well, but he might just force the AK and Nerds up close and personal. Brings the numbers back level. They've now got mid control, but Warrow in towards Donut posted with the orb. Nice flick, nice find. Diha drops, and in doing so, Monte will bring the numbers back in their favor. And as we stand, things are starting to look damning once again over towards Ence. This is starting to get into the realms of impossibility as Boros will find Nerds. Ence, they are crumbling.
Yeah, that was such a weird start to the round. I mean, Sampayas just cooking himself alive with that Molotov. He didn't find any information. Jesus Christ, Boros. I only saw him for half a second. He was able to just double dink the man. Does just leave Snappy now in a 1 versus 4. Might be good for one. Finds Boros, but the swing there from Crystal. I'm so confused with what's going on with Ence because this does not look like a team that just came 3rd and 4th in Pro League on LAN against Tier 1 teams. They've come into this one. Monte just seem to have their number, and this seems to be a consistent thing online for them as well. If they find one team they can beat, they will beat them every single time. But this hasn't been the case against Ence. They lost that best of 3. And now it's in the best of 1 territories, and we know, yeah, sure, anything can happen. But now we'd start putting some even more respect on the Monte name. They're 32nd in the world right now, and they're still able to put up numbers against a team that are in the top 10.
Yeah, I think it's also the big storyline that I think people need to start really clocking onto in towards this RMR. These tier 2 teams are not that far behind it. As much as people want to build up the kind of the narrative that tier 1 is this leaps and bounds ahead, it's just not the case. We can see it just don't have the same opportunities. With these partner teams, it means that they get a lot of opportunities to play each other at the top level. But when we see a lot of these open qual competitions, some names sneak through. We're now seeing teams like Gamer Legion, for example, who are now back-to-back majors, but don't have the same opportunities to play in some of these bigger tournaments. But they can compete. They can play and hang with some of the best of the best. B&E, another great example of a team who can hang with some of the best of the best. They took down FaZe, for God's sake. So do not sleep on these quote-unquote tier 2 teams because they can keep up. As we are seeing now, that's 6 consecutive rounds from Monte. And they're looking for more as well as entered down to a pretty low buy. Just the pistols, bit of armor, bit of utility, but getting a bomb down is going to be the priority, and it looks like they're going to crunch in towards mid. Yes. Sunday Young playing anti, 2 in for control as well. Crasher just going to fall off the angle. Up close and personal, jumping from Nerds. Martin traded out, the orb up close and personal, shotgun style, finds nothing, and they get overwhelmed.
DemQQ on the site, looking to be able to recover this round as he takes down Dikar as he swings on through main. Boros spots that, oh, he didn't see Sampayas. Smokes back to Fade, they both don't know they're there. He reacts just a little bit quicker than his opponent, and Snappy up close with the Tech 9. Puts it to work and finds that frag. DemQQ, a lot to find here. Off angle being held from Nerds, but he squanders the opportunity. Flash goes deep, sees if it can connect onto Snappy, and it does, but no swing to be found from him as of yet. With the bomb being planted, there is a kit on DemQQ, but he needs to play this one well because he's got no util. And it would be a 3K from him. Lurking round onto the short angle. Snappy holding the long one. Needs to be tapping that bomb pretty quick. God, they pass each other. They have no clue. He taps it once. He looks for the info. He thinks there's no way it's on long. Maybe he is. Takes down Snappy. And God, he finds those final 3 kills. 1 on Dihar, 1 in CT, and then the final one to Snappy, who just fell away from that round. And that was the real first opportunity we've seen from Ence. Came off the back of pistols, which was a great sign. But then towards the end of it, it just got sloppy. Nert should have had that kill dead to rights.
It's masterfully played, I've got to say, from DemQQ. He clears a lot of angles and not a lot of time. But I think we do have to look once again over towards Ence. Snappy in those sort of situations, especially off the back of the bomb being tapped. He's in the open, out of nowhere. He's got to be playing that one a little bit more heads up. He's got to be trying to take things to Monte, put them under pressure. Off the back of winning that round, that's 7 in a row from Monte, and we are going to see a timeout called by them. I think this is a very good call, just to keep things level-headed, especially in these sort of games when you really are starting to kind of, I guess, run away with the momentum. You can get a little bit overconfident, a little bit too comfortable in the game itself, and this can, well, come back to bite you. And maybe that's even the case for Ence as well. Coming in towards this game, it looks like they were, very, very overconfident in terms of they came in, they were a much better side. We've beaten them already before as well. We had a chance to beat the Snappy, and he was talking about how they beat them before, so they've already prepared, but evidently not. 7 on the trot for Monte. Question marks being asked.
1B03 isn't enough to be able to understand a team. I've never played professionally, but from watching teams play consistently, like you begin learning things after like the second or third or fourth best of 3, not the first one. You can have some cheesy stuff appear in those and it just not be reflective of their entire play style. So I'm sure that there was more prep on the inside of things, but right now, we are not seeing any of it. That timeout a little bit on Monte's side as well. That should not have come down to a 1 versus 1, a 1 versus 3 for crying out loud. Madden, always getting pushed. Very aggressive here from Monte. They're feeling themselves. Pijamas going to be good for that opening kill. Flash goes in, looking to be able to find a little bit more here. Madden looking for the swing, but rethinks it. Flashes are just connecting on their teammates. Doesn't look like they're being commed as effectively as they could be. Dihar lucky to escape with his life there as well. Time is ticking down. We're now sub 1 minute. Snappy on the back lines, but Aurora 2K is posted up on the angle, waiting for the swing, and Boris is going to be able to find Madden as he swings first. Now on a 4 versus 4, 45 seconds now on the clock, and an execute still nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, Warrock, he's got an idea. He jumps though. Snappy will find him. Boris will reclaim the space. He spotted Snappy tucking himself, but he'll find yet another kill individually. Snappy leading from the front here. Ence needed a savior, and he's starting to show up. He will be traded out. Sunday Young on the other side. Nice kill. However, time is starting to tick. 20 seconds to get that bomb down, and Dihar a long rotate to try and support them in towards excavation. Is he going towards A? He is. It's a good call. They can get there just in time. It's a foot race, and I think DemQQ might lose it.
He needs to pick up the pieces, pick up the pace here. Molotov might be going down. He had one available, no flash instead. Now the molly's going to be plumed, but it's just a moment too late. Opens up that opportunity onto the site, but it doesn't look like it's connected onto Dihar. He is going to be caught in this angle, but Pijamas has CT under control as well. I'm not liking this from Monte. It needs to be an insane clearance of this site. Nade goes in, Young looks for the angles, and he's going to be able to find Dihar on the site.
Time ticking. Util limited as well. This is going to be rough. They've just got to tap and hope that the peaks come through from Ence, but this is very well played, very calm and collected, and finally we see Ence back into their winning ways. Their second round put on the board. My God, they were made to work for it once again, even when Ence are finding success. At what a cost.
Yeah, certainly not an easy one. All came at the hands of Snappy, finding these 2 kills over towards B, then having that mental fortitude to understand, okay, guys, look, we've killed 2 on B. They probably rotated everyone round. Hot-foot it to A. We barely got any time to be able to do it, but they make it there with just moments to spare. Interesting to see that DemQQ didn't instantly chuck that molly down just to be able to kind of force a bad planting angle from them. Instead, he was thinking about the flash for the swing, but yeah, once again, as you mentioned, he lost the foot race. Time wasn't there. Pijamas, though, not going to lose out on anything in this round as he's going to be able to find that opening kill onto DemQQ. He just got a little bit too big for his boots, it would seem. And Boris is about to take his spot, but as the body gets cremated, doesn't like the smell and falls back. It's 7-2. Snappy with this entry is looking to make it 7-3, but straight back.
Great trade. Krasnov a freebie as well. Madden pushing a smoke. It'll cost him his life. He was looking to try and get the drop, and little did he know. Krasnov posted up. A shot from Warrow in towards mid. Will catch Nertz on the lurk, and in doing so, now things start to get dicey over towards Ence. 2 versus 3. Flash coming over as well. Sunday Young, I think he's under at least some sort of understanding, and Sunday Young swings. Dihar to fall. It's all down to some bias, and the AWP cannot convert it. It's a great start by Ence, and it just falls flat, and Monte will guarantee themselves a lead at the turn of the half at the very least, with a 6-round buffer to make it even more damning.
Just not enough feels like the perfect tagline for what we're seeing from Ence. This isn't just that last round. It's been round after round after round after round. They usually find the opening kill, and then it gets squandered.
Yeah.
I'm just a little bit confused. I mean, some players, of course, he's got a gamble and angle there with the AWP, but not even thinking about clearing that. I don't know if I completely agree. Like, at least give it a glance, and then you've got a chance up close, but instead opts not to. Quite an interesting reposition here. Young going to be inside of mid with the AK instead of the AWP of Warrow. He's going to be posted inside of Donut, I believe, with them QQ. Yeah, Crossfire being held. I like this. But this has blown up in the faces of many teams. We've seen a lot of this double stack, not only here, but in apartments on Inferno. And then one person swings in, finds the rifler, the AWP missed the shot, and then they're both dead.
This is a big round. Ence have got to convert this. If they fall flat here, especially with no bomb plant either, their economy, they're going to be shattered. Awful tag is off the nation. See off Nerds, and it will. A kill going to both Krasner and Warrow. One with the HE, one with the M4. Some Pyjamas will fall to a Polish superstar's hands, and in doing so now, once again, in a matter of moments, things look dire over towards Ence. The buyer they've got to work with to try and convert this round is a pistol, which will find a kill. A MAC-10 and an AK, with us somehow making it closer than we would expect. Young other ideas will find Diha, and it's all down to Snappy, a MAC-10, and 3 kills to convert, and AWP of Warrow will see it off. This is wonderful Counter-Strike being played, and right now, Monte are running away with it.
They've usually struggled against some bigger competition, right? They played up against NIP in the Dallas Open quals, they got bested 2-0 by them, but this kind of tier 2 scene, like the big academies, the Spirit academies, or XCs, all of this, like, they're just absolutely fine on the server against them, and now they're showing that they can do it against the ones that are big. Is that an Attack on Titan tattoo on Diha?
Yes, no, it is. I actually remember him posting it on Twitter. He's got quite a few anime ones. I think that one's actually it's Sasuke. Sasuke from it's Sasuke Naruto.
Oh, it's Naruto. That's pretty sick, actually. That is sick. I like that.
Sasuke Naruto.
I think
he has another one. I think he has a. What is that? I know someone has like a Full Metal Alchemist one.
That's pretty cool.
Great anime. But
we move on.
Not great Counter-Strike from Ence. I think right now there's a lot of question marks. You have to look over towards the Ence side. A pause coming through. You can see how things are starting to look very, very dicey indeed. For Monte, 9 rounds already on the CT side, and Ence question marks in the lead. Flames will find Madden. Spam coming through, but some Pyjamas, may I say, drops Warrow. An important answer back on what is a very middling buy. Snappy's got a Nova.
I respect it. I think this is the first shotgun buy I've seen all land.
I think so.
Last...
wait, I saw an auto, actually.
You saw an auto on RMR. Okay, no, you know what? So did I. That was on Inferno.
Yeah.
But I have not casted a game in which one has been come out, Snappy fires one shot, and it falls onto the ground. Probably where the Nova belongs to be fair. Much rather either a Saundorf, XM10, sod it, give me a Mag-7. Gun's insane. 4v3, like the AWP here from some Pyjamas, the pistols from Diha and Nerds. I mean, it's not looking great, but that is a good molly to be able to clear him out. And Diha, enough damage was done off the back of the molly for them to be able to recover the round. Young looking to be able to pick this one up here, and yeah, I mean, it was a nice opening kill, but getting a little bit baited in by the promise of weaponry that's dropped.
Yeah, now I think they said the AWP. I don't see a world in which you can make this work. Okay, some players like shot towards Boros. Maybe things could turn the tide. He can't isolate the fight, and the overwhelming really good round coming through once again from Monte, especially when things were starting to look a little bit dire. To turn that back on its head and continue to implement what is a dominant start to this game. Great work, up to double digits now, 10-2, and Ence, the favourites. The bookies' odds were all on them, and they are starting to look really dire, and you can see the tilt on their faces. Snappy's starting to fume, and as the leader as well, if his head starts to go, things get dire.
How many timeouts do Ence have now? I feel like
two more left.
They've got 2 left.
Yeah.
I felt like they used their 3rd already, but no, I mean, the fact that they've used 2 before the end of the first half, I mean, sure, 2.5 is fine, but you usually see them coming more towards the end of series, and that's simply not the case right now. I mean, of course, we could slip into the ever-elusive 11-4 scoreline, but we kind of need to see Ence find this one if they even want to think about a 3rd or a 4th. Because Monte, they're feeling confident in themselves. We haven't seen too much from them when it comes down to player cams, but the fact that how they're performing on the server, I mean, the kills are pretty spread. Young, of course, leading from the front. 17 kills to his name. Chris Snow on 14.
16 ADR for Young as well.
Man,
he's really looking. And this is a
Feeling it,
player
man.
who we know when he's confident he can hit shots. I just think, you know, we all know at the end of his tenure in RV, he was so unconfident. Speaking of, that's confidence swing coming through from MQQ. A lot of information gained. They now just know for damn sure they're going towards B, and it's all about a retake, but the numbers favour that of Monte. Great nade too.
it was a really nice nade. Forced them back and definitely weakens them up a bit. Puts those M4s in a ever crucial position. MQQ is still on the back lines inside of T-spawn. He's got the ghillie suit on, hiding inside of the trees. Dia trying to preempt this angle, and oh my god, gets Stink down. Down to 14 HP, and now here comes the swing from the CTs. Boris is going to be good for 2, both headshots. Looking for a third here as well, but Chris Snell's going to steal that one away. Madden holding now, trying to find 4, only good for 1 as Boris finds 1 more kill to add to his tally, and it's an 11th for Monte. Where are Ence?
This is a great showing. This is really stepping up. I mean, we're seeing a few individuals over towards Ence who are really yet to have any impact. I mean, Madden is
3 kills.
You hate to mention it, only 3 kills to his name. I think he may have even got the kind of the 4th on the way out. But either way, not been good for him. D here and Snappy as well, not really having all that much impact. This has been a rough showing. With a Monte, it's not exactly like they're outplaying them in terms of, you know, tactics or strategically looking like a better side. It's just the fundamental things of the 50-50s are going the way of Monte. It's confident Counter-Strike. It's fundamental Counter-Strike, but it's working damn wonders right now. Some bias, AWP in hands, needs to hit those shots, and he can't. He is starting to tick as well. The Molotov will drop Madden down to 47 points of HP, but once again, looking over towards B, and it's Boros to deny. B in the name, B on the site. Can he make it work? The answer is yes for the first. We'll find D here, looking for more as well. Doesn't know Madden's up close and personal.
If you'd think about knife for a brief second there, through the smoke, find ahead of Madden. Some Pyjamas going to be able to trade one back. Does make the retake a little bit harder, but with the nades coming in, the amount of utility that we're seeing from the CT side, and Crystal on the back lines as well, to be able to bring us down to a 1v4. Ence, like deer in the headlights, getting slammed down by this 4x4 that is Monte right now. This is crazy. 12-2. I mean, people came into this one thinking, Monte who? Top 10 team, Ence? Swear, this is going to be an easy one. Not the case at all here.
We genuinely could see a 13-2 half here. But the way they're playing right now, even if it's 11-4, it still doesn't matter. Already, we're now starting to ask the question of, is this too little too late? And I think one thing that's really good to mention, you can see, and I think Sunday Young is the main person that you have to look towards, is he is keeping them calm, keeping them level-headed. Obviously, this Monte team are full of young, fresh talent, right? Who we don't know all too much about in terms of their LAN experience, and he's keeping them level-headed. MQ playing anti, will be caught by a flash, but he hasn't been spotted. Some bias will fall, looking for more as well. He's getting tagged down, he's struggling to stay alive. On the reload, he'll find Nertz. Nertz's reload cost him his life. There's a gap in the smoke as well. Warro will make it work. Great from him, looking for more. He'll get tagged, but from above, Dia makes 1. Can he find Warro? No, not just yet. 1 point of HP, and Dia will see him off. 12-3 at the turn of the half. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been dominant. Will it continue after the break?
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against Navi. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Astralis just before in semi-final. Like just, I said that a lot, like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day. When the French team stopped at some point, and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Extase we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. I don't think many of you or many of us would have expected this sort of result. It is a 12-3 half in favour of Monte. They are only 4 rounds away from absolutely decimating Ence. And, of course, breaking their 100% win streak. There are 4 maps won out of 4 maps played. And right now, that could be well on track to being broken. This has been some cracking Counter-Strike. Monte playing really, really heads-up CS. Very fundamental. But it's working. Wanders in towards his pistol. You have to say, if Monte find it, I think it's game set.
I'm throwing Hawker under the bus right now. We tweeted 20 minutes ago, Ence will go 3-0. My brother, it's
Hawker.
not looking good for that one. Ence, they need to find this round if they want to stand a chance. And Boros is already trying to destroy any hopes that they may have. Nertz on the site, good for 1 in the form of Waro. Now the Julie's not able to find anything at all. It's pure chip damage. Sunday Young holding for the crossfire, and it's laboured. Deals a lot of damage, waiting for the rest of his squad to be able to pick up the rest of the round. Snappy pushing out onto the site now with no kit to be seen on this CT side. It's not looking great. And Neo, as you said, this game might be over and done with as we see Monte pick up a 13th round and go 13-3 against Ence.
And at 13-3, Cody, I'm going to put you on the spot. Take a guess. What percentage do you think it is for Monte to see off this game now at 13-3?
For Monte to win?
Yeah, for Monte to win.
Like a 89%.
But you're close. You're off by 90% chance to win it. It is, since things are going pretty damn well. And if they make it 14-3, it goes to 95%. So, Monte, a much better buy coming in towards round number 17. If they find 14 here, they are more or less statistically guaranteed to see this map in their favor. Ence have just not shown up to the plate. And I know we don't really do interviews post losses, but I would love to hear what's going on in the camp over there, right? I would love to see
it'd be weird
what is being said over in the old Ence camp, because I just think everything seems to be falling flat. The calling's not being great. I don't mean to kind of throw Snappy under the bus here, but you can just tell they haven't got a good read on Monte at all. But they're not fragging well either. Nobody's playing amazing. Let's be honest. I mean, only some Pyjamas is the only one above 10 kills on this team. Swinging in towards the main. DemQQ will find the first. Nertz is normally firepower galore. Cannot make it work. Boros found in the smoke. So Pyjamas will find the low HP of DemQQ, where the bomb goes down on the post-plant setter.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of this though. They're random kills. Like these aren't tactical fights that they're taking. It spams through the smoke. It's pushes and catching people off using off angles and that sort of stuff. I mean, it's not clean Counter-Strike. And Ence are already realizing this position they've been put in. It's like, no, we're leaving. We've got half armor. We need this for the next round, but they're not going to have a buy in the next round anyway. It's just going to be the same thing again now. This is done, right?
No, I think this is a really smart call. This is a very smart call. But
sorry, if the game's done.
Oh, the game is done. I was saying the thing was done. No, I mean, yes, you're right. The game does feel done, 100%. But the call's smart. I think for Ence, there's no way they get back towards that site, right? So. Retaking the A site is so difficult. You drop one smoke in towards CT, one Molotov over towards Temple, and that's it, game set.
How is DemQQ allowed to get that kill on Nertz, by the way? He was looking at the complete wrong angle. Sure, Nertz had the lesser weaponry, but he caught him completely unawares. And that's not the first time, unfortunately, to put him on the spot, we've seen Nertz not find these kills. I don't want to put pressure on a single player on Ence. They're all not here. They aren't ready for this. They aren't prepared for this. It's interesting.
Back to what I was saying. I mean, this is now for Ence a full reset. The only difference is they've really got nothing to work with. It kind of feels like they're playing for OT, which is an understandable call. D, I'm pretty sure, will spot a cross in there as well. DemQQ, you can kind of see in the player cam, he's common it. So they know there's someone parked up. He might beckon over rotations for support. If he gets swung, that's where Sunday Young will step in. DemQQ, he knows for a fight. And even dropping a Molotov as well would force D here into death. And that's exactly what we're going to do. Red like a book. DemQQ, Sunday Young, it's just perfect. Look at the odds from Unicorn. They've guaranteed it. Monte are going to see off this game in their eyes. Ence, the odds up to 12, buddy. Come on, you can make them 1,000. It's not going to make a difference. Nothing is working for them.
Just looking for a couple of frags here. The Deagle's in hand for some Pyjamas and Nertz. Here comes your util, here comes your execute. It's a tag onto Chrisnall, but nothing else to be found. Oh my God. Boros just gunned them down. It's a shooting range. They have no clue what's going on. Monte, they are so happy with themselves. I mean, Chrisnall still looks pretty chill, but everyone else is kind of ecstatic. They're like, oh, great, cool. First BO1 down, guys. We beat Ence. We probably shouldn't have won this one on paper, but we've absolutely decimated them. Remember, this is not uncommon ground for these two teams. We've seen this map played out before, and it was a 16-12 in Ence's favour. Where is that Ence?
Wow, statistically, looking at the odds as well, from a 15-3 scoreline in the history of this map, only once has any team been able to come back from this sort of a deficit. And maybe it starts now. D-Hill will find Warren. That's a good start at the very least. But this round is essentially chalked up to being what we'd like to call a bonus round. Madden spots 2 crossing in towards that excavation. Jaguar under their control and more kills falling to the hands of B Ram. This round looking better. Finally, Ence is starting to find a little bit of form. But is it too little too late? Well, probably.
This is the strat. Trust me on this one. Copium, but let's hear it out. Monte, we let them get 15 rounds, then Ence can play for all 30 rounds, getting their fans to see them play more rounds. And then they go to overtime, get to show them even more, and then they win.
It's the dumbest thing you've ever said.
100%. It's not happening, is it? Let's be completely honest.
If Ence get to 6 rounds, the way they're playing right now, I'd be... Even that, I'd be surprised by. There's going to be a full buy for Monte towards the next round anyway. An open play for Warrow too. I mean, all things considered, yes, this buy has gone by the wayside immediately, but... you know, I just think this one's going to be rough. I mean, the thing is, the only thing, it's a bonus, right? So they're bringing in Galils, they're bringing in these rough sort of, buys in towards this one. Now we've got the open play. Warrow pick up an orb. AK's out for the likes of Boros and DemQQ. We know these guys can really make a difference. This is going to be very, very difficult for them to turn this back on their head. One slip up, one mistake, and it's all sorted.
If Monte find the opening kill, I think it's done.
Yeah.
I actually think it's over. I do not see a world in which Ence are going to be able to reposition themselves if we take these last 20 rounds as kind of gospel of what they're capable of doing right now. It seems like, I don't know. I don't want to put excuses to Ence. This just doesn't seem like them on the server at this moment in time.
This is first day jitters.
But the issue is, it shouldn't be.
No.
These guys are so experienced on LAN. They shouldn't be having first day jitters, especially when Snappy said, oh, it's just another major. Don't worry about it. Here we go, though. Snappy playing like it's just any other game as he swings on through to try and find that opening pick. Spams onto Crystal. He hears the damage being dealt, but he only drops him to 17 instead of that 0 he was hunting for. Still a 5 versus 5. Molly goes in to be able to clear him out. And Monte, they're just playing time right now. They've got so many rounds to play with at this moment in time. Oh, God, Snappy, that was a little bit close for comfort. Molly's go in, clearing off the angles, and bullets are being traded back and forth, but this is just a long, long con for this push out onto the B bomb site.
Krasnal, that low HP is going to make a difference. They might even use him as cannon fodder. Just go in, try and get a kill if you can, but essentially die for information. We've seen that being played a few times, especially by some of these quote-unquote puggy teams, and that's not a derogatory term when we call these teams puggy. It just really highlights the mechanical prowess. Madden and Snappy, 2 kills with the smoke. Boros says, I can do one of my own too. Pushes the smoke, and he might find nuts, and he will. Boros, that's so aggressive, but I absolutely love it. Take the fight to them as some players. Heads up, will find Sunbayong on the flank, and with Warrior falling, and he's Boros, 3 points of HP in a dream, and that dream is put to bed quickly. Ence stay alive.
Only just. But finding, again, these rounds are all coming down to the opening frags.
Yeah.
The CTs find that opening pick, cool. It's more than likely you're going to be able to find it. Boros did a hell of a job to be able to bring them back into that round, but when dropped down to 3 HP and you've got 3 more bodies to find, it's not looking particularly likely. But this is great from him, and this just shows that he's feeling confident in his own abilities. The fact that he just goes, there's a smoke there. No, there's not. Just pushes straight through it to be able to gain that info and give them another lifeline. Of course, as we see, it doesn't work out in their favor, but they've got still 10 more rounds to play with. They just need to find one. Oh, nuts. Okay, I'm not a fan of this one, my friend, as he gets too aggressive. Too antsy, it would seem. Pushes down mid, body in the process. Bomb is dropped, though, on the back lines as D-Hard is looking to be able to completely control this A-bomb site. DemQQ has other ideas, but it's replaced by Krasnal. Are we going to be able to see this? Are we really going to see Krasnal find 3 kills? Almost certainly not. It's most likely going to be a 6th round here for Ence. But with a low HP Snappy, rifles on the ground for him to be able to recover as well. He'll take that AK. Thank you very much. Might be able to go over towards the B-bomb site. Plant. if he breaks it down into 3 individual 1v1s, I kind of back Crystal's odds.
Well, I mean, the plant is a real possibility, especially considering that the only player over towards that B site, or I guess in the rough vicinity, is Snappy. 21 points of HP, a bullet to anywhere on the body, or to be perfectly honest, a strong gust of wind. This could be Snappy's demise, and in a 1 versus 2, isolating those fights is a possibility. Snappy's rotating back, though. It's all about timing. They're beckoning over the rotation, too. Krasnil clearing the angles. Gumball spotted. Snappy will see him off as well. Krasnil committed to the swing over towards CT. I think he gets the kill on the bomb plant, but they're all if buts and maybes. The absolute is Ence staying alive. However, still a long road to recovery. A pause to come through as well, and I think it's a good call at the back of the attack for Monte. They know they're so close to the finish line, and they've got plenty of time to work with. 10 rounds was the deficit, now chipped down to 9. But still a lot of breathing room. All they need is one slip up, and we're looking over towards LMBT, we're looking towards Warrior, the IGL, even the experience of Sundae Young, just to alleviate a little bit of the pressure and just see off this game. A lot of these tier 2 teams at times have had struggle closing out games. Now they've just got to do exactly that.
Timeout coming to an end as we pop back into the server. That 15-6 scoreline. I mean, it's still looking dire. Still looking dire. We don't see an AWP on the side of Monte. Waro does indeed have to go down to that lowly Galil, but you know he can put up numbers no matter what he's presented with. Molotov goes in for Chris now, just to be able to clear off the angle, but Snappy's ready for this one. Great flash there from some Pyjamas. He doesn't clear the left-hand side angle, though, but Madden's there to be able to back him up, help him out. Nert's finding another one inside of mid. Monte, economy reset. Ence are starting to chain a couple of rounds together, but as we mentioned, this kind of feels too little too late at this current moment in time. If they can chain the next 4 together, get themselves up to 10, then maybe I'm a believer in the Ence train, and there'll be that second team to be able to win from how big of a deficit they're at.
I've got to say, though, right now, Ence, they're starting to fight fire with fire, which is exactly how you've got to take this game. You've got to take this game by the scruff of its neck. You've got to take it to Monte, get in their face, make this side feel uncomfortable, and essentially use the inexperience of this side against them. And that's what Ence are doing. It's a good call from Snappy in terms of how they're setting up so far towards this game. Like Krasnil said, he knows they're an aggressive roster, and in doing so, I would actually like to see Monte slow things down a little bit. The AWP, some bias, we'll see after the last 2, and Ence remain alive. There's still a lot more work that's needed to be done before we even remotely start to get confident or convinced. But I gotta say, right now, this is how they should be playing this game. Calm, composed, but at the same time aggressive. They've gotta put Monte on the back foot.
I'd like to see them try and approach the A-bomb site. I don't think we've seen too much of it. We've seen this kind of mid-pressure, then through to Donut, and then out onto A, but we haven't seen... That's been reactive. That's not been, cool, we're going A this round. I mean, it looks like that's what they're going to be doing here, but it's only going to be pistols. They do have a lot of util to back it up, though, so maybe they can catch a few people off guard. It all comes down to whether or not they can catch some Pyre snapping. As he holds onto this angle for his life, does rotate over as he recognizes the situation he's in, moves away from the flash, and wow, reveals the AWPs on the site. Dihar, though, does not care where he reveals. As he taps down Boris and Demq, Nert says, oh, hello, Sunday. I can see you on my screen. Krasnil shooting randomly through the mist. He's going to be good for 1, but with 25 HP, he's just looking for consolation frags. Oh, final bullet in the chamber. Finds some Pius. But on the back lines of Madden, that grabs a 5th round in a row now for Ence. I don't know if I'd say they're on fire.
Hey, well, 5 rounds in a row, we've got to give them their credit. It's still so much work to be done, though. I mean, over on the other stream, too, it's a pretty one-sided game there. Astralis trying to claw back a pretty hefty deficit, probably arguably just as bad as this one. But Ence right now, they are slowly but surely starting to make it work. I'm not even going to remotely start to believe of the comeback being completed or a possibility until Ence get to around the likes of 12. Then they know they've essentially got kind of 1 full buy to defeat, and they can break that economy. And Monte are stuck in this sort of harsh cycle. It's full buy in, failure to find success, rinse and repeat. And it's such a brutal position to be in where you can really lose control of the game in a matter of moments, and 3, 4, 5 rounds can go by before you've even really realized what's happening. Right now, that's the case.
I wonder if there's a world in which they take a double eco, where they simply just go for a full eco round or maybe like a light force buy off the back of pistols, and then the following round do the exact same thing. Just build up a little bit of that economy. But it doesn't look like it's potentially going to be needed, as Waro and Demku are going to have to find his 2 opening kills, and this is what we needed to see. This is the first round in ages we've seen Monte be able to find those first 2, and it comes off the back of Ence being a little too antsy over on this B bomb site. Flash goes in for Snappy, but he's going to be good for that kill onto Waro. Now in a 4 versus 3, make that a 3 versus 3 with Nertz and Boros both low. This is relatively level. Nertz going to be using this smoke to his advantage. Chris now going to be the first person to swing. He finds one, gets Boros on the swing as well. Takes down the XM point player. Demku going to be looking for 3, but it's Dihar from Red Rune to be able to find and snap that round together.
And it all comes down from Nertz as well. Really well played in towards mid. He just keeping them at bay. He knows they're going to go for a rotation. He finds the opening kill towards Krasnov. That's the important one. Just alleviates a bit of that pressure, and dropping a smoke just throws the entire rotation to jeopardy. Really well played. Seriously well played. Gets very lucky on towards Boros, but luck is part of the game itself. And having individuals like Nertz who can make a difference like that is what is going to allow Ence to get back in towards this game. And they're getting pretty damn close as well. 6 rounds already the deficit. Very doable. Nertz will find the first. Boros the force on the Young following suit off the back of the Flames. And already, Monte, you can start to see the inexperience of this roster coming back to bite them, because they are starting to make some rookie errors.
Yeah, they're just trying to force the issue here, just trying to get aggressive way too much. Take a breather, guys. You don't need to be pushing through all of this utility. Let it fade. It's on the CTs to kind of force you off of these sites. Sure, you need to find some ground, but you also need to not stare deadly into the eyes of a flashbang. Snappy does run out of bullets. A 4 would have been better in that situation, but some pious ensures that it does not matter at the end of the day. One more round found here from Ence. One step closer to OT. I mean, it's... I don't want to... I'm really hesitant to even think about the opportunity of them finding these next 5 rounds. Now that Waro has an AWP in hand as well, I mean, Monte should close this one out. But these last few, I mean, it looks like, there you go, people at home. Will it end in regulation?
Or OT?
People think they are. They will.
Just about. Early doors of the votes. It's obviously live, right? And of course, you guys can get involved over on Blast TV. Right now, people are going with it is going to end there. So there's the Monte believers in chat. However, Ence are on a 7-round win streak right now. And you got to say, pretty damn proud of them right now and how they've turned this on its head. Flash will come through, Krasnov will avoid, but he's got control in towards Jaguar. And for now, Ence, they're forced further and further back. They've gone for a little bit of a lean over towards B, but there's a rotation by some players and that AWP back over towards mid. He's going to try and deny that control coming through, and it's a great Molotov.
Yeah, Monte really haven't found any success on this T side as of yet, and it's going to continue, it would seem. Some pious taking down his opposing AWP of Waro. They found the first 3 rounds on this T side off the back of the pistol. Then nothing else since then. DemQQ, naded. Does fall back, takes all of 1 HP of damage. Nertz trying to find that information. Smoke goes down, 40 seconds on the clock. We need to see a commitment here from Monte, and it looks like they're posting. Well, no, it actually looks like they're re-rotating back towards this B-bomb site. But the swing has come in from Snappy. Madden's there to be able to help out as well. Flash once again, forcing Madden back onto the site. 20 seconds, guys. You need to get pushing. You need to decide what you're going to be doing. Boros on the back lines, though. Oh, is he going to get spotted? I think he is. Dihar's going to be holding it. And oh, he's not good for the kill, though. Now it's all on 2 on this site. Some Pius and Madden with the rotate from Nertz soon to be coming out. The shot is hit there from some Pius. Madden on the angle, spamming down 2, looking for one more. Sundai Young going to be able to take him down. The AWP shot from him also is an 8th round in a row. And economy once again reset for Monte.
Yeah, the clock was the worst enemy there. I think we have to look towards Monte in the way in which they approached that. The call from Waro, I like the idea. It's a very, standard of the region, right? A lot of these sides from what Waro is used to, and I guess same as Sundai Young, they like these very, very late games. We see Virtus Pro do it, we see Na'Vi do it as well. Late round executes coming through to try and guarantee a bomb plant. However, they left that way too late. They had 7 seconds to work with. And a timeout calls as well. They look to the strap book to try and save them. They have really struggled. It is right now 8 rounds in a row by the likes of Ence as they're up to 11 rounds. Like I said, I'm still not believing until we get to kind of 12, 13. Right now, they are making this pretty damn close.
They're on the cusp.
And Monte, again, this has been, from them, pretty concerning in terms of their inability to close out games. I think a lot of teams, when they get towards right up to that finish line, up to 15, they can mentally check out a little bit, get just too confident, comfortable that someone on their team will bail them out and see this game up. But right now, nobody from Monte is stepping up. And all the individuals that were lighting up the server earlier have gone mighty quiet.
Snappy, still inside of Jag. Waiting for someone to try and test him once again, but it's going to be this execute, or at least utility used over towards A to potentially force the rotates out, which simply are not going to happen. They're looking for this mid control. Sunday Young expecting someone to be there, and oh, okay, now they're rethinking it. Okay, now actually, we haven't seen any reactions from our A-bomb site approach. Let's do it again, but the utility is limited. 2 smokes, a flash, and a molly available for them. Warro holding the cross on the back line to be able to back up Boros. They're waiting for what, this 50-second mark, maybe?
Potentially.
55, yeah, smoke's thrown. Let's see what they get off of this one. And actually, they're probing here. They're looking for reactions here from Ence. And now they explode out onto the side. Boros is going to be able to find 2 kills. One on Subpious, one on Dihar. Nurch is going to be able to trade one back onto Warro. Now when the spam continues, takes out Boros on the back lines. 2 versus 3 with a Galil and a Deagle. If this MQQ finds a kill on the Deagle, this round is very much winnable for Monte. He's going to be holding on the cross, waiting for someone to swing him. I don't think they have any idea where he is now. Smoke goes down. Snappy's going to get killed on the back lines. There's no way they win off the back of this round, right? The Force Spy, the Deagles, that one lowly Galil, that's all that they had. They don't know where MQQ is. He picks up one more. Now an AK in hand. The bomb's tapped once again. Madden's running out of time. He needs to find at least one of these kills, but it's no chance at all. And that's it, Monte. It was in doubt for a brief moment there towards the end, but 16-11 is your scoreline. They best Ence.
And it all comes off the back of that first half. 12-3 is how we were at the halfway point, and that's where things fell apart. Ence, it's a classic case of too little, too late, and it cost them in towards this game. Monte start off their RMR run with a win under their belt against one of the toughest opponents we have here. And friends, that is damning. That is really, really unconvincing. And we do ask question marks now. How are things going to run for this side to fall so flat like that? How are they going to bounce back? But for Monte, credit to them. Inexperience on LAN, the youngsters who we know have a massive ability online, but we weren't sure whether they could translate it to a stage environment. And now we know for damn sure that they actually can. Take a look through how things ran there. Both sides dominant on the CT side, but Monte, just that one better. All it took was one slip up. And after 9 rounds played, they finally see one off. And of course, in true fashion, it's off the back of an eco.
Yeah, it's the one round that they shouldn't be winning, and they just wait and they play it a little more strategic. And it was off the back of what we were saying, right? It seemed like they were going way too aggro, way too often. Yeah. Guys, take a breather, take a beat, and then go for your aggression. It worked out wonders, and Monte, well, I was the only person to predict they were going to win this one, so I'll take that as a massive dub for the prediction streak.
We love to see it. Really well played. I think for Ence as well, we have to look towards Ence, and we have to ask questions about what happened there. No one stepping up in the first half. I don't think anybody even got over double-digit kills in the first half. Yeah. And that alone is pretty bad. We're looking at this Ence side on the T side not getting double digits. That in itself is huge. Now, Vitality, I kind of had a little glance over towards their stream at one point, and they were up by something along the lines of 8-9 rounds, and Astralis made a bit of a comeback in a similar fashion to what Ence did. So maybe, potentially, we could see an actual completed comeback over there. Astralis making that a competitive game, but this one, for the most part, wasn't a competitive game. Monte were in control from start to finish. They look at the scoreboard as well. And of course, no surprise to anybody who knows him that Boros absolutely farmed. 26 kills, 19 deaths, 99.4 ADR. And of course, Sunday Young and Krasno just in behind over the 20 kill mark. But Boros is the one we highlighted. And it's the guy that we highlighted coming in towards this game. He said, if anyone's going to make a difference, Boros will be the man. We know individually what he's like. And he showed up.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, seems like he made the better choice after leaving Endpoint.
Yeah.
Don't go to Ence, don't worry about that. I'm going to bin off myself over towards Monte and pick up some frags from there. I mean, look at some of these kills, right? Just how crisp, how clean he was. I mean, I say that, and then it was a little bit of a labour spray that we showed, but don't worry about it. But look, he's just so confident on his swings.
Yeah.
He knows that he's going to be able to find these kills. Instant reactions as well. I mean, this kid is great. He's really, really good. But we've known that for a while, and now being able to see it in a LAN environment, that's the most important thing. Onliners know more, it would seem, but it is only one game for them. A lot of things could change. Maybe fortune does not favour them moving into their next best of one in the 1-0 group, which of course we have no clue who that's going to be as of yet.
Yeah.
But it's certainly still going to be another team, another big team that they need to try and rip down.
Yeah, exactly that. We were lucky to be joined by Sunday Young post-winning interview. Let's go and check in with it.
STY, congratulations. Welcome back as well. New colors you're wearing. Monte, you guys have been sick online. Were you expecting it to transition to LAN so quickly?
Actually, we was a bit nervous about, especially me, about how we perform on LAN because it's kind of online players, you know, FPL players. But overall, I'm really happy how boys taken it. Of course, we give them comeback, but it was about nerves, I think.
So the nerves were creating that comeback. Well, you guys closed it in a crazy fashion. How's it been playing with the guys? Obviously, everyone will know you from the Na'Vi days, but with the new project, maybe you haven't been seen by as many people. How's it been with the Monte team?
It's been amazing. Actually, everybody very friendly and listening to me because I'm most experienced in the team, and it's a good feeling when you understand you can rely on your team and just play the game, you know.
And now we look at your performance versus Ence. You guys came out swinging. What was a weakness maybe that you spotted in Ence that allowed you to be so comfortable today?
To be honest, we're just shooting better. It's like you can feel it in the game that you headshot, they don't. So.
Just shooting better, and I think you couldn't have put it any way better myself. I think it's really good to see Sunday Young back in the server, a deserved player to be here, and of course a player that is no kind of, you know, he's not a newbie in these sort of scenarios. We have another banging game coming up next, ladies and gentlemen. It's NIP taking on Eternal Fire. I'll be joined by the wonderful Anders himself. We're going to throw us on to a quick break. When we are back, another best of one. See you soon.
Our first time Royal Arena, playing in 2017. We want to win the first time on Danish home soil. Device is sick. We have to play with Dennis as a stand-in. I don't sleep 1 second the whole night. I didn't even understand. I remember me 5 in the morning, going outside, going for a run. I was like, what is going on? Why can't I sleep? And then I go back, I try to sleep. My heart is pumping. I was like, why did I do that? Why did I even go for a run? We go to the venue the next day, and I see the makeup artist, and I'm like, you gotta help me. I didn't sleep the whole night. We somehow managed to get to the grand final. Everyone is really happy, and we're 9-0 up on third map.
Easy.
And somehow we managed to lose that. We were 9-0 up on T-side catch. I'm never going to watch that game back. Never ever in my life.
Welcome back, everybody. We are ready with another game. It's a best of one with Eternal Fire and NIP. I'm excited. This is potentially going to be, I think, another really unpredictable match. I can't see it any other way. Wow, we have got this one. This one was looking pretty favorable for Vitality. That's over in the other stream, of course. Yeah. But Astralis are battling back. Great stuff. I'm excited to try and. I want a good Astralis here. I have my doubts, but they're proving pretty good in this best of one.
Yeah, it's a really important game as well, right? It's two monster teams coming through. I mean, I think winner of that, you really kickstart day one really well. And day one of these RMRs is always brutal. You're playing two best of ones.
It is.
Anything can happen. It's all kind of prime for the upset. So I think it can always get kind of spicy. We'll take a look at how things are panning out, of course, today. We've already had a couple of games played and arguably a couple of upsets in some way, especially that with Aurora over Spirit. But a lot of us who follow the CS2 team know that Aurora are, I guess, in my heart, kind of the dark horses, so to say. Same with 9 against that G2 game. I think 9 are dark horses too. That one's going to be a big upset if they can pull that off, but we'll start over here. Eternal Fire taking on an IP. This is a team that, when they were formed originally, started pretty slow. Weren't getting the performance they wanted, but now we're seeing a couple of those individuals come to life. They have made, I think in the space of 2.5 months, it was 15 changes this Eternal Fire side made, but Xantares has always been stuck with the team and playing really well.
He is playing really well, and I mean, I think there's a good chance for an upset here. I was surprised looking at the pick'ems because I think only Cody picked NIP to win this.
Yeah.
Everyone else picked Eternal Fire, which I think it's. I was shocked at that. I thought I was going against the grain by picking Eternal Fire. I was like, all right, I'm gonna do it, but it turns out that was everybody. So. Pretty interesting stuff. But yeah, I think this is a team that could definitely do something, especially in the best of one like this. It's a decent shot at it for them here, I think.
Yeah, exactly that. And of course, we've got a chance to have a little conversation with Major over towards Eternal Fire and kind of get their thoughts prior to the game. Check it out.
Major, welcome here to the Blast TV RMR. Your form this year started pretty well in Malta on LAN, EPL not so great. How are you feeling coming into this event with your form?
I think we feel confident. Like we came from Malta, we play ESL Pro League, and we play also CCT tournament that we won. But we are pretty confident as a team, and we will be ready to do our best here and give everything we have.
Yeah, and looking at the teams in this particular RMR, you come in as a bit of a dark horse. You're feeling pretty confident?
Yeah, to be honest, with the A group, B group, the B group is a little more strikes. There is a better team in the classement. So yeah, I think we are dark horse here. We will do our best, and I think we have big chance. We have chance to do it. We need to trust ourselves, to play our standard CS. The most important things for us is to play good CS, to enjoy it, and that's all.
And your first best of one is going to be against NIP today. How are you feeling about that matchup?
Yeah, we feel good. We feel good. NIP is a good team, I think. Good luck to both of teams, and we will do our best.
Lastly, what would it mean for you to qualify and play at the very last CSGO major?
Yeah, this is very important. Personally, for me, it's important because I'm born in Paris. I lived all my life in Paris, so this is important for me, the last major in Paris. For the legacy, for the Turkish scene, for the Turkish people, it's important to be there. We will do our best. We know that it's not going to be easy, but we are here to give everything, and we believe ourselves, and let's go.
Run of form recently for Eternal Fire. Been pretty damn good. I think, winning CCT over B&E was a huge victory for them. We saw them in Pro League as well. We take a look at the stats over towards Major. He's not the one we look towards in terms of the fragging department, but he obviously can make a difference. Xantares is the big hitter. And I've got to say as well, for me, I think Calyx and X-File, the kind of the youngsters, they can also make a huge difference when they really step up. But talking of new boys making a difference, over towards NIP, Headtrick is someone that we're definitely going to be keeping an eye on. Same can be said over towards Config. This game could be really spicy because NIP, run of form as of late, Anders, not exactly been all too favourable.
No, it really hasn't. I've been kind of making a point of trying to, every time we see them on the screen, trying to sort of bang up on them more and more, hoping that it encourages them to prove me wrong. I actually think this team, when I just look at the players, look at the ratings, overall, this looks like, if I write these players down on a little paper myself, I'm like, this should be a sick team.
Yeah.
But somehow they're not playing. It feels like they're playing worse than some of their parts. That can probably change. That's obviously what they've been working on coming into the RMR. But there's something that for NIP that's lacking at the moment, and it's been really frustrating to watch them play for a while here, but I think we did have a little bit of a chance to catch up with Alexi as well, so let's do that before we get into the game.
Alexi, big tournament here at the RMRs. How do a team like NIP prepare for this?
I mean, we tried our best. We've done everything this past month, whether it comes to practice, officials, or us trying to just be better from the last games. And now we got to show it.
Gotcha. Headtrick looks like he's finding his form, I would say, on this team. It looks like he's getting pretty comfortable. Do you feel like we're going to get to see that next level from him here?
I think for sure. I think it's a big thing for him. His first major qualifications and first major to reach overall. So maybe he has that slight butterflies on his stomach, and he really wants to make it through. And I feel like he's going to pop off this tournament.
You guys maybe haven't been in the best form leading up to this event. Is there any one specific thing you were focused on, or just a general boot camp?
I mean, just in general. I think we played some online qualifiers, lost against Cloud9 twice, then we lost against Fnatic on overtime on the last one. And yeah, obviously we were pretty bummed by that, but at least we put up a fight. And yeah, I mean, we did what we could after that, and now we're ready.
Finally, how are you feeling about your opening matchup here?
I think it's a pretty good one. I feel like any team in our group kinda is pretty dangerous. I mean, right now as well, like Monte having a big lead against Ence as well. So there might be a lot of surprises on the best of one at least, but we're confident.
Well, a lot of surprises are coming up. I don't think that's not an overstatement, really. The vetoes were happening at the same time, and we've ended up on Mirage for the battleground here. Obviously, best of one. That should be good fun. Mirage, always a good map for best of one, I feel like.
It's very buggy, right? And I think as well, when we're looking towards a couple of the individuals, especially like Headtrick, for example, who is... We know individually, in terms of his kind of mechanics, he's a great player. We just haven't seen him gel with a roster. Mirage is a very good map for that. It's fundamental. When you look towards it, you kind of rely on your mechanical prowess. Everybody knows it. Whether it's your silvers in matchmaking or your pros, your FaZe level 10s, everybody knows this map. And that's a good thing. We take a look at the odds as well. Very favorable towards NIP, but not with the analysts. We were all kind of, for the most part, often Cody, in favor of Eternal Fire.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, on some level, it makes sense when you think about it. It's just, I think when you factor in the fact that it's the first day of the RMR here at the Group B, and just the fact that it's been so unpredictable in general, yes, I really don't know where to go with it. I think this could be any which way. Config on this map can be really insane. Yes. And Config is a player that's on his own just good enough to sometimes take over a whole game. If he has that kind of a style coming into it, I mean, that could be enough to push NIP over the edge. Not that he's the only one to be looking for, but I mean, I've seen some games in the past on Config on this map where they just let him loose. Yes. And he just does whatever he wants, and it's super interesting to watch. Obviously, the other player that we expect probably more out of here, the 105 rating here, is, I think, not one Brawling can draw. I think he is better than this. Agreed. He's just having a hard time showing it in the team right now. Yeah, I agree. I think, you know, generally this entire team has been struggling, and of course, this is sort of why we've seen a couple of those big name individuals really not stepping up as a player. We saw in Pro League, it just wasn't the showing that this team would want, right? And I think that in itself can be such a bad thing when we're looking at a side performing so rough at such a big event, and then coming in towards the majors around the corner, you can start to feel pressure. And I think the pressure is going to be on NIP. Everybody's looking at them with a target on their back, but not in terms of a target on their back the way maybe kind of FaZe or G2 are, where it's like these are big hitters, big names who should make it to the major. Of course, we all know what happened with FaZe, but we're looking at this and actually thinking, okay, you know, for NIP, they've been a tier 1 team performing so badly. Is this going to continue? Yeah, and that's going to be the story. Either it'll be a continuation of that downward trend for NIP, and we could say, oh man, the whatever they've been doing for the last weeks or so hasn't really had the effect that you want, or they actually have managed to turn it around. Because obviously on some level, most of us probably want the NIP turnaround, want to say, all right, this is it. Like whatever they've done, they figured it out. Now they're on the up and up again. But notoriously, these opening games are just unbelievably rough. All right, Config floating with the camera, having a good time. But yeah, I think it's not just how they play in the server. It's just outside of it. Even they just look frustrated in NIP when they play a lot of the time. I would love to see an energetic NIP that come in here and feel strong and have some sort of belief in themselves. Because again, when I look at the players, even if we look at the ratings earlier, maybe not the most impressive, but if I look at the players here, they should be able to do a lot more.
100%, 100%. I think, you know, we look toward now Eternal Fire on the other side, and they'll realize, okay, this is an NIP side who are really in such a rut, essentially, that we've got a prime opportunity to start our day off 1-0, which for this side would be massive. You know, they're proud of their nation. They are what we're looking towards from Turkey in terms of some of the best that they've got kicking around. I think the only one that may be over towards Sangal, they've got a few decent players kicking about there too. But this side for Eternal Fire, of course, you got Xantares, and we're looking towards him to make a difference. This map is really good for Xantares too. He's coming in on a 1.26 rating in the last 3 months, and then he starts off his tournament in Mirage as well. And in terms of him, I think individually he could be the one we look towards. But NIP, again, how are they going to shut him down?
Yeah, they need somebody who can swing at that level. The most obvious one for me is probably Config at the moment, just in terms of especially just having the power in the best of one to really carry it through. Sometimes see Config in these best of 3 matches where he's had a good start, but then disappears on the second map and tries to make it back on the third map, something like that. But yeah, you know, this is more of a sprint than a marathon when you're playing these best of one. So I'll probably be looking to somebody like him. But we'll see. I feel like they're well aware, NIP, of the situation. I don't think they're making many excuses in the sense of sort of saying, oh, well, it's all good. I think they realize that something needs to be worked upon, but it could take time, you know. They seem like they have a strong roster, and obviously Alexi hopefully building some trust, you know, behind the scenes as well with the team, and sort of, having them trust his calls and all the rest of it. There's a lot going on there, but I don't know. To be honest, I feel like a lot of these best of ones are almost coin flips.
That's what we saw earlier, right? I mean, the Monte one. You never know. The one thing that does worry me, and I think is kind of to touch on something you mentioned, this is a sprint or a marathon, and at times I've seen this Eternal Fire side play great Counter-Strike, but late in the series, you know, reverse sweeps, turning it back around on the second map, then winning the third in the decider, and where they can really not find their form early doors, and they have to kind of rely on individuals to kind of carry them through rough patches, like your Xantares at times, and that worries me. You can't allow the ball to slip early in towards this game, especially against NIP. Despite them being in a bad run of form, we know what their skill ceiling is, we know what their ability is, and they can, even though at the moment things are looking too great for them, they can make it work in a best of one. So I'm hoping Eternal Fire are able to kind of mentally get over that hurdle that it seems to have, where things start slow for them and just come out the gates flying, take the fight to NIP, because the way Eternal Fire are going to win this game is they have to overwhelm NIP. They have to kind of essentially try and find these gaps in the armor where we look to kind of miscommunications coming through, because, you know, they're now speaking in English, new additions of Config and Headtrick, they may not have gelled perfectly under the calling system of Alexi just yet, so they're going to try, or going to have to try and use that against them. But of course, with the music in our ears, it means that we are about to get underway. It's our first best of one for both NIP and Eternal Fire. Our playground is going to be that of Mirage to see who kickstarts EU RMR B with flying colours. We've already seen from Group A, upsets galore. We've already seen early today, upsets galore. Can Eternal Fire go against the odds, as they will, of course, start on the T side?
Yeah, you don't want to go down 0-1 because you just never know what happens down there. We've seen it before. I mean, I think the first group phase, winning the first couple of matches in the best of ones, and then just still having a really rough time at it. So if you can, you want to cruise through as fast as humanly possible through the RMRs and don't have to think about it any longer. NIP, they're going to be on the CT side, and Eternal Fire sneaking through the middle. All of them except for 2. So this looks like it's going to be an A crunch, which actually NIP, they're set up in a decent position for it, but the problem with this kind of a triangular setup is that if one player dies, then somebody has to cover 2 or more angles, and the whole thing could fall like House of Cards at the A bomb site. Oh, it's a nice little bit of patience there. Emo's going to miss the opportunity, though. We'll push forward and try and hold that angle. Head trick all the way back at the ticket booth. Not quite hitting the shot yet. And Alexi, he actually sees somebody go past, but oh, he picks up the second one, and that's the bomb. Drops into the smoke.
This is now top. Alexi's holding. Emo trying to alleviate some pressure in towards jungle. The bomb will be collected on the jump peak by Exile, but Config's still going to find yet one more bomb trying to go down. He doesn't realize it's open. Alexi B causing problems, causing a ruckus, but has to reload. Rez will come in for support, and just like that, NIP kick-starting their campaign here in the RMR. Flying colours.
Very, very relaxed play from Alexi throughout all of that. Not firing the shots, kind of waiting, hoping for a second opportunity. Got the second opportunity, and it was a huge one with the bomb, obviously. And that little cheeky angle he was holding at the end where he could just see the bomb being planted, obviously stopped that from happening. So Yeah, that's a couple of things that I enjoyed about this round. It's just NIP not fighting too early.
Yeah.
Just taking it real slow. The bomb wasn't planted yet. They weren't under any real stress. They had people coming into CT spawn as well. Everything was kind of working out. Now they're up against Tech9, though.
Oh, Roland, up close and personal. Major or deleted, not exactly the dream start they wanted against what is a half buy.
Good nades being dunked down. The Tech9s are so dangerous. Major coming in almost with a double kill. Santere's next flower going to follow it up, and now it's Hetrick. He's practically dead already. Alexi, if he wants to be the hero, we're talking about a multiplayer spray down right now. It has to be lightning fast, and the fact that he's even slowed it down now means they should be able to relocate and might be able to set up a crossfire. Oh my god, just a deagle headshot. X-Cloud with a beautiful kill in this round, and actually a double overall. And this round is definitely done.
He's gone. He wants nothing to do with it. To be honest, I don't actually really blame him. He's got 2 points of HP, and he's invested in towards that FAMAS. He may as well keep it in play. But Eternal Fire, you know, they fight fire with fire. You know, they just come out in towards A, and they just fly out. Tech9s, they're using what's the best part about Tech9s, running and gunning. On the move, those guns are so deadly, and they completely overwhelm NIP. They're not able to set up in towards their CT stance. And they use it against them. Great work coming through from Eternal Fire to kickstart their campaign here. And they tie this game up 1 round apiece. And now they'll know as well that the buy over towards NIP is going to be so minimal. I think it's all well and good finding the pistol round, but the force buy means all the more. So we're going to see a pretty decent buy coming out for the Turkish side. And for NIP, down to essentially save FAMAS and whatever they can force around it.
What a ridiculous shot from Santeres as well. The guy jumping behind the Molotov towards jungle, but he manages to pick it up. But even worse, they steal an M4, they steal a 2 from us as well on the Eternal Fire side. So not only do they win the round, but they get to carry a lot of equipment into the next one, and that's going to help them out. NIP, though, looks like they want to answer back. They've spent almost all of their money in this round, and it's not too crazy. We do see this a lot where people are just fighting for the early game economy, and it's a best of 1, so you probably feel even more pressure to make sure that you don't just let them walk away with a victory like that. But it's hard to even say if NIP made any really huge mistakes in a round like this one. It's tricky. They did get caught on the A ramp with a really quick trade, so yeah, I mean, just unfortunate, I suppose. But I don't think they made any really huge errors. Just some really good shots coming out from Eternal Fire.
Yeah, you know, we've got to get the credit to the individuals over towards Eternal Fire. Nice stuff from them. Headtrick, that Molotov will be forced away. Damage on towards Emor. But right now, they're trying to use Util to keep things at bay. A Molotov was pulled out just as Roland peeks his head. There's a massive Calyx was firing through the wood. There's the opener.
Yeah, actually threw the grenade at his head. Playing a little bit of whack-a-mole. Calyx taking a spray through the smoke, but not connecting with anyone. I feel like they've got this round under control. Even with that kill from Hetrick, I'm not really persuaded. I feel like the fact that 3 of those people are locked towards CT spawn is just a huge problem. I think they're trying to relocate a little bit, getting into the window, but I think it's a bit late right now. It should be a good round here still for the T side.
Santeres will spot one on the way out. Alexi B will fall, and now Rez got a tough task of trying to keep this Deagle in play. They're not really going to have anything to work with, so you may as well try and make this work. The question is, of course, can they? Can they have a couple of the Eagles left alive? Because if they don't, they're really not going to have anything to work with. This is a really good position for Eternal Fire to be in. They've got the money, they've got the momentum, and now they've got the lead too. Rez spammed down to 2 points of HP, or minus 24, and he'll somehow stay alive.
Yeah, that's so close, isn't it? And that's the other side of the coin. That's the risk of forcing up in a round like that one is, you know, you're going to put yourself even further behind. It's a good wall bang at the beginning, and just overall, it seemed like as soon as they had the smoke up towards CT spawn, and they had 3 players that were locked in behind that smoke, they were probably always going to win that round. So just some really good basic Counter-Strike coming up. Hitting the the A-bomb side again. So also establishing a little bit of presence and a little bit of force towards that side, which again, tactically down the road could be real interesting.
Nice
Alex
shot.
is on point.
Nice shot. Rez to fall. And like we mentioned, they don't really have anything to work with. Their economy in dire straits, in tatters, in fact, heading in towards this one. Eternal Fire should lock in a 3rd hit comfortably. Well, we can look at this in a more macro sense. This is a map generally regarded as CT-sided. For NIP, some of those inconsistencies and the kind of where we see the individuals not stepping up is early doors starting to show here already. We're not seeing anybody really take this game at the scruff of its neck over towards NIP, and that's where things get worrying, because Eternal Fire can just run away with things.
And even the fact that they're allowed to, around like this, they look like it's going to be pretty much flawless here. Might be a shot at it, but Hetrick's going to be going down. Even small details like that it allows Eternal Fire to establish a better economy and some better momentum, and it stops NIP from thinking, okay, we might have lost the round, but man, we hit some banging shots. We're still looking really dangerous. They're not going to have that feeling right now, but the first rifle round is going to be coming up. So still early days here on Mirage. I don't want to get too carried away, but it would be nice for NIP if they get, a couple of kills in each of these rounds where they are, losing it.
Well, this is the important one, right? 4x coming right back out for NIP, and a must convert. Missed short jump coming through. Config now. Tough decision of how he wants to do, but he won't stick around. He'll fall back over towards Connector. And in doing so, it does give Eternal Fire the opportunity to take mid-control, something in which, for the time being, they're not going to be all too kind of pressuring right now. They're happy just to leave Emor over there. For the most part, it looks like that bomb is posturing over towards B, but Utah being dropped towards A just to sell a fade.
Yeah, all the way from outside of the B hallway, they're smoking off top Connector just to try and throw a little bit of a wrench in things for NIP. Headtrick is here with the AWP, but the pressure is on. Flashes are everywhere. He's alone right now, and he's going to get shot down. They were already down on the floor of that bomb site, and the spray coming through. Brolin, he should have been dead right there, and he practically is. 25 health in a 1 versus 3. Eternal Fire really... just a really one-sided attack towards that bomb site. They did throw some grenades toward top Connector just to make things a little bit confusing for NIP, but it wasn't some huge fake. It was very much a throw the grenades and go kind of situation, and it works really well. They're off to a flying start, taking all the rifles away from NIP. This is brilliant stuff.
Yeah, and especially considering as well, we would usually chalk that up to being a kind of quote-unquote bonus round, so to say. And Eternal Fire, momentum massive, continues to swing in their favor. Early call for a pause here by NIP, but let's be honest, you can fully understand why. This has been a slow start for them and a very fast start by Eternal Fire. And this is the thing that we're worried about. Eternal Fire at times can be a slow start inside where they let things slip away, but they haven't. They've come out of the gate flying here. And right now, things are not looking good for NIP. It's a massive moment where they need to turn things on its head. And unfortunately, this is not the round to do so. They are just going to go for the full ego here. A couple of pistols brought up, but that's about it.
Something else to maybe consider as well when you're playing these best of ones, starting on the T side, even if on CT side of maps, maybe you don't want to do that, but you get to dictate the momentum, and I think Eternal Fire also just enjoying that fact right now. They are setting the pace. They can go slow, they can go fast. They kind of decide where the fights are going to be happening, and NIP, it can feel pretty suffocating when you're just going to sat around waiting, and when someone finally shows up, you get blown up, and you're like, oh, we'll try again next round, I guess. So that's kind of the downside. I think we saw that in the first group of the RMRs as well. Just sometimes people just having a better time of it on the T side and building the momentum, and it can be quite a lot harder to recover it if you've had a really terrible first half on the CT side. So Roland, bit of an off angle. Doesn't see a teammate with him here with the dualies. Interesting choice of the dualies in a round like this.
Yeah, especially against head armor as well, right? They're not exactly all too favourable. However, it will be Alexi all alone. Deagle, 1 versus 4. Let's be honest, he's not fan of the round, but he can get a couple of consolation kills. That would be lovely, just to, I don't know, make it expensive. That's what we were talking about in these sort of rounds. We're not expecting them to win it, but if they can make it expensive just to keep Eternal Fire's economy in check, that would be lovely. But it's unfortunately looking unlikely.
Hard not to get fired up if you're on the EF side and you feel like, wow, we're not just winning the rounds, we're actually walking out of this with 4 or 5 people alive, and it's just great. We're having everything our way. Alexi's going to try and sneak on there, not to defuse the bomb, don't get me wrong, there's 10 seconds on this one, but certainly to cause some more damage. Going to smoke it up. I think it's just to try and draw people in. Oh, it's great!
Wait.
You still should never be able to do this. Yeah, I think even if no one shows up, there's no chance here, but yeah, it's pretty good. A couple of kills, that's what I'm talking about. That is building something in favor of NIP and probably slowing down Eternal Fire just a little bit.
Yeah, it is keeping that economy in play. So we take the small old silver linings. It is silver linings in a very dark sky. However, we will take anything at this pace. Right now, NIP still just need a little bit more before we start to get convinced. But it's good to see Alexi be leading from the front on one of a rough round. Full buy coming out for NIP and up in play for Headtrick towards by 4 rifles. Brolin towards the AUG. I'm a big fan. But it's 5 on the trot for Eternal Fire. If they find a 6th in a row here, once again, Nip get caught in towards that brutal cycle. Full buy-in, failing to find success, double eco, rinse and repeat.
Yeah, that really can't happen. This is a huge round for NiP. They must win this one. They need to start something on the CT side, but Emor's already through the smoke, taking down Brolin, and a little bit of a swing for Major, putting some pressure on Rez. It's going to be followed up by Santaris. The spray through the smoke is actually really good, and Config, he takes a risk and stops the bomb and gets a double kill behind it as well. Emor and Santaris, now they're in trouble. One very low on health, and a 2-on-3 where even planting the bomb could end up getting you killed.
Santaris, 10 points of HP. They're trying to make the difference here. Molly will come through, gets spammed, in fact, by Lexi B. All down to one man. We talk about the Santaris peak, but it's not going to make a difference here with such low HP. And that round won by one man. Config, that double spray down, brilliant from him. Finds the person off the bomb, denies the bomb going down too, and drops it in no man's land. And NIP finally finding a second on the board. It was a long time coming, and it took a bit of individual brilliance. Once again, this transfer, fantastic, really well played, and it wins NiP the first round out of 6 played. And the question is, Anders, can they now make a consecutive rounds on the board? Can they use that as a catalyst to further success?
Yeah, they absolutely must. Hard to overemphasize how much of a difference it's going to make if they end up losing this round. And I think Eternal Fire maybe were a bit aggressive at planting the bomb in that round. I don't think they needed to. They started out by losing a fair bit of health through the smoke and kind of continued to try and plant the bomb. And then obviously they didn't have enough coverage to make sure that they actually were going to be able to stop Config in that moment. So a little bit unfortunate. But 5-2 lead either way for the T side. And they had the B hallways all along. There's nobody from NIP in the B bomb side. They're kind of playing it as a retake, which is really rare. But when Rez comes out with a kill like that, another headshot on Santaris. Rez has won the entire fight down the middle. It's absolutely huge. And now it's a 3-on-5, sneaking through. Head trick, playing at the edge of the smoke, and he takes down xFloud. This is looking good for the defense, especially when you consider that, again, nobody was really on this bomb site. Just Major left, 1 versus 4 here, and Hetrick having himself a real round. 3 kills overall. It was really well done, super important.
There was question marks about Hetrick, not only kind of coming towards this tournament, but coming into his pro league as well when he was picked up by NIP. And my God, he makes it work. Great round from him, 3 kills to his name, but there's some fast flicks coming through. And it's just showing that mechanical prowess. The youngster, we know what he could do back in Navi Junior. And hey, it's caused a timeout of Eternal Fire, so already winning not only in the server, but the mental game too. It's a massive round to be picking up, individually stepping up, and usually as well, when your back's against the wall and you're looking towards a side like Eternal Fire, they'll step up the pace, they'll fly out towards B, and they'll try and cause a problem in terms of just overwhelming the site. But the youngster, while he doesn't have that many years on the scoreboard, he definitely has the kind of the experience when it comes towards playing, and he shows it.
Yeah, very tricky, and I'm still very curious about the fact that they were playing it that much of a retake. Obviously, a lot of the time, the CT that's playing on the catwalk towards the middle will essentially be off the B bomb site, but you can turn around and take shots towards those incoming attackers through the hallway pretty easily. But usually, there's a second player that's a little bit deeper than just in the market there, so interesting stuff for NIP, but it worked out really well, so I'm not going to complain too much for them. 5-3, they started to make their way back. They've taken quite a bit of money away from Eternal Fire, though they're still able to put together a buy here, and they have some money in the bank, but it's in the right direction at any rate. If they can keep this going, then they can still turn this into a really good first half for NIP.
2 rounds of deficits. Into number 9 as well, full buyout both ways. Money in the pockets, in arrears for both sides. So winning this isn't going to be a broken economy coming into round number 10 or a big swing round, so to say. On Eternal Fire, they need to start to kind of get back in towards their winning ways. They were 5 in a row, and now they're allowing NIP slowly but surely get back in towards this game. The T-side looking over towards top mid. Major just keeping his presence known, but there's 2 players here ready and waiting, and 1 playing anti.
It's very tricky to stay around in this position for the CTs. There is definitely a timer for how long you can be here. Although they found at least a trade. Santaris will get Brolin, but Hetrick back here. This jump is dangerous, and he's actually going to get killed by the AK coming out of the palace. I was going to say it's dangerous because Emor is down there with the AWP, but somehow we're back into a 3-on-3, and there should be a really good crack at getting the bomb plant. And with this flank or fake over on the other side, oh my God, what's wrong with him? He just ran, picked up the AWP, and wrecked Alexi B and CT spawn.
That's such a cocky peek as well.
Really
I mean, that is so ballsy. There's no need to do it either as well. They know they've killed the CT player of Headtrick. They know no one else is going to be there. To swing in with an AWP is so cocky, but you got to love it. X-File, 2 kills to him in this round, and he's more or less won it.
Yeah, that is literally a round-winning move. But to be honest, it's also exactly the kind of play that could jeopardize a round.
Yeah.
Because the flank they had coming in from the other side puts the round, like 80% in their favor in a 3-on-3. But if he dies instead, that all changes immediately. But you know what? It doesn't matter. Yeah, that kind of confidence is... It's just always fun to watch. Yeah. Even though we've been watching Counter-Strike for a real long time, every time you see something like that, you just think, damn, that's actually sick.
It's impressive, but it's scary, right? I mean, my God, it's such a good shot. I mean, what can you do? You're swinging through CT, you're thinking you're going to have at least a little bit of space to work with. But a great round, and of course, Xantares hitting a pretty nice shot as well, but we don't overreact too much to that one because it's just the standard Xantares things. It's just the usual for that man. Utah in towards mid, taking early control as well. Config going to be tested. No one flashing him off the angle, and he more full blind, even though he was playing anti, will be dropped.
Yeah, he was hoping to just make his way past the smoke. They have almost a little tunnel built in there that he could run through, but when Config is exactly in that position, it's just game over. You're going to be gray screen coming out, and he has got no problems picking that one up. Defensive smoke over on this side. The bomb is way back towards T-spawn, so for now, Eternal Fire quite happy in the 4-on-5 to just hang out and see if NIP make a mistake. Maybe they come peek you somewhere, you can turn it into a 4-on-4. Maybe you find a kill through the smoke, but this time it goes the other way. And Rez, he's flashed into that kill. Good, intuitive teamwork coming out. Config instant on the flashbang for Rez to continue the fight.
Easy work. All down to 2 now. Calix, X-Floud. They will have no idea. Shot on the side. Not a clue in hell as to what happened. And it's all down to 1 man. Unfortunately for Calix, I don't expect all too much from him. A consolation kill would be nice, but I think it's still pretty unlikely. Smoke coming through. Confid's going to sit in it, and I'll see him off. A flawless round picked up, in fact, by NIP. That is a huge, huge game changer in terms of the momentum. And now it will continue to just keep things in bay. All start pretty poorly. Config gets away with a freebie. Rez running a double in towards mid as well is massive for NIP to keep this game in their favor. Oh, and Imor starting to get a little bit vocal, a little bit physical with the desk.
On some level, you could probably pick up that flash in the middle that Config threw for Rez to continue the fight and say, wait a minute, they're in a 5-on-3. Why are they trying to fight at all? Yeah. But I actually want to see Rez and Config both. I mean, Config as well fighting at the end in the middle.
Yeah.
I want to see the Config. I think that's what NIP are lacking more than anything else. They certainly have the mechanical skill. Maybe by the most sort of conservative Counter-Strike tactical book, you would say, no, play the 3-on-5 really safely.
Yeah.
But I think right now NIP need to play themselves mentally into this game and prove to themselves even that they can just take Eternal Fire in a 1-on-1 fight here.
Oh, big flashes coming through. Headtrick will find the first team of answers right back on towards Config. It's an important kill, and Headtrick expecting the flank. Little does he know, they're just flying out. They're diving on a balcony, and Xantares adding more to the fray. Raz to drop, and in towards Jay on Lexi B. He is the linchpin to success here, because this low buy is causing problems.
It is. They're kind of weirdly stuck here behind the van. It's a very uncomfortable position. If Headtrick got closer with the Molotov, he could set it up for Alexi B, but it's very hard to know how to do that. Oh, there we go. He actually does land it perfectly in the corner. What a grenade, and he's going to get the shot on Xantares. He's created a moment here where it's possible. It's a real shame that Xantares got that instant 1 bullet off. Otherwise, this would have been a really cool 2-on-2. Headtrick's going to be coming in, but the Deagle takes him out. Calix, as they were setting up to boost into the window. And Eternal Fire just winning the round out of nowhere.
Yeah, a round in which you're looking and you're hoping, at the very least, get a bomb plant, a couple of kills, not bad at all, keeps the economy in check. But other ideas, Xantares, this second shot as well, just off of the flames from him was ridiculous. So quick. But Calix a double on the Deagle. Pretty damn good. Celebrations all around over towards the Turkish side. You love to see it. Them getting vocal, them getting confident. Is exactly when you should be scared. Up to 7 now, 1 away from guaranteeing a lead at the half.
Yeah, they're having a really good time. Brolan, on the other hand, is not. He is 1 in 10 at the moment.
You hate to see it.
It's not exactly what you're expecting. Everyone else is kind of okay right now. They've also stuck him with the FAMAS just to make things worse, but okay. And a very mid-centric defense coming out from NIP. It means they can be very reactive to the A side, and with Rez pushed up this far, tactically this makes 100% sense for NIP. Very tricky for Rez, though, to figure out when do you keep pushing.
Yeah.
That's experience and intuition that's going to guide you here. Maybe some team communication on the other side. I don't mind if he just waits here and just says, I'm just going to lock them in. You guys win the 4-on-5 or on this side.
Oh, in comes to Utah, spamming the ramp as well. A little bit of damage up towards xCloud. But right now, they've got some space to work with. Config on the right ideas. Emor will be the first to fall, and more to add to the tally as xCloud joins in 6 feet on the flank coming through, and surely this round is done and dusted. But Calyx got other ideas. Headed on a swivel, he'll find Rez.
They actually can run to the B bomb site. A little bit of a shame for Rez. Config obviously huge double kill, and kind of, I think, partially forced into the fight, but also, again, he is so aggressive and so confident, matching some of what we're seeing out of the Eternal Fire side. And yeah, he did get that double, so still a 2 versus 3. They're in the middle, taking a little bit of a look. They walk right into the M4, and yeah, they should have won that fight every single time. Calyx on the run, but there's nothing to do. 10 seconds left. NIP going to pick up a 5th round, and super important. Well done on Rez. Even if he didn't get any kills at all, he got the timing down, he managed to disrupt that attack, and obviously allowed for NIP to have 4 players on the bomb site.
Exactly that. Big round we picked up by NIP, just keeping it alive on the CT side. There's still a world in which they can take a lead at the turn of the half. It's somewhat on the likes of unlikely, but if they can do it, we'll have to wait and see. Emor, he's had a rough game so far, not really playing the way he would hope. Only 3 kills so far, and you can sort of see how it's really affecting his morale, right? He's getting quite emotional. At times, it can be a blessing and a curse. It's kind of the same arguments you talk about B&E, right? It's really good when these guys are super confident, hitting all their shots, getting loud and proud, but at the same time, they can get tilted kind of quickly. Molotov will come through. It's a low buy over towards likes of Eternal Fire, but it's a full buy. They're full sending it in towards the investment. Just the firepower they bring in isn't all too favorable. It's Antares, a hero AK, a scout for Emor, and a couple of pistols to support. This one's going to be super tough to convert.
They could, though. This is the problem. If they smoke off the player on catwalk and knock out Alexi B, they have an instant bomb plant and a really good scenario. That smoke's not going to do anything. They're going to keep pushing through. They don't care about it. And Alexi pushing down nicely. Config, look at the range for him. He is really having himself a game. This is what NIP need to trust at the moment. Another triple for him. Pistols out for a headshot. The xCloud, and there's the ace. Oh my God. He just absolutely destroyed them.
Oh, that is something special. That's what Config can bring to a server. That is monstrous coming through. Oh my God, Config, that is ridiculous round. We'll take a look at it again. Out range with the M4, the control of the spray is immaculate, I must say. But the second he whips out the pistol, nothing left to be done. You can see celebrations coming around. And what a round, what a round from Config indeed. Up to 14 kills right now. And he started to farm. He started to look pretty damn good indeed. From Eternal Fire, what can you do?
Don't say we didn't warn you.
Exactly.
It's the map. He's got a couple of those maps. Ancient is another one for Config where he is like this. And it's horrifying news for Eternal Fire because I mean, when he's playing like this, something that does concern me. I don't know if I don't want to be mind reading NIP too much, but Config's getting hyped up, but it still feels like the rest of the team is just kind of like,
yeah,
okay. Now, they are Swedish. It's a very Swedish personality thing, but still, you know, get a little bit. You're allowed to get hyped. You're allowed to feel really good about this. That's huge, and they're still very competitive. It's not like they're losing this map at all. 7-6. It's absolutely anybody's game at this point in time. Even if Eternal Fire get up to 9 rounds, NIP can still win the map.
Yeah, right now, Brolin, that's his 2nd kill of the game so far. He's been quiet, not only in the server, but of course on the player cams too, like you were mentioning. Hopefully we can start to see him get a little bit more confident, and potentially NIP could make something work. Getting themselves up to 8 before the 10.5 would be humongous, especially considering how poorly things started.
Yeah.
At one point, Eternal Fire had 5 rounds in a row.
Yeah, if they get up to the 8-7 scoreline, NIP objectively are in a fine position. So not super amazing, but it's plenty enough to win the map. So, and they know that, obviously. Alexi having a couple of kills there. Config getting shut down, but again, that's part of the experience of being Config. Sometimes you are just going to keep fighting, and sometimes you'll get shut down. I think he is so used to it by now that he's not just going to move on and deal with it at another time. It's all good.
I guess it comes back to the age of anecdote. Live and die by the sword, right?
Yeah.
You know, he has his way. He's set in it. And I think for the most part, it's a blessing rather than a curse. I've got to say, Calyx been hitting a nice couple of deagle shots. He's pretty damn good with a hand cannon. So even when it comes towards his ecos, they are a little bit scary. I think NIP know that all too well. A timeout called by Eternal Fire. You can fully understand why as well. That is now, of the last 9 rounds played, 7 have gone the way of NIP, or 6 in fact have gone the way of NIP out of the last sort of 7, 8 rounds. It's been a rough run of show for the likes of Eternal Fire, where finding consistency is really hard to come by. And I think for them, in towards this final 4 by the half, they desperately just need the final round here just to kind of reinvigorate themselves. We're going to reignite the flame, right? Because right now they're looking very, very checked out.
Yeah, it's been a good first half for them either way, but I agree. It kind of sucks to lose the half and just, you know, fizzle out at the end and like, oh, you know, why didn't we get more? Because when you start the way that it started, you're thinking in your mind like 10, 11 rounds on this T side, like this is super sick. That's kind of what you're dreaming of. So if you end up with 7, even if 7 is pretty good, you want it more. So the expectations there mismatch, and that's how all bad things in life happen, you know, mismatched expectations.
Slower round to start things off for Eternal Fire. Looking in towards mid. Bit of util. Couple of players here ready and waiting. Emo might swing off the back of a flash as well, but Config posted with the orb, but will take a pop shot as he's flashed off the angle. And a double orb setup coming through for an IP. First time I think, in fact, that we have seen the double orb setup pulled out.
Head trick. This could be an instant death for Santaris. Walking in with his back turned. Did he just forget that there was a connector?
It happens to the best of us, I gotta say. I think you may have had a bit of a misrelay of information or an expectation that they've been playing without too much con control. Works against them. Alex to be up close and personal. This smoke 4 starts to fall. He needs to be careful. It's dissipating and just about get away in time.
He doesn't have any more grenades either, but now he's got head trick here with the AWP. Leg shot onto Major, and that means they don't really feel comfortable pushing forward. It could be a flash here to set it up for head trick as well. Maybe a peek in for Alexi if they want to. There's another good tag. No flash even needed. He's softening them up. They are completely minced meat inside of the hallway. Alexi with a double, but obviously technically, or triple, I guess. Technically, head trick was the real power in that one. So 8-7 at the end. Some confidence surely for NIP. Second half is coming up after this.
I remember more Monesi clutches.
Right, yeah. You know, it was weird. It happened in Abu Dhabi. Obviously, last year, he starts with that, like, MIBR clutch.
Yeah.
But, you know, in Abu Dhabi, he had, like, a similar clutch from the same position and nearly the exact same kills versus outsiders.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was so weird. Where I was like, I've seen this exact moment before, right?
He had one good clutch against FaZe as well. For me, that one is the best because he played it out the best.
Okay.
I think it was last Lisbon groups.
I'm also thinking of like the Inferno clutch as well when he stole bomb from outside of apartments.
That was against outsiders as well.
Yeah, right. Okay, he had two clutches, same maps.
He's just crazy in clutches. Yeah. Like even practice what he pulls off, it's, I don't know how, but he just somehow makes it work.
You can't talk G2 clutch without bringing up Monte.
Welcome back. It's as even as a half as it can be, but it's in favour of NIP 8-7. Off the back of what was a pretty poor start. 5 out of the first 6 rounds went the way of Eternal Finals, looking like they were about to run away with their T side. But thankfully, a couple of individuals, Headtrick and Config to name a few, really stepped up. And I think you could probably make the argument that this is NIP's game to lose.
I feel like that's the case right now. Config's playing out of his mind, as some of us predicted. Headtrick's up there as well. They got Alexi playing well. This could be exactly what they need. Roland, though, he needs a good start, and he's just got it with a pistol kill to begin with. Config on the drive-by, taking down Santaris. It's a 3 versus 5. The bomb is going to be planted. Brilliant beginning here to the second half pistol for NIP.
Bomb goes down, post-spawn set up, numbers in favour of NIP, everything looking good for them, but I think on towards Alexi B will make things just a little bit more uncomfortable. In for the flank, Rez lurking, but it's all falling apart. What has happened to this round? It's all down to Headtrick, the new boy in the block, versus Major, 44 points of HP from what was an unlosable situation. They're going to fall. Does he have time? I don't know, but Eternal Fire have somehow turned this round on his head. It was a 1 pistol round. And Eternal Fire have taken it. Anders, what has just happened?
Let's not talk about it. Let's not talk about it.
What a retake. At 3 versus 5.
Yeah, this, oh my God, man. For Emo, that's part of the explanation, obviously. 3 consecutive headshots with the dualies. That's probably the main point of contention there, but that's a round that I agree NIP had already won, especially with the flank from Rez on the other side. Like, it's so perfect. And then in a matter of 3 seconds, it's no longer perfect. You end up losing. I can't even believe it. Heartbreaking. NIP, they need to switch it back, and they have a great shot at it here. Look at the weaponry that they've picked up. They knock out Santaris on the stairs, and it's, well, a lot of damage onto NIP, but they have a slight man advantage here.
Rez on the lurch as well. He's just so important, consistently making a difference. Swinging through. Roland gets tagged, but he'll find the kill towards X-File. This round's now thrown away, done by the wayside. NIP, despite the loss, and towards the pistol, they come back flying in towards this one. Big nade coming through. Only do a little bit of damage. And Imo, I don't think he's going to be able to save. Rez on the flank will fall flat. And Imo will be okay, actually. No one really going to chase him. We'll be able to find him before the bomb goes off. So NIP answer right back. Put a round back in their favor. But we're still a little bit shell-shocked off the back of the pistol.
Yeah, but good for them. That's, again, in terms of playing to the momentum and the confidence, that's what you want to do. Get right back up again. Don't be spending time down on the ground, you know, messing around, worried about the fact they lost the pistol round. Just try and get up as soon as you can, and they did. So credit to them, and even the way they played this round, right? Aggressive pushes coming out. Galil's versus Famasa MP9. They super trust they can do it, and they absolutely can. So really well done. Brolin also having a much better start to this this second half here. And again, Brolin is just another one of these players that NIP absolutely needs. So
exactly.
Yeah, it's a worrying sign that they lose that pistol, but you know what? If they can make it up, it's all right. We'll forgive them.
That's that. You turn towards mid. NIP flying out, in fact. They are just going to go full sending it, getting all the information. Santaris up close to personally spotted, and he will be dropped momentarily. Alexi B and Config combine, and they'll find the first kill.
And Rez is very much having this solo kind of play at the moment, and he seems to be comfortable with it. So, oh, that's a good flick. Headshot instantly, just as I was praising Rez. But I still like it. I like the idea of the Lone Ranger Rez they can send out. He's got the mechanical skill to be on his own anyway, and he's a smart player. So that's a cool way to try and have him use maybe in the second half here. Config's going to be finding a kill there on Emo. No more scout shots coming out, and it's going to be a 10-8 lead for NIP. I think they're in a really strong position still.
Yeah, I'm going to say now things are in their control. I think there was a little bit of a hiccup with the pistol round, but as I normally like to say, it doesn't really matter about the pistol. It's all about that second round. The force buy round is what determines and kind of dictates where the momentum's going to swing. Well, we have a couple of moments here. Over on the other stream, it's 8-5 in favor of 9. I said the dark horses. I said, do not count out this 9 side. In Hades we trust. And there's a world, a possibility where there's an upset there, which would be monumental. The #1 team in the world right now falling to the Polish powerhouse of 9. That would be sick.
Yeah, I did pick G2, but honestly, again, it was a complete coin flip. I feel like I've been picking 9 for a while in any of these prediction games, just in general, because I think they play really, fun and exciting Counter-Strike. Got to talk to them a little bit before that game too. They're just hyped about everything. It's great. It's great, great energy going on. Well, here we go. Some upgraded pistols. The Scout's still in play. Let's see if Emo can... No, he can't. He's going to get shut down. I wanted to see more Scout headshots. I'm a big fan of the Scout myself, so... But Config's going to take all the fun away. He's up to 17 kills now.
He's so confident, and this is where things get scary for Eternal Fire. Config's hitting shots. He's starting to play that good heads-up Counter-Strike that we kind of know and love. Individually, he's really making up for maybe a couple of them being a little bit quiet. You know, like we mentioned, Brolin, he has really struggled to find this impact in towards this game. It doesn't really matter when you got individuals like Config and Alexi both sitting on 17 kills with only 18 rounds and, well, 18 and a half rounds played. Not bad. This round for Eternal Fire is going to be so difficult. Just pistols to work with. We've already sung the praises of Calyx on the Deagle, but individually, to make a difference against this sort of buy, is going to be tough. And the bomb looking like it's going to commit over towards B.
The only way you win this round is if NIP go really slow out the tunnel. If they stop up there and try to take fights versus the Deagles. If they do what they're doing now, which is the full-on attack, even if you get one D, there's going to be 3 teammates behind you that can probably make up for it. So it should be okay. Calyx in a protracted battle against Config in the middle. And Major hanging around in the market on the other side. But yeah, this is already a 1 round. NIP 11-8 going to be the scoreline after this one. Again, really good comeback. And I think NIP kind of proving that they're playing, I think, just with more confidence than I've seen in the past. So yeah. I'll take that as a good sign for now.
Bit of eco farming for Config as well, right? A couple of kills under his belt keeps the confidence high, and that's the main thing. You want to have the confidence super high on individuals like that. And right now, that's the case. And Eternal Fire have gone very quiet, not only in the server, but in terms of their playstyle too. And we spoke about with Brolin's been quiet with 10 IP. Same has to be said for the likes of xCloud. Major, both 6 and 7 kills respectively, isn't enough to really take this fight to Ninjas in Pyjamas, hence why this side is starting to slowly, but surely on the T side pull away. And we kind of spoke and built on this narrative earlier towards this game. On the T side, you can dictate the pace, the tempo, the momentum of a game, and that is what we're seeing right now. Eternal Fire can't really seem to do anything to keep them at bay, and NIP are doing everything to their playstyle, to their note.
And I mean, Mirage is even a map that is more forgiving if you wanted to play more aggressively on the CT side, but the problem is Alexi's having himself one of those games, which he does every once in a while, where he's sort of top of the scoreboard. Now he's, you know, along with Config. But when Config's the other player that has that game, pushing aggressively probably feels like it's not a great look. You run into that Config AK, and there is a chance you're going to get blown up. But at least the map allows for it to happen if they feel like that's what they need to get back into it. But yeah, it's kind of a rough turn of events here. They're going to have some money, finally, on the Eternal Fire. So they're still missing some nades, but at least they have the rifles out. Don't have the AWP on Emo yet, but they could start to battle it back a little bit here in the second half.
Well, let's take a look and see. Full buy, out for Eternal Fire, and it's a must convert. Now, AWP to be played with this time, just the full rifles across the board, decent amount of util as well, which are going to use pretty early doors. And Santoro is going to try and get some controlling towards mid. The odds over towards Unicorn, favorable towards NIP. You can understand why. And if this round falls flat, if NIP find 12 here, I think it's done.
It's starting to feel that way, certainly. We're getting into a point as well where every other round they're going to be saving. It's going to be very uncomfortable. NIP actually respecting that attempted mid-control. There was a smoke in the underpass that I think Santaris threw down there, and they just decided, let's not do it. We don't know how many people are in there. That smoke could signal that actually Eternal Fire have 3 people in the middle, and maybe they just don't want to peek into that. But it's curious that I would think if they want to go for this B execute, but it looks like that they would at least try to put some pressure on middle. They're going to smoke the window, I think, and I guess this is the top connector smoke. The head trick's going to... Oh, maybe not. All right, they are going to smoke the middle at the very least from Broland there, and maybe the other smoke's going to be for the market instead. We'll find out. Here we go, 45 seconds.
Oh, nice shot from Rez. xCloud to 4. There's the opener. A lot of damage there. Up close and personal. Major will be dropped to the hands of Config, looking for more, and he makes it a double. This man is on fire right now, and this round is won by NIP. Eternal Fire, they're going to call it. They just got to keep hold of what they've got, and one man, once again, kickstarting things brilliantly. 2 kills for Config, and the round's done and dusted.
Yeah, but that also the confidence, like you said, the kill for Rez to begin with is everything. So many of those B attacks are decided by the first kill. If it goes to the CTs, maybe everything gets shut down behind it. You get slowed down, but Rez, good for that one. Config, yeah, pushing endlessly, even on low health. He's already got the double kill. The round is already won. He doesn't really need to keep pushing, but he will anyway. It's his nature. You can't really do it.
Exactly. Just to mention as well, we're going to keep tuning in every now and again over towards the other stream. 10-5 half for 9.
Boom.
Oh my God. Potentially. Could be a bit of an upset there too. That would be extremely spicy indeed. But Config, just brilliant Counter-Strike from him. He just has such a good fundamental understanding about how to take that site. We saw it work wonders. Really, really solid stuff. Eternal Fire starting to look pretty dejected. There we go. 10-5. But looking like it might be 10-6. But Goofy will get a bomb plant, which is good. Love the name Goofy as well. It is a bit of a goofy name. But
we've really been enjoying it during the showdown as well. It's
dying to a dude called Goofy, tilting. Dying to Calyx, will tilt, rolling. Good start.
Yeah, and he's still in the site there, focusing on the jungle, but that's not what they need to look at right now. Alexi and Hetrick bringing it back a little bit, and it's still a 3-on-3, and this is pretty acceptable. They're up against pistols. Some of the rifles there getting shut down, and Alexi's over on the other side, so they feel like, you know what, let's just go back and maybe split it up. Instead of attacking into what's almost certainly a 3-man setup at the A-bomb site because of the rotations, if you go back this way, even if they rotate back, it's probably not going to be all 3 players. More than likely, it'll be 1 or 2 players going to the bomb side. And right now, it's 0, so
exactly,
it's all good.
Lexi on that pixel peek as well. If anyone crosses, he'll always catch it. It's not exactly the easiest to take a fight, but it's very good for information gathering. Very difficult to spot him out as well as he sits in a shadow. So they're doubling back towards underpass. So it looks like the plan is to bait attention over towards B and then rotate back towards A, but it doesn't seem to be working. No one's really headed towards B. Right now, Eternal Fire are spacing out. This could come back to bite them. Major's extended all the way through ramp. He's going to get all this information relayed over that nobody's here, but little did they know they've left mid open. They're going to get the A site for free because Major's overextended. They've rotated towards B and it's cost them.
Yeah, and actually, it's hard to even blame Eternal Fire. Right now, they are thinking we've got NIP in a trap. Major's going to walk up behind them and they're setting up for a B attack.
Yeah.
They have almost all the information, but the big thing they're missing is the fact that they slipped out through the underpass. 15 seconds. Somebody maybe could have run for the smoke, but nobody will. Nice shot from Hetrick, and they're going to flash their way around the corner. Absolutely dead from X-Flow. There's nothing you can do about that. And Major should back on out and save the AK. 13-8 in favor of NIP. Really good recovery. Config on 21 kills.
Gotta say, it's great Counter-Strike being played right now once again. Ninjas in Pyjamas, what a mid-round call from them as well. Alexi's holding the B push. Nobody goes for it. They leave essentially all of A, all of mid open, and they go for what is a gamble down through under, and it works wonders. It's such a good call. Massive from Alexi B. Not only finding unbelievable performances at the fragging department, with mental game 2, and for NIP, that's 5 rounds in a row for them. We are yet to see Eternal Fire, aside from the pistol round, have any success in towards their CT side.
You know what, sometimes having no information in Counter-Strike is, I mean, one of the most dangerous positions you could be in. But having the wrong information is even worse when you push out, you think you know something, you're pretty sure you've gone all the way into T-spawn, you feel like, well, we've checked almost everything. It should be all good, and then it's not, right? You're almost faking yourself, or you're participating in the fake for NIP. That happens sometimes. Eternal Fire for the recovery here. This needs to start right now. They've purchased a double op setup, but some of these rifle rounds have fallen really flat for the Turkish side.
Major and Emor will be wielding those. Both of them being, I mean, I guess at times uncharacteristically quiet. They all going to try and be a crux to finding them back in towards this game. And it kind of feels like now or never. If they don't, NIP before a response could be up to 15. That's where things get dicey. This game's starting to look done already. And Eternal Fire, if they want to get back in towards this one, want to have hope of finding this best of one, now is the round. If this one falls flat, I don't see a way back into this.
I'm starting to get the same feeling also because if you look at the individuals there, they do just look really cooled down.
Yeah.
Santeris had a blazing up first start. Calyx as well was really good in the first half, but the rest of them are still a little bit low on the scoreboard. And even in the second half here, everyone's kind of just maybe a little bit too fallen off, so that has to change. Mid-control coming up for NIP. Major missing an opportunity there, goes back for it. He's good for the 1 kill on Brolan, and next Floud is there to try and help him out. This is looking good for the defense, and they're going to get Config, so this one should be done. Alexi and Rez, 2 versus 4.
Somehow staying alive there as well, Major. Spammed through the smoke, nades through the smoke, and Rez can't quite confirm the kill. And now it's such a big B lean. But Alexi B, if he finds a kill towards Calix, he can make a difference, and he will. Calix will fall. They know now, or they should know at least, the A side is somewhat open. Zantares caught as well. Alexi B has given an opportunity, but it's all down to Rez in a 1 versus 2. He's trying to make this one work into a back pillar. We'll find the AWPer, and it's all down to xFloud in a 1 versus 1. Swinging on the angle, but xFloud will see it off. It's close, but it's no cigar.
Whew. Yeah, he had, what, 3 seconds, 2 seconds at the end for that 1 versus 1. He could have found him before the time, but obviously very tricky when you just keep running forward. That got way closer. That's the problem, though. Eternal Fire might win the round, but you're not going to be celebrating that. You're going to think, wow, we almost just lost the 2-on-4, and that's crazy. That should never happen. 13-9 is the scoreline. Eternal Fire, all the rounds right now are must-win rounds.
Yeah. 4-on deficit, though. It is doable. Break the economy over towards NIP, and who knows, they could be right back in this game. Or we force off the angle by the Molotov. Remore looking like he'll be tested here, and he is all alone. He's beckoning over the rotation. Major going to come join him, but it might be too late. Thankfully, through the smoke, he doesn't find the kill.
Still plenty of time, and this deep position here for Alexi is absolute death to the defense on the A-bomb side. If Zantares goes down, he almost could have peeked him. Would have seen the gun barrel, surely. Alexi's in a dangerous position, but he's just holding it in this patience. It might just get rewarded. Major is thinking about it, but the MP9 there versus the AK, instant shutdown. That's a long time to be holding it and never checking your left.
Alexi B is having one of those days. Config as well. Will find a double. It's actually Alexi B who steals it away. Rez in for one of his own. It's all down to Emo. It's a safe call. There's no way he's going to make anything work in this round. It's going to be NIP up to their 14th. They're getting closer and closer to the finish line now on Eternal Fire. I just don't see how they're going to make this work. The buy is going to be brutal in towards the next 2.
Yeah, it really will. They're in a lot of trouble. Hat-trick, just getting rid of that last AWP on top of everything. Alexi B is actually top fragging. He's got 24 kills right now. He's overtaking Config. What an insane time for Alexi to show up with a game like this. 101 ADR. He is having a world-class performance right now to almost bring NIP across the finishing line here.
Just one of those days, right? You know, Alexi B has them every now and again where he is just unstoppable. And here it is. I mean, Alexi B has been absolutely farming. And even when a couple of them been quiet, I mean, Brody's been stuck on 6 kills for about the last 6 rounds. It doesn't matter. He's not needed, not being called upon because it's not a requirement. It's not a prerequisite that he has to find frags for NIP to succeed. This is what makes the team scary. We just weren't really seeing it, especially at Pro League. Wasn't showing up in the way they would hope. Pop fast to come through. Alexi B won't spot all too much. For Eternal Fire, it's a forced buy, and it's a must-win.
Yeah, I think for a while, the talking point there for NIP is something like, if we can just have 3 out of 5 players show up, it doesn't really matter which 3, we're going to be in a great position, but that never really happened. At most, you'd have like 1.5 out of 5, and that's not going to be good enough. But here we have it, right? Alexi, Config, and Hat-trick's quite far up there as well. Restman playing pretty decently too, but there's so many kills to go around, and 2 of them are hugging almost all of it. So 14-9 the scoreline. Under a minute now, and the opening kill goes the way of NIP. They are in a lead position and look like they just want to never let EF back into this one.
This buy as well, like we said, it kind of feels like a must-win. All that's left, double M4. 1 FAMAS, 1 MP9, and they're looking over towards Cons, and Torres will be tested as this smoke dissipates. It's 1 man to make the difference. And if anyone wants to step up, we'll be him, but playing anti-flash, Alexi B will find it. Of course he does. And that's a site exposed. Calix with a FAMAS, I don't think he even denied the bomb. I said wrong, he will. Bomb gets denied, quick trade coming through, and now surely it's all done.
That really should be. Oh my god, it's so accurate. The spray is in, and he gets another one. Oh, the mechanics of Config are wild to be witnessing. I've got to say, I don't know, it's hard to judge from the outside, but if you're playing a 4 versus 5 like that, and on the CT side, you make the tactical decision to put 2 on A and 2 on B, you are almost certainly guaranteeing that you're going to have an isolated 2 versus 5 fight, either on A or B. And it's just, those odds look really bad. A lot of the times you'll see a team instead, they'll go 3 on A, 1 on B, just to try and get the 3 on 5 at the very least. You're hoping for that. It's tough to question EVE right now because they're obviously having a really hard time, but that did seem like it was questionable. All right.
You said you like the scout. There
I do like the scout.
It's a lovely shot from Emor. He's been quiet at times. Not a bad one, though. And what potentially could be the final round of this best of one of NIP, one step away from the finish line. They've got a man disadvantage situation. Eternal Fire, they're still alive. There's still a little bit of fight left in them.
I mean, if they win this one, still a lot of money on NIP, but
yeah,
it is. We're talking about a 6-round comeback. It can be done. Oh, Emor, he's done it again. He's an expert at these scout headshots. Where's this been all along? Just put him on the scout. Forget about the rest.
He's confident. He's really confident with it. X5 will find Alexi B. And this round for NIP is in jeopardy. I mean, what are they going to do here? Rez and Brolin left alive. Both of them at times being the quietest performers over towards NIP. And to make this one work would, well, require a little bit of mastery. Let's see how they pan it out. Over towards Con. Bit of space. Time starting to tick too. 35 seconds on the clock.
This really should be unwinnable here. A little bit of a gun barrel showing, but it was a trap the whole time. Calix is holding it. Good mechanic to Rez. Still 24 seconds here. Deep breath on the EF side. They're still fine. They just need to work together and make sure that they don't go down one at a time. Another headshot from Rez. Oh, and right through the smoke. They managed to take him down. There was a real moment in time there when it looked like Rez was about to 1 versus 5 of them, but they managed to get him in a bit of a cheeky way.
That would go down in history. That would be ridiculous 1 versus 5. He makes it a cracking effort, I've got to say. But also to Emor, double for him with the scout headshots. So proficient. Maybe we need to see him on it more often. It allows him, you know, quick movement. It allows him to kind of zip around the map a little bit. And he feels kind of pretty confident with it.
You see, when you see the mechanics on Rez there, you think he should be dangerous every game.
Yeah,
It definitely has it. It's definitely there. Horrifying to be up against. All right. Hilarious Molotov.
Just as we're praising him as well. He just one of those.
Classic, isn't it? All right, 15-10. Eternal Fire need 5 rounds back to back. If they get the next couple here, then maybe they can actually get, you know, 1 for free before we hit overtime. Just because NIP will be running a little bit low on cash. Of course, the round loss bonus will start to pick up at that point in time. So bomb plants are going to be relevant, but still. 1 round at a time, as I think famously Natu said at one point in time 8 years ago. 1 round at a time.
That's it. Rez. Over towards ramp. Off the toes. Spamming. Only 7 points of damage, but at the very least, it's information gained. And NIP, they're grouping. They're starting to look like they want to swarm in terms of a split towards A. And this push from Calix could be everything.
Right into the AWP. Head trick. He was gambling on that fact. He was waiting for it. Emor is now going to be a little bit of trouble. Molotov, but he does push forward into the corner. Does not want to face the AWP. And at the same time, Major's doing some work on the other side. Conflict, though, he's back with the mechanics. Picking up an AWP is Emor, and it's a 2-on-2 with 25 seconds. Conflict just not even checking anything. He's so aggressively hunting for the kill up in the palace. Decided not to worry about anything else. It is going to be the round for Eternal Fire. 11-15.
It all starts so well when you're seeing Config find 2 kills over towards short. You're thinking, yeah, game set, right? This one's all done and dusted. But not to be. They continue to thrive. They are staying alive in this game up to 11. Slowly but surely. And pressure on towards NIP. And a timeout call, and you can sort of understand why. They know that Eternal Fire are starting to find that form, which is a cause for concern. When Xantares hits a couple of shots, when Emor has an AWP in his hands and he can make it sing, that's where you do have to be a little bit nervous. And you can understand why for NIP, they're just going to take a breather. See if, as best they can, if they can just ice out Eternal Fire and just see this game off. We know as well that NIP, they've had trouble closing out games. This has been kind of a storyline that has been building for quite a while. With this NIP side, they get so close, yet so far, and they struggle to see off games. Now it's a case in point of just getting that one last hurdle and cross the line. 26 kills apiece for Config and Alexi B, with Config up to 105 ADR. That's nuts.
Yeah, both of them are playing a truly immaculate game at the moment. So you'd think they have all the tools necessary right now to just get it, but oh, and look at Conflict, they've let him off the leash. He's just run right through the middle and has taken up position here. He's actually going to keep on going. Thought maybe he was going to go towards that B bomb side, but this is still very dangerous. Tactically, Alexi B should be able to do a lot with having Config in this position. They could even try and just bait out somebody to maybe peek in here, peek into the window. There's so many opportunities if you really want to go for it.
for now. All goes a little bit quiet. 1 minute 15 to work with. Brolin playing on the elevated angle over towards ramp. What is the plan for NIP here? They played slow in towards the previous round and they caught them off guard. They were relying on Config rotating in through connector, and when he fell flat to the jungle player, their entire execute fell apart. What are they going to do here?
Oh, this is awkward. If they kept going, looks like they're just going to try and see if they can jiggle it and eventually smoke it off. He's going to see the shadow of that grenade, so he knows that someone is coming, but that is the bomb down there. So it's a bit awkward if that gets stuck in some weird fashion. Yeah, you might want to call somebody back to help out, or you might just want to go join in the palace here. Config, good headshot onto Major, and that'll set things in motion. 35 seconds, and NIP looking to close this game before anything gets out of control. Rez, he is ready. If they want to go for it here, he's mechanically as well been on point. And we're down to 25 seconds. They've fallen back with the bomb. This is a massive risk. If they, one player in B bomb site, if they get the kill, that's all that matters right now.
Calling for rotations, and speaking of Emo, trying to rotate over towards the A side, will be caught by Config, and surely this game's done now. It's a 1 versus 4. It's X-Cloud all alone. The last man remaining alive, and he's over towards the A side. You feel for him. It's heartbreak for Eternal Fire to look like they were getting back in towards this game. But this one's done. They can hear the steps, hear the sound cues, and Alexi B will finish a phenomenal game with a kill to his name on the way out. 28 and 27 apiece, or 28 kills each, in fact.
Yes.
For Config and Alexi is absolutely monumental.
All right, some real signs of life for NIP. They've proven a lot of people wrong here, and they should be proud of that. That's a really, really fine job. I've definitely been much less happy with NIP in the past, but this looked like something that could be built upon in the future. So congratulations to them. They pick up the first map here against Eternal Fire. But I mean, I agree. It looked like Eternal Fire maybe a little bit better of a start on the second half. If they manage to do a better job of it, then they stay very competitive, but they did run out of steam a little bit at some point there.
Yeah, it kind of got to a point where we were looking at Eternal Fire, and it just looked like they were running on fumes. It just wasn't the same side. They were electric in towards that first half. But again, you know, they started so well, 5 rounds in a row off the back of losing the pistol, and then it all fell flat. They lost control of the game, and they allowed NIP to get confident, to get back in towards the game, and allow for the individuals to shine. And that was the most kind of damning thing. We had the conversation earlier in the map where we were talking about how for NIP, the game plan was always, if, you know, roughly 3 individuals were able to show up, then we're feeling good, we're feeling confident about it. And that was the case, right? And even though Brolin had a very slow game, he finished off the game with only 7 kills to his name, which is, you know, very uncharacteristic for Brolin. It didn't matter.
It just didn't at the end, and in Config having one of those games, it's such a joy to watch. I think the more surprising element was Alexi playing up to that level, actually matching Config at the end of it. But those Config games are, I mean, they're part of the reason, that's part of what he's made his name around.
Yeah.
That kind of aggression. 109 ADR for one, 102 for the other. Really, really impressive stuff. And Eternal Fire, they must be thinking, man, why do we have to run into this version of Config? Why couldn't it have been one of his slight off days? Maybe we have more of a shot at it, but it just wasn't the case. Absolutely wild.
Take a look through the highlights as well. I mean, he had an absolutely cracking game. Individually as well, one round for NIP, especially when times are looking a little bit dire, looking a little bit tough, he was able to step up, make a difference. And when you have someone like him doing rounds like this where he picks up an ace, right? I mean, there's just nothing that Eternal Fire can do. Like you mentioned, why do they run into this config and not the kind of Pro League config where he was a little bit quiet?
He finished the ace with 2 USP bullets. He's such a madman. Also, you've seen the highlight reel how many of these fights where he is just pushing against people. He swings and then he swings again, and it doesn't really matter how many people are alive. He's going to keep on going, and it really does catch people off guard in a bunch of different ways. It's really fun, really cool to see. Not if you're on the receiving end, obviously, but NIP up 1-0 again. This opening day of the RMRs is always so crazy. And over on the other stream, the game is tied between G2 and 9. Looks like it's about to be 9 actually up around. Crazy.
Wow, that would be something. 9 are a side who, like we've already kind of mentioned, do not sleep on them. They are seriously talented. Hades is an absolute god and a lovely man as well. So it's always good to see as well. But yeah, I mean, what a game we've just had here. I think a lot of the analysts and the casters, we were talking about Eternal Fire coming in towards this one and being the favorites in our eyes. And it was mainly because the run of form for NIP recently has been poor. They have not looked good. Pro League was a really damning showing of where we were saying this squad has not gelled together. But they've turned it around. They started off the RMR how we'd expect a tier 1 team like NIP to do so. And that's the important thing. It's a janky handshake, and they still need to work on that part of the synergy. But in the server, it all came to fruition.
Yeah, more of them coming in. Oh no,
Oh,
it's like a whole
conflicts all over the
disastrous
place.
Run. Stop filming it. I'm gonna take a little bit of credit though, because I feel like I've actively been bullying NIP into playing better. So I'm just gonna roll in there and feel pretty good about it. But yeah, rough beginning for some of the maybe more favorite teams here. No question about that.
Cody's having an absolute barnstormer as well, 4 for 4.
Wow.
And I gotta say, and I'm sure he's probably listening, that those picks were a throw, but they've worked. So I'll give him his credit. I've kind of thrown as well a little bit. Only one of so far on this stream. It's not exactly a dream here, but we've still got plenty more days of RMR action. Group B is going to be spicy. If you thought Group A had upsets, just you wait. Group B is a lot of talent here, a lot of big names who may not be present in Paris. We'll have to wait and see. We'll take a look through the schedule, of course, of how things started off over here. 16-8 heroic, pretty easily dispatched the 500. Aurora caused an upset over Spirit, which was a monstrous performance from him and from Celta individually. Then, of course, Monte, 12-3 half. They just flew and just completely rinsed Ence coming into that one. Of course, we've just seen here what NIP can do. They're finally back in the server, how we know and love them.
Yeah, wonderful time. I do think we have an interview ready as well. So let's just get over into that and see what's up.
Config, congratulations on that one. Seemed like you were definitely feeling yourself in the server. How's it feel after that first BO1?
Definitely a great feeling winning against Eternal Fire, but yeah, I think that I'm just happy that the boys made it through. We changed a little bit of our style in game, and I feel like it benefited me a lot.
So we saw in the first half, Eternal Fire kind of pulled it away. It was quite competitive early on. Seemed like you guys just hit a new flow state in that second half. What was the conversation like in halftime?
Do what we agreed on. I think that we took a timeout and just said do what we agreed on and don't get stressed, and that was what we did.
So now going into this, you're 1-0. Are there teams that you've been looking forward to playing inside of this group? Because, I mean, Group B is pretty stacked, right? Are there people you want to be avoiding, or you just take in the rounds as they come?
I think that right now, I think the only thing that we think about is just one round at the time and one game at the time. And I have no clue who we can meet. I think I heard someone say Vitality. That's of course a little bit of a risky game, right? Because they're a stronger team than us and also higher ranked than the ranking. So, I mean, we shouldn't be sad about losing to those kind of guys, but we will definitely give it our all.
Final question: you making it to Legends?
I fucking hope so.
So.
Always good for interview. Good times. Happy to see him smile, obviously. Yeah, they do look lethal right now. Hopefully that change that allows Config to do more could be even more impressive in the future. We're going to find out, but not before we go to a break. We will be back soon with more Counter-Strike.
Okay, so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm gonna walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm gonna get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with Simple as the first guess. Let's try.
Okay, let's type Monte, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like. Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Arbor.
I guess I can go for Saibu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Arbor, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an Arbor.
He played the last 2 majors. Monte, right? I just have to go for Manesi here, I think.
But Manesi is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done.
What?
Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
afternoon, ladies and gents, boys and girls, and welcome back to the Blast Paris Major EU RMR B. We've had our first round of BO1s done now, Anders. We move on to the 1-0s and the 0-1s. How you feeling?
I feel amazing. I'm in a good mood. I think this kind of RMR Counter-Strike just makes me feel alive. There's so much on the line. Every single match is going to have a big difference to all of these teams. So it's exciting. I'm ready for it.
Well, we alluded to, of course, we're moving into the 1-0s and the 0-1s. Let's have a look at how those games went down, and certainly some names in that 1-0 group that people wouldn't have expected. Aurora being up there, 9 as well, Monte besting Ence. I mean, yeah, some definite upsets there, and of course, if there's upsets on one side, there's upsets on the other. As you move on to the 0-1s, you can see a couple of names that you potentially would expect. 500 are down there, Ence definitely not expected. Neither G2, and of course Astralis, well, Eternal Fire apparently, but no, Astralis, Eternal Fire at the bottom. A lot of games to be played out still, and a lot on the line for some of these teams because, well, G2, Astralis, they could go 0-2 after day one.
The only reason I even think 9 is surprising is the fact that they were facing off against G2, which obviously was a very, very close game, but you would have expected G2 to probably win that one. They didn't, and as a result, they are, they're at least a map down so far. This is the schedule for the rest of the day on the A and the B stream. A lot of crazy games are going to be coming up here. I have no doubt we're going to be in for some more shocking surprises. That's just the nature of the RMR, it feels like.
Yeah, it does. There's a lot of storylines that we kind of drew in RMR A, and now RMR B started to develop some of those as well. But just to kind of break down the A stream games themselves, there's a lot of them, but we are going to be jumping into Heroic Aurora in a few short moments. Yeah, these two teams coming into this, I mean, this should, on paper, be a pretty one-sided affair, considering it's the third best team versus the 39th. Let's have a look at those numbers. Oh, he's at the top for the first time ever. 7. I'm leading the charge, Anders. It's going well.
Yeah, really, really well. And Jackie's taking a bit of a risk here, potentially.
I respect it.
Yeah, but again, we're in best-of-1 territory still, so even if Aurora are a little bit maybe less favored in this one, I still don't know. I mean, Heroic, I think they're going to be coming in with a lot of confidence, and sometimes that can backfire. I think Heroic should be winning this one, but you just never know.
Jackie's gone a little bit crazy, hasn't he? He's put big. I almost got their logos confused then because they're really similar, but big over 9 as well. So let's jump into this game though. Aurora, Kenzie. God, what a stat line at the start of that, considering 3 of his members are sub 1 on a HLTV rating. Yeah, 96.4 ADR, 28 kills in the first map. I mean, he's kind of staked his claim as one to certainly look out for.
He's carrying the team, it feels like, quite a bit, and that's, I mean, the problem is there's a lot of firepower on the Heroic side, so they might have an even tougher time out here, but if he could do it again, that would certainly be something. Always fun, I think, to come in as an underdog like this. I don't think anyone is really expecting Aurora to do a lot here. I think people are thinking, yeah, I mean, it'd be fun if they do a little bit, and that could be a huge benefit. You just get to fly under the radar. Every single round you win, everyone's super hyped, and for a team like Heroic or a team like G2 in the previous game that we were watching there on the B stream, it matters a lot. You can't be losing, it feels like, to some of these teams, and yet it happens all the time in the RMR.
It does indeed. Well, let's see what the camp is like for Aurora. We have Seltzer joining us for a short interview.
Seltzer, thank you very much for joining me once again. Now, you've had a bit of time after your win. How are the feelings still in the camp?
No feelings at all.
Ooh, nice. And of course, you've got Heroic as your game coming up next. It's a very, very tough opponent. Give me your thoughts coming in towards this one.
We're not stressed, maybe someone thinks. We're just ready for the game and looking forward for the win.
And do you think a side like Heroic, who of course are very well respected, do you think they're going to maybe not really respect you guys as much, maybe a little bit too overconfident?
Yeah, for sure. Heroic do not respect anyone, I guess. And they're the loudest team in the world for sure, so maybe we can become one.
Yeah, so are you going to get loud back to them, really, to get into their heads?
Yeah, for sure.
Sure. And of course, coming in towards the game itself, have you done any preparation specifically for Heroic, maybe prior to the RMR itself, to kind of get ready for potentially this game?
No, just analytics after the first win, and that's all.
Fair enough. And what's the confidence like coming in towards this game? You guys don't play against each other all too much, so what's the confidence like coming in towards it?
We're pretty confident, and because all of the upsets on this tournament, so we're confident, and that's it.
And finally, what would it mean to you to go 2-0, right? It's a huge achievement. So for you and your boys, what would it mean to go 2-0?
It means nothing until we get 3 wins.
Oh, I love it. That's stone cold mentality. Well, mate, best of luck into your next game.
Thank you.
Good luck, man.
Wow, that's
cold.
That's a great mentality. I like it. No feelings. It means nothing until we're actually there. Wow, he seems very focused, and that's a little bit intimidating, but I like it.
It's very intimidating. I'm here for it. For a guy like himself and a squad like Aurora coming into this and just being like, heroic who? Like, prep? Like, no. Like, we looked at their numbers, and that's basically it. I mean, he put up a pretty decent showing earlier on. 1.21 rating for himself. Again, another high 90s ADR. Are the heroic lads gonna be able to defeat these guys? I mean, we saw some middling numbers for Aurora with some standout performers. I mean, you can pick out Shush and Jabby, but everyone else is putting up frags as well.
It's absolutely absurd stat lines that we're seeing here. Really, really impressive stuff. And this isn't even necessarily their top player, is it?
No, not at all. Not at all. I mean, a 16-8 victory against 500 will do that to you. We did actually spend a couple of moments talking to Jabby in the pre-game. Let's see what the vibes are like in the heroic camp.
Yeah, brother, thank you very much for joining me. Good win to start things off, pretty comfortable as well. Talk me through your thoughts. You've had a bit of time to have a breather off the back of the 500 game. Talk me through it.
I mean, yeah, I was struggling a bit in the start, but we find a way in the T side and just took it slowly and nice and slowly. And
of course, next you're coming against Aurora. They're a little bit of a dark horse in towards this tournament. What's your thoughts coming towards this game?
I mean, we are pretty confident in our game right now, and we just need to play how we want to play. We did a little bit of a preparation on them, so yeah, I mean, we're just ready.
Is there any maps or anything you're kind of expecting coming towards this game?
I can't say that.
Okay, fair enough. What would it mean to you to go to the final CSGO major ever, right? It's a big event. It's the only major of this year as well. What would it mean to you personally to attend?
Yeah, obviously it would be really cool. I mean, I think we also have a good chance of winning it, and yeah, I mean, it's just being, I think it's legacy if you do that. So yeah, that's probably the biggest thing.
And finally, coming in towards the tournament, what's the preparation been like? Of course, you had a bit of time off the ESL Pro League. Now you're coming in towards the RMR. What's your preparation been like? Has it been, working on yourselves or more counter-strategizing your opposition?
Mostly working on ourselves. It's how we do game plan is just how we do game plan, and that's how we do it on tournament. Yeah, it's hard to explain when you don't know what's going on inside the team. So yeah.
Fair enough. Finally, any fighting words to Aurora?
No, not really.
Fair enough.
I'm not that guy.
Fair enough. Well, best of luck, mate.
Thank you.
Well, these guys, I think it's pretty safe to say, painted a target on their back after the last major, going second place against VP and then going into Kato, second place there as well. It was the team to beat. If you went all the distance, then you might have to face up against Heroic. Of course, Pro League didn't go as well as they would have expected, ending 5th to 8th, but still a good showing considering how stacked the competition was there. Bottom of your screens are going to be seeing what the map we're going to is. It's going to be a Mirage, so not one I'm particularly surprised to be seeing. Both got a level playing field when it comes down to percentages, 6-7%. But of course, you've got to play in the back of your mind who have Heroic been playing as opposed to what Aura have been playing.
Yeah, and I mean, you could tell there was some respect from both sides as well on both sides of those interviews. But I think something to highlight a little bit, probably from the first one, expecting Heroic not really to play with a lot of respect inside of the server. That is part of their style. Obviously, Cadian here is getting everyone hyped up himself, not least of which this is such a sick team in so many ways. And part of it is because once they get off to a little bit of a roll, they're going to be loud, they're going to be screaming, and they are just so confident. It's so cool to see. I'm excited for this game.
Yeah, I mean, Celta said that they were going to be loud, and pre-game we're already seeing them getting hyped, getting loud, getting in their zone, and, well, we can only hope for at least a competitive environment that Aurora are going to be able to do the same. Let's see if they are capable of doing so. We are going to chuck it to a short break. Before we get started, grab yourself a snack, grab yourself a drink. You're going to want to be locked in for this one. We'll see you in a moment.
Welcome back, everyone. We're ready with the game. We're Mirage, and it'll be exciting. Aurora versus Heroic in a best-of-1. Both teams have been looking pretty good. The odds, as you can tell, are going to be favoring the Heroic camp. I think that makes sense. I think it's hard to argue really against this. But again, you always just have to look at these odds through the lens of that best-of-1 situation. It does make everything very different.
I mean, we saw it in one of the games earlier on, the Monte game, right? I believe it started out with Monte as like 15 or something against Ence, and then midway through that game, it was completely swapped, and Ence went up to massive odds against them. Just before the break, we saw Caden get everyone hyped, and can you really be surprised? This is what this guy does. Yeah, this is going to be a pretty large game for Heroic, purely because, I mean, they don't want to be going 1-1 this early on, right? They're definitely one of the favourites to make it to the major, if not potentially win the damn thing. But we've seen plenty of upsets already, Anders.
And it's so cool as well, right? Because, you know, that talking point about whether or not Heroic are going to be underestimating or even a little bit, once you see Cadian in this style, giving this kind of war speech like it was going to be, you know, the quarterfinals of a major or something like that. But he really does get them hyped up, right? No one from Heroic can really come into a game sleeping because the Cadian just won't let them.
No, not at all.
So I think that's a huge benefit to them. I think it kind of minimizes the chances that the Danes are going to be sleeping into this match. I don't think that's going to be the case. I think they're going to be quite ready for it. But yeah, again, the best ones do allow for some fun upsets, because if you win, you know, both pistol rounds on either side, you maybe get like a little bit lucky with one of the rifle rounds. Yeah, you're already off to such a sick start. It could be a big game changer. So we're gonna find out how this all plays out. I'm super excited for this game. I think it's been fun watching those tier 2 teams shock and awe the world so far.
From a lineup perspective, this is the first time that these two teams have gone up against each other, and that's just kind of that divide between Tier 2 and Tier 1 that we've been kind of selling this story for the past week over in RMRA, and I'm sure that we're going to be able to sell it inside of B as well. That these two kind of tiers at the moment, it's such a difficult progression system up to Tier 1 that a lot of people think, oh, well, the second Tier 2 get into Tier 1, they're going to get bodied. And it's just not been the case. Tier 2 is actually a lot closer to Tier 1. It's more 1.5, 1.25 if you really want to push those specifics. But we've seen so many teams provide upsets. I mean, this could just be another one. But if we look over at the stats from the first map that Heroic played, Shush dropped 26-9. I mean, Jabby dropped 23-10. These guys are warm. Cadian, as you correctly mentioned, is not going to let them be asleep into any of these ones. And I feel like the second we start seeing some kind of pugness and more of like that relaxed mentality set in, they might even just flat out take timeouts and just be like, guys, stop. Like, we can't afford to sit into these weird sort of positions. Well, let's see if that is indeed going to be the case. The music in the background means we're about to jump into this one. It's going to be Mirage between these two teams, a map which we are all too familiar of seeing basically across the board. At least it's not another Ancient, basically, Anders, is what I'm getting at. How are you feeling into this one? You feeling like this is going to be close?
I think it very well could be. I think the start of it's going to determine a lot. I don't know if Aurora are going to have a really good comeback if they're off to a slow start, but I imagine if they have a strong start themselves, it could be just exciting. Here we go. They're going to be starting on the T side, Heroic on the CT side, and already looks like a split. It's Celta to open up, dropping Cadian. Just a brief look at it. Shush. He loved to push through that smoke. You could tell he wanted to find a kill quickly and bring it back into a 4-on-4, but he's exposed and put himself at a very big danger, and he's going to get run down by Kenzie, who wants to keep it going. Tessus, he reads that very well, and it's a 4 versus 3 with the bomb down.
Yeah, should have been happy with that one kill instead. Just wants to get a little bit more aggro, and it does blow up in his face. 3 versus 3, a couple of upgraded pistols to be found on that T side. P250s are both Lackey and Latic. Oh, he's going to let him cross, but he's not going to. Oh, dear Lord, Staven almost be able to retaliate off the back of that one. Not going to be the case, though. Dual Berettas in hand for Jabby. Taps down 1, taps down 2. Going to be looking for this third one as well. As he comes onto the bomb site with no kit, though. Round is over and done with. Aurora done everything they needed to do there. Easy round for them, realistically. They found some fantastic openers. No real hesitation from them until those closing moments.
And a lot of trigger discipline on Lackey on that flank. He had a player in CT spawn, he had the player crossing through the window, and finally found a player hanging around top connector. But either way, just a lot of times where he could have fired this P250 early and let his advantage go to waste, but he didn't. Yeah, Stown completely overrun them. And then Javi comes into it with a a couple of kills at the end. But still, it's the T side to begin with, and we love to see that. A little bit of a good start for them.
Yeah, definitely. But this is something that we're all too familiar with now. What Heroic are doing here, forcing up the pistols and then chucking your AWPer a scout and seeing what you can do. It's a strat I love, can never pull it off because I am dreadful. Either way, Utility going to be committed over towards this A bomb site, and we are going to be seeing the push come on out, but Shush is up close and personal. A lot of damage being dealt by this Util, and he's let them pass, allowing the second to push on through as well. But Staven going to be able to open us up. Shush finds one more. The Deagle doing so much work, and they're trying to find even more kills. There's only 2 more remaining. They go for the swing. Norway picks up 1. Norway picks up 2 and a 3rd. But Tezes says, no more for you, sir. An amazing round from there. From Heroic, good read to all be over on that A bomb site. Crisp and clean.
Yeah, that gets them fired right back up. You're exactly right. They were all there, and obviously some of the counter smokes that were coming down just made it very, very tricky to make it through. Scout hitting some sick shots with the Deagle. What a beginning. That's going to take some of the wind out of the sails of Aurora. There's no doubt about it. And
look at the buy now. I mean, they've just forced back up, right? I mean, this is just trying to put the pressure on Aurora. And God, Tezes, are you really allowed to do this? You've got to be able to get away with this one. Kenzie ensures that Jabi does not escape with his life, but that is going to be the M4 recovered either way. MP9 on the back lines. I don't think they're going to be too upset with that one. Execute over towards this A bomb site. They have forced everyone off from a CT perspective. This rotate comes back in, but the bomb's nowhere to be seen, so they're running out of time to be able to get this planted.
Yeah, and the Molotov at the back there. Norway, he's got the AK, but he's very, very low on health. Shush playing that one way on top of the box, and he's going to look for the headshot. They don't quite know. There we go. The flick is going to be good anyway. Shush able to get a double kill to end the round with. And the force up not really working out for the T side this time. So that kind of cements the lead for Heroic, and it's going to give them, I think, a little bit of a chance now to breathe and relax, and they should be in a decent position for this upcoming round.
We're putting a lot of emphasis on winning the pistol round, and then, you basically win the next 2. But if you're going up against Heroic, then usually that's not going to be the case, as they clap back instantly and ensure that pistol round was an outlier. We are going to be seeing this 5-man stack, guys. Jesus. No. Equal lines. God. Just push for the door. It's fine.
Do you guys have Black Friday in the UK?
We do have Black Friday in the UK.
Go and push each other in the, I don't know, electronics
It's not
department.
as bad as the States, where like you see people attacking each other for TVs, thank God.
Yeah.
But
so I was going to say, there is a TV in there. It's an old model, but you know.
It'll play old console games really, really good. Try and play those on HD TV. It's not going well for you.
You actually need the older.
Yeah.
Well, they've set up a tower of T's down here in the underpass to look through. Lots of Glocks in case anyone shows up. That's exciting. I kind of like it. Is it a full pyramid? Have they got it going on?
I don't know if there's someone else on top of their head. Let's see if we can.
I guess they probably would never triple boost that one.
No. Latix just kind of. Do they actually have space above them? They do. Oh, go on, get him on top. Get him on top. You need to do the human pyramid. It needs to be committed.
I feel like that would be the way to go, just for the aesthetics of it. But
I wonder if he boosts on there, he won't be able to see through the underpass, so it'll be like dropping down.
Yeah, it's just probably really, really inefficient in every way. I think
Staven might drop here.
Presumably, also he'd have to have his back turned, not to glide off. So just in every way, it's a bad idea, but it still would be funny. Right, they're going to move forward right into the Galil. You love to see it because it's going to be an easy spray down. 4 kills so far. Bombs on the ground. He won't get the 5th because that's Latic up here, but he's getting hunted swiftly. Cadian, the last one there with the MP9. That's a very, very casual round coming out from Heroic. Just a lot of waiting around, really.
Another day at the office, and looks like a timeout has now been called. Potentially technical one, so just a few beats taken. I mean, yeah, they didn't expect anything at all from that, right? I mean, they were stacked up waiting for people to push into them, and that just simply didn't happen. So then they went hunting, and there was a Galil there. And honestly, that's probably one of the best weapons you can have in those situations. It doesn't cost you that much. Of course, it's safe through from the CT side as well. It's just free economy. It's free real estate.
I'm a huge fan of this sweatband. I think it's
a vibe, isn't it?
I think it's so great. I wish I could pull it off, but I sort of doubt it. But
we'll go to a sports shop and see if we can grab some for the broadcast tomorrow. See if we can all pull them off.
Yeah,
that'd be a content piece.
What a trendsetter! I haven't seen that for a long time. But
other headband brands, of course, are available.
Yeah, it's good times. Well, Yes, they fixed the tech issue. I guess it's good. It's kind of, at the back of like a natural timeout anyway, just because of that, Glock round kind of not doing anything.
Yep.
So no real momentum either way. Everyone's kind of relaxing at the start of the game here, but
that helps, right? I mean, it's just a beat lets you kind of think to yourself and just like, look, okay, there's nothing we can do now. Just reset the momentum.
Yeah, if anything, maybe it's a bit, maybe Heroic would want the game to just continue because they can kind of play that pace. But I don't think it's a big deal. I think it's fine. It's not. It always sucks more when you get tech timeouts and it's 14-14 and it's like, not right now, So it's pretty early on. I think something that's probably worth taking a note of is that so far on the T side, they're playing, I think, very confidently. There's no point at which you're seeing anyone really on the Aurora team that looks like they're afraid of taking fights versus Heroic. They might not be winning all of them, and that's kind of to be expected. I mean, you saw the ridiculous ratings on Heroic going into this game. They are just such a fiery team. But once you start to question yourself and you're like, oh, we can't be peeking, Stown or Shush or somebody else. We got to be a little bit careful. That's usually when the game plan kind of falls apart. So I'm happy to see that they look very committed to what they're doing here, and that's a good start.
They were mentioning that they didn't expect Heroic to have any respect for them coming into this one, and in the nicest way possible, it looks like Aurora doing the same. Aurora doing basically the same thing. They're not having real respect for Heroic. They're believing in their own abilities and said, "Well, we're just going to be better than you," and then pushing out into the site. And yeah, you're completely right. We've seen so many of these tier 2 teams play that kind of mentality of just like, "Oh, we don't care who's on the server. Like, we're just playing our game and we're just going to ego peek you," and that sort of stuff. And it catches people off guard because in tier 1 that doesn't happen, with the exception of like BNE or something like that.
I think this is the mentality thing that sometimes gets a little bit confused when this gets brought up in the community context, when people on Reddit or whatever are discussing these kind of things, because sometimes that kind of, let's say, arrogance will kind of like seep through in an interview. Somebody will basically say, yeah, we think we could beat anybody, we're going to be sick, and people think, wow, why is he so arrogant? They haven't, but you kind of need to be in a way. It's very hard to play a game of Counter-Strike and think, I'm going to go swing and peek this corner, and the other guy on the other side might just be better than me. You have to think, no, I'm going to be better today. It's going to be sick. I can take anyone down.
If we break it down to like terms, people who potentially haven't played on a competitive level of like anything. So if you're playing a matchmaking game and like you're thinking, oh, this guy that I'm about to peek is dog, you're going to be feeling so much better about it than just like hiding away. It's like, oh, okay, am I going to be able to find this fight? Like, that's probably the easiest way to break it down for people.
On the other side of that, I mean, at one point we had to make a rule with some of the people that I play with that no one's allowed to call anybody else a cheater on the other team because it kind of has the same effect, right? First of all, we don't really know if someone is cheating on the other team, but also the problem is once people say that, it sort of erodes your confidence, right? You're thinking, well, maybe we can't win because they might, they might not be. They might just be really good, but
built different.
Yeah. Just by the way, interesting. I think that's Starix standing behind Aurora. So obviously, that in itself is an enormous amount of Counter-Strike history that's been brought in behind. This might be an inexperienced team in the grand scheme of things, but obviously, when you look at this kind of stuff, it's super, super exciting to have him. And behind Heroic, we have Exist. So there's one of the cool things, one of the things I really love about Counter-Strike is the fact that it has this weird stickiness to it. People who get caught up in it tend to stick around for what seems like their whole lives, which has been true for many of us.
It's good.
But it's just really fun.
No, it's good. It's good to see that people, I mean, they love the game enough that it's like, we stay here. I mean, yourself, for instance, you've been doing Counter-Strike casting for, God, how many years now?
Yeah, over 10 years now. But I mean, I've also been playing the game since 1999.
Love that.
We're doing some media stuff the other day, and I don't think about it so much anymore, but I mean, I remember the first time I ran into Sonic, because Sonic is like a childhood hero of mine. So there's something really surreal about that. I was watching Sonic play back in the day. I didn't actually ever get to play Sonic in any tournaments because we weren't anywhere near that good. But we played some other pretty competitive teams. I can't remember if I ever played.
Who's the biggest name in that people will potentially know that you've played against?
Man.
Name drop, go on.
I think we played a team called IDDQD once that people could probably still Google. I bet if you Google IDDQD lineup, you might.
It now.
And there's another one that was called Amistad, which was a pretty good Danish team back in the day. We finished second against them, I think, at a LAN over in Jutland on the other side of the country. But anyway, yeah, it has a way of drawing people in, and
we never let them go. They're stuck.
Yeah, that is how it is. Well, here we go. The tech issues have been fixed. Thanks to the admins, we appreciate it. It is the 5th round, and the scoreline is 3-1 in favor of the heroic side.
And the first 4-buy round.
Yes.
Let's see what these two teams are made of. A lot of mid-ground control being gained here from Lackey as he's going to be on the hunt for an opening kill here, something they haven't found since the pistol round. Tezes. Long sideline being held, and he knows, right? He has an inkling. I think they're even thinking about chucking a molly over there. Instead, he's just going to ego peek him. Is Lackey expecting this one? Oh, there's your arm, my friend. You're going to get spammed out of the server. Taken out. Taken down.
Or near last.
I mean, doesn't penetrate that well, so it could have been the last one.
That's crazy. That's kind of a big risk to be spraying that inefficiently at the top of mid like that. Imagine if there is a counter flash coming up from the T side. You're just going to get blown up.
Absolutely ruined at that point. But Heroic now a one-man advantage. Still going up against AKs across the board.
Goes back to the thing we're talking about, the respect issue, right? You just walk up there, you have the little skirmish to take out a player, and now they're in a 4-on-5. Shush is right here and waiting. If they don't flash their way through, he should be able to get the kill. Or they smoke it instead. Fair play.
Ooh, there's a gap in that smoke. I don't know if it's actually that big for him to be able to use. Just going off the back of the timings, and Cadian's going to find that kill with the help of Shush as well. Norway, excuse me, sir? Just taps him through the box. Taken out of the server is Cadian, but it's only an MP9 that's dropped, so nothing substantial in the overall scheme of things. Staven, flash goes in from short. Not able to peek off the back of it, though. These wall spams are crazy. Everyone's doing them. It's wallbang after wallbang. The bomb does indeed get planted, but now Latix has 3 heads to find. Spots out one, whips the shot, does get swung there by Jabby, and he simply does not miss those. A nice round there for Heroic to recover after a pretty ego opening.
Yeah, I mean, it looked really impressive. It was a good start for them there, but they couldn't quite finish it up, and the flank that was coming in was a little bit overpowering as well. By the way, Norway getting that shot for the box at the corner of that shadow position. This one, I think people underestimate, because that box does look like it's quite thick, but it's actually, no, it's completely hollow on the inside. So even a Glock can shoot through at that particular range. Even if the CTs are standing way in the corner underneath the ladder, you can still easily shoot through it with a Glock. So kind of worth knowing.
And top tip for the day. There we go. Spam that box. It works.
It does make a difference. 4-1, and we're at the 6th round. We've got some deagles being picked up again. So I think so far their deagle aim has looked pretty crisp on the T side. So I'm always down for some good deagle rounds. Let's see if they are going to be able to find the openings.
God, executing before the smokes plume. I respect this a bit, but the push on through is not going to work out for Norway as he gets taken out by Stave. Shush, ooh, good for the relocation of the crosshair. Takes down 2. Now the rest are all out on the site. Does just leave Kenzie, and Shush just wanted to get the round over and done with as he's pushing around every single smoke that's thrown in front of him.
Yeah, I mean, you see the mechanical ability of everyone on the heroic side. It really doesn't feel like there is a weak link, and it started to make you feel like this is why they made the semifinal last time around. This is exactly the kind of style that's just so hard to beat down. They're going to have another crack at it here with 4 AKs, 1 AWP on Latic finally. So I'm curious to see if that's going to be the deciding difference. Cadian does have one on the other side, and maybe if they could find a duel against him, that could be a way to get everything going. Ooh, wow.
Big nades. Big nades going in. Lackey going to be dropped down to 24 HP. After the first molly phase, another one is thrown, but he's out of harm's way for now. Jabby inside the mid. Norway finds out opener. He's only going to be good for 1. Traded straight back by his teammate. Now in this 4 versus 3, it's looking pretty good for Aurora here as Lackey opens up this A-bomb site even further. They do begin falling back just so they can reposition for the remaining util. Still quite a lot available on this T side. Flashes galore, smokes everywhere. Couple of mollies about to clear some angles. Exactly what you need to be able to take an A-bomb site.
Using that one way at the edge of the box is just so sick. Ooh, that was a corpus that he was shooting at. That's definitely not what he wanted to do. Shush down here a little bit uncomfortable, but he's going to get a headshot, and he will swiftly be dispatched. Kenzie, very important kill to get right there. If they let Shush roll into that round, he could buy more time for Cadian to show. And speaking of which, he is kind of at the corner. I think normally you would say maybe don't go for this. They do have a lot of money in the bank on the heroic side, so maybe that's why. I still think it's potentially a little bit questionable, but at the same time, they're playing with the confidence. 1 versus 3 for Cadian.
It's one of those things where, on paper, this probably is a dreadful thing to do. But then you put in the additional factors of you've got the money, you've got everything. Like, let's actually see if we can hurt the T-side economy more.
Also, the potential of the fact that he could try and just in the last seconds of the round throw a smoke and hit one person and just smoke defuse. It's absolutely doable here. Starting to run really, really low and outside of the range of the scope. Celta will be able to take him down, but I think he was wanting to sneak in behind those boxes. I mean, if they're a little bit preoccupied, maybe they think he's already run away. If they believe that and they start looking for him and suddenly he's on the site, everything could go badly. Yeah, but this kind of stuff right here, this is the difference, I think, between, let's say, previous generation of Counter-Strike and this new era of really just cracked tier 2 players that are so good. Any smoke like that, any kind of edge that you let go of, they're watching it and they're so good at it.
They are prepared. None of this. Not expecting your opponent to be there nonsense. Also, it just seems like everyone in tier 2 can hit heads now, which is historically has not been the case. You've had teams who have been able to kind of get by off their strategy calls, which is great, and I love to see that kind of strategic element come out, and we see a lot of teams still do that, but then sometimes you just play against someone who's having a bit of a life game, and they just click heads harder than you, and it's like, okay, yeah, fair enough. What can we really do here? Aurora, while they've only got 2 rounds underneath their belt, they've looked pretty confident in their own ability. Speaking about confidence, here comes Shush. Flash goes in. Oh my god, he was expecting it. Pop flash hits. Norway's going to be good for 1. I think he knows that Tezes is there as well due to the double fire that came in from both of the blinded players. 4 versus 4 as we lose Lackey inside of mid as well.
There's a flash coming in as well from the T side there, I think, to pop flash the corner, but this one works out. That's the bomb on the ground and a 3-on-4 to ensue. Definitely a tough position for the T side to bring back here. Not because the bomb, they can easily pick that one up, but already wasting a fair bit of time. They have some nades at least, and actually not that many on the heroic side. That could have been a sick spray if he would have been able to transfer that up and get the kill on the Cadian. That might have brought them right back in the round, but as it is, they don't have a lot of map control here, and yeah, the map is looking really small for them, actually.
Yeah, they're losing even more as well. We see Tezes just kind of lurking in through mid. He's going to catch them on the timing, I think. Are they going to be expecting someone this close? Oh, he's just looking at the wrong position, but he's still going to be good for those 2 kills. Able to retrain his aim onto the right position incredibly quickly.
It did look like he was, you know, going to maybe be shot down, but again, the mechanics come back to save him. Testis is another one of those really dangerous. I mean, that is kind of the problem with the heroic lineup.
There's so many players.
From an opponent's point of view, yeah.
Yeah, there's so many players just even here who would die in that situation. Because it's like, oh, okay, I wasn't pre-aiming the angle, I do just get bodied, but that's just great mechanical skill in the game.
Okay, 6-2. They do buy up into this round, but they have almost nothing to show for it. This feels like the kind of round where you might try and get some mid-control, but you might want to end up at the B-bomb site because you have just almost nothing. They've already used a fair bit of it. I'm a little bit surprised by that. Thought they would say 1 flashbang at least to try and get out the B hallway, but they're just on a mission to find some kills in the middle at the moment. Maybe they can.
Go kill is the call here. Sorry, boss. A or B? No. Go kill. Everyone just pushes in mid and tries to find something.
Can always fall back on that. Whether or not it actually works is quite a different matter here. Heroic setting up a little bit. Cross grenades coming into the middle. There we go. Lackey picking up that one on test. This is a really good start. But Jabby was hanging around in the ladder room, and they're going to try and see if they can do this. It's down, off angle, an instant shutdown on that one. A little bit pressure onto him, actually. He comes out swinging for it, and Kenzie does take him down.
Yeah, being dropped down to 14 HP. Oh, the nade just not connecting. Kenzie fell away, and I think he took like 2 or 3 damage from that a few moments earlier.
Are they backing up to T-spawn after coming through connector?
This is really interesting. I mean, it looks like Celta wasn't with them. He didn't want to push through Palace. So what? They're all just stacking up and going out ramp? I mean, there's no util to play with here. This is a bold strategy. Let's see if it pays off. But just, yeah, long angle here. Oh, bodied by Latic. AWP in hand, and now we're at that man advantage position for Aurora, but of course, Kenzie's on 12 HP. Small breeze will take him down. Cadian, though, tapped in the back of the head by Seltzer as he tries to hightail it away from finding that first pick. Nice round there for Aurora, even though it did look like they just gave up all their momentum halfway through that.
I have to assume that that is strategically such a confusing round for Heroic, because I have no idea why the T's would run out of connector and back to the A ramp, and I don't think Heroic knew either. So that probably is what makes them think we have to take a look. Like we have because they could have made it back to the B bomb site. So I'm assuming that's why that first player was peeking CT spawn. Otherwise, it's a 3-on-3 where Heroic are just doing great. What a flick! Destroyed Gabby instantly.
Poor guy. Didn't have to do him like that. Dear Lord. Cadian does manage to get some semblance of mid control here with the AWP as he relocates himself up through ladder room and then holds on to catwalk. But you find your first kill, then you fall back. No need to continue your mid pressure. You've already got that man advantage. Seems like Aurora aren't fully convinced on where they want to be going right now, though. They've got 2 players posted up towards A. They're waiting for a bit of a mid push. One posted up by stairs over on B. They're just playing the time that they've got, and with 1 minute and 5 on the clock, plenty of it available. Lucky, that was sick, being able to find stab mod on that off angle.
That is absolutely amazing. If they win this round, there's no more money. Oh, Spray is wild, and Lucky will go down. Heroic don't have the bank to lose this round. Aurora could come back into this game in a huge way right now. They could be at 4-6 with a saving Heroic, and that's really good. They're building the first half there, and you can see again the first bullet accuracy and the crosshair placement just absolutely shocks Tess's. And now Cadian and Shush 2 versus 4 here. Unless Shush can drop a really fast double headshot, it's not going to matter. They're going to get the bomb down, and they should save the rest of the rifles. He's going to try for it. This is madness. He might be giving up the M4. Norway's going to take him down, and there's nothing left to play for here. 1 versus 4. It's a huge comeback right now for Aurora, there's no doubt.
They're hunting him, but I don't know if I completely agree with this. Look at the money on that T side. It's not fantastic, and you know how good Cadian can be on this AWP. The round's over and done with. There's no chance he wins it, but he can make it expensive for that T side and give them that extra lifeline moving into round number 11. He's on the hunt inside of Kitchen. Who can he see? Who can he find? Hello, Norway. Hello. Goodbye. Takes him down and now begins his rotate round towards the A-bomb site. I mean, if he had a kit and 5 more seconds to play with, maybe, but he doesn't. Yeah. So he gets back in the APC and saves the AWP.
A diffuse kit and some rollerblades, but those are for Source too. So.
Don't give them ideas, please. You know what, actually? I would love, like, ability to be able to, like, grab the motorbike on Inferno from T-Spawn and just, like, bounce around places.
Ride it on out of there. All right. This, again, is really fun to see. This is what we talked about earlier. Nice.
The good Harosh.
Yeah, you love to hear that. They are really not respecting Heroic. And that, again, that's very hard to do. It's easy to say, but they're just straight up fighting them. And they're actually coming out ahead in some of these aim fights. Yeah. Very cool.
And we saw it from, I think it was Latic, right? Where he got dropped super low.
Yeah.
Actually, no, it was Lackey, but he got dropped super low and just was like, oh, you're in a different position? Well, yeah, there's your head gone. It's like, okay, most people won't be winning those rounds, so Aurora certainly no slouch. But of course, coming into this, if you look at Aurora's history around the games they've been playing, the events they've been playing in, it's not been smooth sailing. They had a pretty good show of form for a while, around about like 5-6 weeks ago. And then they started to play different competition, and it was like, okay, it's not going great. But they've started out fantastically here today. Ironically, the last game they lost was against Spirit Academy, and then they just beat Spirit here today. So,
yeah,
what does that tell you about that dynamic?
Well, it's not the first time that we've seen an academy team, you know, seemingly almost playing better than the main squad. That seems to be, again, we're in a sort of an unstable space at the moment. I love when it comes to Counter-Strike. Yeah, it is kind of, it does make everything really exciting, even if it means you could be lacking some of the big names that you obviously want to make it through. But they're gonna have to prove it. 6-4 is the scoreline. We're in the 11th round. They have the AWP on Cadian, and the mission right now for the T side is to avoid that AWP. If you figure out where it is, if you're in a position, you're going to go fast away from it. You just don't want to be running into it. Flash goes in through. Oh dear. A counter flash as well. He ran right into that one.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. Saven's going to be able to find that kill, recover an AK in the process as well. Tez's back of the site. God, he just doesn't miss with USPS. He's under so much fire, but he simply does not care. Back has been spotted. They know he's there, and like he's going to be able to find that kill. Inside of mid with the man advantage at this current moment are Heroic, but a lot of damage being dealt by Staven and to Shush. This isn't going to be as easy as they would have liked, even with that man advantage. Bomb is going to get planted, but you've still got that unknown quantity in the form of Cadian. That was amazing from Lackey to tap down Shush. Steps heard, and he's out of the round.
Oh, and this move as well is pretty sick. He's going to be catching Cadian. Even if Cadian had the spider senses tinkling, Stound's on the other side. Obviously, does not have a defuse kit. They had nothing going into this round. He's put out a grenade and just to try and put some pressure on, but this is really well played from Lackey. He's not buying. He knows that's going to be 10 seconds on the other side, and he's calling Stound's bluff instantly, and he's won the round already. I don't think there's anything Stound could do. Just make a run for it here. Try and save the AK. That won't be allowed either. Lackey with a quad kill and a really beautiful round. They were trying to get him with the USP through the smoke, and he just absolutely, well, didn't quite rifle whip them coming through the smoke. It was sick.
A little bit more stronger than the pistol whip.
Oh, no doubt.
I wonder if we can. I wonder, like, at some point to see that replay, because that was kind of crazy, that spam on the final player. Yeah, I mean, in that 3 versus 2 situation, a lot of damage has been dealt to those T-side players already. So even that solo player for USPS can be so influential. We saw on the back of the site, 2 kills are able to be found off of basically nothing. We do now, off the back of that, though, have Heroic back with weapons in hand. Cadian, of course, AWP ripped out of his clutches as he fell to the wayside. But we do see an all-important thing here, Anders. Staven has a defuse kit. He is not a loser. A diffuser has been purchased.
Yeah, but look at how they're setting up. They're expecting Heroic to be aggressive. They're not wrong about that either. Latic, a little bit more patience, and you might be rewarded with a kill. They are right on the other side, ready and waiting for him, Heroic. And they're just sneakily waiting at the moment. Lackey looks like he wants to take a little bit of a aggression up here. Flashes are coming through. Cadian spins around. He's good for the one, and Jabby's there on the return, and that's going to be a victory at top mid, favoring Heroic here.
Probably is, right? I don't really see Aurora being able to come back into this one. Celta is looking to silence me, though, as he takes out Shush and brings it now just 1 man away from being a level playing field. Bomb is in no man's land. Lost on a desert island, dropped out of a plane at the top of mid. Tezes is now on the hunt for at least one of these 2 kills. Peaks. Oh, the timing did not work out in his favor. Now we're at a 2 versus 2. The second I say the round's over and done with, it would seem Aurora hear me and they say, we're going to prove this guy completely wrong. The bomb is still being held, though.
And there's only 25 seconds, so eventually they're going to have to be pretty quick with it. Yabby, if he just gets this 1 kill onto Kenzie, the round is wide open again, and the Molotov on top. Oh, he's going to play for time. And they actually don't have time now. They have to run into the fire or they're going to lose the round. There we go. Yabby's won it. Celta, he can't get there in time. You can't really run from middle with 15 seconds to plant the bomb. So, yeah, running into the fire was the only choice that he had. That is a really dirty way to win a round. Triple kill on Yabby, and then winning to time at the end of it. Celta's going to be careful he doesn't die here. That could have been horrible.
Yeah, that got a little bit too close for comfort there. Both players having the same idea. I'm just going to bounce my way over towards this B-bomb site. This crossfire setup was so nice, by the way. Jabby, they had no clue where it was come for. Again, another benefit of that A1S. Yeah, just the unfortunate timing inside of mid as well, which really opened up the round for an opportunity. I did feel like that Celta was going to be able to find him in time inside of mid, but Jabby read the situation, was like, cool, no, never mind, I'm hot down out of here. There's no chance they win this one. It's pointless to take the swing. And here comes the fight inside of mid. Once again, it seems like the main battleground for this game is this mid sight line. Staven, oh, top of the smoke, spots out Lackey, going to be able to take him down. The spams continue as the smoke now plumes. He has to fall back to relocate himself in this round, but it's long again. All of these long-range fights, but Latic's going to be able to find one here as well. Then 1 man down, but they're still looking for this B presence.
Down, yeah, he's going to cancel all of this out. Instant shutdown. Almost had the triple right there, but the MP9 of the other will get the job done. I think Stan was just doing a double take as he's falling back through connector. He's actually trying to escape, and he's like, wait a minute, they're running on the other side of the smoke.
Hold up.
And that was really, really impressive. So yeah,
you might even see it here. He's like, wait, hold up. Wait, there's a guy over there. Let me just keep shooting, see what I can find.
And he gets the information about more people showing up.
Exactly.
So great stuff. Stan having himself an absolutely sick round. I think nearly an ace in that one. 8-5 the scoreline, and you know what's even worse for the T side is that they'd finally broken the economy in Heroic. They had that 1 save round, but now instead their economy's blown up, and that is one hell of a nade. Through the fire, right into the FAMAS. They're gonna get chewed up. Shush, quad kill so far. Norway's on the other side on just 2 points of health. Surely you want to go for this one.
I don't think they know how many people they connected that with, and Shush, there you go. Goes for the swing once again, and it's a clean round for him. The backup was there off the nades. I mean, look at this. They just guns them down. They dink him up. They deal quite a bit of damage, but it is indeed the ace for him. He's going to be happy
I think
with that one.
Cadian actually stole the last one. I'm not going to lie.
Really?
I think he did.
Cheeky sod. You can't be having that. I'm going to check.
Yeah, I'm afraid he did.
Oh, Cadian, come on. Let the man have his frags. It's not very nice.
I think it says something about the mentality of Shush, right? I mean, obviously everyone's excited to get the aces, but he's like, no, why am I giving up the armor if I got 36 health? Like, it doesn't matter as long as we win the round. And in a sense, that's right. It's just obviously you want the momentum or the hype behind it. All right, Rifles back on the side of Aurora. They need this last round. I feel like Aurora getting up to 10 on the first half is a really dangerous precedent to be setting. So we'll see Lackey trusting that he can get that jumping tap, but not quite. Some mid-control potentially available for the T side, though, if they want it.
They're giving up on it. They've fallen back. They're like, don't worry about that, guys. We're just going to drop the bomb in TV room, post it up in there, put something nice on the TV, let it watch maybe some Counter-Strike, watch some other games, who knows? But the round itself is not really developed all too much. It's just a bit of util here, util there, util everywhere, with no real indication of where we're going to be going. A minute now ticks away.
If I look at Kenzie is clearing middle alone. Celta for a minute that was clearing the ramp and even looking into the A-bomb side on their own. That's a kind of play that a lot of teams, even at a really high level, you won't find a player who wants to do that. Like they want more security, they want more pop flash setups, they want more control. Lackey's trying to do it over on this side on his own, and that could be the downside of doing it one by one like this. You could get shut down and there's not much of a round left.
Well, I was about to say they begin their rotation round to be able to defend that A-bomb side. Ooh, they're touching, they're hugging, they're kissing, but Shush ends the love affair as he takes down Kenzie. Here comes the rest of the execute. Everyone's out on the site, but it's so weird. It's so laboured here. It's certainly not the clean rounds we've come to know and love from Aurora in these past few. Latic now with 4 bodies to find. He's simply not going to be able to find it. Heroic are feeling themselves. They take double digits. Are they going to be able to continue the momentum in the second half? Let's find out after this short break.
So I just immediately like...
We saw some raccoons.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames.
Oh, no way. Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the Gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place. It went really badly.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
As Cadian prepares to take on his toughest challenge yet, let it be known it'll take more than a hero to beat this one. We know he can lead his team to victory, but can he go at it alone? It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
It's time. It's time. Let's beat Dupree's ass, yeah? Okay, so what does the Launder show have for me here? Rings off, you know. Step 1. Let's go. Okay, let's go. This is the one, guys. Off to a good start. We go for the quick entry. No look. What? Buck. Everybody saw that. No. It's the f***ing goal! Okay, I think there might be some system to this is where the boxes will hit or what. I'm not sure. Oh, no. No, I failed the bunny hop so bad. We need just a little bit of luck here. Little bit of luck. Let's go quick. No. That's it. We're done. Dupree, he doesn't know what to do about this time. It's too strong. Yeah, I'm number 1 now.
All right, guys, let's give it up for Cadian. Come on in, Cadian. Well done. Take a bow.
Calm down. It was good, but calm down.
I'm going to ask for your signature in a second.
Yeah.
You were really burning calories on this map.
To be completely honest, I was just chilling. I knew that Dupree don't stand a chance.
Dupree don't stand a chance. You heard it here already. Well, why don't we make it official? Let's see if he lived out his dream of beating Dupree. To find out, we'll have the assistant, roll out the leaderboard assistant. Come on, let's keep it moving. Don't go out all night. Don't be alarmed by how long it takes me to write this number down. Just be happy it happened. The submission here from Cadian to the Gauntlet Challenge to see if he could beat Dupree. Did he do it, folks? That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
Canadian hyped on the Launder Show and hyped on the server as well, it would seem. If you want to check that out, make sure you go over to blast.tv. And not only can you find that out, you can find out how that first half went. If you missed any of the kills, the frags, the aces, whatever you wanted, go and make sure you check out their timeline feature. It's pretty damn good. But we're now in the second half. If you are just joining us for the first time, hello, hello. My name's Cody Cast. Joining me is the lovely Anders. Heroic, they're 5 rounds up right now. Double digits in the first half. Pretty damn good.
Yeah, there definitely was a moment in time there where Aurora could have got a lot more rounds. So I think they must be a little bit disappointed in that. But they look very confident. You have to like the kind of counter that they're playing here. There's no real sense of fear in them. They're playing one of the best teams in the world, and they're acting like that's not the case. So props to them. If they can win this pistol round, this game is right back on track. But they need to withstand this B attack that's coming through. Norway already hitting a good headshot, and Lackey looking for a second follow-up. Yeah, they've really been slowed down. They've been uninvited to the B-bomb site.
Yes, remove yourself from this, please. You are not invited to the cookout. Shot in the back is Shush right now as Lackey's looking to deal some form of damage, but caught between 2 angles he is as Seltzer from the main site takes him out of it. Now in a 5 versus 2, it's not looking particularly likely they're going to be able to win this one, but remember what happened in the first round, Anders. Aurora won the first one, and then it was the comeback from Heroic off the back of the force buy. But that's kind of that innate CT advantage that you get because they are on defense instead of offense. See if they are going to be able to do it on the T side as well, because honestly, I can't see them winning this round now against 5.
They shouldn't. I mean, there's the P250 in play, and all it takes is a couple of mistakes, but they're playing it very, very conservative right now, which is great. That's what you want. Make Heroic spend the time, make them show themselves, and nice Ence. Oh my god. That's very, very aggressive. I think it's very smart for them to the positions that they had inside of the bomb site, up in the palace, deep towards CT spawn. They're positions that are really hard to find, right? They're not out in the open gunning for another fight, and that's everything you want to see. So just a good, clean finish to the round, and another pistol going the way of Aurora. But as you said, they need to keep it going this time.
Yes, they cannot have the same thing that happened last time. You can't just win the first round and then just lose the next 5 in a row. That's usually not how pistol rounds work, but instead of the scout buy-up, which worked out so well for Heroic on that CT side, they are just going to be forcing into the pistols.
Yes, and so this is a B buy-up if I've ever seen one. You have all the speed you could ever want. Yeah, why would you slow it down? You've got the Tech 9s, you've got the Mac 10, you've got the flashbangs to follow. This is really dangerous. They need to get some early kills, and Kenzie's already getting them one. Lackey's nearly dropping. Oh, they walked in front. I think he was spraying at the person behind, and Stown just said, I'm here too.
Me too, please, get me involved.
Pick me, and he did. That's great. They made that look really easy, so the fear in my voice, maybe it sounded a little bit dramatic, but the truth is, if Heroic get even 1 kill on one of the 2 people that's defending, then the whole site is probably going to fall, and we're talking about a retake, potentially sort of a 3-on-3 retake. It's never a fun time. So really good stuff. That's important. They made it look easy, and that's great.
Yeah, I mean, Lackey was lucky to stay alive in that situation, right? I mean, if he is able to survive this round, that's going to be amazing for that CT side economy because, I mean, an MP9 into another eco round with full armor, you're looking pretty damn good. Long range angle being held here by Kenzie. Nade goes in to be able to finish the job. Little Kobe to be able to blow him up inside of Connector. It's going to be another round on the board here for Aurora. And this is the first time that they've won that kind of that second pistol round. What, the round after pistol, should I say. Yeah, look at this, spamming down, and he goes, please, please, hit me as well. And just across their placement was there, and Staven absolutely ruined.
Maybe he was trying to save his teammate. Like,
Maybe.
I'll take a
Get down, Mr. President.
Yeah. Why not? You know, that's loyalty for you. 10-7 scoreline, and the money's not really looking great for Heroic. They're trying to force it up at the previous one, obviously, to try and put some damage onto them. So it realistically would be the next round, probably very likely an 8-10 scoreline here before the Danes can answer back. But again, a very open game that we've got going on now.
For sure. If I saw more than one Deagle here, then maybe that kind of miracle round prowess that we've known to kind of know and love, that we can see happen on maps like Mirage and like on Nuke, is more possible. But what's that? 4 P250s and a Deagle? Maybe not.
And also, maybe apart from Kenzie, who's running around the middle, they're playing really far back positions, which, again, they were playing quite aggressively on the T side, so you don't really always know if a team that does that is going to be able to restrain themselves on the CT side and not give too many challenges or fights to the Deagle. If they would have pushed top mid here, then maybe they run into some danger, but they are really staying far back and away, and that's going to give them a pretty big advantage in the weapons department. Gonna be a run boost to set it up, and probably just everyone swinging wide for the middle, you have to assume. Wish they had a flashbang, but they don't. Oh, they're gonna find nobody. The timing is up. It's gonna be really anticlimactic.
So, hey guys, look, okay, never mind. It's all good.
Sucks, doesn't it?
Yeah, it kind of feels bad. Well, at least they can still do the sprint boost. They haven't wasted that. They know how to do it still. That's always good. Thumbs up all round. But now instead, all they're going to be finding is the spam of the MP9. Tezes, Cadian, stabbing all taken out of it. Yeah, that's going to be another round falling towards Aurora. It makes sense, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, I think something else you accomplish that people maybe forget about sometimes when you run the clock down low is that the CTs will probably keep using grenades. They did have a lot of nades at the end of the set. There wasn't a lot thrown, but that's kind of also what you're hoping for, is that they'll throw down some extra Molotovs and smokes just to make sure there's no crazy rush coming. And that's obviously money out of their bank. So sometimes, even if it's a bit boring, you just wait it out and see if they don't make a mistake. Oh, wow.
Hello. Looking to go for aggro, and there is a gap in that smoke as well for him to be able to use to his advantage. Of course, as we can see, no one's even thinking about pressuring mid right now. Jabby on the hunt for something over towards apartments. But off the back of the flash, no swings, no spams, nothing to be found. Aurora playing quite regimented here, which is a bit different from what we've seen. They usually like to prod and poke into some of these angles, but not the case in round number 19. They're waiting for their opponents to make the first move. Well, as the molly comes down, kind of forces them to slow it down even further as we move to around 1 minute on the clock.
It makes you wonder as well if they've done some research on Heroic, because you could see Heroic are waiting for the pushes. Yep. So maybe if they've been studying up a little bit and done some research before the game, they're going to realize that if we are aggressive, then Heroic are going to be just sitting around and waiting for us. So just let them waste the time. Still some nades left on the CT side. Quite a few more this time on the Heroic team, so they could do something with the mid control if they can get it. Kenzie running into the corner, and he should be dead right here. Yeah, multiple angles of spray coming his way. Molotov back there, and I think Selter is probably quite lucky to be alive.
Fortunate there from Norway. Wow, Latic isn't going to be able to find him on the cross either. Just holding for holding for Connector. As he finds one and a second in the form of Tezes. Lucky going for the swing here. USPS in hand. Does not have enough time to be able to reload his M4, and it puts him in a really awkward position. I feel like, again, the conversation we keep having, is the A1 better, is the A4 better in that sort of situation? The extra bullets, the A4 would have come out on top.
He might have even had a chance to reload, but just, again, the confidence. Oh, that is almost a kill. And there it is, a kill. Taking down Shush. He's picked up the AK. And oh my God, what a clutch coming through. Latic able to pick it up. And Aurora, they are right back on track. Look, he can't even sit still behind that kill. What a sick performance.
What? Dropping a 4K like it's absolutely nothing. The two inside of mid to be able to stop that connector push just a little bit, and then gaining that control. Here's your first kill. Here's your second. Push me, I dare you. And then he's just like, he might be behind that box. He's a blood splatter on the wall. They're killing the feed. Swaps out to that AK, and Cadian gets bodied. Yeah. Oh, he's not pleased about that one, is he?
No.
Has to instantly reset the mental, though.
Yeah, but that is the kind of momentum swing round. You can see how absolutely fired up behind them they should be as well.
Oh, timeout.
Yeah. Get everyone back on track.
I like that.
They definitely were not favored to win that round, but some
not at all
banging shots coming out from Latic.
That's what we need. I mean, none of these players are slouches, and this is kind of the storyline we were developing at the beginning of this one, is the fact that some of these tier 2 players, they click heads pretty damn well. Especially some of the AWPers and Latic. While not had the best performance across these 20 rounds, up to 11 kills, they've been damn big impact frags, it would seem.
It's actually really impressive, right? Quad kill got him to 11, but what a time to step it up. 9-10 the scoreline. Heroic kind of getting assisted, I think, now by the round loss bonus. Starting to get helped out a bit on that front. Kenzie, all right. This could be a bit scary. He's now back in connector. A little bit of a run boost out, but no one there to catch. But mid control, at least the top part of middle for Heroic for a minute here. And they could just try and split the B-bomb site, maybe leaving Tessus in the middle to hang out and just see if they can put some pressure on Norway. This is so dangerous. What's he doing? That's too risky for me.
Yeah, that's a little bit spicy. Finds one kill, but that's simply not enough, especially when your backup player is an AWP. He's not going to be able to take a lot of those fights. He peeks once, gets nothing, and then shut down by the further aggression from Heroic. Now they're just kind of resend around Aurora, waiting to see if they can find an opening. Seltzer dropped down by 66, and now from the sidelines, here comes Kenzie, looking to find a few more heads as he takes down Stavin with an easy one-tap. Now in this 1-versus-1, and he is indeed going to be able to find it. It's these individual performances round after round that are keeping Aurora in this one as they leveled it out to 10-10.
That is a really sick retake. And the meta of last year would have said, you save that 2-on-3 because they're kind of smoked out for a while in the window. What are the chances realistically you can get this done? But again, the confidence is so high. It's really exciting to watch. They went for it. They don't have necessarily that much money in the bank on the CT side, so going for it is risky. They could end up, breaking their own economy, but when it works, it looks beautiful. Timeout used from Heroic this time. They want a chance to talk things over as Aurora are catching up and maybe even doing more than that soon. Bomb plant does help out the Danish side at least.
Yeah, it does. They've got enough money for a full buy here, but it's going to leave them kind of light in the pockets for round number 22, so they need to make sure this one sticks. CT side, they're going to have some money to play with no matter what happens here, but it's going to be a bit of a harbored buy moving into round number 22. Having to drop some for teammates, that sort of stuff. But we'll get to that point. Still got round number 21 to play. Util going to be committed from both sides inside of apartments. Surprised there's not craters in the wall considering the amount that was just used. Tezes inside of mid. Hello, anyone home? Absolutely nobody until Kenzie sees him all the way from Khan, and Lackey ensures there is no additional aggression over towards this B-bomb site as Jabby falls to the wayside as well.
Heroic have yet to win a round in the second half. They had 10 in the first half, so this is starting to get really, really concerning, and it's starting to get really exciting for Aurora on the other side, though. It's down and KD in 2-versus-5. They get the fights that they want. I mean, they are running towards that connector corner, or sorry, the catwalk corner to try to take that fight. But Lackey's just ready on the other side, and he's even ready to spin around. He's got no fear at all. I don't know if you could see anything up there, but either way, they once again have no real incentive to do anything. Just let it wait out. Yep. The clock is running against Heroic.
Dead in mid. Now just Cadian to find 4 more. To find that opening kill. Low HP on Lackey. Oh, a single bullet would have done it. Even one for a wall, but shooting through the floor. Not really possible on the AK. It's going to be an 11th round here for Aurora. For the first time in this game, they are now in the lead, and they're looking to continue that as well. Considering this win streak, we've not seen a T-side round from Heroic as of yet. They're struggling.
They are struggling. This is really cool. Was it Jackie that picked Aurora, I think?
I think it might have just been Jackie. I'm going to check.
Good time.
He's been on it when it comes down to these predictions. Yeah, I picked Heroic. It was. It probably was. Yeah, of course it was Jackie picking Aurora. He knows what's up. He's got the inside loop, it would seem, on some of these tier 2 teams, and I'm here for it.
Shush.
That's
okay.
a lot
Maybe the jump passed, but that's definitely been heard. They're not quite sure. They know that he's down here somewhere. There's no way you can mistake that sound. In the middle, Tessus with a headshot on Lackey. Still something is possible here. The Deagles could... Oh, they misjudge it. He comes out for another one. Latic gets blown up. Shush. Bringing Heroic back into this round. And Kenzie and Norway, they've got to be wondering what on earth is happening at the A bomb site. Tessa's trying to get one more Deag in there. Kenzie, he's a bullet away from death, especially if it comes from an AWP. He's actually triangled in, and it's Jabby that's going to be able to take him down. I think with the jump, they know where Norway is as well. Oh, Aurora, don't lose like this. This could be all the momentum swing that Heroic need, and they know exactly where he is.
Tags up Tezes. Drops him down to 19. Only a smoke but does have a defuse kit available. I don't think we're going to be in a position for a Ninja defuse. It's going to have to be a trial by fire to get out onto this bomb site, and the AWP is holding the angle. Yeah, over and done with. What a round that was. Being able to jump straight out of Palace and then down into Firebox and just hold that position. Finding those 2 1-deeks. I'm sure we're going to be seeing them. I mean, Tedder's inside of mid, finding one as well, which didn't catch. But here's the other ones from Shush. One for you and all.
They still think he's in the smoke somehow. Yeah, you can hear the calls are coming out instantly when they realize. I'm trying to think in my brain. Maybe they thought he just jumped in the smoke and didn't actually jump down onto the site. It's kind of hard to know this. It could be a lot happening. Not going to judge them too harshly for it, but man, what a crazy way to turn around in their favor. 3 timeouts used now from Heroic. They realize the gravity of the situation. It's the first round that they win on that T side.
It is, and what a round to win, right? I mean, the fact that they've been able to save not only the AWP, but I think a couple of rifles off the back of it as well. That bolsters up that T side economy even further. Now we're going to be seeing a big commitment here from Aurora, because we're getting double AWPs, Anders.
Why not? They have been playing pretty defensively, I would say. A little bit of aggression every once in a while in the middle, but they're not being like super pushy with them.
Not
and
like we were
this kind of
seeing
situation
from
for Lackey. I mean, that allows them to go deeper into middle if they really want to.
Nice from Lackey. Finds that opening kill. Shush with the trade straight back though. Makes Heroic rethink this A site approach. They get one. It's like cool. That's fine. Let's see what information we can gain over on B. Who is that? Is that Lackey inside of the smoke? Yeah, he's still boosted. Well, sorry, not inside the smoke, inside of apartments. Yeah, look at him. He's boosted up. He's just waiting for someone to swing into him. And Jabby's playing, well, great timing right now. Doesn't want to take the fight as of yet. And this is going to be an execute out on B. They're not going to be expecting this one at all. Here comes the flashes. Norway needs to come up massive here, but he finds 2. Going to look for the third in the form of Cadian, but the Deagle does enough. Now in a 2 versus 3 situation to be able to collapse on this B bomb site, and Lackey has no clue that Jabby's jumped out a window. Spam is there to be able to bring us down to a 2v2.
Yeah, he didn't hear the drop for whatever reason. Jabby's thinking about it. The bomb is being brought in. He's covering this lineup, but Latic is so quick on the trigger. He's really come alive. Second kill of the round for him, and Cadian with 30 seconds trying to make his way back. He's going to get smoked off. Oh, flashes everywhere. Kenzie, he surely has this one. They've traded places inside of the smoke, and Cadian, he has no way of knowing that. He's not going to be guessing it. Planting out in the open, and he is instantly dead. 12-11 as they take the lead once again.
Yeah, really nice round there from Aurora. Good recovery. This was sick from Norway inside of mid. To be able to find those 2, find the bomb as well. Ever important. Latic was hitting shot after shot. Openers on both A and B sites. He's got his roller skates on. He's able to rotate real quick. Works out in his favor.
Okay. Well, they are going to use all their money in this one, Heroic, and a little bit of an aggression towards the middle. It's Latic. He does give it up because he did see them swing behind the hay cart. So once that happens, you don't want to get peeked from either side of that. So he's just out of there. And the aggression continues from Heroic this time. They want to try and see if they can really put some pressure on this connector, it feels like.
Kenzie. Aggressive here. Yeah, you can't hide in that corner really anymore. That smoke's been dropped down. The one way is basically confirmed. So if they see anything, they will just spam it. Smallest movement. See Kenzie looking at the light there just to see if someone is going to jump on through. The light will disappear if someone's head crosses it. And that's exactly, look, he's just holding it. He's just waiting. But of course, we can see nobody there. Instead, oh, they were thinking about ladder room.
Yeah.
Changed their mind. Cadian. Boosted angle. Anyone to spot? Oh, you didn't want to drop down. That does give the information up. And Norway now can communicate that.
Cadian is super dead if Norway peeks this. He can't even scope up to it. Yeah, that's a really, really good timing on that one. Scary, too, because he hears the drop. He probably hears the scope on the other side, too. So it's a bit risky. Cadian is going to be really tilted behind that. And Norway takes a little bit of an extra liberty, pushes forward, gets another kill with it. Finally, he goes down to Tessus, but it's a 3-on-4. 25 seconds. They are getting shot in the back. And How did the Ortezes even live through that one? They're walking into a crossfire right here with that Palace position.
They are indeed, and oh, it's the final bullet from Kenzie who finds Tezes as well, and Shush taken down at the end of the round. Aurora starting to feel themselves now. They're getting into the groove. 2 rounds in the lead, up to 13. God, it's just that fadeaway final bullet, wasn't it? We had quite an interesting dynamic midway through that round where actually Aurora had 3 AWPs, and I was like, okay, if they find a couple of picks here, if the AWPs aren't missing shots, this isn't really a 4v3. This is more like a 3v2.
Yeah. Oh my God. Well, we got some Tech-9s at the Eagle. They want to see if they can just blow up this A bomb site. But look at the distance here between the 3 players. 2 towards jungle, and then this AWP. Maybe Kenzie they could find, but he is really hard to kill right now. He's aggressively hunting them. He's only going to get the one, but Alaki's showing up with all of the confidence to match the aggression from Heroic. They're just going to tap the last one away. A triple for him. And Aurora, they're really, really close to winning this one. They've almost taken down Heroic in this best of one, and that in itself is, I mean, it's shocking if they do it. Really impressive.
No feelings.
No feelings.
We're going to be getting loud. They were the quotes that we have from Celta in that pre-game interview. But it seems like the feelings are all on the server. Everyone sitting down and just shouting at their teammates, guys, we're 2 rounds away, let's do this. It's Heroic for crying out loud. We probably shouldn't be winning this one. But they are. They're running away with it. Just 2 rounds away to be able to go 2-0 and 1 step closer, not only to the major, but to the Legend stage.
I mean, for a team like Aurora to qualify to begin with would be quite something. For them to, do it in such a convincing fashion, it'd be something quite different. Yeah, this is looking really strong. Celta, he's going to miss a little bit of an opportunity there. And actually, you could see Heroic tactically a different approach to attacking the bomb site. They want to hug that right-hand side of the bomb site and try and get all the way towards jungle. They're going to plant the bomb and try and hold this control. It's a really, really cool idea, and it can be hard to retake now because the CTs typically want connector and jungle control before they swing for a retake.
They just can't get it. They're basically forced to go through ticket or through a really contested connector. Shush on the swing. Going to be able to spot out one, doesn't find the kill, but a lot of damage either way. It's a 5 versus 3 with one player basically a hair away from getting taken out of the round, and Cadian's going to be able to find the opener and the next as well. That's what we like to see from him. Those sort of aggro swings. I mean, he was basically falling when he found that final one. More confidence in the server from Heroic, and it brings them now a round closer to Aurora, up to 12. Yeah, look at this was sick. But get out of here.
And that's a very expensive round. Again, we've talked about this in the past, how you could make some argument that maybe you want to save and not go for the retake, but honestly, both teams have been playing this heavy confidence style. I don't think it really makes sense to say that. Aurora, they're thinking every time, our first bullet accuracy is and our crosser placement is so good that we will just blow them up if they make one mistake. So they're probably just thinking, let's go for the retake. If they're asleep, even if it's a little bit, we're going to win it no matter what. So
sure.
hard to judge them for following that game plan, really. 21 kills on Lackey, 20 on Kenzie, 21 on Norway. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, on the other side of things, I mean, Shush is on 24. Cadian's had a relatively quiet one in comparison to the other 3. Tezes and Stavant. 21 and 22 respectively.
Yeah, but mostly everyone is here.
They are indeed, which makes it for an exciting game.
That's what you love to see, isn't it? Well, Antex flashed out of that position. He really wanted somebody to walk into the shot. There's nobody on the B bomb side or the B side of the map at all for Heroic. They are just going to try and push this. That is really dangerous. Running back for the bomb site when connector could be exposed like that. Celta's not able to get the spray through. And now they're actually in a little bit of trouble here. This could get really worrisome. They don't have any money on the Aurora side. If they lose this round, the scoreline is almost certainly going to get tied up. You have to even question once again, do you want to go for this unless you can get a kill really swiftly?
Kenzie rethought that. Didn't want to swing off the back of the smoke, tries to line them up, but no, simply not able to find the kill purely because no one tap on the M4s. Trades back and forth now, though, still with that man advantage over on the side of Heroic. Shush, very aggressive in the middle of the site, basically on an island on his own, and still able to find those kills. It's going to be a 13th round now for Heroic. They are not going to go quietly into the night. they are going to be able to find these frags. And this is what you touched on. That kind of right-hand side control of A, gaining connector, gaining jungle.
Yeah.
What can you do as a CT? I mean, it's basically done at that point.
At least it's very, very... I mean, you could probably just try and take the bomb side and see if you could put enough smokes to defuse inside out.
Right.
But when they have AKs on the other side, it is super risky. Obviously, they wanted to try and see if they could fight to regain that control and just ended up losing it. So, a bit unfortunate.
Bird watching is Norway.
Fortunately, no birds on this map, so...
Not allowed to fly on pigeons, not like train. Just looking for this pick on site. Stabby finds it instead. Molotov going to go down to be able to stop the push. They might just push through it. Yeah, they do. And they're not going to be able to overwhelm the firepower of that AK. It's 14-14 now, and while Aurora, they were able to string a number of rounds together here on this second half, the limits are starting to show. Those 10 rounds in the first for Heroic give them such a large buffer to work with. They just need to chain the shuffle together to win.
Big test right now mentally for Aurora, because they've proven many times already that they can absolutely win this map. But the question is now, the mental has changed, right? They're not having the same momentum, and now they're feeling the pressure and the weight of Heroic coming back into it. And it's not a test for Heroic. We already know that they have this capability. They are such a powerful team, and I'm sure in their minds they're thinking, this is it. We have done this many times before. They thought they had won, and then they misjudged just even a little bit, and now we're back. And I mean, the way that they're playing, you can't really blame them. Shush is dropping 27 kills right now, and Tess is right behind them at 25. It's absolutely horrifying if you're on the receiving end of it.
Questions being asked over on Blast.tv. Does this game go to OT? Looks like a lot of you are praying it doesn't. 36% of you say yes, this is going there. I mean, with the economy the way it is right now for Aurora, moving it to round number 29, they've got to fall by here. If they lose, they've got nothing in round number 30. While Heroic, they have everything. The money is amazing. You've got 6k on Cadian, 9k on Tezes. Jabby's got 8k as well. Everyone else is basically barely lower. They got full buys either way. Looks like we're going for a single-man smoke setup here from Cadian. Just deciding his lineup.
I was going to say, which one is he going to use?
This one, that one.
The running one? Oh,
very nice.
I don't like that one.
No. Is that a 128 tick only? I think it is.
Yeah, definitely is. But also just, I don't know. Just feels risky. But anyway, it's all good. Don't worry about it. 50 seconds. They kind of evacuate the A-ramp. They go back to throw those smokes towards the middle because I think it helps out the one mid player that they had to get even more forward control. And then they just knock out Latte. He has an open CT. Oh my God, Josh. He's taking this map away from them. 29 kills. That was number 30. And he has broken Aurora now. They have no money. What an absolutely disgusting display of force from Shush.
No money, no chance. Shush crushing the hopes and dreams of this Aurora side single-handedly. I don't know if anyone else has fired a bullet this round, and Shush has found 3 kills, and he's not done yet. He's on the hunt round towards B. He knows, okay, these boys are saving. They're going to be pushing for OT. How about you get out of my server? He's going to be on the hunt for this 4th kill. Nade goes in, and oh, it does actually find him post-death. The martyrdom works, and Norway now on the hunt for 3. Tapped on down from Tezes inside of mid. They save nothing, and now Heroic have map point 15-14. Aurora need a miracle round. Look at this drop, by the way. We get to see it from his perspective. Barely resets his aim.
What a ridiculous display. Got the quad kill at the end with the nade after he was dead. 31 kills. Yeah, this is super overwhelming. 30th round is coming up. They don't have a lot to fight with. And Stown this time wants to take over. He's rushing straight in there. Flashbang to set it up. He's going to get that kill easily, and he'll finish it off, taking down Celta. This is looking horrifying, but Heroic, they can feel the life slipping out of Aurora, and they want to kill them right now. 3 versus 4.
Yeah, this round is looking pretty dire for them. Nade's going to be going in, and it's like Kenzie's on the spam as well, trying to read the situation. It's not going to work out too well. Latic does find Stavern, though. Needs to see if he can pick up a few more. Starting to win the numbers game here with the bomb being dropped on the ground as well. Headshot needs to be found here. Nade goes in. He does find it. What? Are you kidding me? Off the back of that tap nade as well. Cadian tap down. Are we really going to OT, considering how this one started? It's Sjuush in a 1 versus 3. Nade and flash available. I mean, if there's a man you want in this situation, it's going to be him. He's going to be able to defend this bomb site down to a 1 versus 1. He has the HP advantage. He's got the U2 advantage, the weapon advantage. And Kenzie does not have a kit. He needs to just stick this one, I think. Flash goes out to see if he forces out any form of information. He's not going to be able to find it. Taps it once more. He's running low on time. I think he's out of time right now. Sjuush has played a masterclass here, and he clutches it with the 3K. Amazing from him. He ends the game on 34 kills, and he wins it for Heroic. What the hell was that round, Anders?
He's had himself one of the sickest maps that we've seen from Sjuush for a very, very long time. That is truly shocking, and I think that's an experience that Aurora are going to remember for a really, really long time. They practically had overtime secured. They were in a 1 versus 3. They had managed to lay the bomb plant earlier, but Sjuush just wrecked their whole world. That is crazy. But it's one of the experiences. You are playing against Heroic. You know it could happen. I just wasn't expecting that it was going to be Sjuush showing up like that today, but I mean, here we are.
He had a good first map as well. On Inferno, went 26-9 against 500, who didn't have a great showing. It was 16-8. And now they come here, go all 30 rounds. Aurora can't be upset with that, by the way. They took it the distance against one of the best teams in the world right now, ranked number 3, and Aurora only just inside of the 30s. They're 39th in the world at this point, and they've been able to take it all 30 rounds, and they only got beaten by a god game, let's be honest, from Sjuush.
Yeah, I mean, they're not playing to their ranking even at all. They're playing with enormous confidence. I bet you Heroic are going to recognize that as well if we get a chance to talk to them, because this was really impressive inside of the server. They should be feeling quite proud of themselves, but obviously when you get this close, you're not going to be thinking, ooh, you know, we're still good, but you're thinking we could have won it, and they could have, so that's the truth. 34 kills, 109 ADR on Sjuush. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, that's insane. And it's not like the rest of the team slouches either, right? Stavin got 25, you see Tezes on 26. I mean, sure, Jabby and Cadian were lower towards the end, but I wonder if that's them not performing or if it's everyone else stealing the kills from them, because you don't get 34 kills and let your teammates get them as well. Lackey, Norway, they got some pretty decent shots over on Aurora as well. Let's not take anything away from that. It was an incredibly close game, and especially the position that Sjuush has put in that final round. We should still be casting this. The game should still be going. If Sjuush wasn't there, the X factor in that final round and across the entire game, this doesn't happen. And I think Aurora lose Heroic lose pretty handily without him.
Yeah, almost certainly. This is so crazy. Sjuush highlights all across the board. And by the way, on the other side, Monte, I think, has managed to take down Cloud9.
What? Hold on, wait, what? Are you kidding me?
No, it's really didn't happen. Yeah, what a wild day. But I mean, again, the best of ones, the RMRs, and the fact that the tier 2 circuit has proven that 2 label might just be a complete misnomer at this point in time. Yeah, it might not actually tell us much of anything.
It just means they play online circuits more, really. I think that's basically what it comes down to.
Here we go. I mean, the round before was already disturbing when he just clean finishes the round with a triple opening, and this one it's a 1 versus 3 at the end, and he's basically boxed in.
We saw the phase.
Unbelievable stuff. Try to be just really happy about that kind of performance from him. For the rare sites, usually it's down that we end up looking for to try and get these kind of performances, but Sjuush was in the driver's seat today.
34 kills, 19 deaths, 109 ADR. Dear Lord, if he can continue this up, not only legends, but they might even push it one step further than last time. Second place is not good enough for this squad. They want the final major, Anders. It does sound like we're going to have an interview right now with, it might even be 7. Let's find out. Let's chuck it over and see who Neokai got to talk to.
Stan, thank you very much for joining me, brother. Ooh, you boys made it work for that one, huh?
Yeah, it was a tough match for sure, but we're happy we closed it out.
And talk me through the clutch at the end. I mean, that was, first of all, just absolutely ridiculous. What was the celebration like at the end there for you guys?
I mean, it was a clutch that should have never happened in the first place, because we were like 4-3 and we had the side. So yeah, we could have played that better. But you could see that Sjuush was feeling the game there, and like I was pretty comfortable he could win it. He knew that the guy in connector wouldn't like play first, so he just took the duel to the 2 other guys. Very well played by him.
And what does it mean to you boys? You're now 2-0 day one. That is huge, right? But there's also the kind of, we talk about the 2-0 curse. It happened, we saw it to FaZe, happened to Bait as well. Do you boys feel the pressure at all? You're now feeling pretty confident you'll see this one off?
I mean, first of all, there's always a different kind of pressure, right? When you're playing the RMR, everyone wants to go to the major. So yeah, being 2-0 up is obviously really big, especially in these close BO1 matches where it can be, sometimes a bit more random than a BO3, for example. So yeah, we're just really happy.
Well, congratulations once again. Looking forward to seeing you in the best of threes.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Oh, good connection there as well. Oh.
I'm really happy. It's down, and I can understand why. Feeling like, they're on top of the world now. They get past the randomness of the best of ones into the best of three territory, and they look absolutely sick. I mean, they look like this is the form you want to see out of Heroic if they want to see if they can beat themselves from Rio, right? See if they can actually win this major. That is 100% the goal.
One step closer to that exact goal, Anders, you are right. Let's see if they can continue the momentum. Are they going to be able to go 3-0 in Legends? We'll have to find out tomorrow. But before then, there's still more best of ones to play. We're going to be tagging out for a bit, and we're going to be tagging in Harry, Hugo, and Jackie. We'll see you in a bit, guys. Don't go anywhere.
And round 5, who do we get now?
Okay, so we got Elise, we're going Elise again.
I'll just try Carrigan, because I think Carrigan is going to give me a lot of hints.
GKS, Justin Savage, Justin Kill Savage.
He's older than 24.
AK-47, more than 5 majors.
And it seems like he is not European.
It could be Nitro, but at the same time, I think he's been... I'm going to try Nitro. That's exactly the same result.
Not so familiar with all the NA players, so it's maybe a bit tougher on me, this one.
Okay, let's try
Nico. The team is not Liquid, so no one from Liquid could be it. Maybe Rush? We can try for Rush.
Twist is Canadian, so not that guy. Naf. But then again, it could be Naf, but at the same time, but maybe Canadian, I'm going to try Naf.
Hooksy. Wait, it's not Europe. Electronic. More than 8 majors, and it's not even close to the Russia or Europe.
Rush is not it, but I have the age, range pretty clear now. American teams, it's Liquid. Liquid? Only Liquid.
It's not OC. Stop thinking Liquid. I'm only thinking Liquid. Who else is playing in North America?
And he's played a lot of majors, it seems like, so it seems to be like an obvious name, to be honest.
Stewie2K. He's from America. He's retired already. And he's younger than 27. Imagine. Maybe he's playing Valorant.
Which was the roster that Cloud9 won the Boston major? It was Stewie, Automatic, Rush, Skadoodle maybe? No, it's because the weapon is AK, so that wouldn't fit. Could it be Tarek?
Let's try Tarek.
Let's go.
Why was that one? That one was really hard.
Yes, it's Tarek.
Welcome back to EU Group B of the RMR. What's going on? Nobody knows. Upsets galore. Monte, close to the major, Jackie.
It's madness, mate. Big Boros, the Butcher, just cutting people to pieces, dropping the massive games. That whole roster just went off. Warro just killing everyone. What's happening?
I have no idea. Harry, what's happening?
I don't know. Why are you looking at me? Why is this headset so turned out?
Yeah, I know. I just have to change all the audio as well.
Right. Whoever was sat here.
Some deaf guys sitting in this seat.
Yeah. No, this is proving to be a pretty interesting group, isn't it? You know, we can recap some of our results on the day over here on the A stream. It started off normal. Think about how normal it began. Heroic beating 500. That felt good. Then we immediately kind of went into, you know, upset territory with Aurora taking the dub there. Aurora even going the full 30 rounds versus Heroic as this is continued raging on. But the interesting one is Monte, who these guys now set up 2-0 in the group, which is pretty exciting.
Don't think anyone had that on their bingo list, right? Even if you were behind these guys, I think the wins they've had have been unbelievable. I mean, taking down Cloud9 is no sleeper team, especially in the form we saw them in today earlier on against FORZE. They dominated FORZE.
Yeah, you know, now we're kind of moving on from the front 9 to the back 9, the big back 9. That's the matchup that we've got going down here. Big taking on 9, looking for the hole-in-one, looking to go up 2-0, whoever wins this. Big, they open the day with a pretty
run-of-the-mill.
I was going to say concise win, but I think I'm overselling it. There was like a bit of a comeback happening there. It was Anubis. 9 on the other side. They actually they came out swinging full 30-round game over G2 to open up Group B. Was kind of phenomenal, right? 9 are a team that you actually do have some expectations for here in the RMR, but I think it's the fact that it's G2 that they took down that turned all the heads. Hades finished up top of the board, but Goofy right in there behind him. Huge game from these two.
Yeah, it's been a team that have been holding on for a solid roster for quite a few months now, and just adding in Hades coming into the start of the year seems to be the little bit of a bump they needed to get them up against the best in the world. You know, cheeky little BO1 win against G2 on Nuke of all maps, one where G2 have laid their hat as their home. And let's hear how Goofy feels about it going into this game against Big.
Goofy brother, thank you very much for joining me. You've just put off a monstrous upset. What a performance on Nuke. Talk me through your feelings.
It's amazing. That was a hard match, but we thought that we can do it, and we did it.
You know, you boys, you've come in, and a lot of people are calling you underdogs. Potentially a team who maybe are not respected as much, but can still make it to the major. I definitely believe. What are the thoughts on the camp? Do you boys believe you can really do this?
Yeah, we came here to qualify to major, and yeah, we want to do that.
Now, talk me through your feelings coming towards the next game, right? You already 1-0, which is huge. You've got the first game out of the way. Now you're into your 2-0 matchup. Give me your thoughts.
We played against Big, like I think we played for sure one time, but I'm pretty sure we played 2 times in the past, and that wasn't easy matches. So that's gonna be a tough game, but we are looking forward to win this match. Yeah.
And for a side like Big, of course, you were very well prepared for G2. It showed in the game. You knew what they were going to bring. But how prepared are you for Big? You haven't had a lot of time. You know, is there only like an hour break in between the 2 games? Is it more kind of just working on your own game rather than kind of counter-stratting Big?
Maybe there is not a lot counter-stratting. Mainly we focus about a map that we're going to play. Probably one of 2 maps. So we're just gonna repeat our strats, talk a bit about our opponents, of course, and we will see how it's gonna be.
Hey man, well, we love to hear. Best of luck.
Thank you very much. See ya.
Good stuff. Best luck.
Happy to be here at least, and he's right. They have played Big. They played them in the start of the year, obviously in the Spring Showdown, where Big managed to take them down 2-1, but that included another 16-14 on Nuke in the favor of 9, and obviously for Big winning Mirage, which is our map today, 16-14. So it's getting spicy right now. We obviously have the big boys on our screen at the moment, and Crimbo being highlighted. This young ex-Academy player has been quite the clutch addition to Big as of recent.
Yeah, he's been doing some damage, man, looking pretty slick in the server, and we actually have an interview with him as well, so let's get him to speak to himself.
Crimbo, brother, thank you very much for joining me. 1-0, you got a decent start on the above. Give me your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty decent start. It was 14-4 for us, but then kind of crumbled, kind of overpeaked here and there, and yeah, great we finished this game.
And of course, now you're coming against 9 in a 2-0 game. The possibility of going flawless throughout the day. Give me your thoughts coming towards this game.
I think it's a good opponent. They just beat G2. We also played them a lot in pracs and in the showdown as well. So they're not too, like, we don't underestimate them, definitely. It's a good matchup for us, I think. They're a great team, and yeah, looking forward to it.
And of course, you have played them before, so what's your preparation like coming in towards this sort of game, because you're familiar with each other?
Yeah, we kind of know how, like, their play style, but it doesn't give us too much information. They shoot you good in the head, I would say, and at the end, that's sometimes all that counts. So we have to be sharp, I think, and yeah.
And final question for me as well. How well has Hype's been adjusting to the roster? Of course, he's still new, but he's been playing really, really well. How has he been gelling with the rest of the team?
I think he gets more comfortable game by game and more confident as well. He had a great start into the team, and then we worked hard. We had boot camps. He had a lot of one-on-one sessions with Tabson and Gob. So yeah, I think he's getting better every game.
Hey, we love to say, man. Well, best of luck into us today.
Thank you very much.
Wow, they shoot you good in the head. That's what you want to hear in a game of Counter. So that is a definite statement to keep your eyes on. And this is something to peep as well. The Unicorn odds, exactly the same.
Haven't had that coming into a BO1 yet, I don't think, this entire tournament. So that's a true 50-50 matchup. Obviously, you know, you could have expected Big to be here with their opening game against iNation, but for 9, I mean, shocking result to even take down G2 in the first place, especially in the way they did it in 30 rounds to get to this 2-0 game. Pressure's on right now for 9. Where is the ceiling for this team, and can Big be the roster they want to be with the latest edition of Hype? Looking solid on the AWP, especially was back earlier on Anubis. We now go to Mirage, 9 on the T side. Take us away, Harry Russell.
Yeah, last time these teams matched up on this map, Hyped was the guy to keep an eye on. So let's see if that trend continues here. 9 with the T side start. Big. Oh, over in mid, deleted by Hades. Hyped on the receiving end of that one. And so it's an early advantage here. 9 try to work it a little bit more, but end up finding themselves back in the 4v4 there, with Keto getting the equalizer. This is nice from Kylar all the way through the window. And he's got... Keto wrestling with the USP. Won't come up trumps in that fight, and even an immediate dink down range onto Crimbo. This flank from Kylar's big. He's taking a lot of room with it. Still over in the apartments. Inyo making his way in. Low HP on Crimbo, so a chance for him to find something here, especially with this CT, you know, CT flank let loose now in the market. Not even needed as Minyo's going to find it. And so Faven, work cut out for him here. Got to watch both sides of the site. They're already out, they're already in it, and he's dinked out, finished by Goofy.
Nice cleaning for 9, being very patient for that flank as well. And it all comes in perfectly, leaving Tabson in, well, on the clock, really. He's got no kit, coming in off catwalk, 1v2. It's going to be a very difficult round for Tabson, and they're really giving nothing over either. Minio tucked in with the USP, Goofy at the back of the site. And Tabson's going to walk into this off angle, catches a kill. Now there's a chance. Tabson's still going to move fast. Minio taking the fight. He's low, and Tabson takes it away. 9 just take fights out in the open, and Tabson will relent, or will not relent.
Man. Okay, I mean, that was a pistol round in the bag. Like, you know, they were checking out, Hugo. They had paid for that one, and suddenly they've been stopped by the security guard.
No receipt, Jack.
Yeah, have you paid for that, mate?
And it turns out they hadn't. They had unsorted items in the bag. That was weird as well, even for Minio in the 1v1 to just take that open fight. It's not even a good angle or really position. Could have tucked him truck, waited a few more seconds. They're just confused how they want it. They'll take it, though.
Like, positionally, you're thinking the round's certainly dead and gone, but the fact they gave him the peaks, give him the 1v1s that he was desperately dreaming for, thrust them back into the game and puts them 1-0 up versus 9. The Polish powerhouses that we've already seen are a force to be reckoned with.
A reality check, I guess. You can't give anything to Big, especially not the in-game leader and one star player. But we know he can still do it. Tabson's got the A4 in con as well. We've got a force up for 9. No surprises here. Galils. And a stellar A-site defense. Keto playing top to bottom. Hyped with a re-smoke for Con, trying to help out from CT. Got to worry about that Palace swing. That's the gap. The smoke is down right now. 9 ready to split. They have good control. Keto getting very close. Does he get flashed in? There is no flash. 2 players on ramp. Tabson tucked as well, waiting for this lurk. It's spotted. Got to care about that Palace player, though. Oh.
Tabson as well now clapping back into the action, leaving them suddenly in a frantic 3 versus 3, with the key of the round being that they just keep battling back. So 9, again, have a manpower advantage and the bomb down in the 2 versus 3 retake, with Favon taking advanced positioning towards CT, but could be walking into a tripwire right on the angle, but the time doesn't work out.
I think he got spotted. Not so sure. He was jiggling the corner.
Yeah.
Just didn't want to take the fight. Not going to throw away this post plant R9. And that forces a save for Big with no kills offered up. Staying alive is the game plan. And 9 do it. Nice swing out of Palace. So already off to a start to be expected. A back and forth affair. A laser tight, close game between these 2 teams. I think they're both kind of happy about this matchup as well. Sure, you didn't get a free win by any means, but neither of these rosters proven tier 1 right now. Obviously, Big with more experience recently, but 9 on the grind and on the come up. And if there's one thing we learn about RMRs, it's these up and coming teams are ferocious.
Yeah, especially this run of RMRs, it really has been hammering home that Counter-Strike is for the children, as we've seen so many big names finally getting a chance to shine. And Favon, can he clap back here at middle? Dinked instantly, forced off.
Yeah, this is kind of wild. This is the boost down lower, but with a player holding the lower push as well. Yeah. So this is like a little awkward because 9 already know that they have players, at least 2 of them, trapped down in this lower tunnel. Admittedly, the presence of a 3rd man isn't known about. But they were always going to come and hunt down these 2 trapped men, and now they get the info that there's even more down there. At this point, you should just be picking up the pace into the A play. You know that there's a serious bulk of big players lost over towards the apartments right now.
He saw him. Yeah, I love that.
Keto boxed in. And so this is a done deal. Big are going to be saving here, just too far removed.
Yeah, awkward round for Big to have a covering player there. You don't often see that. Maybe expecting to hold on to that position for a lot longer than they were able to. But as soon as you get spotted, nades are coming in, mollies. Obviously, if 9 rush under, that's how that boost gets completely dropped from the bottom. But that's the risk you're taking with a play like that. Well, you often see teams go for that boost and smoke the underpass. Big live and die by the results of that play. And 9 run away with the forced buy wars. Sure, Big can rebuy yet again, but 2-1 beginning after losing pistol. They got to be happy with that.
Yeah, great way to start building back into the game, especially after, they had a pistol round that was looking really good, only to have it snatched away. Nice little return to form here for 9 to open up, and now they're doing good at least to complete the run on these conversions. Big still with a little bit to play with in this round on these saved players. This time the gamble going to be more of an A-Wood lean out of Big.
Crunch on the ramp, but they won't commit to it. 9 are being very patient on this default. The drop in, supplemented by Goofy. Crimbo, close corner, but last time he played it did not work out for him. Hype's got to be careful as well. Crimbo going to be set up by Taps running around this corner, and he can't even trade. Hades looks immaculate on that rifle, and every kill comes through in an instant. That was a great spray for Hades. Definitely one of the coolest parts of this team, right? Having this guy back in. When he was removed from Ence, it didn't feel like it was justified because he was such a problem, or he was a huge struggling AWPer. When he had his highs, man, they were high. And a good bit of time out of the tier 1. But he's back and better than ever, perhaps.
Oh, man. I mean, they all seem fired up already. And this 9 roster was looking a bit scary before they were even yelling. So always saying to keep your eyes on.
Yeah, I feel like there's something when you are the underdog team for a team like Monte, for a team like 9 coming into these games, like you win your opening matchup, especially if you get an upset the way that 9 did against G2. I think that pumps you up massively, whereas even if you're like a Heroic who just about won their previous match against Aurora, you're like, you're not celebrating that win. You know, you could hear Aurora screaming after every round they won. Heroic were just barely getting through that game, and they're not satisfied with being taken to 30 rounds by a team that they should be beating every day of the week. So I think it's a very different mindset when you are upcoming, when you are the underdog, and you can run further and further through the tournament, especially on this opening day where you just play back-to-back matches.
Feel bad for Kylar in that one. He seemed to have a bit of a read that tabseN could have been in that corner, held it forever, and then the moment he pulls the smoke, tabseN swings and the smoke actually hits him, and it's like, oh, I was right. He was there. That's all you're left thinking after that one. Not the start that 9 wanted to this round with 2 men down, Hades being one of them.
Oh, this is so
Goofy
big.
has found a good timing in through the window, boosted up here earlier on, but he's going to have like a mammoth impact here.
Yeah.
There's one, but it could have been so much more. Misses that timing on tabseN. That's okay in this all alone, 1v4. Low HP on the jungle player, but tabseN doesn't need to... Actually, no, wait, tabseN's up and left. Not low HP. This is fine. He with one, just looking to combat save this AK. And so there's the reply from Big. The guns come out and they immediately find the round. Nice little confidence booster, pretty decisive in how it goes down as well. High fives all around as tabseN's trying to get the boys switched on.
Keto continuing to run the AUG. We saw it in Anubis as well on the CT side. One of those rounds got a 1-for-1. Looking proficient with the weapon. Clearly been doing his practice.
Getting his 500 bot kills a day in with it. Right clicking, getting used to the scope.
Powerful weapon,
but
expensive.
It is fun seeing people whip out the AUG slightly more again.
Yeah.
It feels like it's got a slight uptick in the meta.
The Krieg will never come back, thank goodness. But the AUG, I can get behind it.
No, the AUG's nice, man. Especially like if you have silenced M4, you can run the AUG as like the 30 bullet M4 in key rounds where you want it. That's kind of how I've always thought about it.
High damage at close range, one-shot headshot. Definitely good argument to be made for it. Grimber getting the top mid util in, but they are way past that box. Look, running up Khan. Good timing on Hype's turnaround, and the rifle gets flashed into middle. tabseN goes chasing, goes hunting, and Big chowing down on 9 in this round. They make it look easy.
So all tied up, 3 rounds a pop then, as this one kicks off. Keep in mind, though, if you're just joining us, it was Big that won the opening pistol round to get them into control of the game. And then 9 clapped straight back, started to play with momentum.
Eddie's had the spawn for a bit of a ramp fight here, but no one crossing. Won't have anything offered up to him. They just never give him that angle. Big tried to lob in the top mid smoke to go and fight for it, but it actually missed, and so they had to abandon that. Luckily enough, no one from 9 was there to punish. Hades still just waiting patiently, hoping that he's given a chance here, but no one destined to swing him. Util starts to reign over the top of this A site, but Hype is the man to open down under. Keto even adds another to the tally. There's no one here to trade, no one else following in with this site pop, and so it grinds to a very awkward hold now for 9. The bomb's away from them, 3v5. They tried their opening move, and it's fallen on deaf ears.
They're gonna just have to walk back out, try and retrieve this bomb, frag out, trade a little bit, but this culmination of CTs in the spawn, They can swing together. A smoke gets thrown out to let Big play behind it. Keto flash for more. It's nice trades coming through for Big. And that smoke was thrown from jungle as well. I don't know if it's a lineup, but it looks like it lands perfectly to give Big safe passage to get behind default. They take full control back of the site, and they are looking to hunt this AWP, rerouting through the palace. They're expecting it to have taken T-spawn, but as soon as they clear out both upper B and top mid, they know where it resides. Might be too late though. Oh, Hades. Keto's coming for him. They've heard the scope. Oh, he's moving. After time, that would be massive.
Oh, out of all the ways to lose that AWP, that one is going to hurt the most. Death after time here, and this is still relatively early on in this first half. Worst time for it is gonna throw this T-side money into a bit of a weird place now. Oh, it's really awkward. There is like genuinely $0 on Hades. He was all in that round there. They've taken a light buy round around it, just a couple of deagles. So the rest of the team will be investing in the next. Hades not so lucky. And that's big, you know, it's the AWP is out of his reach now for a little while. You've removed that from the arsenal of this T side. And I mean, as touched upon, the last time these teams matched up, it was the AWPers carrying the brunt of the weight.
Here it's the Pistols need to get something done. 4-9. Fortunately for them, they're just walking into the crosshairs one by one, being finished off. So no damage done to the economy of Big in this round. That's going to be the thing that they want to build up continuously here. Hades, at least attempting to make it costly. The Lord of the Underworld claims 1 soul, but that's it. Just a single frag there.
Just the 1 soul, actually. No more. But not the end of the world. Coming back in with a rebuy at a very frequently played map here for the 9 boys. So they've got a lot in their pocket to show off, and I think that's been one of the most interesting things. Like, so many tier 1 teams bracking against 9, saying good things.
Yeah.
And all the officials we see these guys play, you know, in order to grind out just this many games, the amount of maps that 9 have been playing, you've got to have a deep strat book. And they even showed it, you know, up against Fnatic the other day when we saw them in the showdown, the match that led them to lose to Big last time. Able to crunch them in 3 maps and even have a competitive overpass. So definitely have felt like that next team on the rise for some time.
Here, Big look to take the steam out from underneath them. Early aggressive palace control as well from Keto, so he's right up in the back line. Meanwhile, applying pressure towards middle, but you have to funnel in through the choke point. The HE starts to strip the HP off them, and Kylar hits the first. That's hype going down as well. He's been a mean machine for Biggs. That's a great first entry.
Molly's blank at the bomb site as well. Big have lost all their control. It's all on this flank.
Oh, yeah, Keto finally pouncing, but nothing from it. And I mean, that's what Big had put all their stock in, really.
A1S wins that. TBH. Probably gets 2. A4 is so loud, man. I think people, when the A4 or the A1S got nerfed, right, people kind of forgot why, you know, one of the main reasons they were using it was that silent assassination aspect. How often, especially in the midst of gunfire and grenades going off, you would forget where you were getting shot from, or never know, rather.
As the bomb detonates, 9 secure themselves the 4th round they were hoping for. We're going to see more of that sort of tempo play CS coming out on their T side as well. I feel like we really are in for a treat here with them starting things on the T side. Set a bit of tempo, warm yourself up with the rifles.
I mean, honestly, you know, that's a really nice way for them to balance the books, right? Because they were still trying to recover from that Hades death after time in the round prior to last. So nice way to get him that AWP back in his hands. doing it cleanly as well. So immediately kind of course correcting this T-side economy just a little bit. Big trying to hand at some aggro moves over in mid again with Hype scoped up in the top of middle. Giving a little more freedom to tabseN to roam between here and upper. He's going to commit to the push in through the lower tunnels, just tucking in. Goofy is moving his way. Looking for this fight. He'd be pretty content if he can win this. Try duck out. He does a lot of damage, gets away with bringing this player down low. He's got Goofy locked in down here. But Goofy will just decide to leave. Has reinforcements over in the apartments, so they could look to take this fight onto tabseN down and lower. They know that it's kind of on his terms, right? tabseN can duck out and leave whenever he's required to do so, and he's already done that. So 9 will just pick up the pace into the B play. Crimbo back of the site, run down after 1. Falcon over on shore, offers up some light resistance here, trading evenly in the 3-on-3. This util from tabseN not coming out in time to deny that bomb plant. Instead, he's going to hold on to it for the retake. And I mean, there's the kill that gets the ball rolling. Now following up with this incendiary. Won't displace anyone, but it does mean you don't have to worry about the truck so much. Key tucked in over towards the bench is suddenly thrust into the clutch. 1v3 tries to land that transfer onto Hyped. Was feeling the pressure to keep fighting forward there, especially with Catwalk already lost, but can't convert the spray. And so Big do successfully retake that round in the 3v3.
Really nice retake shots for Hype there on the orb. I feel like this guy can do it all. We've seen him pull out some monumental clutches in the big squad already in the very short time he's been inside of this team. And those kind of rounds, you know, fall in the same category. Big on the clock, they get it done. They call a timeout. Gob with a lot to say, as always. Trying to keep spirits high. This would be just a huge opportunity for a team like Big, who have had a pretty shaky last 12 months, to get to that major. Going 2-0 up in the BO1s, then putting their the map pool to the test. This does not seem like a team we can rely on for the longest of times, but maybe we're finally there.
Maybe we are. For the story as well, man, it's sick to have obviously God B behind them. You can see the raw passion, how animated he was whilst drilling home. Whatever it was he was communicating across there throughout the time he had in the tac pause. But I think one thing just to touch on overall is it feels like the level of Counter-Strike we've been getting, both for the RMRs for Europe, has just been above and beyond. It's incredible to have both for kind of the generations of CS talent in the building.
Yeah, it definitely has started more of a conversation on, you know, partner teams and leagues and opportunities for lower tier squads, because while upsets have always been you know, apparent in the majors cycle, it's often just been like one team will come through and shock everyone and make a run and, oh, they're top 8 of the major, that's sick, and then they'll fall back into obscurity because the grind of playing online qualifiers is so hard to keep up. But the fact that we've had so many different rosters fielding legit wins over tier 1 teams, and tier 1 teams falling down into places like the last chance qualifier for FaZe, I think that has put a lot under question. But it's also just, I think in a positive way, shone a light on how many competitive Counter-Strike teams we have right now and how close the level is. Look at this flank from Kai, right behind them, back and turned, and he gets 2 shots to the head. That might be the round. Big are so out of position with this B boost, it's never even going to get spotted. 9 have full control over A.
Yeah, this is already a done deal. Big are going to keep the boost assembled, because, I mean, at this point, why not? Maybe you catch someone leaving the connector, hopping out a window. But yeah, you know, you can hold it as long as you want. It's not going to win you the round. And I've already got that pleasure. And I like that aggro move out of Palace. You know, it's a big decision to want to take. You're kind of accepting that On this contact play, you know, as you're sneaking across to get on the ladder, you could get swung from CT if anyone's repositioning. If they like lent B early with an AWP, he could be coming back round. But you're prepared to take those risks. Guy was and doubled up, winning the round 4-9 with very little having to happen. That is just a one-man play, a one-man venture, and it's a lucrative return on investment. Round secured, 5 alive, flawlessly done. Kind of here to play for big. That one's a little rough. You know, you can put it down to them finding the gap. You can try to bring yourself back into it here and now. At least you got out with 3 guns, so the reinvestment is plentiful. Only in the window makes that smoke miss, and Hyped takes the space out in mid with a bit of support from tabseN back in the window.
Yeah. He's checking everything. You know, you look for that mid boost. Pre-molly the smoke, checking under. tabseN has the call. As soon as he sets her out top middle, Hyped can turn around. He's going to commit down below. This is nice. Obviously puts him in danger later in the round, but he still has his smoke available. And 9 aren't taking middle. So he's fully free.
The mission developing here for the dynamic duo of 9 is to try and sell the idea there really is a play coming towards the A site. Little bit of utility invested. The Molotov thrown across. Minio rotates back round to join the rest of the pack, picks up the bomb as well and poises himself outside of the B site. Meanwhile, Hyped still debating where the T's are coming from. There's been no contact for Big into the round, and we're down to 44 seconds on the clock. This is going to be a split push into the B site, running up short. Ooh, what's going on with the bomb? Rotation back round towards underpass. Hype's going to cut him off.
Dear.
Bomb's going to be dropped cold on the ground. That's 30 seconds on the timer. You might have gotten the entry into B, but it's not going to do anything for you. Hades has to force the issue, but that's just one frag. 20 seconds on the clock. We're at a stalemate.
Yeah, Hyped couldn't have picked a better starting position for this round. They've got to run right through the smoke and combat off. He hits the shot. There's a trade. They can get the bomb, but can they even plant? 13 seconds. It's all up to Keto.
Yeah, here's the thing. They're going to be so tunnel visioned on planting. It's whether or not they check for this, right? 1 kill out of Keto's going to do it, and yeah, they can't even win it. Not enough time. This one sails on by. That push out of Hyped into lower at the perfect moment. And Firmino, that is a check he's going to live to regret.
That's a double fake there for 9. I actually like the idea. It is simply upheaved by the fact that Hyped is in underpass the entire time. They throw a molly on A to signify a bit of interest in taking control. Then 20 seconds later, they go for a loud B hit. They molly car. They throw an ab smoke. They lob flashes. They look for a pick. They don't get one. And then the bomb drops back down under to meet up with con players who never cleared underpass. Hype, who stays there all round. That's so unnatural, but it is the perfect remedy to that T-side setup. Boost comes up this time, but it's the AWP wide that Hype looks for. Running across, it's a dribble. That is not a good run boost, and Hype capitalizes. He even escapes off of Hades' shot to his captain. Hyped once more. This guy does not know when to quit.
Yeah, I mean, this is what makes Hyped an exciting prospect. Right? He is more aggressive than his former counterpart in this team, keen to go back in, only this time it will betray him, right? That's the nature of the beast. With him out of the round, this A-hold, this con split responsible for Faven and Keto, and they hold the line. Nails that final shot, does Faven. And so Big, they might have been on the back foot in terms of the numbers, but lovely crossfire set up between jungle and the site over at default. And it tears through this 9 offensive. Harshly brought back down to reality. There was a moment in that round where you're feeling really good if you're 9, right? You not only dealt with tabseN, but you dealt with Hype trying to make his aggro moves through the mid-smoke. Things were really looking promising. You kind of had all the pieces in place to go for that A-split, but uprooted by a strong crossfire between 2 players from the big squad. And now timeout called in. 9 trying to problem solve.
Nothing feels worse than that kind of run boost. If they landed it, Minio would have been behind or on top of the mid boxes. Would have surely had that kill, you think. It's nice seeing Falvin. Cheeky little smile on his face. He knew he did well. 8-5, Big taking control of this game, looking for a double-digit half. Not out of the realms of possibility either. It's going to be another mid-take with a top mid, Astralis, Smoke, and a molly behind it. Obviously, it's got a lot out of meta because mid was widened. Oh, Keto, beautiful spray to 2 headshots. Taps and plays a one-way at top middle. 3 smokes dropped in mid. 2 of them by Big. They're going to take all the control, all the space. And I've seen this round before, but Hades won't even find one. Big, 9 rounds. That was a half buy for 9. And they're just looking for scraps at the end of their T side.
Mate, that's rough. No keto diet for him, just straight carnivoring up on the A site. Nibbling on anyone that's there to try and push into his domain.
Beef and salt, Jackie.
He loves it. And Big right now, love the idea of completely dominating towards the end of this half, especially with how back and forth the game was. They won the pistol, lost the following 3. It started to get shaky since that point. 9 have only found 2 more rounds in amongst the buffer that Big have built. And now we're here on the 15th.
It's going to be another Palace pop. These have been the best ways in, and Hyped is not in a perfect position for the orb. I say that. Watch him make it work. Oh, he looks away. The time you get, every time they sneak out Palace, they find kills. Why would they stop? Keto commits. A lot of spam damage. Goofy kills his teammate. He makes up for it, but there's still a man to deal with in the darkness below. It's Keto.
Yeah, and he's having a fantastic game, is Keto, right now. Low HP on Goofy and softened up now by Crimbo from back in the spawn. That nade sails a little too deep and the bomb will make it by. Chance to get tricky with this. If you're 9, you know, you don't have this CT control, you're a little freaked out because of the low HP on Goofy, and so they start to reposition.
No, he just misclicked. Wait, okay, swapped off the orb. Did he fire the orb and spawn and swap off? But now they just know there's 2 players there. That's the issue. Sure, you're not playing the AWP anymore, but it's not as much of a
I think
fake.
he's just faking the sound cue, though, right? Like, making it sound like the AWP's over towards A, when in reality, both these players are rotating into the market. I think it's trying to obscure the read that Big have in this round. Crimbo dead, and so 9, they will pick up the pieces and find that round a 6th before this first half is all said and done.
I'll go for a young player again. I'll try for an American guy again. Let's go for Breeze.
Guess the Mr. CS player again. Hunter.
Come on, Leash. You got this one, bro.
No, it was a rifle.
North American, but not American. Well, this guy has to be an AWPer since the weapon he used is not AK and he's older.
Who's AWPer? Okay, simple.
Come on, Cold Zero. No, it cannot be Cold Zero because he only had 9 major appearances and he's older than 25, and Cold Zero was, I didn't check.
It's AWPer. I knew it. He played more than 11 majors. Device?
I'm guessing Fallen here, because that seems likely.
Less than 16 majors. Guardian. JDM. I think now it's showing orange box. United States, the same continent. Fallen. Gabriel Toledo.
Let's try. Okay. 1. Oh. Fallen.
That was very easy. South America, older than 27, or how old he was, and a lot of major appearances.
They love it when you call them Big Papa. It's BIG on the server, up against 9 as we head into our second half of Mirage. Here, an affair that's already given us some intense, tight turning rounds and a few moments of intrigue where potentially 9 could have built themselves a bit of a larger buffer to work with going into this second half. But it just puts even more eyes on that pistol round we're going to get, boys.
Yeah, they only go mid when it's smoked proper. Big, looking good so far to go 2-0 up in Swiss. Unless 9 have a stellar CT side, it's going to come off of a armored pistol. Big with a lot of grenades, throwing a set piece over A with a palace pop.
Smokes over the top. Kai waiting to see if he can be the one to knock a couple of blocks off. Minio as well, trying his luck. Ooh, first 2 frags secured in a matter of seconds, and there's the third coming in from the teammates as well, putting issues in the camp for the T's as Big might be brought to their knees here in the 14th.
Yeah, they cross with Keto into the spawn, so they're going to try and set this up for him to win from CT, but he doesn't have a lot of room, does he? That flash in a spawn doesn't really help him in his quest in this fight versus Kylar, and it's collapsed upon by 9. That one gets very awkward. Some nice shots out of Minio to get them there, right? Lovely little double from him, playing the headshot angle back at CT. You feel so comfortable in that fight. It's a very, very good fight for the CT side, and he knows it. Open the round up with this. Let's catch them on the replay. Lovely opener, backs off, nails that shot to Favin, and then you keep coming over the stairs, getting involved. Good round from him as well. And I like that 9 kind of pieced that one together, you know, like what Big were trying to do in that 2v4, knowing that the round was kind of set up for Keto, so the kill that you really couldn't have given away was that fight in CT, and that's why the CT player there was so slippery in terms of how he approached it.
Yeah, it really took his time. Keto desperately needed that kill just to get some real estate. Otherwise, they're stuck and getting crunched. Kind of like this round. Getting towards the top of mid, Tabson taps him. That's one way to deal with it. They haven't got the rifle, though. They're going to wait for the under players to come and clear middle. But there's a free M4 for Tabson. I know his Deagle's good, but I'd like to see that grab. Big will take middle, and now that's all theirs. 5 A1Ss in round 2, now reduced to 4. Hades has his cross. They're going to walk right in. Easy kill for him. Easy double. And even with that bench smoke, it's coming too little too late. Minio can't cover, doesn't need to. Hades is doing all the work until Tabson does respond. Minio now just hiding out. He'll give them the bomb site and play retake.
Keto on the palace looking around. Can't find anything yet, but from the back of CT, now they learn about... Oh, I mean, you're the hard way. He just gets out to tell the tale. 6 points of health.
Oh, he didn't see it.
Misses this timing, but it goes both ways. Yeah, Goofy right under him. They won't be ready for this. The bomb's set up for Hype to try and win this. Might try and play into it with the scout from the short side. Oh, out with the swing, his teammate dead, and Hype, this better be. Oh.
Did he hit Keto there?
I think I saw damage come up, and I didn't want to call it. Yeah,
he got an assist.
I think he did. I think he collateraled him through the player up con, through the box, into Keto.
That's crazy. That's an assist as well. You got to do 40.
Didn't feel safe calling that in the moment because that's not really the guy I'm looking at him fighting. But
that's a shame. He kind of had to just take that scout shot. He's hoping that player's tagged up already, but doesn't have a headshot back of the head.
Dude, even that's awkward because while you know Keto's in the site somewhere, right? He planted the bomb. You hear the tag, you know exactly where he is, and the CT player would have heard that. So, yeah, it's like doubly unfortunate. It's not even really about the damage he does. It's about the little fleshy sound cue.
Wet.
Saucy. Talking of being a bit cheeky. HE goes in like a bowling ball, knocks over a few of the pins of HP from the Big Clan, leaving Tabson down on just 50. Bit of a deco to work with though, 4 of them to be precise. getting a lot of map control. They're allowed to walk the whole way down towards bottom mid or 9, playing for the choke points inside a connector. And this is where it actually could get a little bit awkward. Fathom, just in the smoke. As it dissipates, he goes the same way. Headshot clearing out. Key as well, peering onto short. Needs to get through the hole and gets out the support.
Oh, dirty. Dirty, dirty deeds.
Yerman Yugs.
Yerman Yugs. I've heard a thing or three about these. Old Tabby. Drops down. The cats always land on their feet. Late spotted. It's hype dead, though. They know there's another one there. Someone needs to call it from the kills. Keto looks for revenge. He finds it. That is excellent. 2v2 now. They've got a one-man at the back of B, but it's a star of the show. Hades. Look at this. Send him to hell and back. Gets spotted crossing. Crimbo out of apartments. Hades can't find this guarantee, and Keto certainly can. Bomb can go down. Crimbo can stay in position, and there's no one here to stop the plant. Carlo's got to win it in the retake. 1v2. Damage on the cross. Has a kit. And we'll take that first.
Yeah, Crimbo has whittled him down, though. Couple of shots from the Deagle connecting. Leave him one shot away from death here. Can't afford to have a misstep. Waiting to see if he was given anything from Keto. No peek afforded. Keto's repositioned over onto the short side. Nice choice, but might have to catch him crossing here. A little ways out to run in and stop this defuse. So the crossback is nice, and he just gets here in time. Good to secure the round. That is beautifully played in the 1v1 from Keto. Takes the swing out towards short. Holds this angle, waiting for a bench cross, smoke on the bomb. That kind of triggers in his brain. All right, I need to get over. I need to make sure he can't just stick this. Don't want to be left looking foolish. And the German Deegs, the Yerman Yugs, pull up with a round for big.
I was just about ready to say that 9 had converted both pistol rounds despite not winning the first one. They found that force. They went 3-1 up. They were about to go 3-0 up in this half. That was the easy round. That was a freebie. You got rid of the Glills. And then it's the Armorless Eagles that do it. And that one hurts. That one hits diff. And now Big built up into a buy round. They take a pause as well. Catch your breath, man. We've all been in a clutch. You know your heart's racing right now. I wonder if that still goes on at the highest level as well, right? Like, surely on stages, surely the more that's on the line, but these players have been in 1,000 clutches and won another 1,000. Do their hearts race like the rest of us? They're only human.
Well, I don't know, man. I mean, God B literally was straight behind him, kind of like instantly getting everyone to look at him, be like, guys, like, calm down. Get back into focus. Let's pay attention again. So it's always a factor to play with, man. The human heart, Hugo. It's a fickle mistress.
Oh, it's beaten. It's pumping blood somewhere, but right now it's all getting spilled by the gruesome twosome of Tabson and Favon. 5 between them, and high fives all across the board as Big laugh their way to 11. This is it now for 9. They've got to start strong, or Big could steamroll their way through this T half here. We know they're a very efficient T-sided team. Hades with his AWP. Hype meets him there, and that was bloody close.
That. I looked dead on. Hype holding for the re-aggression here, and 9 are going to give it to him. Rewarded with 1 kill. And when you learn it's the AWP there, you kind of had that one shot till the bolts recocked, and now you know you can't go back in for it, so they just have to stew in the 4v5 for now. They at least put Hades on the angle. This is like a nice trade of contact, right? It's kind of swapping out this double rifle push that you were trying to bring to fruition over towards ramp. Putting the AWP there at least lets Hades own this angle now, and so if Hype does try to move up, Hades should be good to find the equalizer. It's a nice position for the AWP. Just going to have the freedom to take a shot, get the hell out of there, try to fall back. He's got a teammate holding on to the Palace push as well. He basically is to get deleted on the first peak if you want to deal with him, or else you will have to worry about Hades later on. And there we go, right? Gets his 1 kill, falls back, goes through the motions on this AWP. Just kind of moving from angle to angle, cover to cover, even flexing a little bit by moving back in once there's no attempt at the trade. Hades calls their bluff and sets himself back up on the angle again.
Drop in wide, Hades. Oh, it's a missed shot. He tried to correct course. The two players come through the ramp side. K gets mollied off as well. He can't do a thing. It's up to Minio, hiding in the back of the site. They line up, two dropped with the bomb. Keto at the back, and he will get that crucial trade to keep this round intact for 10 seconds, and it's denied on the cross, dropping in, running down the AWP. Hyped has no chance. It's Kai to get it done. And so 9 hold on just about.
Such a scrappy round as well. The individuals trying to put that one into a backpack. And towards the end there, that 2K makes the world of difference, allowing them to actually pick up the round as a whole. And for 9, that could just be what the doctor ordered, move them up to actually make it to 9 rounds as well. So living their namesake on the scoreboard, as it is an 11-9 split here on the first map.
Bravo!
This opener, different start, but look who's here to party. Hyped v Hades, and it's Hades on top. Very important 5v4, and what is a reset round for 9. Expensive in that previous buy round. They need this again to keep their money above water. Big, a bomb plant would do that just about.
That's a good flash to get him off the angle. He heard the jump up into the window, should be cognizant of this. Faven will still get the drop on him.
I think he was still blind. Didn't know he jumped in rather than was on the ledge.
Bombs moving back through spawn. Kylo wins that fight over in the apartments. Crimbo out of the round. He's been having a bit of a rough go at it as this guy, Faven, dead in mid, and so what was meant to be like an A split up through the connector is now just a 2-man ramp hit. Really hoping the individuals can bail big out here. Missed shot from Hades back in the spawn. You breathe a bit of a sigh of relief now that you learn where that AWP is, right? It's info that comes with that shot whizzing on past. They spotted Hades on a Palace push, and the thing that you really needed clear in the back of your mind was that he doesn't own this real estate. It's let them get the bomb down into the 2v3 now. It's a ramp plant as well, so set up for the clutch. Out of Tabson, putting faith in the captain. Keto needs to watch his head, can get wallbanged here, but taking a fight to CT, can't quite finish the kill, and now it's all on him, all on his shoulders, and that weight is too much to bear.
He knows if he takes that first one, then he has a good chance. His teammate doesn't feel the pressure to swing just yet, but he's so low from that tag and could not finish off the CTA WP. 2 AWPs on a retake, and they make it look good.
Yeah, you're dead on. I think Tabson is just kind of feeling like that urge to get involved, kind of wants to help Keto out, because while the round is set up for Tabson to win, you know, he doesn't want to completely hang Keto out to dry, and especially when Keto's calm, like, man, you know, guy in CT, very low.
Yeah.
Doesn't know how much damage he's done exactly, but Tabson, while he knows Keto's drawing the attention, is trying to pick some fights on players crossing. 9 do well to not tunnel vision into that player at the backside. They never spotted Tabson, and with the bomb planted for ramp, it was an obvious read for him. Flashes out through B. Big first man cut down. Kylar's AWP firing off, sticking the landing here with the double before Crimbo deals with him. He's lived up to his side of the bargain, though. Now it's down to the rest of them, and Crimbo's still taking heads off over at B. Now he's the last man left standing. 2 kills in the round already. Left in the 1v3. Needs an ace clutch if he's going to win this. Or bears down upon him, and Hades puts a stop to that clutch attempt. 9 are building back into this one.
These are super close rounds. Okay, sure, the numbers weren't really a worry there yet for 9, but these last few rounds on the CT side, coming down to retakes, defuses last seconds, and almost clutches. What if rounds for Big? Is that all it's going to be on this T side? They won that eco, but they need so much more. 3rd timeout. Been frivolous with the usage of these, but better sooner than later.
This was nuts as well from Kylar, man. Space created. Looked good. Actually seemed like on the peak for the third as well he was going to get it. So it was surprising Crimbo just manhandled him like that.
Hyper competitive game. All we ever wanted from this BO1 of Mirage of all maps. Big going for a very early B hit. You'll see two players aren't even here. Kito's trying to sell things. Tabson can come up catwalk late. Kylo realizes no one's watching the apps. He's got to do it. And he will get caught jiggling and wiggling with that orb. Crimbo has been lights out on these B entries. Back-to-back rounds. He cracks open the sight.
Hades moving around with this orb, but gonna need to get offered something here. Gonna require a bit of an overstep from Big if Nine are ever gonna give this one a look in. And Big aren't feeling pressure to fight here. They don't need to. They can just sit on their laurels. They know the fights have got to come to them. And so Nine not in a position to retake this one on numbers alone. They will just save here. Big have found their way in. Fast B playing that one there. And able to overwhelm this side of the map. Once again, it's Crimbo to offer up the kills. He was over towards B in that first half and, you know, didn't really have too many shots at the action. Was probably feeling a little bit cold coming into this second half, right? But he started to warm up into things over these last few rounds, being entrusted with a bit more responsibility. He is the apps man. And so, multi-kill entries in both of these B rounds from Crimbo is something to get excited about.
Can't believe Big never made the Xantara's hand towel that we so willingly suggested. Now Kito's using paper towels, disposable ones, to clean the sweat off his hands, Harry.
Yeah, you know, they missed the trick there, didn't they?
Yeah. Still, you can have it. You can still have a Big clan. Just remember my 15% and Harry's 15%. And then the admin fee.
This is another 15.
I'll send you the contract.
Yeah, lovely work from Crimbo, man. I mean, you know, you can kind of tell, as the guy who's entrusted over towards B, he knows the crossfires that like to get established. He's very aware of where he needs to be looking on those entries into the B site. Boosting up, Hype's AWP in top mid.
Yeah, he was holding for this every time he dropped into mid on CT side, so makes sense he would employ it. Fan favorite. 9 looking to take mid together with 2 off of catwalk. They see no one yet. Fear is going too wide. Big could be behind the boxes and they can swing you. So they don't want to overcommit to that mid fight. Ladder control. Big secure window smoke. Almost looks like there's a gap, but it was a lineup, so don't think he's going to find much. Although I say...
Yeah, I don't know. That's a pretty...
Oh, he knows they're boosting now.
He at least knows... Oh, hello. I think it goes both ways. They get suspicious about the gap in the smoke as well, but...
Uh-oh.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Even tried jumping and everything. A sad sight over in mid. As they force Kai to dance. Thinks he up for him. An extra hot salsa in the window, and now Kylar tasked with the trade, gonna swing out, drops the bomb. Tabson dead, the bomb away from Big Clan. And even though Kito has found the opener, long way away from getting that bomb back, and with so little time left, he knows this is a round where he's got to act quickly, he's got to move quickly if he wanted to have a chance of winning it. And too much time has elapsed now, surely, as he goes in a window. This is just gonna look to be a save here for Kito. There's a lot of guns in mid. There's guns far better than the Galil, but he can't really take the risk of going there, right? That's where the bomb is. You know that if 9 are going to be watching anything, it's that bomb.
Or you.
And so he'll get out of the round with the Galil and the armor behind it, but 9 are very content with that. They tie this up now at 12 all. Going tit for tat with Big.
Yeah, I wonder what sparked
man.
Crimbo's curiosity there. He was going for the boost and suddenly just like, nope, smoke's fading, not falling for this.
They actually do have a big handheld.
No way they have a big handheld.
They
do. Did we do that?
I don't know.
Well, why doesn't Quito have one big? You tell me that right now. Disposables.
I know. I mean, if I know big, he defo does.
He just didn't bring it.
Yeah. They aren't the kind to not pass that love down the line. Right, Goofy in the corner. Teammate firing off from the spawn, trying to draw the attention in, and it might have worked. That Palace player gets the spot. Now, they know they have a cleared back sight, and so Quito will run out wide and check for it. Kai with the trade, but Hyped immediately offers one back in response. Don't know how Minho wins that, but he won't make out like a bandit. Will get traded after that one. On the smoke push. Smoke's still down. Hades going to wait for these to clear, open up some sight lines, but I don't know, man. On positioning alone, this is rough. That's before you even think about the fact it's 2-on-3. Bombs planted for ramp. Palace can even look to protect it if they swing it wide. And I think on these facts alone, this round is just weighted too heavily against 9 to even justify going for it, especially with their money against the wall. So this is just the save. Big break down the defenses over on A. And now they're starting to pick up pace. Now they're starting to pick up steam here. No money left for 9 either. So finally on that kind of receiving end of the economy.
Yeah, right now, top performers for either side in Quito and Key, 21 to 26. Quito has had a phenomenal day of counter. Back on Anubis, he was exactly the same, working dark on T sides, either set up by his team or just making these solo lurks where he would constantly find entry kills and they couldn't put a stop to him. We're having the same kind of effect here as well on this T side. Just what Big need. 7 multi-kill rounds for the fella. Talk about opening kills. Look at Hype, 7 and 5. Sure, a few deaths in there, but overwhelmingly positive. Happy to force himself in.
No, I mean, I just think that's a good sign overall as well, right? Because it shows that he's not afraid to make opening moves, and I mean, that's what you want. Right, he likes to get involved early. He likes to be a part of those early engagements. And it goes hand in hand with what we've kind of learned about this guy since he's joined the main roster, which is he is a bit of a playmaker. Ooh. This round, receiving end of Hades AWP. They meet again.
Hades has had this head-to-head, man. He's been knocking him. When Hyped avoids Hades, he finds a lot of rifle picks, but we keep getting this Palace fight, for example. We've had a couple of middle. Hades has been solid, but he's got to rotate quick. They're going B.
Goofy on the deagle, looking for the heads. He sees the top of the haircuts as they push in. Faven at least shutting down Kylar in the meantime, but Hades with the orb sneaks up, slithering around the back line, wants to keep them guessing which way he's going to peek from. The sickening shot as he hits the flick, and he's still in the round. Actually had the adjustment off as well onto Quito's crown, but it's knocked clean off. 1v2, 50 seconds on the timer. Oh, that is just ridiculous, dude. The sheer aggression on these peaks. They are just hitting them with the drive-bys.
We just got that head-to-head. Now we get it in the server to shut down the round. Key just swings Cat and takes Quito out with the AK. Fantastic kill. Slowing down what could have been a very important clutch for Big. Hades hits some bangers. Look at this one. Ooh. A wallop. And 3 kills in the round from the Orpia. Hell yeah. What he said.
Yes, exactly.
I'll have what he's having.
Oh, Yerman Yee.
Hang on a moment. Quito finds the opener. Hot hands now. Nice way to do it. Clean deagle.
Yes.
Boosting up onto the stairs. Kai flicks up and deals with Hype. Tries to make a move, tries to make a play. They swing this con fight together. Faven chimes in, but with so much set up on short, they have kind of this layered peak between the 3 of them. Nine keep that under control in spite of the early 5v4 that Quito picks up. And they don't even break a sweat this time around versus the Pistols. Yeah, everyone was a bit nervous when that kill comes out. You always are. But then they immediately turn it on. Keeping the distance between them and the Pistols as they fight for that A site.
Damn.
Big, this is it. If they end up falling short in this round, Nine are charging towards the finish line.
Oh, so blind. He doesn't know, but he's looking aware. Maybe he's a barrel sticking out. No, not quite. Oh, this is dangerous as Habson just takes that kill. Goofy was covering for a trade. Will at least offer that up. Orb now comes in for Hyped. No better time. Quito not ready for that swing. Minio wins out the A fight. 3-on-3 now. Big, catch your breath. Nine are coming their way as well. Kylar does not relent. He is here for more, and any further, you enter the danger zone. Sure, this position is good. He probably gets traded, but it's the early warning system for B. It goes both ways, though. As soon as Big kill him, they are running through the site with their knife out with no expectation of more defense. Kylar, 1 kill is a requirement. 2 kills is fantastic. 3 is unrealistic. What have you got?
Gets the 1-for-1, taken back down. Knocked out of the equation by Favon. So the 2-on-2 is now what we're looking to play for. Bomb will be planted for free. The CTs have to rotate back in. No kit currently in their possession. The 1 HE to work with as well. They're already kind of set up in terms of the post plants. A little bit paranoid about the flank through the back. Oh, the flick across. Goofy, not going to be laughing about that one. Left on 21 HP. The pressure keeps applying.
Oh,
finally, hard commits as Hyped will slay him, and it's all on Minio. Clearing the angles, looking into the back, had the adjustment, but Favon just far faster as Big will get brutalized on that one.
Yeah, he didn't even know he got out market. He was just swinging the check short. The kill's right there for him. Meanwhile, Nip Vitality looking good for the Vitality boys who just about beat Astralis, looking to go 2-0 up similarly. At the same time, who will meet them there is undecided. 30 rounds is all we know that we have in our matchup.
Yeah, which is exactly what happened, last time these two teams met on this map. So it's at least par for the course in terms of consistent results here. Traded kills over in mid. There's Hyped with that late trade. Onto Goofy, trying to leave middle. He was low anyway. The AWP's going to find him. He had teammates lobbing some flashes in over the top to try and get him out of there, but a dead man fed to the Wolves over in mid. And Big, now they pump the brakes. Gonna slow it down for a moment. These decisions, always nice. It just kind of eliminates the info that Nine had, right? The idea that there was an AWP in mid 30 seconds ago is not much to go off of. So going a little quiet now in the mid round, and you can see that because mid was compromised, Nine are hesitant about trying to re-peak this, trying to retake this control. They will do it eventually, which is a ballsy call to have made, but on the back of this, they're going to get the info that Big have up and left, and are now looking to dedicate into a side push. They're also going to arm themselves with these guns in middle. This leaves them a little out of position for the site hole, but it at least leaves them grouped together.
You have to make a big call here, though. With no kit, you have realized, like, if you want to fight for round 30, you might have to save. Going for this one is high risk, high reward. You lose it, you have nothing but loss bonus, and barely any at that. You win it, well, that's what you're playing for.
Yeah, you don't really want to write this round off, though. 3v3 is still an even odds bout. You want to give it a look in, right? That's what we're going to see now. They're going to approach, they're going to hover around the outside and see if they can catch someone to propel them in for the retake. You got to believe you can win these rounds.
There it is.
But the first spot goes the way of Hype. That first kill comes up in his favor. Trade out of Kylar. Crimbo finds the man in through market, and just one player left. Smoke on the bomb, a hope and a prayer, but Quito steals it all away from the short side. And as you mentioned, Hugo, if they went for that, if they come up short, they're now broke, heading up against 15. Heartbreak for 9, a hard-fought battle, but they're left with very little heading into round 30.
Absolute heartbreaker here for 9. They had to give it a go. They had great flank timing. If they were 2 seconds earlier to that apartments push, Hyped was not looking. He had his back open. He was a first line of defense. But instead, Big sit on 15, as do Vitality. Two teams vying for a 2-0 beginning to the Swiss stage here at Group B of the RMR.
Two very close games going on at the minute then. Vitality definitely looking to lock this one down without many mistakes. Same can be said for Big at this point, as you're 1 round away from winning it. Of course, if you lose that, concede it against the Pistols, then we do get into overtime, which could be far harder to call. So for right now, 9, what have you got up your sleeves? Already a tag. The Scout strikes against Hyped, leaves him on 30 HP.
Of all people as well to hit. Attempts to be his kryptonite. It's a very staunch defense for Big. They have middle, they hold Palace. Cleaning under to try and split this A site later in the round. Got a lot of map control here, all allowed by 9, who have got a setup on ramp. Scout watching the connector. If this were to go B, that would be the way in. The Scout might find something else as well. Big smoke there to lose Hades' vision. He'll trade them out, but that'll do very little. Big's attention not taken for long. B is the goal, and Kylo's been spotted. Might really be up to Goofy here, but how many can he realistically get away with from the boost? Hades is even cheating over as well. 9 have got the read, but are they right? Big still haven't made their final decision.
Oh, they're starting to go back up connect. They're in for the A play. Destined to meet over at the Palace is Quito Amino, and he wins that out. Now on with an AK. Hades Scout also strikes another from the tally. They don't even know about the ramp man. And Sakai comes as a surprise. Too Big. They've learned about him the hard way. Hyped reclaims one of these kills, but you're in your dying breaths now if you're Big. This round is getting away from them. That plant's got to come in, and they're flanked up the ramp. Into OT we go. As with the force by 9 dig deep and take us into extra time.
What a massive kill for Minio and Palace, just giving that element of control towards Deep A. They had ramp and Palace and guns all of a sudden, and Big were trying to get through that. Plus CT and Con, the short player, like there's nowhere safe, there's no angle for Big, and they've used so much utility to get that control. They just get, trapped with no time either. Fantastic force buy for 9. They do it twice over, but it only needs to work once to guarantee that bonus play and all the money. We go OT.
The Scout found barrels of impact frags there for Hades. Now he's upgraded back onto the full Big green. So with the better weapon in his hands, what carnage can he cause here into the first round of OT as we kick this off? A level playing field once again, the money reset for either side as well. Hyped. He was so strong on the AWP on CT, creating so much space and winning rounds for Big. You need a bit of oomph from him with how Hades is playing.
Big have been allowed mid in most rounds. It's when 9 start 2-3 here, couple of times. A lot of rifles. Otherwise, they leave it completely barren. Ripe for the taking. Moves being made by the ramp smoke. And not a lot of time for Big to make mistakes. They're going for the B split right now. Got to get past his con control, most importantly. Back on smoke lands, Molly as well. Taps and clearing it as methodically as he can with what's in his arsenal. 30 seconds now. And in they come.
Oh, Goofy. There's the timing. Here's them running up short and knows he's got a great time to strike. Wow. This is a crazy dominant round out of 9. What a way to take the first in OT. It was a force buy to get them there. You give them a bit of money in their back pockets, and look what they're able to do with it. A flawless first round in overtime.
I love that for Goofy as well. He just holds off. He lets the first player get past. First player clears, but the second and third are just trying to trade out. Whoever's on B, he peeks at the back. He catches the AWP, double up, and then even chases down the third. 4 kills in the round with the AWP. It's a fantastic round for Goofy. Saves Nine's bacon.
Hades with Smagra moves. Oh, like that. Threads the needle. Oh, he's roasting. He's burning. Wow, Crimbo's coming through. Finds one through the smoke, but that's not the man that killed down and lower earlier. I know this AWP is still let loose over in mid. Great clear from Keto. Suspicious as to why he's got so much room over at ramp. Checks under Palace. Early spray on the jiggle. Keto knows where this second man is as well. Gathering the info for Big. They're feeling content.
Oh no.
Molly burns Hades down even more.
Oh dear. Going back to B. Can Keto keep this sold? Can he keep them here? He's got 2 out of 3 in the site right now. That Molly's a problem. He's going to peek into it. Key with a kill. And they're running as well. This one's getting heard every single step of the way. Goofy knows what's coming.
Just playing the sound. He can hear him running in through the apartments. Teammates here, Hades AWP posted. They've tried and failed to deal with this AWP at so many corners in this round. Hades have been Molotov'd multiple times there to try and make his life uncomfortable, but he continues being a nuisance. As you know, God, Hades immune to the fire and flame, kind of his whole thing, really. And so great rounds out of the 9 AWP as this is extended on into OT.
Yeah, definitely. And considering he's been shutting down Hyped, who had a phenomenal beginning to this game as well. Really goes to show.
Yeah, you know, I think, you know, considering the sort of style that Hype likes to go for, he is a playmaker in terms of how he sets up. And so having him hard countered by Hades as we've gone into extra time is huge.
No more.
Hades having another great round here.
He got out.
The AWP even tried to trade that, but Hype arrives a second too late. This is a round dominated by AWPs, and so Hype's got to have his time in the sun, but only one. Only the one and done. It's left on a Crimbo, and as this smoke fades in the window, he is a dead man. Hades, another multi-kill round here to find a flawless OT half for 9. And now, you know, it might have been Big reaching 15 first. It might have been them poised to take this just 5 kills away up against a low buy round at one point. But once we've hit OT, 9 have come alive.
They're kicking themselves for funding their opponents at this point. They could just have shut down the eco, the force buy in 30. And this would be a done deal. Big would be going 2-0 up instead. Backs against the wall now. 9 with a statement. And 3 chances to finish this one off in style. They're just going to go flat. Go back to A. Smoke exec. Keto the hero. No better man for the job up close. He has been a titan for Big in both maps today. And he must stand tall. The first, but maybe last line of defense in this map. And he could get played in the smoke.
He's got a lot of responsibility as well. Like, his teammates trying to check ramp, but from stairs/con, it's a very awkward angle. And yeah, I like that Keto's dropped down here. He was very open, only playing it to see if they try walking through this smoke.
Oh dear.
Guy comes in from above. He's been a real master of Palace. He adds another to the tally. Getting the ball rolling, 3 kills, now 2 kills away from taking this win over Big and going 2-0 up. They can feel it. They want it to happen. They're trying to will it into existence. And they've just got 2 players left to finish off. The adrenaline is pumping. Victory is right there. They can feel it, but it's not a done deal yet. Not with Crimbo offering up all these kills. He's pulled it back into even odds, 2v2, but time is against Big here. Moving up. Into the site, Hades scoped up with the AWP. This would be fitting if he's the man to close, and it looks like he is the closer. Favern will trade him out, but this was set up for Minho to win if it came down to it. Posted in jungle, no pressure to peek. He's playing with the hearts and minds of Big, and there he is to close it.
Unbelievable. To do it in 30, Big had a chance, and 9 go flawless in overtime. They only have pistols between themselves and devastation in regulation, but 9 continue their run, their glory run, taking down G2 in 30 rounds, destroying Big in overtime as well. This is the real deal. The Polish powerhouse are out for blood.
Man, this roster's looking so impressive, coming in very heavy-handed to the RMR in such a stacked position, not only with the other teams they might have to contend with, like you said, the teams they have contended with are now dismantled twice in a row to go 2-0. 9 have got to have a whole load of eyes on them right now, not only supporting the Polish scene, but just looking so damn dominant here on the big old stage.
Yeah, it's just a fantastic recovery arc for Hades as well. We were waiting to see him back performing at Tier 1, and my God, you put him back on land with these boys when he's the star of the show, and he is really showing that right now. For Big, it is devastating to lose a game like that, but it's still been a team that have impressed us today. And obviously they'll be going into more BO1s tomorrow, fighting for survival and continuing their run here at the RMR. But man, 2-0 Vitality, and now 9. They are in the top spot.
Yeah, really, really sick game. I mean, you know, Hades it was the one who came alive as we headed into OT, but I think Kai was just a powerhouse the whole time. 28 and 20. You saw some of the rounds he was able to get away with over towards Palace. Some of these smoke walks, some of these lurks out through Palace on contact. These are ballsy decisions to make, right? I think it's very easy when on paper you're the underdog in a game, right, to kind of go for those confidence-based peaks where it is relying on you having a read over your opponent, having to full faith, you know, going for something that will look silly if it falls flat, right? If you're caught like shift walking out of Palace, those are the deaths that end up really hurting. But it felt like he was always, you know, threading the needle there, finding these great timings, finding a lot of impact. And all in all, just a very, very put-together game from 9. That's also before you even factor in, they were the ones with to play catch-up, right? They were the ones who had to get rounds up against 15. They had to win that round with just pistols on a low buy. So, you know, they kind of have everything going against them there, but phenomenal game. They kept it in them. And the moment that they win that force buy to take us into OT, you kind of feel the vibe switch, right? You know that that was the hardest round you were going to play towards the end of this game, right? That was the round you were least likely to win, and they all delivered in it. So I think that was a great confidence booster heading into OT, right? This idea that you had nothing. That was the trickiest round you were going to play. Once you hit overtime, you're flush with money. You've got a lot more room to play your own game all over again. And so if they could just see that one round through to the end, they had full faith that they were going to pick this up. And yeah, no, I think this 9 team, man, they are so threatening. People are learning it the hard way now. 2-0 up in the group. Exciting times.
They've been grinding so hard, man. They've been grinding and they've been taking some serious wins recently. So, you know, just the fact that we're going into BO3s as well, already having shown a great map pool, solid Mirage, beating G2 on Nuke as well. No easy win. Let's hear what Kyla has to say about it.
Very much for joining me. Talk me through that game. You were 15-14 down, you had pistols, and you had to take it to overtime, and you brought it back, and now you won it in OT. I mean, talk me through your feelings.
I mean, when we lost some round before, it was really tough. But when we said, guys, let's chill, and we bought 5-7s, we wanted to start. We just played chill and hoped for their mistakes. And they really overfought, I think, because they thought we will start B, because we were losing rounds on B, I think. And they just ran A. We all reacted, everyone hit their first shot, and then they just scrambled.
And you boys have gone 2-0 first day. I mean, talk me through the feelings. It must be so good in the camp.
Yeah, of course, it feels so good. But we know everyone is dangerous, and in BO3 we can still lose, so it's still full focus.
Well, talk me through as well. I mean, a lot of people came into this. I know maybe overlooking 9 a little bit, but you know, the true believers like myself knew what you boys could bring to the table. Do you think that people really overlooked you and didn't respect how good you guys actually are?
I think we had some respect. I heard a lot of people saying we are a good team. I also think that. But I don't think they disrespected us. Maybe at the beginning we were a little shaky because long time no LAN. But then we found our groove, and it's all good.
You're one more series away from Paris, from the major. So well done again, man. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done, man. Well done.
Yeah, and this is not a team that's had that LAN experience, not as a roster, right? Obviously, Hades going back a little bit further, but as a 4-5, this is a brand new experience for Nine, and they, my goodness, are making the most of it right now. You can see them up in that 2-0 spot, heroic there as well. And obviously, earlier today, we had a couple more teams in Monte and just Vitality recently taking those same positions. So a lot on the line right now, but that is that BO1 locked and loaded, done and dusted, and with winners. Well, there are winners, but also there are losers. We have Spirit coming up against 500 for our next matchup, so we'll throw it to a break. We'll come right back with that one, and we'll see you for that 0-1 game very shortly.
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against Navi. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Astralis just before in semi-final. Like just, I said that a lot, like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun, to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day. When the French team stopped at some point, and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that, because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Extase we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory.
Well, welcome back as well. It's a 0-1 game, 500 taking on Team Spirit, and we get right into things. Another BO1 to... I completely lost my train of thought there, boys.
Man, it's all good.
It's been a long day.
Yeah, another BO1 to feast our eyes upon.
Feast our eyes. Let's feast our eyes. Let's feast our eyes on the schedule and on the breakdown of the bracket.
Fun. You are having a breakdown. It's all good, man. It's all fine. Here we go. Right? So let's recap what we've had happen so far. We had Heroic narrowly narrowly besting the Aurora guys in a full 30-round game. We just had 9 taking down Big in overtime, flawlessly as well. Monte over on the B stream, going toe-to-toe with Cloud9 and actually looking really convincing in that head-to-head. And then we had Vitality taking down NIP in a 29-round affair. Right now over there on the B stream, it's FORZE versus Ence. And over here, we've got 500 taking on Spirit.
Yeah, this is actually a pretty good matchup in my book. I feel like this could go either way and could be a bit of a swing game here in the RMR. So it'll be interesting to see how it develops. 500's roster up on your screens now. Bulgaria feels like it's always produced so many talented little CS players that'll go on to have a little run, make you think they're going to go huge, and they never quite make it. So to have 500 here at the RMR is actually quite interesting. Bringing back in the Bulgarian scene that we haven't really talked about in Pro CS for a little while. And some of the names on this roster do go way back. You're looking at Ships, a man that can definitely pack a punch. Rainwalker on your screens there as well. I actually think they do have a ton of talents. So it'll be interesting to see if we get a bit of that brilliance from the Bulgarians into this matchup.
Yeah, it's not just the players as well, it's the coach and Grasshog. We had a chat with him coming into this game, so let's see what he thought.
Thank you very much for joining us. Of course, first game done, didn't go your way. It's against a strong side though. How are you guys feeling off the back of that one? Are you confident you're still going to be able to come back into this?
I think so. It was a close game, even though it was a 16-8. There was a lot of close rounds. Had we won some after plans or maybe retakes, it would have been much closer. So we are definitely still confident. I mean, those are best of one, so anything can happen. Obviously, we're still like the underdog even in that matchup, but yeah, I mean, if we win both pistols, we didn't even win one pistol last game. So if we win one at least, then things might be a bit better. So yeah, sure, anything can happen.
You're coming into Spirit. It's a team that the 500 roster have played a few times last year. I don't think you guys have beaten them as of yet. Is that all going to change today?
Well, listen, I wasn't part of the roster back then. I mean, I'm a coach. I've been the coach for like the past 1.5 months. So hopefully I might bring something new to that roster that might change that losing streak against them. But yeah, I mean, I guess this is a really important tournament. It's a LAN as well. I'm guessing they haven't played on LAN back then. So like I said before, anything can happen. And I think we still have a good shot of actually winning this best of one.
So even though it has only been a month and a half for you, kind of with the boys, have you seen changes since you joined? Have you been able to really like reinvigorate them and bring them? Of course, you're here, so that must be a good sign. Do you feel like there's been good changes all in all?
Well, first of all, there's not many coaches in our region, so it's the first time they've actually had a proper long-term coach. And yeah, I think, at least I hope that I've brought quite a bit of structure, additional structure to what they've been doing so far, and hopefully this is going to pay off now in such an important tournament. Isn't going to be enough? I don't know, since we haven't practiced that much. We had a lot of officials during the last month, so yeah, we did what we could do, and we're hoping for the best.
Even though you haven't.
A realistic breakdown from Grasshog at least, but hey, you know, he's been in the team for a month and a half now. Hopefully some big changes for 500. The fact that they are here, I think, is surprising against most. These guys have been the gatekeepers, the Bulgarians that is, for the longest time. Some talents that we've seen in you know, right on the edge of tier 1. I think Ships to me is one of the bigger players to talk about. But flipping the script, we've got Spirit, who have had a bit of a shaky start to the year, right? A bombing out at Katowice, an underwhelming pro league as well. You know, to touch on those Katowice results recently, I think they had very hard games. They drew FaZe, they beat Big, they drew Liquid, so you know, that's been a constant battle, constant head-to-head between Spirit and Liquid over the last few events. So yeah, this year hasn't gone great for Spirit, but we know what this team can do when they're on the money and when they're feeling it. Sure, a bit of a comeback against Aurora didn't go their way, but you know, some of the young talent on the Spirit team proven at majors as well, a debut major, the roster that brought Dexter up as well. I think there's a lot of things to like on the Spirit team. They're definitely favorites today.
No, I would agree, and so does Unicorn, Hugo. You know, the proof's in the pudding right there for the odds, and yeah, man, I mean, Spirit normally kind of seemed like that sort of roster that would demolish coming into a matchup like this. It's just, in today's world, I don't know if I kind of see that. I think this is actually way closer than it kind of should be in terms of prediction.
current form is a little bit scarier, but I'm feeling more willing to write off the Aurora loss given what we've already seen Aurora go and do, which is take Heroic to 30 rounds, a team that managed to 16-8 the Bulgarians just earlier on today. So, yeah, Spirit certainly kind of had no excuses but to win this game in a must-win matchup if they want to avoid being backed up against the wall close to elimination. But Mirage, classic CIS map, classic Spirit map as well. I'd say they're ready to party.
Yeah, this is a map that the 500 on the other side of things do have like a lot of experience on, right? This is one of the things you see when you kind of look at these non-partner teams, which is, they're playing all the time, right? Like they're playing in every qualifier they get a chance to. They're playing in these cups as well, like the kind of more online nature. So, they've put in a lot of hours here. Even though the numbers maybe don't necessarily look that great, they do have some legit wins, I'll go on to say. I think one of the ones I can bring up that'll get you excited is they bested even the likes of 9, who we just saw take down big on this very map. So, they're not going to be shy of ideas in terms of how to approach this. On the other side, facing off against the slightly shaky Team Spirit ones that aren't riding high on the usual confidence that we associate with this team. I'm inclined to agree with you that I don't think this is as clear-cut as it might seem on the name value alone of these players and orgs. So let's get into it, shall we? Also, yeah, we touched upon guys like Ships. He's got a very, very long tenure around the Bulgarian scene. It'd be great to see him finding success, so let's see if we can get that in this matchup. First kill found in the round is from Siren, and hello, the alarm bells are going off now as he triple kills the Apps play, looking for number 4, and a beautiful round out of Siren to open this up for Team Spirit.
Man, the quad killer, and you can see him right there. Sickening stuff. Absolutely ill from Siren. Hyped up as well off the back of a pistol round that would fill you full of life. And already it smells like Team Spirit are here to play. Look at this on the replay, man.
Oh, dude, and then, like, look at this. Living up to his name, right? The Siren song being sung to lure them out onto the rocks, and his teammates got his back. Spirit with the pistol. Full eco now for the 500 boys. Oh, Nick, you just got spammed up in the apartments.
Oh, he's literally spamming through the woods
Yeah.
straight to apartments and got the frag. Wow. Well, that's one way to get yourself straight back into it. Ooh. The trouble continues as well. Chopper on the A site will sink the ship. And the last 3 for 500. Have to link up and just try and make a bit of a play together. Obviously, it's only the Glock, so not expecting too much. If you get a bomb plant out of it, you'd be laughing all the way to the bank. And that's what Spirit are hoping to completely deny. Magix moves further forward as well. He's going to be in a prime position to end this fairly quickly. Starts to cut his way through them like a blade. And wonderful. Rounds it out for the second round, going to Spirit.
Yeah, clean and concise, exactly as it should be.
Oh, there we go, Harry.
Just the way she goes sometimes.
Yeah, bud.
But, out of all the rounds to get spammed in, your full Glock round is the one that you want to get spammed in, right? If that was in this round, it would be a far darker time period that we're in for 500. They pull up with the guns now. I mean, these guys really are grinders. They're used to these longer days, long hours, and so feeling at home right now. They've opened up this round. There's the reply from Magix into this 4v4. With Patrick dead and gone, his teammates trying to hold the line, trying to stop these pushes through the smokes out of Team Spirit, and they've done well to do that. 4v3 with the bomb planted. Time to get set up in the post plant, and even a really late mid lurk on the card for Ships.
Nicky getting nasty to give them a little bit more room to play with, and this is big from Ships. The rotation puts him in such a prime post plant to be able to deal with the CTs. As soon as they get contact, they all try and peek him one by one, but he has ripped them to pieces like the Kraken. Takes them down and secures that one off the back of the positioning. It's no easy way to get back into the game.
A good result for the first outing with rifles. They now are in a really good spot to do some damage early on in this game. I mean, the reinvestment from Spirit is lacking all across the board, and they're coming into this round with a blistering pace. Spirit just don't really have the util to slow this one down. A lot of these smokes already being lobbed out. They don't have any incendiaries to really suck momentum out of it. So a lot hinging on these opening fights. Wonderful. Does well to claim one here, but he is pinned in, needing a bit of assistance. That molly forces a swing. Great util. Out of 500 to force a favorable fight out of Wonderful. Bomb now planted. Spirit still floating around here. But it might just have to be the save. I mean, you're a man down. Bomb's been ticking away for a moment. There's still a smoke in your face to try and get out market. And so this one is too far gone. Spirit don't like what they see. And so it's an all-in exorcism as Spirit are uprooted from the B site concisely by the 500 squad.
Yeah, you're right. A bit of exercise as they run away. That's what that is, right? Sprinting to their safety. 500 yet to establish enough money to really hunt. From now on, they probably can. But a nice 2-2 split as they wake up hitting the gun rounds.
I've also noticed Chopper's beard's grown back, so that's a good sign.
Where did it go? I remember
I can give you the definitive answer on that.
What was the reason?
Because we actually asked them about
I remember.
it. And apparently he was trimming his beard, just trying to shave it down, and the razor like slipped.
So you got
so he cut into his beard a bunch, and then he like tried to fix it, but every time he fixed it, it just kept getting shorter and shorter and shorter.
Yeah.
And then he ended up with the conclusion that it was just going to go. That was the only way to recover it. Sometimes that's the best way. Start again.
I've also had the exact same thing happen, and it legitimately is, because you look at yourself and you're like, well, I can either go for the half beard or the no beard and just let it reset.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll go for the full reset.
Tactical restart. Back to square one.
Never good. Don't shave your beard. Your face will get cold. That's not what you want.
Right, can they make these couple of rifles sing for Spirit? 500 patient on their default. They wait for a mid-aggression. They know in a round like this, with the pressure on Spirit, they're probably going to make a play. And so 500 are in no hurry. Going back to A is the perfect remedy, because not only does Spirit not have anyone in the bomb site, but don't really have the wealth of weaponry and utility to retake easily. Ships will be left in middle, top con smoke. 500 set up their piece. There is still this mid default chopper waiting. Eat a grenade. Ships won't even commit with it, so it was all just bait, all a ruse as he waits for re-aggro on a potential flank. Smokes it down. 500 look for the plant.
I mean, they've got a tremendous amount of room here. Spirit tenuously kind of leaning into this retake setup, but I mean, everyone's coming from connector. There is just a whole pack of Spirit players here, and Nicky with the swing could stand to do a hell of a lot on this spam. Damage onto Chopper, but that's all he finds other than that one kill. Once again, a big backstab for Ships, who just seems to be playing on the opposite side of the map in a lot of these rounds. Oh, hang on. Yeah, knows that this is a weird fight to give over, so tries to pick and choose when he's taking it onto Wonderful on his own terms. And it forces Spirit's hand into the save.
Go for the warbang. Why not? They're right there.
I mean, hell, they've had a kill from it go against them in this game already, but Nicky doesn't give it a go. So will get out with these guns at least on the side of Spirit. Still, they've had a couple of save rounds in a row now. Saving's great and all, but you still got to do something with these guns that you're carrying forward.
Quick round mid this time. Same util. Say out mid. No, nothing of the sort. They get everything down. But I think seeing that top mid molly somewhat puts the fear in you a little bit. Ships is in no hurry. His teammate have reset back through T-spawn, going for what seems to be another A set piece, but this time Spirit actually have control over the site. Wonderful playing close with the FAMAS, supported by the same in spawn. Of course, Ships on the big lurk still as the Quadra smoke setup comes over.
Oh, that molly gonna divide the push. Patrick is alone. Patrick is also a star. He's found one. Carrying on this reign of terror deep through the site. Dennis Law gonna get that trade. And unless you've been living under a rock, Patrick still very much a threat in this round. Finally dealt with as he goes tumbling. Important kill from Siren to flip the script, to offer up this 3v3. You still have the lurk from Ships, but I don't think it's actually going to find anything here. Being held from short. Siren playing around this smoke. 500 have gone quiet, hoping that this puts a seed of doubt in the mind of Spirit, and they found some damage onto the player at CT, finishing the job. And thanks to dealing with him, it kind of forced a reaction out of Patsy, allowing Ships to get involved. So these are convincing rounds here. Out of the 500 squad. Now we're even having Ships finding impact on these lurks, because the last few rounds when he's done them, he's just kind of felt a bit like surplus to requirement, right? The rest of the gang have often found the site. Ships is left lurking, and then hasn't even been able to find these saving players. But out of all the ways for a lurk to feel useless, that's how you want it to feel, right? Like, oh, my team are doing such a good job, I'm actually not having to do anything. He gets to play in that round there. Also, Patrick did great at getting these openers, man. Like, he doubled up. That's in spite of the molly forcing him ahead of his team. No one else was there to support him. That was a full solo venture on the first gunfight.
Yeah.
And it was one that you were kind of forced into taking. So he does really well to get out with 2 kills in the round. He was low after the first engagement, and that still didn't stop him. Now the money in tatters for Spirit.
Out of the last 4 rounds, 1 for 500. The previous 3 have come off the back of a Patrick entry. He's yet to fail in one of these attempts. He even looked on B there as well, but they threw in a jump spot. He doesn't want to go back for more. Topcon smoke. Magix loses all vision and all information towards middle. Nicky making sure that bomb's been dropped back, doesn't want to entry with it. Bomb can go tumbling in the worst of places. Nothing like it being thrown round corners and forcing you to commit, but that they will do anyway. Siren needs that smoke down quickly. Magix with a cross shot gets a tag out. They're running at B. Magix needs more. They're going in wide. The boost somehow gets a kill. Don't know how it's doing anything right now. Patsy will get cleared after 1, but great damage capitalized upon by Wonderful. Siren's also here. Slip back behind the smoke, waiting for this Apps player who's tucked in behind the car themselves. It's a bit of a game of cat and mouse, and he gets caught in a trap. Siren armed, and we know he's deadly, but the nade, while it will kill, it's after the round's already won. Spirit coming up with the goods off of an eco.
That's a momentum round. That's one that can swing things, force you back into the game, and get yourselves feeling a little bit more confident again. As right now, 500 are actually looking pretty damn competitive. They've shown they've got the impact fraggers they need. Patrick on your screens, he's been doing so much, leaving Spirit looking like fish out of water. They've been struggling in some of the rounds where he's gone for the early entries. Oh, talking of early openers though, Wonderful controls connector as he rips his way through Nicky. Patsy again, almost going down to the AWP, but they end it with both of them walking away.
Dennislar actually hit that tag onto Wonderful as he peaked the boost, but didn't land the shot required to deal with him. Instead, just brings him down low. Kind of a rough way for that one to have gone. Shit's lurking again, and he's quite happy that you've smoked off behind him. He's already ahead of it, so Oh, we've seen one, but double swung from the short side. And honestly, you know, Ships have been pretty dedicated to lurking, and this often is away from the pack. So now that you found him over towards B, that might actually prompt a bit of a lean away from Spirit. They are 5v3, so they're not really feeling the pressure to need to siphon resources from the B site. But just on who you've bought out of the round, Patsy will rededicate to the B hold. It goes quiet for long enough for them to not want to shift around on the back of that one kill. There's the Patrick opener. Siren is burning. Wow. And he will take 2 to the grave with him on his way out the door. Dennis Law going to have a chance at the plant here. They don't buy it. They call his bluff. Let's let him get the bomb down. And now he has a chance in the 1v3. Landed a tag to open this up, but finished off by Chopper, who runs the molly at short. That is not at all what you're ready for.
But then you don't know Chopper. This guy's a madman. But yeah, for sure, it's a crazy play. If you don't hold your util after you throw it, that's what's going to go down. That's really unlucky for Ships because he hears a player running, but they realize, like, hey, he could come through this smoke off the back of it. He tries to catch a running player, gets double fought. Cannot believe Siren fights in a Molotov. He knew he had the option to escape and play below the drop, but he also wanted just to multi-kill and die in the fire. Taking 2 down with him, unexpected, but the perfect remedy to that B push. Great trade out for Siren. Would make that deal any day of the week. Spirit remaining competitive, but 500 showing us they've got some face in this game. They are not going to bow out and roll over.
Had their 4-round spree. Now after losing a couple rounds back to back, they've opted to use their first timeout of this best of 1. Give an opportunity for the coach to reinvigorate the squad. And we set our focus back onto the 9th round now. 500, something a little bit quicker seems to be on the cards. So they set themselves up for the B play. They've got the utility to complement it. And Patrick, again, the entry superstar that's just been running rampant, he'll be at the front of the pack with the Mac. Wants to make some moves. The smokes are dropped. Siren turning. Finds the headshot onto Patrick. It's a trade game as Nicky's already slain 1. Siren still holding his own as he's having fun on the site. But they've at least forced them off, giving them a bit of time to plant the bomb.
He even takes the op as well. Can just hold a line and let his rifles work it now. See how wonderful does on those Ships again, lurking, man. This could be high impact. He needs to speed up a little bit, though. Maybe pull a knife on this flank. It's very scary. They're starting to move out the market. Dennis Law with a big kill. Drops off, and he's buying so much time for Ships. That util will help. There's a backstab in play. It's being held, but Dennis Law is the first line to fall. Here's the backstab. It has to take the shot while it has a chance. 2-on-2 now. Going back for more. Magic's in the clutch. He's on the bomb. He's sticking it. He's hiding around the corner. The grenade is a slam dunk, and 500 find it. Thank goodness Ships still had utility. That is unreal. The last second backstab. Magic's seemed like he moved just far enough around the corner to win it out.
The ship was sinking, but this Ships has got cannons, Hugo, and he blew him off with the bomb.
Take him with him. That was a great play for Siren as well. He got caught, he missed his HE, he got caught dropping the smoke as he was holding the angle. They peeked him, and then he gets away with 2 kills and leaves and even takes the orb, and still they lose the round.
Yeah, dude, this is really cool. I mean, like, Ships he went from, like, having the timings kind of going against him on a lot of these lurks to now being influential on how some of these rounds have panned out. And I mean, adding that to the tally, that little, you know, 1v2 out of the man, added onto the repertoire.
Spirit at this point have to know, like, if you're in a post-spawn, you're in a 3v3 and you look at the scoreboard and Ships is alive, you've got to watch your back now.
Yeah, it's really sick because, you know, he is like full lurk in this game. Like, he is, he is never with the squad, it feels like. Big fan of it, left to his own devices. And I mean, he is kind of the guy you would want doing that, right? As we kind of touched upon earlier, if you look for the experienced voice in this team, it's got to be him. In that discussion, been around the Bulgarian scene for so long now. You know, any teams that were on the come up from the region felt like they would feature this man. Wonderful, laying down the pain. And Chopper winning the fight onto Dennis Law over at ramp. Puts 500 in a bit of a bad way. Ships does dispatch of that orb and even finds a route into the empty B site. But now that you've located his teammate over in Palace, you're just going to hound down this kill, or at least that's what they were trying to do. They actually flush Ships out of middle and then go back and, deal with Rainwaker.
So a tight affair. Still trading rounds left, right.
Dude, I mean, I would have liked Rainwaker to have not peaked there. You know, I think that was a little weird if you wanted to hope to win that round in the 2vx, right? Because once they know where he is, they're not as worried about Ships' lurk anymore. The kind of threat was that you didn't know where that second guy is. He could have been in B. But, you know, it's a minor detail in a round that Spirit were dominating, so we can let that one slide by. They've done well, regardless. 5 rounds to their name, and yeah, look at this fake. It is keeping attention over on A. Now a dink to Siren. Patsy comes back to help out from the short side. Bomb plant here feels like a win for 500, and that's why it's big that it's denied by that nade from short. Plant stripped away from 500.
Siren is finding a way to make the B anchor look like a star roll right now. He has dropped at least 3 different smokes on this defense, right? The normal taco smoke in front of Forest. He's dropping like a mid-sight smoke. He's dropped like a bench smoke. He's doing everything he can to just stay alive as a solo B player in many of these rounds, and I feel like he hasn't gone negative on B yet. He's only finding success, only getting out alive with a kill or 2. And right there, just keeps enough pressure on it. They can't even replant the bomb after the nade lands. Great work for Siren. Not an easy roll, right? Just because you don't put your star on it doesn't mean it's free. Chopper, that's awkward. He thought he got that kill. Dinked out. They're ready for more. Wonderful herd. Magix bounces that nade and gets some vengeance. 4 on 3. 500 have nothing but ramp.
Yeah, Wonderful recognizes not a good place to find himself with that AWP up close, but Ships heard him falling back. You see Ships get the kill out ramp. As mentioned, this guy often fully left to his own devices, so having him in with the pack in this 3-on-3. It's a nice touch. 500 need him to deliver in this round. Plant secured. They started to plant for front sight, and now they've instead elected to go for CT. They're not going to take this real estate. Instead, set up back in Palace. One man staying on default. It's a weird fight for Ships to take. Looking over at the stairs, Patsy will eliminate him. Smoke goes in onto the bomb. This round was set up for Nicky to try and win from Palace, and with him now dead, you spot Dennis Law on Tetris, you run for the bomb. You go straight for the bomb. You beeline for it, knowing that that's going to win you the round. And so Team Spirit cook up a 7th.
It's starting to flow a little bit better now for Spirit. That was still an uncomfortable round, right? 5 on 3, or 5 on 4, 3 on 4, they just about shut out in a retake. But 3 in a row now. B is looking off limits for 500. Back to pistols, maybe they give it one more punch. But I admire how much Spirit have faith in their solo B hold. Because again, it starts with just Siren. It gets quiet though, Patsy will move in.
OGs are there for them. They've already bypassed the actual doorman though and been able to slip into the site. Luckily they clean it up with the mop and bucket action, but there's still 3 Ts to dismantle, and the Tech 9 starts to cause some trouble. Double frags back to back. Got himself bit of breathing room here as well. You've still got the other smoke. Oh no, the nade going everywhere. In. Oh, this is getting iffy.
It took 3 health. That smoke is a problem. They're coming through Cat, and 500 know it. Brutal headshot from Ships, and the pressure's being put on Wonderful. He's not going to get to pick his targets anymore. That's going to do very little. He still needs to fight Ships. He's going to block off the bench player, but he needs to go now. Rainwaker waiting patiently, and he hits his. Wonderful follows up, but it's a save. Nothing else. Too late in the round. And 500 is those taps from Rainwaker. He runs through and bobs both backside players, blocking each other behind the pillar. Uncomfortable setup there for Spirit. Just as we were saying, B is off limits. 500 changed their tune.
Found a way in. And they pick up the round off the back of it. Oh yeah, it looks even worse from his POV, man, actually seeing it like that. That's rough, bud.
Ooh, this round could get lucrative for 500 if they pick it up. Suddenly they're the ones, you know, charging towards winning out the half. So real opportunity here for the 500 squad. They're looking to try and get out into middle. 2 players out from lower, 2 in top mid. They really want this real estate early on. Even boosting ships up into the window, often left to his own devices, but this time he's cut down early, so they're doing this one without him. Oh, over at ramp, good line for Wonderful. Power position with that AWP once you get it situated so close on the ramp. Even flashing Chopper back in for more. I love this, just trading contact on the ramp side, teeing up that re-peak with utility despite the fact you're in a 5v3. Spirit still just pushing this issue over towards ramp. And so for Patrick and Nicky, separated between the Palace and ramp side. Odds against them now as it is just left on to Patrick. And I mean, he's given us some great A rounds, don't get me wrong. Very comfortable in a lot of these angles, but it's just the sheer number of players that are going to be ready to face him. Patrick makes it look easy. Siren and Chopper both there, but there's a third man waiting in the wings. Looks ready for him, looking for this last player, but Magix will hold the line. Tagged up from his fighting window earlier on. You thought that could have given Patrick an edge, but he will get dealt with.
That's ridiculous. Commanding respect in that round, and also just displaying how good he is as an individual on the server. We've seen it again and again, but even in rounds where it feels like he should have no impact, he still finds a way to make you think there's a chance for 500 to break the door down and secure themselves something else. This is their last chance, Saloon. Round 15, 8-6. Can they get themselves a 7th? With the mixed bag bye, they've been able to facilitate going into this one.
Yeah, with the ball like this, best to just keep it, yeah, nice and simple. Blacken the util to fake anything out or go for anything, you know, super out there. They just kind of have to hope they win this opener. And with that boost employed, good time to bring out a little gimmick like that. Pick up the advantage early. Patrick dead, but there's Denislaw laying down the pain with this AWP, the biggest gun in the round. You wanted it performing, and perform it shall. Hat-trick from the AWP of 500, and even the info on the players moving into jungle. He's now on this angle. Denislaw owns this as far as he's concerned. That could be misinfo, right? That shot from Wonderful ringing out from jungle maybe makes him believe that this player crossed out a little earlier.
Still looking, though. This late mid-player ships does need to hurry up at this point.
Oh, they've seen the barrel. You're having to whittle him down, and he will give you that fight eventually. 2v2 now. Ships takes a long time getting activated, a long time getting switched on, so he needs to have impact moving up through the connector. He's ready for this swing. Reads it so well and deletes Wonderful, but was not prepared for Patsy. Maybe a bit of a gap in the comms there. They knew this guy was in jungle. They knew he was here, and at least Denislaw will deliver a huge round from the Bulgarian AWPer, and we're split down the middle heading into this second half.
I'll go for a young player again. I'll try for an American guy again. Let's go for Breeze.
Guess the Mystery CS player again. Hunter.
Come on, Leash. You got this one, bro.
No, it was a rifle.
North American, but not American. Well, this guy has to be an AWPer since the weapon he used is not AK and he's older.
Who's AWPer? Okay, simple.
Come on, Cold No, it cannot be Cold because you only had 9 major appearances and he's older than 25, and Cold was, I didn't check.
It's AWPer. I knew it. He played more than 11 majors. Device?
I'm guessing Fallen here, because that seems likely.
Less than 16 majors. Guardian. JDM. I think Now it's showing orange box, United States, the same continent, Fallen, Gabriel Toledo.
Let's try. Okay. One. Oh. Fallen.
That's very easy. South America, older than 27, or how old he was, and a lot of major appearances.
Denny's Law popping off at the end there as he laid down Denny's Law in that round. Huge plays with the final frag being him launching himself off of stairs, zoned in on the angle with the AWP.
Yeah.
Finish it off in a 1v1 Hugo.
Those
Spectacular fashion.
Impressive shots. Very impressive shots. We didn't have a lot out of him on the T side, but that final round could always be the difference maker. It closes the gap. Even keel, 7-8. Spirit in the lead, but barely. That being said, 500 did a similar thing earlier on against Heroic, right? They went right down the middle after Inferno. They got 70 rounds there and then fell silent on the CT side, so that cannot afford to happen here in this second half. Spirit taking their P2 out mid. Don't want to repeat that. Hear it chime off. Second player with a cross at least. Nikki now takes that. Both options are open with Magics towards B and Chopper towards A. Spirit don't have to have their round set in stone. They can rotate round depending on their kills, and they find none. Both 3 for the CTs. Rainwaker sends them to bed. Magic's with a kill, but that bomb is still lost in the source. Chopper has to go around the world to find it. Magic's looking for his B kill. If he doesn't get one right here, right now, this round is dead in the water. Out he hops, chipped away in the air. They've cut his wings. And this should be unsavable now for Spirit, especially with this bomb control.
Ooh. Rainwaker, we've seen how swift he's been. And he's clocked him, knows exactly what location he's playing from. Chopper lurked towards top middle, hoping that maybe the timing would throw them off. As he peeks back out, he's seen and instantly slain. So just Magics. 1 versus 4 walks in to the AWPing superstar from Bulgaria, who this time with a pistol finishes it off with an opening round they were begging for.
Yeah, must win. Desperate for 500 after only fielding 1 CT round against Heroic. Sure, different team, different caliber, different map, but don't want that in the back of your mind after what started to be a very even game and was the same here. Full eco, Spirit. Patiently wait for the rifle round. You rush B, I plant A.
Oh, mate. It's the classic. everyone's favorite. We've all attempted this once.
The most important player.
Oh, but hang on. I do, you know, I love this buy from Ships even more. Mag 7, come on now. Come on now. This is the spot for it.
Take that money.
You know it. This is a chance to get rich. 2 in the round. Oh, the bomb's gone too soon. Oh, dear. They did not fall for it. It's safe to say they did not fall for it. Bomb gets away from Spirit. And Ships is still lusting for blood, but the SMGs are going to beat him to the punchline.
I think at a certain point, you don't even want to feed that mag anymore, right?
Oh, that's exactly why they turn around and they're like, yeah, this is a terrible idea. We're about to,
There's no way we can
give
kill
him
this.
like 3.5K if we commit to this push.
Yeah, it's a shame, but you know, I think if Magic even goes later, there's no difference there. If they get 4K'd, kind of hoping for the player to drop off the balcony. Could have been a different round if Spirit went after the smoke, but he was playing right in front of it.
A meaty round from the mag. That's what you want to see when that bad boy's brought out. And of course, Ships is just going to hold on to it, see if he can get a bit lucky and do it all over again. But Patsy, that's pure skill. Leaving you feeling ill at middle as he gets the opening pick to give Spirit a bit more tempo to work with into the 18th.
Ooh, big nade.
Oh. Even ballsy to pull that nade out. He has to be exposed for a second to do it, but he reaps the reward. Patsy dead. I think that's worth homing in on. Patsy's had a rough go at it in the first half. We saw him kind of start to recover, but he's going to have to be a key piece of the puzzle here. Dude, Ships with this Mag 7. Yeah. It's a treat. And now he gets the upgrade as well. $100 richer as he does it. Chopper might be deep in the sight, but with the presence of a Palace player, still have that running through the back of your mind if you're Team Spirit.
He doesn't want to play yet, though. May as well wait for everyone to get too comfortable. Patrick, back turn. The Magic's flicks back. Doesn't like what he feels. Ships playing into this very early, trying to stop the bomb from crossing, but he's given away his trap card, and they're going to get that plant. Blue Eye, White Dragon, Spirit with the plant.
Oh, man. Okay. Pot of Greed has been played, Hugo, and Rainwalker straight back into the round. Takes down Magic's. And this isn't going to be easy. I mean, the timing's absolutely awful. Ships is actually going to find himself shooting at feet like Quentin Tarantino. As Wonderful's on the other end of this. He's now taken out, all on Chopper, coming through the jungle like a machete. Cuts his way through the first onto Rain. And they're actually up, close towards the bomb. Ships has seen him, he knows what's going on, but there's no real time for this, just wants to get away with it.
Damn,
surprised he's not going to allow that. Oh, no, he will. Straight away.
Surprised he didn't go back for the tap or even try and stick it behind the boxes or safer ways to do that. He just hunts the kill, but Chopper had already seen him off the plant. Maybe Ships didn't know. So it's going to be a nice frag out for Chopper on the cross. And the pacifist method to win the round.
There was nothing peaceful about the way Ships was playing. Man on the Mag 7, looking like a roadman, Hugo, causing carnage.
I do love a Mag 7 buy. I can't think of many times you see that at this level. Spirit with a cheeky double nade and con to start. Go for the mid take late. Rainwaker here. And fantastic shooting.
Nice reply from Wonderful. Quick deletion off the Galil, but yeah, man, the advantage still siding with 500 here. Thanks to the fancy work out of Rainwaker to open. Rainwaker, rather. Wonderful. Gonna join up with his teammate outside of A. Him and Siren side by side. Elsewhere, you've got Magic's lurking in through lower, gonna look to try and pincer up through middle. And on this timing, he could find 500 on this transition, but they've already skirted on past. Now they're hot on the heels of Spirit on a wraparound that Spirit don't know is coming in. They certainly shouldn't be ready for 2 on this flank. It's not something you see every day. So this kind of buddy system that 500 have on the wraparound could be paramount to the success of this one. I think the moment you look for that first fight, maybe you check behind you, but you're not going to be ready for 2 here. Especially not with Ships making contact first. You see him in the kill feed, that's par for the course, him on with the backstab, but it's Rainwaker that really surprises you, gets under the skin of Team Spirit. This one's a save. Magic's never even gets to play the round on this lower lurk.
This would be shocking to see Spirit lose this map. I know I'm talking very soon, but just given, you know, the previous results of this team, what we see them do at majors, what some of these individuals have accomplished. The last 2 majors, man, they look so good for Spirit. Playoffs back-to-back, quarters and semis. Now looking at 0-2. It's not what they want to take away. Can Magic's rise above them all? The young veteran of Spirit, akin to a player like FORZE, who spent 3, almost 4 years on his squad, despite being a very young player. Where did the time go? Magic's 19, needs to dig deep with the hero M4.
Scouting mission towards B early on. 500 giving them nothing to work off of. So they start to scuttle back, set themselves up instead to go for the split push towards A late. You need to fight for that control. Ships, he's already roaming. He's feeling himself.
He smells them eeks.
Ecos?
Yeah.
Ecos?
Like cherry pie on the windowsill.
That's
Just to
scent
go out
trail,
and
just
grab it, yeah.
whiffs in.
Picks him up off his feet. Patrick, though, being drawn in by Chopper. Here comes the rifle, jumping players head first. Magix follows. Patrick doesn't realize just how deep and how many, but Ships is staying aware as the pistols run him down. There's a trade from Magix. Patsy found one in the same time, and Magix is making magic happen. Patrick now fighting for his life in the site. Patsy has a rifle as well. This could slip through their fingers, but 20 seconds is the problem. Magix needs his frag, and he doesn't have the health to swing. Patsy provides so much cover, and Patrick felt the pressure to play. Denny's Law just needs to live. 10 seconds. They haven't got that bomb yet. They need the frag. They chase him down. 5 seconds. He might have just done it. Tucked in the cubby. Not moving a muscle. And Magix is out of time. He might die after, but it doesn't matter. The eco is so close, but not quite.
That is a robbery of a round, and dude, that one hurts for Magix. You know, you're desperately holding for the last few seconds of the round, but he's never going to give you that fight. He's never going to give you that swing.
He couldn't make his mind up. He was going for the bomb, going really far and wide, and then his teammate gets caught, and he realized he has to chase that kill. That is devastating for Magix. All those entries and that help from Patsy out from lower made a Glock work to get an entry and help him with an AK. It's a very nice try for Spirit, don't get me wrong. It's put 500 on the edge of a reset. But what could it have been? So much more. Lead of 2 rounds for the Bulgarians. Great composure in some of these late rounds. Oh, that's the entry we know and love from Patsy.
Patrick, he was damn sick on his T-half. CT side, what's he got up his sleeve? The first would be a headshot onto Patsy, leaves him bleeding. Chopper claps back with a single attack in the 3-on-3 now with 50 seconds on the clock. They need to cross towards the side. Dennis straight through the box, blows him to bits and shows that he's here for business. Looking for even more. Takes it down to a 1-on-1. Squaring up now, it's Siren versus Ships. And he will hit that headshot.
They are crispy kids, these guys. They are hitting some ferocious bullets. Patsy and Siren. Magix as well. Stars of the show right now for Team Spirit. This is hyper competitive. I feel like every round coming down to the wire. The final few seconds, the 1v1s. No one is safe in this BO1. No one wants to be facing elimination with a match between them and going home empty-handed.
Yeah, and in terms of that pressure, that pressure's got to be felt more by Team Spirit, right? Because it is kind of bigger news if they're the ones in that position. This was a team who, kind of stole the show with starting back with strong performance over in Antwerp. Had that banging matchup versus FaZe in the semi-finals. Had a good history at majors, so to see them really push to their limits here by 500, I mean, already it's more than respectable from the 500 squad, but they're not here just to get the respect from a close game. They want the win. This round, one full of pistols for the 500 squad, and I mean, with all this util running over B, with them pushed out of position, it might just be a full save here.
Yeah. They fully sent this by to even out the cash, so you may as well play it again. And it's so great to just see this level from teams like 500 here who, some of these online gatekeepers that we talk about and these players fighting for challenger spots and qualifiers. Oh, scary. They are, they've been given an opportunity. They've earned, rather, their opportunity to be here on LAN against some of the best, and they are not going willy-nilly. They are not wasting that chance. Monte going 2-0. Being one of the best teams we have online right now. Aurora taking Heroic the distance. And now 500 neck and neck against back-to-back major playoff teams, Spirit. Cannot be overstated. But the job is not done. 11-11, the FORZE spy is saved. They'll run it back.
Yeah, and a chance to, give it another go here, right? You kind of employed a bit of a lean. You were more than willing to give up B. You were fine. You didn't really like the outlook of that round from the get-go with just how displaced you were by the utility. But in this round, they've sweetened the deal a little bit by getting that AK out of the last. They come into this, second attempt at the FORZE spy with even more than they had the first time round, which isn't normally the case when you try and, save at the end of a FORZE spy round. Usually, you're saving because maybe you lose a player, like the guy who's kind of out on an island. That was Ships in this instance. But I think when you see Ships all alone, like, He's done this for a long while. He knows what's a good fight, what isn't, and he was never going to get caught being overzealous in that round. Patrick, hello, look at this. Plays the trigger discipline, sees if there's anything else around for him to potentially get out of this position.
Yeah, also just holding shots like that, the longer you drag that kill out, you're firstly on CT, you're wasting more time on the clock, and that play is giving misinformation, like this area is clear, and Chopper is trying to decide a round off of that information, but it's inaccurate. So the later you take those kills, the better. Obviously, it's a fine line, and you can get punished by just not taking the kill sometimes, so won't hang around forever. AK getting put to use, pistols up close, they creep, they crawl, and they fall.
Ships rings out with the Deagle in the meantime, and Rainwaker's still tucked in at the back of the site. They don't even know about this man on default. Oh my goodness. This has been a wild round, hasn't it? A roller coaster of a round. Patsy held off as well, but the Ships Deagle, it's dirty. Just Siren left, and with his Siren song, the Ships wash ashore, but they nail him. Patrick to close. And a round with very little riding on it, right? They had that FORZE spy saved forward, they had the AK on Patrick, and they find success. That is a huge time to do it, right? This was Spirit looking to leap up into the lead, looking to take that away from 500, but now the pressure is still on. You're not out of the woods if you're Team Spirit. And not just, a confidence-boosting round to do it with very, very little, but I think more importantly than that, you were investing in this round that was coming down the pipeline anyway. If you lost that, you were going to have a full buy here. The fact that they win it, they get out with guns, they get out with upgrades, they only have to reinvest on 2 players. This is really important as we enter the later stages of this game. It just means that 500 have a little more staying power now. You know, it's not like what led to this whole force buy in the first place, where Spirit can put a couple of rounds on the board and suddenly you're broke, you're down to nothing, hinging on a couple of deegs to find success. Gives you a bit more longevity in this map.
Ship's deeg, man. What a roller coaster.
Very, very cool to see Ships looking this good.
Yeah.
And the thing that makes it that much more impressive is, like, he is alone in a good deal of these rounds. So he's like a real self-starter in that sense.
Yeah, you've got no one to rely on.
Yeah, the fact that he's like not resource intensive and still offering up, you know, so much in terms of the impact that he's finding. And that was also with like some awkward moments early on. Even though his team were finding success, he was missing some of the timings in the beginning of this game. But like, he's adjusted as it's gone on and gotten better and better.
His team definitely given room on T sides, right? Like, obviously, you said it's not resource intensive, but it is. You've got to play around it. Got to believe in it. And Spirit must do the same with very little in this round. Contact out A, the smoke's coming through. Patrick, he's been a powerhouse though. AK behind the triple. That flash is a problem, but they barely clear it. Ship spams 2 through the smoke.
What do you even do against that? You know, as far as Spirit are concerned, they've not made a mistake. They've not done anything wrong in this round, but that's just the way she goes sometimes. Smoke spam is good.
It's on Siren to close
Backstab for Magix. Trying to get involved. They know about him in mid now. Might look to go back and chase that 1 kill down. Well, you know you've got him pinned in. 1 man at the back of the site, and Magix
Molly.
all alone. That Molotov could have forced the swing out of Wonderful. Not a fight you wanted to take. And I mean, the bomb not really planted for Magix here. Oh, they nearly line up for him on the cross. But like, even then, you know, it's a fight that 500 weren't like massively feeling the pressure to take. The moment they see where the bomb is, they think to themselves, oh, he can't win. So they were fine. You know, the fight, if anything, was unnecessary risk on top, but I think that just is where the minds are at right now. They wanted to fight him while they had the chance. They wanted to knock him out of the round. And so building upon this lead, not only did they refuse to give it over when they only had pistols, they now build upon it, surging towards this finish line.
It's getting worrying for Spirit. Cannot be denied. Are they running out of ideas? We've not even really seen the classic chopper calls or the aggressive B plays, an ode to Vega Squadron. Oh, nice tap for Siren, but Denny's up close with the AWP. He's in trouble.
Denny backing off. It's not going to be a great angle for him. He tries to go up the ladder as well, so just offers himself up for free to Magix, who's raised hell with the P250. Bought a bit of space for the team. And you can back off from this. Tons of time on the clock. You've gone in, announced yourself, iced them now. You don't have to worry about fully committing. They're a little bit paranoid about someone pushing up mid as well. They're going to clear that out, take their time. Bit of a back and forth of who gets the M4. Chopper will keep it as he has armor, even though he's slightly lower. Wonderful. On the Tech 9 with a flashbang. You've left just Magix to really sell the idea. A little bit later on, there's a play towards A, or potentially build a backstab. But look at this. This could be the blade that finishes the round. Nicky, ooh, will he focus on the right angle? Flicks back to the face as Chopper peeks, drops the molly as well. Magix realizes, I've got to do something. I can't just wait for the timing. Slips down the ladder, grabs the AWP. He's been seen by Ships. Oh, it could have been huge, but instead it's just Wonderful in a 1v3.
Yeah, that's perfect timing for Ships as well, right? As soon as Magix pulls the AWP, he gets peeked, so it's not even ready to fire. Wonderful is recommitted after being spotted in the apartments. And so while he has a 1v1, he's given up the name of the game. Ships survives the cross. This guy is slippery like a fish. And now Wonderful grabs his gun of choice, but may just be a prerequisite to a save. They will not allow it. Nicky closes, and again, it's only a half bite, a little force up for Spirit, but 500 are having none of it. My, oh my, 14-11, and Spirit facing 0-2 in the group. Chopper looks like he's out of ideas. They've had a lot of trouble, just been going for constant A set pieces, variations of this play, lacking lurkers, rarely taking middle, haven't seen quick Bs, which, you know, not always the safest call, but has been a classic from this guy's strat book through majors, through years.
Yeah, and I think, you know, this is one of the biggest problems facing the teams that everyone's more familiar with, right? And that's that for these other squads, you know, that have been slept on a little coming into both RMRs, they just play so much Counter-Strike versus such a variation of opposition. And, you know, a lot of the kind of strats are siphoned up from the tier to tier 3 of CS, right? You kind of get to cherry pick what you consider to be the best bits as a top team. But, man, you know, they've got such a depth in terms of ideas for 500. I think that's why we saw them get set up so nicely in that first half. And now on the CT side, you know, they feel really driven. They can feel that they're winning this game and that Spirit is slowing down, that they're getting desperate. And 500 don't have that same level of pressure.
Again, pick off short. Rainwaker never gets punished here. Denislaw has that all. Back spawn side. Watching the B apartments. Man entrenched down under. Spirit are going to go once again for this A hit, but the pressure once more is on Patsy on this mid lurk. Can he find the con timings? He almost won them that eco round that they lost to time by coming up through con. Need to throw back to that. Ships has to smoke the molly. Wonderful did find an entry in the meantime. They know Ships is here. They can't even hit him once. Again, slippery Ships almost makes it a double. Patsy's made noise in the connector. He's been caught from short side, and he's got no util to flush himself out here. They're going to try and throw a con smoke to keep him intact. But that is it for Spirit. It's down to gunfights with 25 on the clock.
Right now, Rainwaker knows he's got this man boxed in. Magic's with the bomb plant. Okay, well, what more can you do? This should be the round on the back of that kill through the smoke. It puts Siren in a really weird position. He's trying to get the bomb planted.
He did it again!
Rainwaker's denied it all from the short side, and that's 15 for 500. Patsy at least gets out with the AK, but you're looking for silver linings in a really rough spot here for the Spirit boys.
I bet Patsy feels awful right there. The first one, forgivable, right? He knows he's tucked in that corner. What are the chances that spam kill is going to come through perfectly? Second one, I don't even know how that was allowed. He was holding down the short angle, and Denislaw just rains down death. Or sorry, Rainwaker rather, through the smoke. Stops that bomb twice over.
So composed as well. Literally 3 bullets to find that frag through the smoke just off the back of the read. Oh, mate, that's insane. That's done so much damage, not only to the round, but also to Spirit's overall confidence, surely. And look at Patrick, he's already at top middle. Woo, walks into the deagle and has his head blown completely off, but the B site pressure is starting to mount. They've got the AKs and the Mac Daddy in the back line, but it's Rainwaker again to continue on from where he left off, always hitting heads.
They don't like what they see. The Ships likes what he hears. Every footstep coming back through the apartments. B was stacked out.
This is so insane. He knows, like...
this is the game.
Yeah. And he knows how good of a position he's in. He can even tell. He's heard. He knows they're holding mid, and so that he has the drop on Wonderful. He knows he's further ahead of the kind of mental image that Spirit have of the map. And so that only, you know, galvanized his urge to hold this position. Ships, a man who has been around the block in Bulgarian Counter-Strike, looking to send Spirit packing down into 0-2. Just 1 kill left between 500 and taking this matchup, going 1-1 and leaving themselves in a far better spot than when these second sets of games started. Just got Magics to put a stop to. 2 kills in this 1v4 right now, but he's running out of time. He doesn't have any of it. That's against him, and so are these 2 players posted on the short side. Rainwaker steals it away from short once again, and that's 500, besting the likes of Team Spirit and going 1-1 in the group.
Yeah, they played a mad impressive game, right? Denislaw waking up with the orb towards the end of the T side. Ships being a rock throughout. The late lurks towing on the line of baits, but they were beautiful when they worked in that first half. And the aggression to throw into that final round, running up top mid. 500 knew they had Spirit right where they wanted them, and 5 rounds in a row will seal that deal. 16-11. It didn't feel close in that second half. Spirit, that is is a devastating loss for a team that has just made playoffs of the major back-to-back, but again, commiserations come through. Team Spirit, 0-2, Jack.
Insane. I don't think people really expected that result to be the case, and for it to end in this manner as well. Bulgarian CS back at LAN, back in an environment where they can show the level of talent they've had in this scene for such a long time. Hugo, throughout Go, we've had so many talented Bulgarian players always feel like they're 1-2 steps away from really pushing the boat out, and here they've turned up to play. You go 1-1, but versus Spirit, that's got to do so much for the confidence.
Yeah, and this is as a roster, right? They've not had a huge amount of LAN experience together, but that hasn't stopped any team so far in Group B. 9 were the same. Now they've done it. They played Leicester at the start of the year. They beat BNE and Astralis on LAN. They now add another top team to that, list, Spirit. An underwhelming recent form, but this is shocking even so. And to see ships look this free, man, that's a beauty to be behold. 500 out for blood. Is anyone safe in Group B? I don't think so.
Dude, this whole group is like so hard to have any real kind of clear-cut idea of what's happening, and the more results we get, the harder it gets to actually give a point that, could be accurate, because everyone is trading results. Everyone looks like they're out to absolutely dominate today, Hugo. You can see how much this means to not only being at the RMR, but what that means in the long run, right? The last major, the pressure that normally would be applied almost seems to be boosting teams' levels, which is crazy.
Yeah, and I don't think Spirit were coming into today expecting that, down 0-2. Meanwhile, we have Monte 2-0, 9 2-0, Cloud9 fielding an L to the former as well. No one is safe. No one is guaranteed anything here. And, well, there's no better man to hear from after a match like that than Ships.
So after a win versus the Spirit squad, talk to me, man. You're 1-1 now. You just kind of proved to the world that y'all have got what it takes. You're here to play. Spirit, very legit team. They've got a big history at majors. So, Sina, how's this feeling?
It's feeling good. Like I said before, the underdog in best of one is always happy. So we just won our rounds. We lost some stupid rounds as well, but it didn't get to our head like it did against Heroic, and we just closed the game.
And when you won, that like low economy round, you guys took a full save after the force buy late towards the end of that game, and then you do it with just an AK and a collection of deagles. Was that like really the moment? You didn't give the lead over. Was that really the moment where it kind of felt like, oh, we've got this in the bag?
Yeah, I think it was after the 1v1 I lost. It was very close round, and we were very happy that after that we won with pistols only.
And, in terms of one of the things we were talking about in the cast was you guys just play a lot of games, right? That's kind of the life for these teams that find themselves outside of the partnerships. Do you think that gives you a bit of an edge? Because obviously you guys have kind of seen it all in terms of the depth of strategies that teams like to run.
Yes, I mean, we play a lot, but there is also a disadvantage to that because they know what we do. They can see every other game, and they have more practice. They focus more on officials, and they pick their tournaments. We just play what they invite us to, and that's it.
All right, well, sweet, man. Thank you so much for joining us, and fantastic game today.
We play what they invite us to. Well, I imagine that invite list and that inbox is going to get a little fuller after this tournament for people like Ships.
Yeah, I was so glad I got to speak to him. This guy was phenomenal in this game. The lurking on T side was some real, pure lurking, right?
Happy lurking.
Yeah, it was kind of sick to get to watch. He found so much impact from it, and oftentimes, left to his own devices. We can recap the result on the day. Heroic besting Aurora early on, 9 with the OT win, and 500 now taking down Spirit. That leaves us with one more match. G2 versus iNation. Oh, this one, it's crazy because, this is like a battle between friends as I see it.
Yeah. Bit of a Balkan bash, you could call it, Jackie.
It really is, right? The storylines are all there. They're all friends with each other. They know each other. And it's cute as well because you've got so much support from each team for one another.
Yeah, right.
Twitter just looks so lovely right now, man. It's really cool. But that will be coming up after the break, so don't go anywhere. It's going to be a treat on your plate. We'll see you in a couple minutes after the break.
our first time Royal Arena, playing in 2017. We want to win the first time on Danish home soil. Device is sick. We have to play with Dennis as a stand-in. I don't sleep 1 second the whole night. I didn't even understand. I remember me 5 in the morning, going outside, going for a run. I was like, what is going on? Why can't I sleep? And then I go back, I try to sleep. My heart is pumping. I was like, why did I do that? Why did I even go for a run? We go to the venue the next day, and I see the makeup artist, and I'm like, you gotta help me. I didn't sleep the whole night. We somehow managed to get to the grand final. Everyone is really happy, and we're 9-0 up on third map.
Easy.
And somehow we managed to lose that. We were 9-0 up on T-side catch. I'm never going to watch that game back. Never ever in my life.
G2 versus iNation being the last game that we have lined up for you today here on the A stream. And it's already been a day of upsets, a day of crazy results, a day of teams going above and beyond.
What are you saying?
Well, I'm just saying, if there was ever a time to really feel like you want to rep iNation and come out swinging, this would be the time to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Harry's already there a little bit, but yeah, let's be realistic. Let's not be crazy here. G2 are heavy favorites. Hey, they've been there before, but this is a must-win game. This is a no excuses game for G2. Sure, the regional aspect plays into it. There is a level of camaraderie between some of these players, but at the same time, G2 are one of the best, if not the best team in the world right now, and they cannot, I repeat, they cannot go 0-2. This is the matchup for 0-2. G2 barely losing out on Nuke earlier on, whereas iNation pulled a bit of a comeback against Big on Anubis, but still lost out overall. So, yeah, for G2, needs to be a statement win coming in here, but I can't say I'm not excited to see the Balkan Boogie, as I'll be naming it.
Ooh, that was nice, dude. I like that.
I'll come up with some more.
Yeah, okay, you work on those. That'll be good. And in the meantime, we'll actually speak to the main man that's on your screens right there. Let's head over to the interview with Nico.
First of all, just want to ask about the loss earlier today. You guys had patches where you looked great, and sometimes it looked a little weak. In your head, what went wrong?
Yeah, rough first game. Obviously, we had to win the game. I think we won both pistols and the follow-ups as well, so we just had to close out the game. But I think, like, if you look at the result and how the game was going, I felt like we were kind of better looking team throughout the whole game, but then towards the end we just kind of threw away some of the rounds. I think they made a couple of good calls, but they just kind of abuse our gaps that we had in the round. Yeah, they played also super good. We knew from the start that they're like very good team, that they're very prepared as well, and that's going to be a tough game, but we just had to close the game out by winning 2 pistols, and having good starts on both halves is just unacceptable.
Now, quick thoughts on your opponent, iNation, coming up. Obviously, you're going to be pretty familiar with these guys. What are your thoughts heading into that game?
Actually, I'm not too familiar with the guys. I don't remember last time I played like with. I don't think I even played with any of them. I didn't really watch them too much either. I do support them obviously, but yeah, it sucks that we are about to meet in such an early stage of the qualifier. But honestly, like, we are here to qualify for the major. We don't really care who we're playing against. We are friends outside the server, but once we go up against them, like, I just want to smash them. And especially after the loss that we had earlier today, we cannot accept anything but smashing them, I would say.
Yeah, we cannot accept anything but smashing them. Statement words for Nico. He knows it. It's a statement game. It's a no excuses game, really, as well, if you consider the level of these two teams, right? But obviously, Nico playing up against his former organization. Yeah, his last match for iNation, of course, back in 2015 was actually, yeah, his first game up in iNation back in 2013 was with Janko and Kassad.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's talk iNation. This has been the kind of starting home for a lot of Serbian and Balkan talent, right? We've had the likes of Nico, Hunter, Nexa, even Janko, Kassad. Coming through this. If you want to continue down the list, you've even got folks like Letny, Shev, our observer actually for this game. Found himself in this organization. So yeah, there's been a lot of talent over the years that have come up through the iNation squad, and this is somewhat of a kind of passing of the torch moment, right? As we have fresher faces, younger players. One that Nico on the other side said, he's not super familiar with their game style, with how these guys play, but there is that respect and friendship outside of the server. Unfortunately, they are catching Nico after catching an L to open up, so he came in with like some real fighting talk, regardless of who's on the other side. But I don't know, man. iNation, they looked good in that matchup versus Big. I know they had like a bit of a slow start, but they did start building back into that. I found myself starting to root for them in the comeback. It was pretty sick. And look, I'll just reveal this now. Look at that. Look at that right there. That's who I'm repping in this one. I think we've had plenty of upsets today, and this one, from a storyline perspective, from the idea that iNation, like I said, is like this kind of passing of the torch moment. It would be super sick, and we're going to end up going down at Ancient. Now, I kind of hope this is where this matchup would end up. This is one that iNation are well versed on. They've played a lot of games here. They actually have some good results as well. Probably one of their best maps in the pool. So I think they've done well to get down to it.
Yeah, I think even if you put G2 on one of their worst maps, they should still be winning this game, just given the stakes.
Hugo playing the straight man here, just like, let's keep it real, keep it realistic.
It's not just me, it's Unicorn as well, boys. Look at those numbers. Those are some big and some small numbers, respectively.
No, very big on one side, very small on the other, Hugo. That's how they get you.
Yeah, I think, in the same vein that iNation, sure, they got their warm-up game, they got their nerves out the way, they got to play big and pull a bit of a comeback late. The same can be said for G2, right? They are not going to come into this game scared. They will be playing with confidence, and they will be playing for the win and nothing else.
Yeah, dude, exactly. The one thing, though, I always think, in these matchups is just kind of, when you look at the underdog team on paper, they do always have like a lot of reps in, normally just way more than the teams that we only see at the big events. And that stands like super true here on Ancient, right? 3 times played for G2 over the last 3 months. Compare and contrast that to the 13 matches that have been played here for the side of iNation. 69% win rate across them as well. A couple of OT losses sprinkled in there even. They do have like a lot of depth on this map. So, that's something that can defo work in their favor.
Sure. Yeah, they're going to have a lot of tricks. But hey, in terms of those 3 games that G2 played, 2 of them are 67 wins over Heroic and FaZe back in Katowice. So in terms of getting the reps, sure, the quantity may not be there for G2, but the quality certainly is. And also vibes are good as well, right? I don't think they're coming into this one super worried until it starts out. We'll have to see how those opening few rounds go.
Yeah, see if that knock-on effect seems to bring them back down to earth, crashing down. Because, Harry, just to expand on your point as well, actually, in terms of a lot of the games I had watched for iNation, when I sort of really had them on my radar back in June last year, from that point, kind of been monitoring, seeing a lot of their success, especially after Depression came in. Their ancient playbook, by the way, actually does seem pretty damn big. Like, they've got a lot of different strategies they like to employ. It's always felt like if the A plan and the B plan isn't working, there's always a backup C. So that's at least one caveat we could work in, and they're pretty damn good on the T side, by the way, so let's see if it happens.
All right, I'm here for it, but I'll believe it when I see it, not before. Nico spamming smokes. USP has limited ammo. Got to be careful with that. And already G2 making a statement push in this pistol.
Yeah, this is ballsy. Hunter right here on a platter, but a convincing turnaround from Dragon will net that trade immediately.
Ready for more.
Hunter thought, like, I've got the round right here. I've won the entire damn thing. And Dragon holds for another. JKS
Crikey.
Deleted by the mythical beast over in mid. 2 quick kills. Nico, he's going to give it a go. I mean, it didn't work out so well for the other guys, so he does reconsider and tucks himself in. This is actually a nice position for him to hold, at least kind of guarantees that they're not trying to work this now. After that main push, some teams might have elected to go back and try to explore the site that they've just stripped 2 players from. Nico being deep at least allows his teammates on this B side of the map to feel comfortable in the stack that they have right now. But the advantage lies with iNation. Choiv, the man at the helm of the team, takes the peek, gets the info that Monte is here.
Yeah, the pressure is still on G2 here, but they're patient. They are unwavering after their aggression on the flank. Monte needs something. They don't have a smoke down, just a flash popping in to take control of the site. They can chill in cave and ramp, respectively. No reason to run. That bomb is planted. Depression can just sit on top of it like a mother hen on her egg. And Monte now needs to crack it open. Is it hard-boiled, Harry?
Oh, they deal with Depression. Convincing shots out of Monte. Nico dead on the wraparound. Dragon with all the kills in this round right now, but they're just going to get on the bomb. Hooksy sticking the deep and they don't quite deny it. They get him off the bomb, but he's got a kit with enough time to get back on it. And so G2, they dig deep. They find a way back into a pistol round that they were on the back-footed.
Monte, money see, money do. A man got the taps. Great save from the young Orping star. And yeah, that was a terrifying pistol with a couple of really nice taps out of Dragon. But Monte saves his captain's life. Stunning shooting. Hooksy already coming in.
Yeehaw!
Yeah, yeehaw coming in early.
Get the Cowboys in the chat.
Of course. Monte pulling them up by his bootstraps. One way and middle means they must respect it. They can't. I love the one way because they can't sit inside of the smoke and boost. It means he can make this play without any fear of getting shot in the back. No need to spam that smoke. No one's popping through it. It's full respect. So Galil's and a single AK forced back to the A execute. Or JKS sitting close.
I had a little talk with the iNation guys heading into this one. The vibes seemed good. They were excited for the game from what I could tell. Under no illusion of the challenge they've got, but they sounded confident about the matchup. JKS up here on the boost. Well overwhelmed, flattered. Able to hang around for a while. Choi for the trade. Hunter now moves in, tearing through them. Depression's finished off by Hooksy. And so G2 stick the landing on the conversion. Second round found. We'll say minimal casualties, right? 2 kills coming out of it. Still forcing a bit of reinvestment for the G2 squad, but not enough to make them worried about those bank accounts.
I've seen the fans at home watching on Blast TV chiming in with their input on this one as well. Looking like already the G2 home fans starting to support. Oh, Hugo, they've even coined the phrase.
The Falcon Boogie, I love it.
My.
I love it. Surprising amount of votes for iNation.
Yeah, a bit of support there.
Love to see it, but they'll need everything they can get, because on this eco, they get farmed, buddy. 5 on 2. And flawless is the goal. Get that bomb what you want. You ain't going to plant it. Not in Hooksy's sight.
Dude, there's rounds where sometimes I see Vladen with a deagle. I just think he's still going to be able to do something pretty incredible. Here, though, Hugo, it's Monte that's running at him with an MP9, so that just goes straight out the window.
Solid start for G2, but let's see. You said they've got some tricks up their sleeve on iNation. This T side of Ancient is the perfect place to show it. We saw patience in the pistol. And that is a way, one of the ways that G2 could have trouble here. If they're a little too eager. They've already taken a lot of the map control in these anti-ecos. But on the flip side, they're playing like they're winners. And they certainly should be. All power for Depression as well,
yeah.
5B.
You know, I touched upon it earlier on that they've had some legit wins here. They've even got victories, you know, over the likes of Monte, who we've seen look really good here at the RMRs. Hooksy tries running it down ramp.
He wasn't sure whether he wanted to commit or
kind
not.
of wanted to do both options.
If he sent it, that's fine, man. Do it, flex. But, you know, he pulled out halfway through and they can punish all of that. Bit of a spam. Nico, be careful. The Orb's still looking for this cross, so if JKS tries to reposition, he's in trouble.
Well, think through the spam. Forces a bit of respect out of Nico. And don't... Oh, the timing for Depression!
The bomb.
Wanted to drop the bomb over, give that to his team so they can have it for the push, but in doing so, missed that timing. That's a little awkward. And iNation just going to write it off now. I actually like this change. Monte down in Donut. This guy dominates from here usually with a missed shot to open. Oh, both Orpas miss. Depression now dead. That's nearly the collateral. Monte dancing in at the back of Donut. Tears them down, and it's just one guy left. Choiv all alone out in mid. Monte on for the round here. And with 35 seconds left, one man has stripped it all away. This is the thing that's been a bit of a crying shame for iNation. Whenever they get these kills, you know, whenever they have these rounds, what feels like in a good place, right now, Monte has been the problem. Even dating back to the pistol where they were sat pretty in that 4v2 over towards B. Now again, as he was 1v4 pressured over in Donut.
He's getting dodged. JKS seconds away from that kill, but hey, G2 keep 3 alive, keep their money in good standing and force a save. Monte, man, he's cracked. He's absolutely mental. Making it look easy. And he misses the first shot, and they were very close here when he missed that as well. So, Depression, that one missed shot costs them everything. Really, the round. You get one chance against Monte, you better take it. Hooksy just died first so he could watch it.
He just wanted a front row seat for the heroics of Monte. Normally, man, it feels like the Orpus law is you miss that first shot, they're all going to miss, but not for Monte. It just makes him put so much more in. Ooh. Rough opening as well, and he's still taking gunfights out at middle, just swinging at them. They're doing it again.
Yeah, why not? Did they learn their lesson? Monte's here to teach, but he runs into the wall, and JKS needs to help out his brother with a double. Or where that came from, Choi with the AK does make it work. There's an AWP there as well to pick up for Depression. Nico in trouble. He's going to hit his shot. Bomb drop coming out of main. He's got all the info. Nico needs a tap. Has to spray off the flash. Hooksy helps out, waiting for the flank. Choi has a gap, but Hunter closes it very quickly. And that's 5-0 up for G2. Competitive rounds, but still all rounds for G2. It's reassuring for me.
Yeah, Nico also hadn't even really got involved in this game just yet, getting his first kill there.
He's been chilling.
And, you know, this is like one of these matchups where, for the guys in this team, you know, you imagine they kind of look at the players they're up against, you know, from the same region, having even come through the iNation team, they will have idolized them, right? There would have been a time in the past where, as you're growing up, you know, you're looking up to the guys who went on to graduate, the alumni of this iNation squad in some capacity. So you know, your heroes becoming your rivals and all that.
I mean, there's a recent addition to iNation, Harry to the iNation family. Some could say that Yanko taught you everything you know.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And that's why he shredded me in 1v1s, so.
That's true. Don't worry, I got him back for you.
Here we are, out in mid. Choi, the man with the plan. Dragon alongside him. Oh, Nico swinging from the ledge. Dragon comes in with the trade at least.
He's stuck in mid with the bomb. That's the only issue here. They can't abandon the man at the helm as he fights for survival inside of the smoke, catches Hunter on the fade. Looks good for him. Dragon has the cover. 4-on-2, suddenly iNation in position.
They've been in this position a couple of times, and this guy has always been the guy ruining it. Monte has often delivered in these moments to scrape G2 out of tricky situations, right? That's why earlier you kind of even said we've had a lot of close rounds for iNation, but they all belong to G2. Finally, they need to get past their kryptonite. And rooting over here towards B does leave them playing right into Monte's hands with the AWP back in cave. This guy has uprooted many a round for iNation.
Oh dear.
Scoped up at the ramp, given a little jiggle. That shot sails past, Util in his hands, but time to readjust. He's getting pressured. They still haven't dealt with him yet, though. And Monte dancing around at the back of the site. Wins that first engagement, hangs around, makes life miserable. iNation, they are moving, they are running, they are getting out of here. They want nothing to do with this AWP. They can feel the heat that Monte is applying right now. Oh. Won't knock the final man out of the round. Vladden with that kill, the bomb going down over towards A, and JKS out on an island, lost all alone in this 1v3. Misses that timing to Vladden, and this has got all the makings of an iNation round right here, ready to go. Oh, that's lovely. Okay, they finally break through. That is a very relieving moment for the iNation squad, right? A lot of these rounds, they've been able to find openers. They've been able to create a bit of space, but then that dreaded name, Monte, tears it all away. This time, like, you know, Monte did a fantastic job of staying alive. The fact that he gives us a solid, 20 seconds of B defense while he's getting pressured, even, enough of a red flag to send iNation away to the other side of the map. But that's where you also have to credit that iNation realized and put together very quickly that both those G2 players are there. They meet Monte, they can hear JKS milling around, and they're expecting a bit of a gamble to come out of G2. So they do well to up and leave, put some distance between them and that AWP. And I mean, hell, sometimes, that is the best way of dealing with someone having a great game, especially when it's someone like Monte.
Run away!
Just to never give him the chance to fight you.
Yeah, I mean, we saw what happened in Donut. Did not go well, did it? iNation on the board. They even saved 2 orbs. I imagine that's not on purpose, but let's see what they're gonna do with them. Potentially that B boost, 2 players heading there. Vladden rushing middle, but it's gonna be the cross for G2. They can climb up, play that lane. Hunter getting battered through the smoke. They're picking out A. There's no one here right now. JKS is going to return eventually, but it'll be a long way out. Hunter instead taking the deep angle from spawn. He sees Util rain in. Don't know where that went. Flying up the map perhaps. Kindo getting spammed by Nico. And Hunter knows they're curious on this A site, so JKS will be called back to help. Or attempt for depression. He lives to tell the tale.
Yeah, one of the things that's interesting is, we talk about the history of the players on the G2 side with iNation as an org, but in terms of other head-to-heads we could look at, both Depression and Monte were in the Academy League, but they were a season apart from one another, right? Monte had already been moving on to kind of greener pastures at that point in time, so they never got to have that head-to-head. Chance for it now. Dragon can open up the A play. Hunter reclaims one of these, but Choiv is there to trade. And finds his way into this 3-on-3. And AWP under pressure, rotating back into main late, and a missed shot out of Monte. Well, not even missed, just aim punch to the sky as he goes to take it. Vladden gets rid of Nico. And this is going to fire you up. Find your way back into that round, despite being a man down. despite missing a smoke as well, right? There were like a lot of ways that could have gotten hairy, but the individuals pulling through. And so iNation with a second. A save forced out of G2. And as mentioned, the first 5 rounds of this game did have a couple of nail biters in there. So it's not like G2 are swimming in money right now. This save is required. This could be a route in for iNation if they're able to keep the pressure applied. They're at that power point in the game where you kind of have the CTs on the back foot. The money's just never there. It's not established. So every round you win is going to hit like a 2-for-1 from now on in.
G2 offer up respect in playing an eco here. Definitely the right call. 2 guns. Rule them all. And a 4B setup, because why not? Hooxie's on that A site. Monte has pistols surrounding him, egging him on. But hey, if you die, it's a free orb for me. Great flashbang. Limiting the shots he's going to manage to take it around with every bit of effective utility. Nico eats a shot. Flashing the ramp peak. Monte uncrouches after the back. They never saw him, but the nade will do nicely. Boost up, he's ready.
Well, this is exactly what he's waiting for. Oh, he's ready for exactly this. Depression feeds the beast. Over in mid, Dragon trying to slip the net here. Spotted over in the red room. Monte re-aggroing with this AWP. And as iNation look to change their mind, G2 have really read this well. Last time they spotted that AWP on the B side, iNation up and left and went A into an empty side of the map. G2 have tried to get ahead of it. They've still got Hunter. This molly hasn't cleared him. It's gone a little deep, and so he's going to uproot this. Hooxie with the hero gun. Back in main, tucks in. It's him and Monte left to finish the round. The 2 that got away to save these guns at the end of rounds gone by. Now left in it. With that swing, Hooxie brings it down to a 1v1. Vladen versus Monte in a super important round. Whoever wins this can start streaking them together. Vladen up close, but Monte checks these. Monte checks these every damn time. Vladen's got to nail it, and Monte round the corner. Lights him up. A tense 1v1 to close that, but G2 are the ones to do it with only 2 guns to their name.
Vladen picks such a good post plot. He doesn't back off to Donut when given the opportunity. He stays in the site. That is, yeah, sure, it's a check for Monte. Of course he checks it, but that's a 1 bullet for Vladen. He lands it, he wins. And Monte somehow just crouch peeks in and closes. Should not be winning that, but that's a Monte effect, isn't it? Very nice try for iNation, but they do lose to Eco. Saved AWP and AK. I feel like I've heard that a few times already this game. And Monte's putting on a masterclass, 12-2.
Commanding respect again and again. Every time it seems like iNation are in with a chance to lock down a round. He's the one that denies it, but this time they go for a far faster pace straight into the bomb site. But it's the brothers in arms coming together as they find the frags. Dragon claps back. The claws are coming out. The tail swinging. They're a little bit paranoid about this. Already the utility causing them to skirt further back. They're wounded by this smoke. His choice actually plays on the edge of it. Man's just sitting right on the gap. The bomb's already gone slightly further back. Monte's here. Back up as well. This is going to be rough.
They're making it look like they're no longer in position, but the smoke comes in and he's ahead of it. That's a whiff. 2 Hooxie captains coming out. And G2, the better of 2. Monte missed off the flash. Lots of low HP players, but that will make it down.
Gonna get the plant in at least, but Dragon was always a dead man. Depression's gonna have to do this one alone on the smoke fade. He nails the follow-up, and they know that Hooxie's low, so he's gonna do it with the Glock. 1v3 to find that round and make magic happen. Lovely from Dragon and Depression to get them there. That entire round forged by just 2 players. Dragon, double kill opener, and the man to die planting the bomb. But in his dying breaths, with that bomb down, he